A waning crescent moon hung in the sky above the backyard of the Kusa family. Kusa Liu gazed silently at the heavens, having inhabited this world for 2 years now. Perhaps the term he was not entirely accurate. It ought to be she. Indeed, she was Wu Feng that it seemed that a wish from her. Past life had been granted by some deity governing time and space, allowing her to arrive in the world of Naruto. Yet, this divine being appeared to possess a peculiar sense of mischief, for she was reborn as an infant girl, transforming him into her. The excitement of entering the Naruto universe was swiftly tempered by the inherent dilemma of her gender. Thus, it was not uncommon to find a cherubic infant with delicate features and a woeful expression quietly adorning the Kusa household. However, endowed with the consciousness of a 20-something adult, Liu Yu could not remain sorrowful for long. Accepting her fate was the only course of action, as resisting the whims of destiny proved futile. Little Liu Yu boasted a cascade of emerald green hair and a pair of pale blue eyes, complemented by her cherubic visage. She was the object of affection for all who beheld her, and Kusanako, her caretaker, delighted in cradling her in her arms while playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. Today was the 6th of April. Liu Yu, the sole daughter of Kusa Yu, the current clan leader, had just celebrated her third birthday. As the future heir of the Kusa family, a modest gathering was organized in her honor. Yet, with the wisdom of adulthood, Liu Yu could discern that this purported celebration for the young lady was merely a pretext. After a perfunctory banquet, her father, along with several key figures of the Kusa clan, retreated to a private chamber for discussions unknown. Meanwhile, the guest of honor, Lady Liu Yu, lay on the grass in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, while her mother, Kusanako, dressed in traditional attire, silently watched over her. Liu's mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving her with only fragmented accounts from those around her to piece together a semblance of knowledge about the woman. What piqued her curiosity, however, was the palpable caution exhibited by others whenever her mother was mentioned at AS. She grew older. The conversations surrounding her mother became increasingly scarce, often ceasing abruptly whenever her father approached. This left her wondering what secrets lay hidden within her mother's past that were deemed too sensitive to discuss. In a moment of contemplation, a young man appeared behind a door, his hair a striking shade of emerald green, a hallmark of the Kusanagi clan. Clad in a refined warrior's garb, a closer inspection of his visage would reveal a resemblance to Kusanagi Ryuyu. He was none other than the leader of the Kusanagi clan and the father of Kusanagi Kusanagi. Ryuyu stood silently at the door, gazing thoughtfully at the waning moon. Kusanagi Yu, filled with curiosity about his daughter, noted her unusual demeanor. Unlike her peers, who were lively and mischievous, Ryuyu exhibited a maturity beyond her years. At just 3 years old, she possessed a calmness that belied her age, never crying or fussing in the face of adversity. And her cousin, Kusanagi Futang, who was 3 years her senior, seemed more like a younger brother in her presence. Kusanagi Naiko, who watched over Ryuyu, noticed Kusanagi arrival and instinctively prepared to bow, only to be halted by a wave of his hand, signaling her to withdraw. Quietly, once Naiko had stepped aside, Ryuyu turned her back to him and exclaimed, "Father, you have come." With that, she rose and respectfully bowed to Kusanagi. What an astonishing gift of perception she possesses. Kusanagi mused, astonished yet maintaining an air of composure as he approached and sat beside Ryuyu. "How did you know I was coming, little Ryuyu?" he inquired gently, patting the grass beside him to invite her to sit. Father. Kusanagi was undoubtedly competent. As a clan leader, he had never allowed the demands of familial duties to overshadow Ryu's upbringing. Although Ryu had never met her mother, the love she received from Kusanagi filled the void left by her absence. For Ryu, who had once been an orphan in her past life, her current family was the most cherished treasure in her heart. "Little Kusa told me," Ryu replied with a bright smile. "Has she awakened already? I did not anticipate it happening so soon." Kusanagi seemed to understand the situation without further inquiry, swiftly shifting the topic. "Ryu, do you have any dreams?" "Dreams?" Ryu pondered, perplexed as to why the inhabitants of the Naruto world were so fond of discussing dreams. Kakashi's first question to Naruto and his companions had also been about their dreams. Orochimaru's betrayal of Konoha was driven by his aspiration for immortality. Tsunade's lover, Dankat, and her brother, Nawaki, perished in pursuit of their dreams within the ninja world. The members of Akatsuki fought valiantly for their vision of peace. Even Uchiha Obito, who would later instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War, merely sought to create a world with Rin. The world of Naruto was replete with diverse dreams, and to not speak of dreams felt almost inappropriate for one who resided in such a realm. Indeed, a dream is what you wish to accomplish in the future or the kind of person you aspire to be. Kusanagi, you patiently elucidated. Why dream? I simply wish to train diligently, to become a powerful ninja capable of protecting those I care for and who care for me. Ryu Yu softly replied. Then, little Ryu Yu, do you aspire to become the leader of the village? Leader? Why aspire to be the leader of the village? There is no significance in being a leader, Lu Yu stated, reflecting her lack of ambition for power, just as in her previous life. Upon arriving in the world of Naruto, her primary concern shifted to strength rather than authority. Isn't little Lu Yu eager to become a formidable ninja? The leader of the village is indeed a powerful ninja. Chao Qinyu countered. But must one become the village leader to attain great strength? Lu Yu retorted. Once you ascend to the position of village leader, you will elevate your training and be better equipped to protect those you cherish, Chao Qinyu enticed. Does father wish to become the village leader? Silence ensued. Perhaps I should not impose this burden upon you, Chao Qinyu replied, his expression a mixture of complexity. Another silence fell. You're already 3 years old, and, as the heir to the family, it is time to begin your training with Naizi, starting tomorrow to become a powerful ninja. Diligent training is indispensable. If you cannot complete the training regimen set by Naizi, then you should not speak of protecting those you care for, Chao Qinyu commanded, momentarily shedding his usual paternal gentleness for sternness. Yes, father, Lu Yu responded with respect. As a successor of the Chao Qian family, I hope you will not bring disgrace to our esteemed name, Chao Qinyu reiterated firmly. Rest assured, father, I shall not tarnish the honor of the Chao Qian clan, Lu Yu replied dutifully. With that, Chao Qinyu departed, leaving Lu Yu to silently observe his retreating figure. After watching her father leave, Lu Yu reclined on the grass once more, contemplating the Chao Qian clan. Her memories of the Naruto universe contained scant recollections about the Chao Qian family. Indeed, they were virtually non-existent. It was unsurprising, given that the narratives surrounding the land of grass and the village of grass were minimally represented in her previous life. Very few individuals were notable by name. Counting on her fingers, she realized there were hardly any who had even shown their faces. During the Chunin exams held in Konoha, the village of grass participated with 2 teams, 3 of whom met their unfortunate fate at the hands of Orochimaru, while the group led by Karui was eliminated in the second round in the second Chunin exam held in Sunagakure. The trio led by Bolami was rather intriguing, as Bolami was arguably the stoutest individual in the entire Naruto world. Aside from them, only the characters Mu Wei and Long Shi from the theatrical release Blood Prison had notable appearances, along with that unfortunate glutton turned into a hungry ghost. Though her father's perception of her strength was not particularly curious, she pondered whether her own perception, reliant on the surrounding vegetation, could be indicative of her family's bloodline limits. The Chao Qian clan was indeed one of the prominent families in the village of grass, a fact evident from her own household. However, with her previous 20 years of experience, she could distinctly sense that the Chao Qian clan's status in the village of grass seemed somewhat peculiar. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Yu unknowingly drifted into slumber. Shortly thereafter, Naizi, who had been watching over her, appeared, exuding a sense of helplessness as she carried the sleeping Lu Yu back to her room. Chapter 2. Training on the second day, Lu Yu rose early, for today marked her first day of instruction under the esteemed Chao Qian Naizi. She was determined not to leave a poor impression. The concept of chakra refers to a form of energy generated from the perfect fusion of various components within the human body. It serves as the source of power for performing ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, or crafting materials composed of chakra to bind opponents or sever connections. This energy is derived from the physical energy absorbed by each of the body's 130 trillion cells, along with the mental energy cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. The amalgamation of physical and mental energies gives rise to what we commonly refer to as chakra. Upon completing her explanation, Chao-Chien Nizi drew a short blade from her waist. "Observe closely, Lu Yu," she instructed, as a faint blue light shimmered along the blade's edge. Noticing Lu Yu's keen interest, Nizi continued, "This is what we refer to as chakra. Its applications are manifold. It can be utilized to perform ninjutsu and genjutsu. And when infused into the body, it enhances physical strength. Similarly, when applied to weapons, as I am doing, it amplifies offensive power. Today, we shall focus on how to refine chakra, which is fundamental to becoming a ninja." Lu Yu watched in excitement. Although she had been acquainted with the basic theories of chakra in her previous life, even engaging in comical training sessions with Miao Chen, this was her first opportunity to closely observe the true nature of chakra. After today, she would genuinely embark on the path of a ninja. Reflecting on her family's advantages, she felt a profound appreciation for being able to train ahead of others, gaining a head start. She recalled Naruto's mischievous antics during their childhood, while Sasuke diligently began his training under his father's guidance. After expounding on the theory of chakra, Chao-Chien Nizi instructed Lu Yu on the proper methods for refining chakra, allowing her to practice independently while she observed. In the afternoon, Lu Yu commenced physical training under Nizi's guidance, primarily focusing on weight training and endurance exercises. For the Chao-Chien family, renowned for their assassination skills, demanded high standards in physical prowess. The following morning was dedicated to teaching the fundamental techniques of the body replacement technique, while the afternoon was reserved for practicing the art of throwing concealed weapons. During her initial attempts at throwing, Lu Yu unfortunately missed the target entirely. However, Nizi reassured her that such failures were typical for beginners, emphasizing that progress is achieved gradually and that early setbacks do not signify failure. Lu Yu understood that mastering the body replacement technique and physical training formed the bedrock of all skills, especially as the body replacement technique was crucial for survival in dire situations. Coupled with her mature adult mindset from her previous life, she refrained from frivolous distractions, dedicating herself to rigorous training. In just 1 week, Lu Yu exhibited notable progress, which astonished Nizi, and her father, Chao-Chien Yu, could hardly conceal his delight upon witnessing her advancement, praising her as a true reflection of his lineage. Following Chao-Chien Yu's encouragement, Chao-Chien Nizi increased Lu Yu's training regimen and began incorporating preliminary sparring sessions into her instruction. Under the diligent tutelage of Kusanagi, Lu Yu began to progress methodically, having mastered the art of the three bodies technique with notable proficiency, particularly in the use of the shadow clone technique. After all, Lu Yu was reluctant to see her journey as a ninja come to an untimely end. Her skill in shuriken throwing had also improved remarkably, allowing her to hit the target's red center from a distance of 10 meters with ease. During this period, she discovered that as her chakra reserves increased, her affinity with plants became markedly stronger, enabling her to perceive a greater array of phenomena through the flora. She had once inquired of her father about this phenomenon, but Kusanagi merely replied that she would come to understand in due time. According to the chronicles of the Naruto world, it was now the 39th year of Konoha, and the Second Shinobi World War had been ongoing for a decade, while large-scale ninja conflicts had primarily occurred in the early years of the war. Such battles had diminished significantly in later stages. The Land of Water and the Land of Earth had declared their withdrawal from the conflict. However, the hostilities between Sunagakure and Konoha, as well as between Konoha and Kumogakure, remained publicly intact, with neither side willing to compromise and seek peace. It was evident to astute observers that the war was nearing its conclusion, as the great nations had bled profusely and could no longer sustain such strife. Only minor skirmishes continued in the border regions, while large-scale confrontations of ninja forces had become a thing of the past. Thus, after training for over half a year, news arrived at the year's end that Sunagakure had dispatched envoys to Konoha seeking peace. With the signing of the peace treaty between the two nations, the Second Shinobi World War, which had raged for 10 years, was officially declared over. Consequently, the semi-isolation of Kusagakure would soon be shattered. The devastation wrought by the great nation's conflict required prompt restoration, and the chaotic domestic security demanded the assistance of Kusagakure's shinobi. Throughout the war, Kusagakure had adopted a policy of reduced ninja deployment, resulting in minimal impact on the village. Nevertheless, nestled between the formidable nations of the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, Kusagakure, despite its daimyo proclaiming neutrality, had become a battleground for the warring factions. The plight of small nations is often overshadowed by the conflicts of great powers, and the suffering of their citizens is incomprehensible to those in command. It was all too predictable that once the war between the great nations concluded and Kusagakure emerged from its isolation, peace would still remain elusive. Yet Liu Yu was acutely aware that the Third Shinobi World War would erupt before long. This fleeting peace was merely a superficial balm for the wounds of conflict. Hatred would not simply dissipate. Liu Yu dedicated the better part of 6 months to mastering the foundational aspects of the three bodies technique. During this time, she also engaged in training for tree climbing and water walking. Perhaps owing to her unique bloodline ability, her control over chakra surpassed that of her peers, allowing her to complete these exercises with extraordinary swiftness. However, Kusanagi exhibited no surprise at Liu Yu's remarkable chakra control, as if such prowess were to be expected. This left Liu Yu feeling somewhat disheartened. Previously, Kusanagi had celebrated her progress with encouragement, yet for her greatest achievement, she received no commendation. Liu Yu refrained from seeking new training from Kusanagi, knowing that her experienced mentor would provide the most suitable methods for her current development. Liu Yu could sense that Kazuchika held a position of great esteem within the Kazuchi clan. Although she had always acted like a caretaker, the clan members would respectfully address Kazuchika as Lady Naiko upon encountering her. Occasionally, other family members would seek Naiko's guidance, and she would consistently offer her assistance with patience. Out of curiosity, Liu once inquired during a training break, "Sister Naiko, you must be one of the most skilled individuals in the clan, right? Why do you ask that, little Liu Yu?" Naiko, filled with affection, gently tousled Liu Yu's verdant hair. As the person who spent the most time with Liu Yu, aside from her father, Naiko treated her as if she were a beloved younger sister. Liu Yu, in turn, held a deep affection for Naiko, considering her as her own elder sister. "I see that everyone in the clan respects you, and many come to seek your counsel. Is it not because you are exceptionally talented?" "Well, little Liu Yu, your thoughts are not unfounded," Naiko replied, while playfully patting Liu Yu's cherubic face. Liu Yu could only endure this moment in silence. Approaching her 4th birthday, she had already acclimated to her current identity. After all, being reborn was an immense blessing, especially in a world she cherished, that of Naruto. Now, Liu Yu possessed a cascade of emerald hair, large, gentle blue eyes, smooth skin, and delicate features, resembling a porcelain doll. Naiko particularly enjoyed the moment spent playfully caressing Liu Yu's face, a routine to which Liu Yu had grown accustomed. "Then why does Sister Naiko always stay by my side? There are not many experts in the clan like you, are there? Father is often busy. Aren't you busy as well?" Liu Yu finally posed the question that had long lingered in her mind. Although the Kazuchi clan was a prominent family in the Hidden Grass Village, there were few experts like Kazuchika among them. Despite being the daughter of the clan leader and the future heir, it seemed unnecessary for Naiko to remain so devotedly by her side. Silence. "Because I do not wish to lose you again," Kazuchika finally whispered after a long pause. Chapter 3. Bloodline on April 6th, 40 years after the founding of Konohagakure. Kusa Chirito welcomed his 4th birthday. On that crisp morning, as Chirito arrived at the training grounds to commence a new day of practice, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of his father. Typically, at this hour, his father would be preoccupied with family affairs, only inquiring about Chiryu's training in the evening. What could have prompted this early visit? Nevertheless, Chiryu, maintaining his respect, performed a courteous bow and greeted, "Father, you have arrived." To Chiryu's astonishment, Kusachi remained silent, merely observing him. Beside them, Kusachi Kanako stood quietly, watching the exchange. The silence lingered. After a considerable pause, Kusachi finally spoke, "Follow me." Without waiting for Chiryu's response, he strode away from the family training grounds. Confused yet guided by Chikanako's prompt, Chiryu hurriedly trailed behind. Before long, Chiryu realized they were heading toward the family shrine. What could be the purpose of this visit? However, he wisely refrained from voicing his questions. Upon reaching the shrine, Kusachi walked straight through the main hall to a smaller chamber at the back. As Chiryu entered the room, he noticed that Chikanako had remained outside, while Kusachi stood before a wall made of polished black stone. This wall featured a circular hole approximately 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter at its center. Kusachi gazed at the stone wall in contemplation, and Chiryu, sensing his father's unusual demeanor, chose not to disturb him. After a moment of reflection, Kusachi began to form hand seals. Observing this, Chikanako discreetly drew a blade, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Once the seals were completed, the ground trembled slightly, and soon a cluster of long grass emerged, its vibrant life writhing as if yearning for something. Unfazed, Kusachi produced a kunai, pricked his thumb, and allowed several drops of blood to fall onto the grass. The foliage eagerly absorbed the blood, and after its thirst was quenched, it extended its tip toward the hole in the stone wall. In a remarkable turn, the center of the black stone wall began to widen gradually, emanating a soft, white glow. Chirita found himself involuntarily shutting his eyes. When he reopened them, he discovered that he and his father were now in a sealed space. The chamber was cylindrical, with a diameter of approximately 40 to 50 meters, reminiscent of the square in front of the family shrine. Her father stood, lost in thought, staring at one side of the wall. For reasons unknown, Chirita felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place. Had she been here before? Shaking her head, she dismissed the implausible notion. Father? Chiryu asked softly, sensing that Kusa-chu was acting peculiarly today. Approaching closer, she peered at the wall her father was examining. It bore the inscriptions of various names: Kusa-Chizumitsuri, Kusa-Chimusabi, Kusa-Chiryu, Kusa-Chiken. Naturally, her father's name was among them, while the others were names she had never encountered, clearly belonging to ancestors long since departed. Wait, what was that name next to her father's? Kusa-Chirya Na? Did she notice it? That is the name of your mother, said Chao Qinyu softly, yet the perceptive Lu Yu caught a fleeting sadness on her father's face. Father, what is going on? Lu Yu inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Her mother seemed to be a taboo subject within the family, and she had only glimpsed her mother's visage in some aged photographs, a gentle woman with green hair, standing behind her father with a faint smile. Have you not always been curious about the family's bloodline? Today, I shall provide you with clarity, Chao Qinyu responded, shifting his direction to commence his narration. During the Warring States period, nations vied fiercely against one another, and the major ninja clans were engulfed in perpetual conflict. Until a legendary figure emerged, Senja Hashirama, revered alongside Uchiha Madara as a legendary ninja. Those who encountered Hashirama regarded him as a mythic being akin to the Sage of Six Paths, honored in the shinobi world as the god of ninjas. This god of ninjas brought an end to the chaos of the Warring States, halting the bloodshed among the ninja clans. He resolved hostilities with the Uchiha clan, leading to the formation of Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves, established by the two most powerful ninja clans of the era. This method of uniting clans to form ninja villages spread rapidly, with both large and small nations establishing their own shinobi villages. The village hidden in the mist of the land of water, the village hidden in the leaves of the land of fire, the village hidden in the sand of the land of wind, the village hidden in the clouds of the land of lightning, and the village hidden in the stones of the land of earth collectively became known as the 5 great ninja villages, with their leaders referred to as Kage. The village hidden in the grass of the land of grass was also founded during this period. Liu understood that this was the origin of the current major ninja villages, knowledge she had possessed from her previous life. However, she refrained from interrupting her father's tale. At that time, the Chaoqian clan, situated in the land of fire, was also actively considering their family's allegiance amidst the trend of clans merging into ninja villages. Wait, our Chaoqian clan originally resided in the land of fire? Liu could not help but interject. Chao Chenyu nodded and continued. The Chaoqian clan had ancestral grounds in the land of fire and maintained favorable diplomatic relations with several families in Konohagakure. However, they chose not to join the village established by Senju and Uchiha, but instead opted to migrate as a whole to the neighboring land of grass, joining the village hidden in the grass. In Lu Yu's perspective, this exemplified a typical mindset of preferring to be a leader among the lesser rather than a subordinate among the great. After all, Konohagakure had already been established by the two most formidable clans in the shinobi world, and the Sarutobi and Hyuga clans had expressed their desire to join. Joining Konohagakure may not have been the wisest choice for the Chaoqian clan. Liu pondered how the clan leader had made such a decision. Had she been in that position, she would have undoubtedly chosen to align with Konohagakure, as her memories from her past life instilled in her a deep fondness for the village. Chao Qianyu continued to recount the history of the clan. The emblem of the Chaoqian clan is 2 intersecting bamboo leaves. As a prominent clan with a long-standing legacy in the shinobi world, the Chaoqian clan also possesses its own bloodline limit: invisibility. The art of concealment is not a novel ninjutsu formed by the fusion of 2 distinct chakra types. Rather, it constitutes a bloodline limit pertaining to the physical aspect. The members of the Kusa clan possess a unique affinity with the natural flora, enabling them to perceive their surroundings through vegetation. Moreover, they can merge with various forms of plant life, including trees, thereby obscuring their chakra. Coupled with the clan's secret assassination techniques, the Kusa clan has garnered a formidable reputation in the realms of intelligence gathering, counterintelligence, and assassination. As he spoke, Kusa Chiyu's pride was palpable, and he took great pride in his lineage. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu finally comprehended the nature of her peculiar perception. Subsequently, Kusa Chiyu's expression turned grave as he remarked, "However, this bloodline has also led to a protracted rivalry with the Hyuga clan, as the two clans' bloodlines counterbalance each other. If we consider the Uchiha clan's adversary during the Warring States period to be the Shinja clan, then the Kusa clan's rival is undoubtedly the Hyuga clan. Whenever a mission is commissioned to the Kusa ninjas, the opposing side invariably hires ninjas from the Hyuga clan, and vice versa. The reason our former clan leader opted for Kusagakure over Konohagakure was likely to avoid confronting the bitter rival, the Hyuga clan. While the Senju and Uchiha clans had powerful figures like Hashirama and Madara to mitigate their enmity, the Kusa and Hyuga clans have been unable to transcend the generational hatred that has persisted through the ages." Liu appeared taken aback. In her previous life, Hinata was regarded as the epitome of perfection by many. She never anticipated that upon her arrival, she would find herself entangled in a feud with them. "Fear not," Kusa Chiyu reassured with a chuckle. The Kusa clan, having departed from the land of fire due to enmity, has seen the animosity towards the Hyuga clan gradually dissipate within the context of diplomatic relations between our nations. The initial source of animosity stemmed from contracts with opposing parties. And since the two clans no longer have significant conflicts of interest, time shall surely erode the remnants of hatred. Upon hearing this, Liu visibly exhaled in relief. "Now, let us turn to the matter at hand. Do you know why I brought you here today?" Kusa Chiyu inquired with a serious tone. Chapter 4. The second bloodline. Isn't this about the bloodline? Liu inquired. "It pertains to the bloodline, yet it diverges from what was previously discussed," Chao Qianyu replied, turning his gaze towards another side of the relief. "What is that?" Liu followed her father's line of sight and focused on the relief. The carving was not intricate. It depicted a woman with dark green hair standing before a bamboo grove, holding two bamboo leaves in her hands. This figure represented our ancestor, Chao Qianlani. And the two bamboo leaves she clutched were the source of our clan's glory, Chao Qianyu elaborated, observing the bewilderment on Lu Yu's face. As mentioned earlier, the Chao family's bloodline limit is invisibility, which is not a new technique born from the fusion of different chakra natures, but rather a ninjutsu that flows through our familial bloodline. The world knows that the Chao family excels in assassination and reconnaissance, yet invisibility is not our sole bloodline limit. At this point, Liu could distinctly perceive her father's excitement and pride. "Does this mean, father, that our family possesses a second bloodline?" Hearing this, Liu felt a surge of exhilaration. Goodness, this journey into another realm truly offers bountiful gifts, two bloodlines alongside the protection of our lineage. Liu envisioned a promising future beckoning to her. "Indeed," he affirmed, "the second bloodline of our family derives from the power of grass. You witnessed the method to unlock this place earlier, and that very plan embodies the bloodline's strength. Only through our family's second bloodline can this concealed space be accessed. The names inscribed on the wall are those of our ancestors who have awakened the second bloodline throughout the generations," Chao Qianyu explained with pride. "I initially intended to wait until you turned 5 to bring you here, but your progress has been astonishing, far exceeding what a 4-year-old could typically achieve. Thus, I brought you to awaken the second bloodline early, allowing you to master this power sooner." Chao Qianyu spoke with a serious demeanor. "Wait, father. You just mentioned that the Chao family's second bloodline is the power of grass. However, you stated that our family crest originates from Lord Lani. Why then? Does our family emblem feature bamboo leaves?" Liu posed her question. "Bamboo is indeed a type of grass," Chao Qianyu replied, unfazed by Lu Yu's interruption, offering clarification. "Well, bamboo does seem to be a herbaceous plant. However, apart from visiting the giant dragon bamboo in Zishuang Banat during my previous life, I have only traversed between the two cities of my university and orphanage. Clearly, my prior experiences were rather limited. Lord Lanyi's bamboo ninjutsu is extraordinary, having earned a formidable reputation during the Warring States period. Unfortunately, the conditions for awakening this power are exceedingly stringent. One must possess an exceptionally pure lineage of the Chao family. Consequently, only a few individuals awaken at each generation. The last generation to achieve this were your mother and I. Most awakenings are incomplete, granting only rudimentary control over the power of grass. Unable to attain the level of bamboo ninjutsu, Chao Qianyu lamented. "Is it the same for you, father?" Liu asked. "Me?" Silence ensued. Chao Qianyu appeared reluctant to answer the question. "Today, I have come to ascertain whether your second bloodline can awaken. Both your mother and I are awakeners of the second bloodline, and as our child, you should have no difficulties in this regard. Eventually, Kusanagi-yu broke the silence. After speaking, Kusanagi-yu began to form seals. From the originally barren ground, a flickering white light began to emanate, gradually coalescing into a small stone pillar. Translucent and approximately 1 meter in height. Place your hand upon it, instructed Luyu, as Kusanagi-yu directed from the side. Since the appearance of the stone pillar, Luyu felt a resonance with the blood coursing through her veins. The pillar seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, leaving Luyu momentarily dazed. Luyu, seeing her state. Kusanagi-yu called out once more, louder this time. Oh. Luyu shook her head at the reminder, suppressing her curiosity about the pillar. She stepped forward and pressed her small hand against the stone. What now, father? You need do nothing. Simply maintain this position. Isn't nothing happening? Luyu pondered within. Suddenly, the peculiar call from her blood emerged again, more intense than before. Luyu felt a rising heat within her body, her blood simmering, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Her face flushed crimson as she asked, Father, I feel so uncomfortable. What is happening? Stay strong, Luyu. Kusanagi-yu replied, a hint of tension in his voice, his gaze fixed on the stone beneath her hand. The pillar began to reveal a crimson hue from its base, slowly creeping upwards. This jade pillar is a treasured heirloom of the Kusanagi clan, through which one may ascertain whether a clan member's blood purity meets the threshold for awakening their bloodline. If sufficient for the activation of the second bloodline, the jade pillar would assist in hastening its awakening. However, Liu was too consumed by discomfort to notice the pillar's transformation. At that moment, it felt as though her blood was searing every fiber of her being. Sweat dripped down her cheeks in large beads, and the heat in her throat intensified, making her breathing increasingly labored. Ultimately, Liu lost consciousness. At that moment, the crimson hue on the jade pillar reached its zenith. Observing this, Kusanagi-yu let out a visible sigh of relief, murmuring, Did you see that, Yuna? This is our child indeed. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the now unconscious Luyu, his eyes brimming with affection. He stepped forward, gently lifting Liu into his arms, and softly murmured, I'm sorry, perhaps I should not have brought you here so soon. Breaking free from the darkness, Liu opened her eyes to behold a dense bamboo grove, yet she found herself unable to move. At that moment, a hazy figure of a woman appeared before her, gently approaching, for reasons unknown, despite the inability to clearly see her. Liu felt an overwhelming warmth, a soul-deep intuition that the person before her was worthy of her utmost trust. Aside from her father, she felt a similar warmth emanating from a second individual. The woman said nothing, merely caressing her own cheek gently. This seemingly simple gesture stirred an inexplicable sorrow within Luyu, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Gradually, she felt the warm droplets trail down her face. Was she truly crying? Why was she crying? Who was she? Was she her mother? Liu strained her eyes, yearning to discern the identity of the figure before her. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, the person became increasingly indistinct, and the surroundings began to blur as if everything was receding from her grasp. Please, don't go. Don't leave me. Liu's heart cried out. Yet the world around her faded irreversibly, plunging her once more into darkness. Liu sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Was this merely a dream? She reached up to touch her eyes, the swollen sensation unmistakable. Had she truly wept? Who was that person? Why did she evoke such feelings within her? A profound sense of intimacy and reliance that seemed to stem from instinct? Was she indeed her mother? Chapter 5. The killing intent after reaching the age of 4. The training regimen of Chao Qian Nyoyu intensified as she embarked on a systematic study of 12 different hand seals. Z. The thumbs overlap with the left thumb positioned above. Cho. The right hand is horizontal, while the left hand remains vertical. In. The thumbs of both hands must be straightened. Mao. Apart from the little finger. The other 4 fingers of the right hand are gently clenched into a fist. Chun. The thumbs overlap with the left thumb above. Si. The thumbs overlap with the left thumb above. Wu. Both elbows are extended, and the index fingers of both hands face each other to form a triangle. Wei. The thumbs are extended upwards and overlapped with the left thumb above. Shun. The little finger and thumb are parallel. Yu. Attention must be paid to the angle of the thumbs and the positioning of the fingers in both hands to avoid confusion. Su. The right fist is placed in the palm of the left hand. These 12 seals correspond to the 12 hours of the day. Thanks to the diligent training from her previous life, Liu mastered these techniques with remarkable speed, achieving the ability to perform 3 seals in a single second by the tender age of 4. This astonishing feat captivated the entire Chao Qian family, instilling a shared sense of pride among its members. particularly as Liu Yu was destined to become the future clan leader. A formidable leader is indeed a guarantee for the prosperity and progress of the family. Father Chao Qianyu, in addition to observing her training, began to impart certain family secrets in conjunction with the application of the first bloodline technique. Although Liu Yu inquired about the second bloodline technique, her father merely advised her that only by mastering the first could she hope to further develop the second, urging her not to be overly ambitious. Liu Yu could distinctly sense an inexplicable urgency from her father regarding her enhancement of strength. When news arrived of a peace treaty signed between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, her father seemed far from relieved. Unlike others, it appeared that he preferred the 5 great nations to remain in a state of conflict, while Konoha village continued its semi-closed existence. However, Liu Yu understood that the Second Shinobi World War and the Third Shinobi World War were nearly consecutive. The period of peace between the two wars was exceedingly brief. They were merely awaiting the demise of the individual known as the strongest Wind Shadow, rumored to be assassinated by Scorpion. Once he fell, the nations would shatter this fleeting peace, reigniting the flames of war in the ninja world. In a lush expanse of farmland, a young girl crouched among the crops, her gaze fixed on a colossal wild boar rampaging in the field not far away. The enormous creature measured nearly 6 meters in length, prompting Liu Yu to marvel at the wonders of this world. Such a large wild boar would undoubtedly make headlines in her previous life, yet here, it was utterly mundane. Indeed, this world was home to a plethora of monster-class creatures. As the boar began to move towards the trap she had set, the girl felt a surge of excitement. Now is the moment, she silently chanted, her hands forming the necessary seals. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the boar suddenly gave way, and the creature, taken by surprise, tumbled into the pit. Now aware of its predicament, the wild boar went into a frenzy, using its massive tusks to uproot the soil around the pit. The girl swiftly positioned herself at the edge of the pit, observing the flailing boar with a bemused huff, finding its struggle rather comical. She then drew forth a shuriken, and with a series of swift, precise throws, struck the boar's vital points, including its eyes. Wounded, the wild boar appeared increasingly ferocious. Yet this did not deter the girl from relentlessly hurling shurikens at it. After a fierce struggle, the wild boar finally ceased its resistance and collapsed heavily to the ground. Liu Yu wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, contemplating, this wasn't too difficult after all. Over the past 6 months, apart from her training, Liu Yu had also begun accompanying Chao Qianyu on various missions. Much like the young ninjas of Konoha upon their graduation, these tasks involved trivial pursuits such as capturing stray cats and dogs or driving away beasts that threatened the crops. However, under Chao Qianyu's guidance, she had integrated diverse training, which had significantly deepened her understanding of her bloodline abilities. Initially, these activities were unorthodox. Liu had not yet attended a ninja academy and did not officially belong to the ranks of the Grass Village S ninjas, rendering her unqualified for such missions. Nevertheless, with Chao Qianyu, the clan leader of the Chao clan, at the helm, the irregularities and lack of protocol became justified. Father, look. Liu Yu turned towards her father, eager to seek praise and affection. Having spent a few years in the world of Hokage, she had grown accustomed to her role as the dutiful daughter. However, at that moment, she noticed a masked ninja adorned with green patterns, dressed in formal attire. Reporting to Chao Qianyu. What was that? An operative from the Grass Village's Umbu. What business did he have here? Could it be that the Third Great Ninja War was about to commence? Liu could not decipher their conversation, but after observing her father's nod of acknowledgement, the Umbu ninja vanished in an instant. Chao Qianyu then swiftly approached her and remarked, today's mission concludes here for now. I shall escort you home. And then I must attend a meeting. With that, he gestured for Liu Yu to follow him. As they traversed through the forest, the trees whizzing past beneath their feet, Liu Yu sensed her father's protective instinct, which, at times, felt excessive. Throughout their training, he had seldom allowed her out of his sight, a pattern she was familiar with from her time alongside Sister Nai, who also kept her within close range. Occasionally, when her father and Sister Nai would momentarily disappear, they would return with a faint scent of blood. With her memories from a past life, she understood that there were unseen forces scheming against her. Both her father and Sister Nai were aware of the identity of these shadowy figures, yet they could not reveal them openly. Upon returning to the village, they arrived at a fork in the path. Chao Qianyu seemed to murmur thoughtfully, contemplating that they were unlikely to encounter trouble here. Father, what are you pondering? Liu Yu inquired. Oh, it's nothing. However, since we are here, Liu Yu, you may return home by yourself. I must attend a meeting over there, Chao Qianyu replied. All right, Liu Yu responded, somewhat surprised. For this was the first time Chao Qianyu had allowed her to return home alone. Typically, he insisted on escorting her before attending to other matters. Yet, Liu Yu paid little mind to this newfound freedom. After all, having someone shadow her constantly felt somewhat stifling, and now, being within the village, she relished the opportunity to explore on her own. After bidding farewell to Chao Qianyu, she ventured away alone. Unbeknownst to her, 2 ninjas from the Chao clan had stealthily begun to follow her. As Chao Qian Liu Yu strolled along, an unsettling sensation began to envelop him. Why was the street so eerily deserted? Had he not just traversed this very path? The silence was profound, and an inexplicable feeling settled within him. Was it an illusion? With a swift gesture, Liu Yu formed a series of hand seals and uttered a low incantation to dispel the enchantment, and the surroundings instantly became clear. Fortunately, it was not an intricate illusion. Wait a moment, where was he? Recognition dawned upon him. He was in the 5th training ground of the grass-hidden village. Although he typically trained within the confines of his family as practice grounds, he had previously visited this place in the company of Nizi. Who had lured him here? What were their intentions? Chao Qian Liu Yu, relying on his bloodline abilities, sensed 2 unfamiliar chakra signatures emanating from the thicket ahead, both tinged with a faint murderous intent. Despite their adept concealment, they had not eluded his perception. Upon detecting these foreign energies, Liu Yu's instinctual response was to flee. It was evident that the adversaries were well prepared, and he was merely a child of less than 5 years. What could he possibly use to contend against them? His only objective was to reach his family's stronghold, where skilled warriors would undoubtedly come to his aid. Should he fall here, he could not count on the same fortuitous resurrection he had experienced previously. Resolute in his decision, Chao Qian Liu Yu feigned ignorance of their presence and prepared to depart. However, as the 2 figures materialized before and behind him, Liu Yu realized he had been overly naive. Chapter 6. Between life and death, 2 individuals donned masks adorned with green patterns, clad in standard ninja vests. Indeed, they were from the grass-hidden village Umbu. One appeared slender, bearing a katana upon his back, while the other was remarkably robust, his calloused hands betraying a wealth of battle experience. Were these figures sent to confront me? Could it be that the higher-ups of the grass-hidden village harbored ambitions against me all along? Uncle, who are you? Can you let me go home? At this moment, the young Ryua endeavored to present herself as a lost little girl. However, she was met with 2 pairs of frigid gazes. Indeed, a member of the Kusanagi clan, the boy was quite perceptive, but this was where his journey would conclude. The duo paid no heed to the girl's feigned innocence, continuing to fixate on Ryua with their cold stares. The slender man unsheathed his katana, prepared to extinguish the life of Kusanagi Ryua. It seemed that the only course left was to strike first. Ryua swiftly produced 6 shuriken, hurling them toward the slender man, while simultaneously drawing a kunai and launching herself at him. The slender man assumed a defensive stance and deftly withdrew his katana, deflecting the shuriken with a series of metallic clangs. Following this, he lunged forward, delivering a precise strike aimed at Ryua. Bang! The blow that struck Kusanagi Ryua resulted in a puff of smoke, revealing a wooden replica. What a swift substitution technique. The slender man furrowed his brow. Humph, can't you even handle a mere child? Do you require my assistance? The robust man taunted. Mind your own business. I will deal with her myself. The slender man retorted, dismissing the other's mockery. At that moment, Ryua had already maneuvered to the entrance of the 5th training ground, ignoring the squabble between the 2. She felt fortunate for their underestimation of her. Moreover, she was relieved that she had yet to venture too deep into the training ground. All she needed was to exit and call for help. Since they had lured her here, it indicated that they were on a covert mission, aiming to avoid drawing too much attention. After all, she was the heir of the Kusanagi clan. With this in mind, she resolved to head toward a more populated area. A sudden pain struck her forehead, interrupting her thoughts. What is this? A barrier? At that moment, Ryua was filled with exasperation. Oh heavens! Are you toying with me? To set against a girl not yet 5 years old such illusions, umbu, and even a barrier? Surely, this is an overestimation of my capabilities. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, 2 members of the Kusanagi clan, who had been covertly guarding Ryua, had finally revealed themselves. Upon noticing Ryua entering the training ground alone, they initially assumed she intended to train a little longer. However, before they could feel relieved, a sense of unease washed over them as masked umbu began to appear around them. Realizing that the slender man was advancing once more, Ryua understood why he had not pursued her earlier. It seemed they were quite confident in their control over her. With no other option, she resolved to buy time. If she could delay for a moment, she could only hope that her family would soon notice her absence. With this thought, Ryua turned and charged at the slender man. With his right hand, he drew a kunai while simultaneously launching several shurikens with his left. The emaciated man sneered contemptuously and charged forward with his sword. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the shurikens were once again deflected. This ends now, he muttered darkly, his sword slicing through the air towards Liuyu. In a swift motion, Liuyu's left wrist rotated delicately, sending one of the deflected shurikens tracing a perfect arc, suddenly appearing at the side of the emaciated man. Realizing the imminent danger, the man had no choice but to retract his sword and shift his stance to block the shuriken, now controlled by fine steel wire. Seizing the opportunity, Liuyu propelled herself upwards, using her kunai to strike with precision. A chilling sound pierced the air as the kunai sliced through the man's throat. The sword clattered to the ground, forgotten in the face of his impending doom. Grasping his throat in agony, the emaciated man struggled to articulate coherent words, ultimately collapsing to the ground, clutching his wound. Perhaps in this moment, he regretted underestimating Liuyu, perceiving her merely as a 4-year-old girl despite her prodigious talent. The assignment to send 2 of them after her was indeed overkill, yet it was his arrogance that sealed his fate. Before Liuyu could fully process the sensation of her first kill, another threat loomed. "You little brat!" The robust man, who had remained motionless thus far, suddenly lunged forward. His fist glinting with a metallic sheen, poised to strike Liuyu with devastating force. It appeared that his unique ability allowed him to solidify parts of his body. Liuyu swiftly raised her kunai in defense, but the impact resonated painfully through her wrist, sending a jolt of numbness through her arm. With blood beginning to seep from her palm, another blow like that, and her right hand would be rendered useless. As the robust man recovered from the blocked strike, he executed a powerful kick aimed at Liuyu's midsection. The force sent her flying into the thicket, where she landed heavily. Observing the lifeless form of the emaciated man, the robust man discarded his earlier disdain and adopted a serious demeanor. The death of the emaciated man was a consequence of his hubris, falling to a girl not yet 5 years old. Indeed, a ninja must never let their guard down, regardless of the adversary. Glancing toward where Liuyu had fallen, he found the thicket devoid of her presence. Having activated her bloodline limit, invisibility, Liuyu concealed herself among the trees, suppressing the surging energy within her to regain her composure. Her earlier victory had relied on the man's carelessness, a stroke of luck that would not repeat. The robust man would not make the same mistake again. Awakening your ability, are you? No wonder you are the heir of the Kusanagi clan. But can you truly escape? The robust man began forming hand seals. Liuyu sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. "Wind release, great breakthrough," he exclaimed, inhaling deeply before directing his breath toward a specific point. In an instant, countless blades of wind surged towards the very thicket where Liuyu had just fallen. The forest lay in disarray, trees scattered about. Not here, then? With that, the sturdy man shifted direction and began forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Countless wind blades surged forth, sweeping towards the woods. Unfortunate for him, Liuyu began to stealthily maneuver through the trees, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of wind blades. "Still not here? You truly surprise me. But where do you intend to flee now?" The sturdy man boomed, fully aware that Liuyu could hear him. The space within the barrier was already limited, and the remaining trees were few. Continuing like this was not a viable strategy. The training ground's greenery had dwindled to this last cluster. Before Liuyu could devise a plan, another wave of wind blades approached. Realizing the futility, he reluctantly emerged from his concealment, exposing himself to the sturdy man. "At last, I've found you, little ghost. To be honest, I admire you, but your identity seals your fate today." As he spoke, the sturdy man lunged forward, his fist gleaming with metallic luster aimed directly at Liuyu. In response, Liuyu hurled a few shurikens, which the sturdy man effortlessly deflected. With a flick of his left wrist, Liuyu manipulated the steel wire to direct the shurikens toward the sturdy man once more. The shurikens struck precisely at the sturdy man's throat, but it was not over. It was far from simple. With a loud thud, the sturdy man transformed into a log. A chill ran down Liuyu's neck, and in the next moment, his body arced through the air, crashing to the ground. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of congealed blood, struggling to turn and face the sturdy man. "The same trick will not work twice," the sturdy man remarked. He then approached the corpse of the emaciated man, picking up his katana. "After working together for so long, I shall avenge you with your own blade." Despite his words, there was no hint of sorrow or regret for his fallen comrade in his tone. The sturdy man slowly advanced towards Lu Yu, wielding the katana, while Lu Yu found it incredibly difficult to even roll over, utterly immobilized. He could only watch as the sturdy man approached him, katana in hand. Little ghost. It's over. Better luck in your next life, perhaps as an ordinary person. The sturdy man declared, raising the katana in a cleaving motion. Chapter 7. Bamboo escaped. The glinting blade reflected off Lu Yu's pallid visage, and she could only watch helplessly, devoid of any means to escape. Was her journey as a ninja destined to conclude here? How absurd it seemed, having ventured into the world of Naruto without encountering a single notable figure, only to perish at the hands of two inconsequential thugs. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yu's thoughts turned to her father, Chao Qianyu. As an orphan in her previous life, she had never experienced the warmth of parental love, yet in this existence, she was fortunate to have encountered Chao Qianyu, who fulfilled the role of a father admirably. He always endeavored to compensate for the maternal affection she had missed. She recalled his helplessness when she would playfully pester him, his sternness when urging her to train, and the tenderness he exhibited while tucking her in at night. Then there was Sister Nizi, who quietly watched over her, never complaining about Lu Yu's unreasonable demands. Despite possessing the intellect of an adult, Lu Yu found herself wanting to indulge in childlike whimsy when in her presence, perhaps driven by the instincts of her current form or a deep-seated desire for such support. Lu Yu, do you have any dreams? Dreams? Yes. Dreams are what you aspire to achieve or the kind of person you wish to become. As for my dreams, I simply wish to train diligently, to become a formidable ninja capable of protecting those I cherish and who cherish me in return. Memories of her father, Chao Qianyu, discussing dreams with her surfaced. Yes, she still had dreams, people to protect, and a world of Naruto to explore. How could her fate end here? She could not succumb to these nameless lackeys. Perhaps her earlier musings on dreams were mere whimsical thoughts, but now she genuinely yearned to safeguard those she loved. The cold light drew near. Yet Lu Yu remained remarkably composed, her eyes fixed intently on the burly man. He appeared taken aback by the transformation in her demeanor in the face of impending doom. Her gaze, icy and resolute, unnerved him. Dyed breath. The katana, infused with a chilling intent, descended upon her. Yet, before it could cleave through entirely, the burly man halted mid-strike. He looked down in terror at the blood seeping from his chest, bewildered by the sharp bamboo shoot that had inexplicably pierced his heart, seemingly sprouting from the ground before him in an instant. Blood dripped steadily onto the earth as his strength waned. What is this power? He muttered, despairing as he toppled to the side. Lu Yu offered no response. She lacked the energy to do so. At that moment, she felt her eyelids growing heavy, the world around her becoming increasingly blurred. Suddenly, a voice laced with urgency, mingled with anger and pain, broke through. Nah, Sister Nizi is here. Upon recognizing the source of the voice, Lu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. With her eyes closing, she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the dead of night, the Grass Clan's residence was ablaze with light, while the clan's ninjas stood vigil with solemn expressions. Grass Qianyu, suppressing his fury, hurried back to the clan's home. Those around him were acutely aware that the source of the clan leader's anger stemmed from yet another assassination attempt on someone close to him. The uncertainty lingered. Could this incident be contained? What fate awaited the Grass Clan? Lu Yu, you must not come to harm. With hurried steps, Grass Qianyu reached Lu Yu's chamber. At that moment, Lu Yu lay quietly on the bed, attended by Grass Naiko. Hush! Grass Naiko gestured for silence, then pointed towards the door, indicating they should discuss matters outside. The injuries were grave, yet an inexplicable energy seemed to be nurturing Lu Yu's body. She had already improved significantly. A few days of quiet rest were all she required. The incident had occurred at the 5th training ground, where Lu Yu was ambushed by the Umbu members Long and Mo, both affiliated with the Yuliang clan. The two clan members assigned to protect Lu Yu had been confirmed dead. The 5th training ground was enveloped by a barrier, suggesting that Lu Yu had been lured there by an illusion. Mo succumbed to external wounds, his throat slashed by a sharp object, while Long also died from external injuries, pierced through the heart by a bamboo technique. I have already eradicated the traces of the bamboo technique from the scene. Only the two of us are aware of its existence. I shall soon place the bodies of Long and Mo in the clan's underground storage. As they stepped outside, before Grass Qianyu could begin to inquire, Grass Naiko divulged all that she had learned. Upon hearing about the bamboo technique, a flicker of elation crossed Grass Qianyu's face, but it was swiftly overshadowed by the gravity of their situation. He reflected on the day's joint meeting of the various clans. The 3rd Hokage of the Wind Country's Sunagakure had gone missing. Renowned as the strongest Hokage in history, His disappearance would undoubtedly stir turmoil within Sunagakure. With the village leader vanishing without a trace, chaos was certain to ensue. Sunagakure had already turned its ire towards Kanahagakure. Small-scale skirmishes erupted along their borders, and both sides began to bolster their military presence in the border regions. Sunagakure had entered a state of readiness, and Kanahagakure followed suit. Hardly had the Second Shinobi World War concluded when the third was on the horizon. Initially, the news brought a sense of relief to Grass Chinyu. He had been dissatisfied with the resolution of the Second Shinobi World War, and now the impending third brought him solace, not due to a penchant for conflict, but rather a desire to secure a buffer period for his clan. Once war erupted, the Grass Country, situated between the Fire and Earth countries, would inevitably become a battleground. As a small nation, even if the Grass Daimyo declared neutrality, neither Kanahagakure nor Iwagakure would heed such proclamations. As long as the war did not encroach upon their territories, they would remain indifferent. Traditionally, the Grass Country would opt to seal its village during wartime, adjusting the level of closure according to the intensity of the conflict. In times of turmoil, it is the survival strategy of small nations to avoid entanglements with major powers. However, this time, the leader of the Yura clan, Urajuken, proclaimed that Kusakagure village would assess the situation and determine whether to join the conflict in order to maximize benefits for the land of grass. Kusakagure Chiyu firmly expressed his dissent, advocating for the same isolationist stance as during the previous two wars. Both the land of earth and the land of fire are formidable adversaries that the land of grass cannot provoke. Though there may be fleeting gains through the support of one side, once a pact is established between the two, the resurgence of either party would far surpass the military might of the land of grass. To the south lies the Rain Village, home to the demigod, Sanjuro Hanzo. While to the north, the Takigakure village boasts the formidable Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. In this war, Kusakagure village stands to gain nothing. The wisest course of action would be to seal the village and minimize unnecessary casualties. Just as Kusakagure Chiyu was articulating his perspective, a ninja from the Kusakagure clan approached him with news of Kusakagure Ryahu's assassination. Instinctively, Chiyu glanced at Urajuken, only to find him gazing coldly in his direction. Chapter 8. Shadows under power in the era when the first Hokage quelled the turmoil of the warring states. The combined might of the Uchiha and Senju clans gave rise to the Hidden Leaf Village. From that moment onward, the organizational structure of ninjas transitioned from clans to villages. It was during this pivotal time that the leader of the Kusa clan, Kusa Senri, opted to relocate his entire family to the Land of Grass to join the Hidden Grass Village. This village was predominantly established by the Yura clan, a prominent local ninja family. The then leader of the Yura clan, Urabanji, warmly welcomed the arrival of the distant Kusa clan. Subsequently, through the collaboration of these two great clans, various ninja families within the Land of Grass began to join the Hidden Grass Village. Yet, where there are people, disputes inevitably arise. The Yura clan, originally the foremost family in the Land of Grass, began to feel their status threatened with the arrival of the Kusa clan. The other local ninja families, predominantly aligned with the Yura clan, covertly and overtly marginalized the Kusa clan as an outsider. Fortunately, Urabanji was relatively open-minded, and the Kusa clan possessed formidable strength, allowing them to navigate the initial challenges without significant trouble. However, as the organization of the ninja village matured, the division of power became distinctly apparent. Particularly following the deaths of Kusa Senri and Urabanji, the power struggles among the ninja clans intensified. As an outsider, the Kusa clan faced increasing exclusion and suppression from the coalition of other clans, gradually distancing themselves from the power center of the Hidden Grass Village. They now retained only a nominal presence in the joint meetings of the various families. Initially, they had departed from the Land of Fire to escape the generational enmity with the Hyuga clan, only to find themselves entangled in new conflicts. Ironically, the historical feud with the Hyuga clan, having lacked any significant conflict for an extended period, led to a thaw in relations between the two clans. Presenting a rather ironic jest, had it remained so, the situation could have been tolerable, with both sides largely maintaining a semblance of peace. However, the equilibrium was shattered when Kusa Yuna awakened her unique bamboo release bloodline. Although the legend of the original user of bamboo release, Kusarani, had long been obscured by the sands of time, the leadership of the Hidden Grass Village would not permit the existence of such an unstable element. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Kusa Yuna was repeatedly dispatched on perilous missions. It became increasingly apparent that her teammates were sabotaging her efforts, with the leading jonin and fellow ninjas often retreating at critical moments. To them, Ensuring Kusayuna's demise during a mission seemed the optimal outcome, or alternatively, allowing the mission to fail and attributing the failure to her would suffice. Nevertheless, bolstered by the formidable power of bamboo release and the clandestine support from her family, Kusayuna accomplished numerous seemingly impossible tasks. This success caught the attention of the village's higher-ups, who recognized the strength of bamboo release but simultaneously resolved that such power could not be permitted to rest in the hands of the Kusa clan. The clan's growing influence was at odds with the interests of the leadership. Upon reaching adulthood, Kusayuna was heralded as the most powerful ninja in the history of the Kusa clan, bringing immense pride to her family. During the tumultuous period, the Kusachumi clan sought to reclaim their position at the center of power. However, Kusachiyuna and her husband, Kusachiyu, were not individuals driven by ambition. Their sole desire was to enhance the welfare of their kin. They held a profound attachment to their village and were unwilling to see it suffer due to their circumstances. They wished to curry favor with the higher-ups, yet the leadership of Kusa Hidden Village was unable to trust this external force, rendering conflict between the two parties inevitable. Throughout Kusachiyuna's pregnancy, her mobility was compromised, and her diminished strength led to multiple assassination attempts. Fortunately, the Kusachumi clan, with its substantial numbers and formidable powers of perception, was able to provide protection, ensuring her safety amidst the turmoil. During Kusachiyuna's labor, the clan took extensive precautions. For her safety, they even allowed her to enter the sanctum linked by the black stone walls of the family ancestral shrine. Yet, the most formidable fortifications can often be breached from within. The situation took a dire turn when the patrols of the Kusachumi clan discovered the lifeless body of a female clan member, who was meant to assist Kusachiyuna during childbirth. By then, it was too late. Rushing into the sealed space of the black stone walls, Kusachiyu was met with the sight of two fallen female clan members and Kusachiyuna, who, with her last ounce of strength, spoke to the infant Kusachiyu. One of the bodies bore an uncanny resemblance to the one found outside. It was evident that the corpse discovered externally belonged to the true member of the Kusachumi clan. Kusachiyu surmised that she must have employed some irreversible secret technique to transform into the likeness of that clan member, thereby replacing her in the ancestral space. What Kusachiyuna whispered in her final moments remains a mystery. Upon his emergence, Kusachiyu's countenance was grim as he relayed the news that the clan leader's wife, Kusachiyuna, had perished due to complications during childbirth. Although many were aware that this was not the entire truth and could surmise the broader implications, the Kusachumi clan felt compelled to feign ignorance and suppress their animosity. This incident coincided with the midpoint of the Second Shinobi World War, during which the higher-ups were reluctant to provoke a full-scale conflict with the Kusa clan, resulting in a weakening of the village's strength. They even came to offer insincere condolences under the watchful eyes of the Kusachumi clan. Following the Kusachiyuna incident, the relationship between the Kusachumi clan and the higher-ups plummeted to unprecedented lows, and their ties with many other ninja clans deteriorated sharply. Ultimately, through negotiations, the higher-ups isolated the ninjas of the Kusachumi clan from the regular ninja teams, reorganizing them into a special guard unit. This was a long-desired goal of the leadership, as it effectively marginalized the Kusachumi clan from the power center, which ironically became their best available recourse. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan of Konoha, who were similarly confined within the framework of the Konoha security force. Unable to grasp the reins of power, the Kusachumi clan found themselves bound within the special guard unit, equally excluded from the power nexus. Initially, it was hoped that they would remain subdued, yet unforeseen actions soon emerged. Should this situation not be handled with utmost care, it could very well escalate into a civil war within Kusa Hidden Village, potentially leading to the clan's annihilation. Kusachiyu pondered with deep concern. Originally, during the tumultuous times of war, the village of Grass concealed itself in neutrality, with the Kusanagi clan exploiting the higher-ups' reluctance to incite internal strife, resulting in a brief and fragile peace. However, all wars eventually conclude, and the end of the Second Shinobi World War left Kusanagi uneasy, plagued by fears of impending turmoil within the village. Initially, upon hearing of the Third Kazakage's disappearance and the imminent outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, Kusanagi felt a flicker of excitement. Yet this time, Yura expressed a need to assess the situation before deciding to partake in the conflict, seeking to secure the greatest benefit for the village, which aroused Kusanagi's suspicion of a hidden agenda. Despite his disinterest in power, he found himself compelled to pursue it due to his position. He had merely wished for his clan to live in peace, yet their fate seemed precariously poised for disruption. His desire to grant Ryua a joyous childhood was overshadowed by the weight of familial expectations, forcing her into rigorous training at such a tender age. Chapter 9. The Third Great Ninja War. Following the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage, tensions between Tsunegakure and Konohagakure escalated dramatically, ultimately culminating in an outright conflict. The Third Great Ninja War officially commenced. Concurrently, Awagakure joined the fray, engaging in battle with Kumogakure. At this juncture, the five great nations, with the exception of the reclusive Kirigakure, remained uninvolved in the hostilities. As the war erupted, the combatants found themselves in a stalemate. In the face-off against Tsunegakure, Konohagakure dispatched one of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya, to lead reinforcements, allowing them to gain the upper hand. In response, Tsunegakure swiftly bolstered its front line with additional troops. And after the arrival of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, both sides once again found themselves locked in a deadlock. 6 months into the war, the dynamics shifted yet again as Kirigakure officially clashed with Tsunegakure, moving the battlefield to the land of rivers. In this confrontation, the Scorching Release ninja, Yakura, single-handedly pushed Kirigakure to the brink of defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Konohagakure aimed to break the stalemate on another front, prompting the Elder Council to send a contingent of elite ninjas, led by Orochimaru, to assault Kirigakure. Simultaneously, a small team from Awagakure encountered Konohagakure ninjas in the Land of Grass, resulting in fierce conflict over unspecified reasons, ultimately leading to a declaration of war between the two parties. The Third Great Ninja War thus reached its zenith, with each great nation fervently participating in this new round of brutal combat. In the dead of night, Kusachiryu awoke, feeling an overwhelming sense of soreness throughout her body, as though she had been utterly dismantled. Surveying her surroundings, she confirmed her presence in her own chamber, where the soft glow of moonlight filtered in beside her bed. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Following the source of the voice, she saw Kusachiryu. "Father, have you been here the whole time?" Kusachiryu inquired. "No, I simply couldn't sleep. I was lost in thought in the courtyard, and upon reflecting on you, I came to check. I didn't expect you to have already awakened," replied Kusachiryu. "I see. Thank you for your concern, father." Observing the pronounced dark circles under Kusachiryu's eyes, Kusachiryu chose not to confront the evident falsehood. "Have I been unconscious for long?" Kusachiryu asked again. "Yes. You have been in a coma for 3 days," Kusachiryu responded. "So it has been such a lengthy duration." A silence ensued. "Father must be aware of the events that transpired, correct?" Kusachiryu questioned with certainty. "Indeed, although you didn't specify, I understand what you were referring to." Kusachiryu acknowledged. "Does that include this?" With that, Kusachiryu extended her small hand and opened her palm. Instantly, a peculiar surge of life energy emanated, and a bamboo shoot began to sprout from her palm. Though he had learned from the family shrine about Chiryu's inherent talent for the awakening of the bamboo release, and had been informed by Kusachikako of her official awakening, seeing the small bamboo shoot in Chiryu's hand filled Kusachiryu with uncontainable excitement. Meeting Chiryu's gaze, which sought confirmation, he nodded affirmatively. "It was during that gathering at the Ancestral Hall that I realized you would awaken this power. After the incident, Nizi informed me that you had officially mastered the bamboo release bloodline. Those who came to kill me were the masks of the grass-hidden village's Umbu. Are they truly members of the Umbu, or merely imposters?" asked Chao Qianluyu, her expression filled with melancholy. She was reluctant to believe that it was her own village that sought her demise, or perhaps she simply could not bring herself to accept such a notion. After all, possessing the memories of a previous life as Hokage, she understood the fate of the Uchiha clan. The existence of a power so formidable yet unutilized was intolerable to the higher-ups, and the strength of the Chao Qian clan inevitably threatened their interests. However, she did not wish for her family to meet a fate akin to that of the Uchiha clan. Observing Lu Yu's gaze, which was tinged with hope yet laced with disbelief, Chao Qianyu nodded. He recognized that his precocious daughter could fathom the truth to some extent. Thus he felt no desire to conceal too much from her. Upon witnessing her father's affirmation, Chao Qianluyu realized her suspicions were indeed correct. It seemed there was no escaping this fate. She had once believed that with her powerful bloodline and esteemed family, she could navigate the world of shinobi with ease and grace. Yet, what awaited her was a tragic destiny reminiscent of Sasuke Uchiha. Fortunately, within her family, there had yet to emerge individuals like Itachi and Shursui Uchiha, who prioritized the village above their own kin. For Chao Qianluyu, her sense of belonging to the grass-hidden village was not particularly profound. What mattered more to her were her father, Chao Qianyu, and her elder sister, Nizi. If she were to view the situation from Itachi Uchiha's perspective, it might have led to turmoil within Konohagakure. "Father, please enlighten me about the origins of all this," Chao Qianliu implored, her spirit heavy with longing. Chao Qianliu understood that this moment would inevitably come, and he was prepared to divulge everything. However, he did not intend to share the details regarding Chao Qianliu, as he wished to shield Liu from bearing too much animosity at such a tender age. The tale commenced with the migration of the Chao Qian clan from the land of fire to the land of grass, where they allied with the Yu Liang clan to establish the grass-hidden village. After listening to Chao Qianliu's narrative, Chao Qianliu began to meticulously unravel the sequence of events. Although she sensed her father had concealed certain aspects of the truth, she understood that he acted out of concern for her well-being, and thus refrained from probing further. The reality he recounted did not deviate significantly from her own conjectures. It was, in essence, a grass-hidden village version of the internal struggles faced by the Uchiha clan within Konohagakure. The Chao Qian clan had lost their influence in the power struggles within the village. Yet their exceptional bloodline abilities and vast lineage instilled fear in the current leadership of the grass-hidden village. Especially concerning was the so-called prodigy of the Chao Qian clan, who represented their future. None of the other clans within the village could boast a worthy heir. A formidable clan leader could steer the family towards prosperity. Yet a flourishing Chao Qian clan was a prospect the village's upper echelons were unwilling to confront. Thus, the most favorable course of action for them was to eradicate the very source of their fears, leading to this assassination attempt. In addition to this, during her previous training excursions, Chao Qianliu had encountered numerous assassination attempts, all of which had been thwarted by her elder sister Nizi and her father in the past. However, this time it seemed they had meticulously plotted for a considerable duration. Currently, Chao Qianliu found herself at a loss. The official narrative of the shinobi world made no mention of the Chao Qian clan. It was likely that, akin to the Uchiha, they would meet with a tragic fate of annihilation. At present, she was still far too feeble, lacking the strength to protect those she cherished, let alone safeguard the Chao Qian clan. All she could do was hope to grow strong enough before that fateful day arrived. On April 6th, in the 41st year of Konoha, Chao Qianliu celebrated her 5th birthday. Shortly thereafter, it was time for the enrollment period at the Ninja Academy. Although she should have commenced her studies at the academy at the age of 4, her family had chosen to keep her sheltered, opting instead for guidance from clan ninjas to ensure her protection. Within the clan, there emerged two divergent opinions regarding whether the younger generation should attend the Ninja Academy. The dissenting faction contended that given the clan's current predicament, sending their offspring to the academy would effectively surrender their future to the higher-ups. Such a self-defeating course of action was deemed unacceptable. Conversely, the supporters argued that, considering the clan's situation, it would be unwise to provoke the higher authorities further. If the descendants of the Chao Qian clan ceased attending the academy, they might become vulnerable to manipulation, particularly in these wartime circumstances, especially with the Uchiha clan indicating a potential involvement in the conflict. Both sides presented valid points, each motivated by concern for the clan's future. Regrettably, the options available to the Chao Qian clan were far from favorable. Ultimately, after deliberation, a compromise was reached. The clan would allow its eligible members to continue their education at the Ninja Academy, while Chao Qianliu would remain within the family, receiving instruction from her father. Externally, they would claim that due to the assassination attempts, she had developed health issues rendering her unfit for a life as a ninja. Chapter 10. Chakra Attributes. After 2 weeks of recuperation, Kusanagi Ryua felt that her body had nearly returned to its former state. Within her, there seemed to be an inexplicable energy nourishing her, making her physique evidently stronger than before. Once she sensed that her recovery was nearly complete, Kusanagi Ryua chose not to heed the advice of the medical ninjas from her clan to continue resting. Instead, she approached her father, Kusanagi Kanyu, to request the continuation of her training. Kusanagi Kanyu did not refuse her but asked her to wait at the family training grounds while he retrieved some items. The Kusanagi family, a prestigious clan within the village of Kusagakure, boasted a significant number of members and a vast family compound, complete with a training facility exclusive to their lineage, something that smaller clans and ordinary ninjas could not compare to. Upon arriving at the Kusanagi training grounds, Ryua noticed an 8-year-old boy training under the watchful eye of his father. The boy, approximately 1.3 meters tall, possessed the characteristic green hair of the Kusanagi clan. Thankfully, in this world, there was no notion of a green hat. Accompanying him was a young man clad in the uniform of the Special Security Forces. who sternly observed the boy's training, promptly correcting any mistakes with a firm demeanor. The boy was her cousin, Kusanagi Fudo, and the man in uniform was his father, her uncle, Kusanagi Koya. Upon seeing Ryua's arrival, Fudo paused his training and turned to her with excitement. "Ryua, you're here?" exclaimed Kusanagi Fudo, his enthusiasm evident as he greeted her warmly, momentarily forgetting that he was still in the midst of his training. Kusanagi Koya shook his head in exasperation, stepping forward to give Fudo a light smack on the head. "Training requires focus. How many times must I remind you?" he said with a sigh. "But Ryua is here," Fudo protested, rubbing his head where his uncle had tapped him. In Ryua's previous life, Fudo was the quintessential doting older brother, often seeking her out during his leisure time. However, after Ryua turned 3 and began her own training, his visits had become infrequent. Perhaps witnessing his sister's dedication to her training made him hesitant to approach her as he once did. Yet, after her assassination attempt, it was said that he had rushed to her room in tears. Unfortunately, she was unconscious at the time and missed that poignant moment. Upon regaining consciousness, she found he had not appeared, leading her to worry that something unfortunate had happened. It was only later, upon hearing from her sister Naiko, that she learned he had been diligently training, vowing to protect Ryua from any future harm. At this revelation, Ryua was momentarily taken aback. Memories of her younger siblings from the orphanage flooding back to her, particularly of the little girl who loved to snuggle in her arms, begging for sweets. Little did she know, in this lifetime, she had found a wonderful older brother. "Good afternoon, Fudo and I. "Good afternoon, Uncle," Kusanagi Ryua replied warmly. She felt a mix of exasperation and affection for her cousin. Aside from being particularly infatuated with his younger sister, my cousin possesses another flaw. He is rather simple-minded. Much like Naruto Uzumaki, he rarely engages in deep contemplation, often acting impulsively, driven solely by fervor. "Liu, you have arrived," replied Chao Qianyi, who expressed a sense of helplessness regarding his son. Although Chao Qian Tang's talent was commendable, even awakening a grass-style technique that Chao Qianyi himself had not, he lacked the qualities that a true ninja should possess. He bore little resemblance to his lineage. Fortunately, he was not the heir to the Chao Qian clan. However, as an elder brother, he was quite competent. The mischievous boy, who once constantly orbited around his sister, had begun to actively request training after hearing news of her assassination attempt, declaring his desire to protect her. Consequently, I had been accompanying him in training at the training grounds. As I pondered this, Chao Qianyu arrived, carrying a scroll and a sheet of paper. I recognized it as chakra paper used to test chakra attributes. It seemed today was designated for testing my chakra properties. "Liu, pinch this paper with your fingers and infuse it with your chakra," instructed Chao Qianyu, handing the paper to me. Just as I suspected, I thought to myself. I delicately pinched the paper with my index and middle fingers, channeling my chakra into it. Soon, a portion of the paper became damp, indicative of water affinity. Then, the opposite side tore, revealing earth affinity. I was not surprised by these two attributes, as earth and water are the fundamental affinities of the Chao Qian clan. The grass-style and bamboo-style techniques of our clan share similarities with the first Hokage's wood style. Those from the Chao Qian clan who awaken a second bloodline will invariably possess these two chakra types. After a while, the edge of the paper was sliced open, revealing the most common chakra type, wind. I felt a surge of excitement, for in my previous life, the narrative of Naruto detailed the training methods for the Rasengan and wind release, Rasen Shuriken. In my past life, I had even foolishly attempted to practice the Rasengan with a balloon, enduring ridicule from my dorm mates. In this life, I could fully leverage my prior experiences and memories to master the Rasengan, perhaps even elevate it to the level of wind release, Rasen Shuriken. I possess 3 affinities, water, earth, and wind. But I have one more than you, dear sister. I can wield the 4 attributes of water, earth, wind, and lightning. Chao Qian Tang could not help but boast upon seeing the results of my test. I cast a surprised glance at him. I had not anticipated my sister-obsessed cousin to be a wielder of 4 chakra types. Upon hearing this, Chao Qianyi could not restrain himself from delivering a playful smack to Chao Qian Tang's head, reprimanding him. "With such extraordinary talent, why do you not train diligently? How will you protect Liu in the future?" The mere mention of talent was enough to infuriate him, particularly when Chao Qian Tang was boasting about himself. Possessing such remarkable talent, yet previously unaware of the necessity for diligent cultivation, it is said that Kakashi Hatake, the lone heir of the legendary White Fang of Konoha, graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, shattering the record for the youngest graduate. By the age of 6, he had already ascended to the rank of Chunin. While this may be attributed to the trials of war, it is undeniable that Kakashi is an extraordinary prodigy. In stark contrast, my own son has been playful since childhood, finding solace only in the presence of Ryu. Despite his exceptional aptitude, he has seldom committed to earnest training. Fortunately, following the assassination attempt on Ryu, he began to transform, actively seeking my guidance for his training. I am aware that my son's disposition is ill-suited for the role of clan leader. My sole wish is for him to diligently hone his skills, so that he may one day become a formidable ninja capable of assisting Ryu in leading the Grass Clan towards prosperity. Like Ryu, my son, Kyusuke T, has not yet enrolled in the Ninja Academy. As direct descendants of the clan who have awakened a second bloodline limit, they embody the future of the Kyusuke clan. Given the current relationship between the Kyusuke clan and the higher echelons of Kyusugakure, the family cannot afford to gamble with its future. Chapter 11. The sparring match. Since Futong is present today, it is a perfect opportunity for him and Liu Yu to engage in a duel, suggested Xiao Qianyu. To which Xiao Qianyu did not object. Is that all right? Liu Yu just recovered. Will it be safe? Xiao Qinfutang inquired with concern. It's fine, brother Futong. I'm almost fully recovered, so there is no need to worry, Liu Yu replied, raising her small fist in a show of confidence. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of joy from her brother's concern for her well-being. Don't fret. We'll be watching from the side, Xiao Qianyu assured. All right then. Xiao Qinfutang relented. Liu Yu stepped forward to stand before Xiao Qinfutang. They began with the hand seals, with Xiao Qianyu temporarily acting as the referee. After concluding the seals, Liu Yu swiftly drew her wooden kunai, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon her cousin. Despite his various flaws, she could not overlook her brother's innate talent. After all, Xiao Qinfutang was the second member of their generation, after herself, to awaken the grass release technique. Furthermore, he had trained for several more years than she had, an eternity in the realm of ninjas, capable of altering one's strength significantly. His current prowess was an enigma to her, thus caution was prudent. Prepare yourself, sister. I'm coming, Xiao Qinfutang announced. Yes, I'm ready, Liu Yu responded. With her affirmation, Xiao Qinfutang wasted no time. He drew a wooden kunai with his left hand and simultaneously tossed 2 shurikens with his right, charging forward. Transformed by the thrill of battle, Xiao Qinfutang appeared a different person, cold, focused, and singularly determined, shedding any semblance of foolishness that had once characterized him. This was indeed fitting for one who bore the title of genius within the Chao clan. Bring it on, Liu Yu thought to herself, eager to test her brother's capabilities. She too threw 2 shurikens while deftly advancing, using her kunai to deflect Xiao Qinfutang's projectiles. In turn, he parried her shurikens with his kunai, and the two were on the brink of close combat. Now, Liu Yu thought, subtly flicking her left wrist. The 2 shurikens that had just been deflected by Xiao Qinfutang surged back toward him. With a resounding thud, the shuriken struck Xiao Qinfutang, transforming him into a log. Substitution technique? How swift. Where did he go? Liu Yu thought, her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings. Where are you? Right here. Xiao Qinfutang suddenly appeared behind Liu Yu, thrusting his kunai forward as a warning. Liu Yu swiftly turned to block the attack, while Xiao Qinfutang anticipated her move. As his kunai met hers, he executed a spinning kick aimed at her abdomen. Liu Yu recognized that he had held back, and she utilized the momentum to propel herself away from her cousin. After this brief encounter, Xiao Qianlu realized that in terms of physical techniques, she was no match for Xiao Qinfutang. Indeed, one must never underestimate their opponent. The last 2 Umbu suffered one demise due to arrogance, while the other fell victim to the unexpectedness of the bamboo escape technique. However, this time, fortune would not favor her so readily. Suddenly, Liu felt a peculiar vibration emanating from the ground. What was this sensation? It was the grass release. Grass release, 1,000 leaves binding, shouted Xiao Qinfutang as he formed hand seals. Instantly, numerous broad blades of grass surged around Liu Yu's position, each exhibiting remarkable resilience, encircling her with relentless intent. In the blink of an eye, Liu found herself ensnared by the grass release. With a resounding thud, she transformed into a log. It appeared both parties excelled in their substitution techniques, as noted by Xiao Qianyu and Xiao Qianyi, who observed from the sidelines. Xiao Qinfutang began to silently sense Liu Yu's location through the surrounding vegetation. The first bloodline of the Chao Qian clan was renowned for its stealth and perception. With the 2 functions of their bloodline mutually restraining each other, a remarkable peculiarity indeed. When 2 members of the Chao Qian clan faced off, the outcome depended solely on which party possessed superior skill. Having trained for several more years than Liu, it was evident that her abilities could not remain concealed. Was this the true power of grass release? At that moment, hidden among the trees, Liu gazed at the cluster of grass that had just been her previous refuge. She had resolved not to rely on physical prowess to defeat Chao Qianfu Tang. His training spanned a longer duration, and his talent matched her own. Engaging in a direct confrontation would yield no victory. Thus, she had to resort to cunning strategy. She observed Chao Qianfu Tang, a faint smile gracing his lips as he transitioned his hand seals. Grass release, 1,000 leaves extreme kill. The very cluster of grass summoned by Chao Qianfu Tang began to writhe, bending backward before suddenly whipping its head towards Liu Yu's direction. Countless sharp leaf tips detached from their blades, radiating a faint chakra glow as they shot towards her concealed position. Before Liu Yu could devise a strategy to counter Chao Qianfu Tang, she found herself already exposed. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to evade, as she had yet to learn any formidable ninjutsu. Thus, her only recourse lay in the combination of physical techniques and strategic use of shurikens. The efficacy of pure physical techniques had been thoroughly disproven, leaving her reliant on her shurikens and her nascent bamboo escape technique. There she is, Chao Qianfu Tang exclaimed, immediately altering his hand seals upon her emergence. Grass release, 1,000 leaves binding. Once again, Liu Yu was ensnared by the surrounding blades of grass, but this time, she lacked the opportunity to employ her substitution technique. She attempted to struggle, only to find her restraints tightening with every movement, compelling her to concede. She could distinctly feel her chakra flow slowing after being ensnared by the grass release. Was this yet another ability of the technique? It seemed her cousin, the devoted brother, was quite formidable indeed, managing to subdue her in just a few moves while she had failed to formulate an effective countermeasure. However, this shortcoming was largely due to her limited strategies. It was clear that she still lacked practical combat experience. The young Kusanagi T, proficient in the art of grass ninjutsu, caught the attention of Kusanagi Chiyu. As the last remaining wielder of the grass ninjutsu bloodline from the previous generation, only Kusanagi Chiyu could guide Kusanagi T in his training. However, he found himself somewhat astonished by T's mastery of the technique and his aptitude for tactical planning. Although he was already aware that T would emerge victorious in this battle, he did not anticipate such an effortless triumph. While the lack of countermeasures from Ryu played a role, there was no denying the victory. This child possesses considerable talent in combat. Though his intellect leaves something to be desired, Kusanagi Chiya remarked with a blend of pride and exasperation. Indeed, upon witnessing that Kusanagi Ryu had been subdued, Kusanagi T's icy demeanor was swiftly replaced by an exuberant expression as he rushed towards Ryu. Sister, did you see that? Am I not impressive? Brother T, could you please let me go first? Came Ryu's resigned response, still bound. Oh, I got a bit carried away, Kusanagi T said, scratching his head in embarrassment, before performing the necessary hand seals to release Ryu from her restraints. Chapter 12. The training of the second bloodline. Come here, you two. As the sparring session concluded, Kusa Chiyu beckoned the pair to approach him. Upon hearing his call, Kusa Shifutang ceased his antics with Kusa Liu and both stepped forward, respectfully awaiting Chiyu's words. Though I have previously discussed this with Shifutang, I shall reiterate now that Liu is present. Noticing their earnest expressions, Chiyu smiled. Among our clan, the only awakened grass ninjas of this generation are you two, Liu and Shifutang. The second bloodline of the Kusa clan, grass ninjutsu, differs from the first, which is hidden ninjutsu. The latter pertains to physical capabilities, possessing a lower threshold for awakening, allowing for sensory reconnaissance and stealth through vegetation. Just now, Liu utilized hidden ninjutsu to conceal himself within a large tree, from which Shifutang also discerned his presence. Chiyu paused momentarily. The hidden ninjutsu of the Kusa clan integrates both concealment and sensory perception, a rare fusion of mutually opposing abilities within a single bloodline. The most effective means to counter a concealed ninja from our clan is to employ another of our own, much like your recent match. Generally, when a Kusa ninja uses hidden ninjutsu to hide among trees, their external chakra fluctuations dissipate, rendering most sensory ninjas helpless against detection. This technique also proves effective against the Inuzuka clan's scent tracking and the Yamanaka clan's insect manipulation. At this juncture, both Chiyu and Kusa Chiya displayed expressions of pride. Liu had grown accustomed to this sentiment. Perhaps it was a hallmark of belonging to a prominent family. However, complications arise when confronting the Hyuga clan and their Byakugan. Liu understood the implication of Chiyu's forthcoming remarks, Having previously been informed of the historical enmity between the Kusa and Hyuga clans, the Byakugan enables its wielder to perceive the flow of chakra in the surrounding environment, offering both distant insight and the ability to see through objects, along with the capacity to view the opponent's chakra pathways and pressure points. With chakra amplification, the Byakugan can discern objects up to a kilometer away, surpassing even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, which is one of the 3 great ocular techniques. When the distance between the 2 clans is too great, the Kusa clan's hidden ninjutsu can remain undetected. However, if a member of the Hyuga clan approaches and activates their Byakugan, they can easily uncover those utilizing hidden ninjutsu. This dynamic has historically fueled the animosity between the 2 clans, as their bloodlines inherently counteract one another. As Chiyu and Chia's demeanor turned serious at this point, Liuyu quietly acknowledged the truth of their situation. Although the 2 clans had remained distant during the era of ninja villages, allowing some of their animosity to wane, the weight of generational hatred would not diminish. The first bloodline, hidden ninjutsu, is heavily reliant on the environment, which is why the Kusa clan has primarily operated within the lush and fertile regions of the central continent for generations. The art of concealment primarily revolves around support, although it has carved out a niche in the realm of assassination through the integration of familial secret techniques. Relying solely on assassination cannot ultimately forge true strength. This, too, underscores the significance of the family's second bloodline. After much discourse, Chao Qianliu thought to herself, realizing they were finally approaching the crux of the matter. The technique of grass manipulation, alongside its derivative, bamboo manipulation, serves as the family's second bloodline, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. Liu had just begun to grasp this, as she observed that the grass used by Fu Tang possessed the ability to suppress the flow of the enemy's chakra. At this point, Chao Qianyu turned to Chao Qianluyu. Indeed, I attempted to extricate myself from the grasp of the leaves conjured by Brother Fu Tang. But those leaves were remarkably resilient, especially with their chakra-suppressing properties. I found myself utterly powerless against them, Liu responded, having noticed Chao Qianyu's gaze. Furthermore, one could imbue chakra onto the generated leaves, transforming them into vessels of chakra, thereby significantly enhancing personal combat prowess. Fu Tang had already demonstrated how to utilize grass manipulation for offense, so that aspect need not be repeated. Now, I shall illustrate the defensive techniques of grass manipulation. With that, Chao Qianyu formed hand seals and declared, "Grass manipulation, 1,000-leaflu shield." No sooner had she spoken than dozens of broad leaves erupted from the ground before her, larger and wider than those previously used by Fu Tang. These leaves intertwined immediately, forming a solid barrier before Chao Qianyu, shimmering with a faint glow of chakra. "You may approach and see if you can breach this wall," she invited the 2. Upon hearing this, Chao Qianluyu and Chao Qian Fu Tang did not hesitate, advancing towards the grass shield to test its fortitude. Clink, clink, clink. Several shuriken thrown by Chao Qianluyu clattered to the ground, failing to breach the grass shield. Li was not surprised. What astonished her was the crisp sound they made upon striking the shield, akin to metal. Grass manipulation, 1,000-leaf extreme kill. Observing Lu Yu's shuriken failed to penetrate, Chao Qian Fu Tang formed seals to unleash the technique that had previously forced Liu back. Countless pointed leaves, glimmering with faint chakra, surged towards the grass shield conjured by Chao Qianyu. The outcome remained unchanged. Fu Tang's 1,000-leaf extreme kill was also unable to breach the shield. Incredible! It is astonishingly resilient. Even my 1,000-leaf extreme kill cannot break through, Fu Tang exclaimed. Additionally, as the output of chakra increased, the protective area and strength of the grass shield could be augmented. While explaining, Chao Qianyu formed seals once more, and the ground erupted with even more leaves, weaving into an impenetrable shield that enveloped her entirely. Moreover, through the synergy of the family's primary bloodline, there was no concern of being unaware of external circumstances, allowing one to utilize the leaves for covert attacks from within. Concluding her demonstration, Chao Qianyu changed her seals, dispelling the grass manipulation and revealing her form before the 3. The fusion of spear and shield. Truly, this was akin to a tank. The bloodline technique is indeed formidable. At this moment, Kusanagi Ryua reminisced about Gaara's performance during the Chunin exams, where he overwhelmed various ninjas with the absolute defense of the sand armor. Although it was later proven that the sand armor was not insurmountable, its initial invulnerability was undeniably akin to a game-breaking defense. This realization intensified Kusanagi Ryua's yearning for the second bloodline of his clan. Who would not desire such immense power? It is versatile for both offense and defense, and it even possesses sensory capabilities. No wonder the higher-ups of Kusagakure harbor such trepidation towards this force. Not to mention the bamboo techniques derived from the advancement of grass techniques. Such formidable power, wielded by the Kusanagi clan, which resides on the fringes of village authority, would undoubtedly incite hostility from the elite, intent on preserving their own power. Having said all this, I have yet to address the methods of cultivating grass techniques. I can only imagine that little Ryua is growing impatient. Observing the eager expression on Kusanagi Ryua's face, longing to swiftly master the grass techniques. Kusanagi Saito could not help but chuckle. Ryua nodded obediently in response. The grass techniques share a conceptual similarity with the bamboo techniques employed by the first Hokage of Konohagakure. However, the specifics remain somewhat elusive, given that very few have witnessed the wood release of the first Hokage. The members of the clan predominantly possess earth and water affinity chakras, but those who awaken the second bloodline inevitably possess both water and earth affinities. While the awakening of such a bloodline grants immediate access to its abilities, a deeper understanding of chakra affinities is essential to enhance its potency. Therefore, today, your task, Ryua, is to commence the cultivation of chakra nature transformation. Chakra nature transformation cultivation? Did Brother Saito also undergo such training? Kusanagi Ryua inquired. Indeed, I have completed the cultivation of water, earth, and wind chakra natures. Currently, in addition to honing my bloodline, I am practicing the nature transformation of lightning chakra. Kusanagi Saito replied proudly, eager to showcase his accomplishments before his younger sister. Chapter 13. The cultivation of chakra properties here. Take this, Fu Tang. Observing the lively demeanor of Chao Qian Fu Tang, Chao Qianyu tossed the scroll in his hand to him. He continued, this scroll contains the technique of grass release, 1,000 leaves Liuduan that I just demonstrated. I will first instruct Lu Yu on the transformation of chakra properties. You may practice it at your own pace. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. Yes, esteemed head of the family. Fu Tang replied respectfully as he accepted the scroll. After giving instructions to Fu Tang, Chao Qianyu turned his attention to Chao Qian Lu Yu. Lu Yu, next. I shall teach you the transformation of water attribute chakra. Wait, father, do you know the shadow clone technique? Chao Qian Lu Yu suddenly inquired. The reason behind her question stemmed from her recollection of Naruto's training, where he utilized shadow clones to gain an advantage. When a shadow clone is dispelled, the memories and experiences gained are returned to the original body. Creating one shadow clone effectively doubles the experience. The more clones, the greater the accumulated knowledge. After the members of the Chao Qian clan awakened their second bloodline, their chakra levels significantly increase, as both grass release and bamboo release are not low-energy techniques. Although Lu Yu was unaware of her current chakra capacity, she believed that while she might not be able to create hundreds or thousands of shadow clones like Naruto, generating dozens should be within her reach. The prospect of dozens of shadow clones implied an exponential increase in her training speed, which filled her with excitement. The shadow clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu created by the second Hokage of Konoha, allowing the user to evenly distribute their chakra to create identical clones capable of attacking and acting independently. Its drawback is that clones vanish upon taking damage. But their advantage lies in the fact that once dispelled, the original can absorb the experiences gained by the clones. Furthermore, the second Hokage developed the multi-shadow clone technique, which allows the creation of multiple clones simultaneously. However, this technique is fundamentally similar to the basic shadow clone technique. The main difference lies in the substantial chakra allocation required, as well as the overwhelming influx of information upon dispelling, which can place a significant strain on the body. Therefore, if not mastered properly, it could be detrimental to the user, resulting in its classification as a forbidden technique by Tobirama. Although this ninjutsu is merely a B-rank technique and not particularly difficult, given its origin with the second Hokage, Lu Yu was uncertain whether it had been disseminated throughout Konoha. Thus, she was unsure if Chao Qianyu possessed knowledge of the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique? Is this what you mean? Upon hearing Lu Yu's inquiry, Chao Qianyu brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form the seal of the serpent. With a loud bang, accompanied by a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appeared beside him. The ninjas of Chaoren village excel in studying foreign ninjutsu, making it a village adept at learning. Therefore, they had mastered the shadow clone technique, which is not heavily guarded in terms of secrecy. However, Lu Yu, why do you ask about this? This ninjutsu was used by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, for espionage purposes. Given the stealth capabilities of the Chao Qian clan, it holds little significance. Chao Qianyu inquired further, aware that his daughter was not speaking without reason. After the dispelling of the shadow clone technique, could the original body not acquire the experience gained by the clones? Would utilizing shadow clones for training not yield greater efficiency? Chao Qianlu responded to Chao Qianyu's curiosity. This is astonishing. Both Chao Qianyu and Chao Qianye were taken aback by Chao Qianlu's suggestion of training with shadow clones. However, upon reflection, the idea indeed possessed feasibility. With this in mind, Chao Qianyu instructed Chao Qianfu to pause the training of the Thousand Leaves Ludun technique, prioritizing the teaching of shadow clones to the two children. Chao Qianlu held a dry sponge in her hands, diligently working to render it moist and elastic. Beside her, numerous shadow clones were engaged in the same endeavor. Since the day Chao Qianyu had imparted the shadow clone technique to her, she had eagerly commenced her training in the transformation of chakra properties. Remarkably, she now possessed enough chakra to sustain approximately 30 shadow clones for her training. It was unexpected that the Chao family, not mentioned in the original Naruto series, harbored such potential. Mastery of the ninjutsu arts hinges on understanding the transformation of chakra properties in Chao Qianlu, who had long been fascinated by various extraordinary ninjutsu in her previous life, could hardly contain her eagerness. As days turned into weeks, Chao Qianlu employed the shadow clone technique in her training. Time passed steadily, and her mastery over chakra property transformation progressed methodically, leading to her gradual growth. In the blink of an eye, it was the year 44 of Konoha, and Chao Qianlu had turned 8. Over these 3 years, she had successfully grasped the transformation of her water, earth, and wind chakra attributes, acquiring fundamental ninjutsu associated with each. However, her primary combat prowess relied upon her bloodline development. Thus, she had not invested excessive time in these conventional ninjutsu. Mastering the transformation of water and earth chakra properties was aimed at enhancing her utilization of grass release and its advanced bamboo release, while mastering the wind chakra property was essential for the spiral wind shuriken. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had not completed the transformation of chakra properties for the Rasengan before his demise. Should she successfully execute this technique, she would be recognized as its innovator, a title that certainly held considerable allure. The side effects of the wind-release spiral shuriken could be addressed later. During these 3 years, Chao Qianlu also studied several fundamental techniques of grass release, including the control-type ninjutsu grass release, Thousand Leaves Binding, the offensive ninjutsu grass release, Thousand Leaves Extreme Kill, and the defensive ninjutsu grass release, Thousand Leaves Yoduin used by Chao Qianyu. Additionally, she explored secret grass release techniques recorded in the family's ancestral scrolls. As for advancing to bamboo release, Chao Qianyu believed the time was not yet ripe. She needed to ensure that Chao Qianlu had thoroughly mastered grass release first. Furthermore, he lacked proficiency in bamboo release himself, intending to take her to a secluded location for that training. In light of the mystery maintained by Chao Qianyu, Chao Qianlu could only settle her mind and diligently familiarize herself with her grass release techniques. Furthermore, Kazuma Chitose has recently vanished from her family. Upon inquiring with her father, she learned that he was engaged in a prolonged mission abroad and would not return in the near future. Presently, the dynamics of the Third Great Ninja War have undergone a significant transformation. At the war's inception, it could be delineated into 2 distinct factions on one side. Konoha was embroiled in conflict with both Sunagakure and Kirigakure, leading to a chaotic 3-way skirmish. On the other side, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were fiercely clashing against one another. As the war progressed, Sunagakure suffered considerable losses, prompting Iwagakure to seize the opportunity to launch an offensive against them. This unexpected turn of events placed immense pressure on Sunagakure. In a desperate bid, the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza, sought a compromise with Konoha and Kirigakure, redirecting all efforts to counter Iwagakure's assault. During the battles between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, the celebrated hero of Sunagakure, the master of Scorch Release, Yukura, mysteriously vanished. Though the upper echelons of Sunagakure publicly proclaimed that their hero had fallen victim to the covert machinations of Iwagakure, Kazuma Chiryu was acutely aware that Yukura had been betrayed by the leaders of Sunagakure, sacrificed to Kirigakure in exchange for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, Kumogakure, having established a truce with Iwagakure, turned its sights on Konoha. Now, as the war nears its conclusion, the state of affairs has taken an unforeseen turn. The once disparate great nations, previously engulfed in relentless conflict, have surprisingly set aside their rivalries to collectively assail the Land of Fire, specifically Konoha. Perhaps this is the enigmatic nature of war and politics. Despite the absence of formal alliances among the four great nations, it is evident that all parties yearn to claim a piece of the richest territory, the Land of Fire. Konoha now finds itself in the gravest crisis since its inception. Chapter 10. The old site and the training ground of the Otsutsuki clan. Two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a rapid exchange. Earth escape. Yellow Spring Marsh. With a low shout, Otsutsuki Ryu observed as Otsutsuki found himself ensnared in the mire. Though successful in her initial strike, Otsutsuki Ryu remained vigilant. She watched as Otsutsuki formed hand seals and declared, "Grass escape, thousand leaves binding." The marsh that had just ensnared him began to sprout an abundance of grass, which subsequently pulled Otsutsuki free from the quagmire. Remarkably, he could repurpose a jutsu designed to bind enemies in such a manner. Suppressing her surprise, Otsutsuki Ryu swiftly altered her hand seals for grass escape. Thousand Leaves Extreme Kill. Countless sharp leaves detached from the main body, glowing faintly with chakra as they shot towards Otsutsuki. Grass escape, Thousand Leaves Shield. Otsutsuki calmly formed seals for defense. But that was not the end. Immediately after executing Thousand Leaves Extreme Kill, Otsutsuki Ryu transitioned her hand seals once more. Grass escape, Extreme Spear Breakthrough. She extended a hand, pointing at Otsutsuki, and propelled herself forward at an astonishing speed. As she surged ahead, dozens of leaves sprouted from the hand she pointed, rapidly intertwining to form a spear. Radiating a deep blue chakra glow, charging with the might to pierce through any army towards the Thousand Leaves shield just erected by Otsutsuki. With a resounding crash, Otsutsuki Ryu successfully shattered the hastily conjured Thousand Leaves shield, striking Otsutsuki, specifically his shadow clone. The grass escape. Extreme Spear Breakthrough was a technique Otsutsuki Ryu had learned from her clan's secret scroll on grass escape. Focusing chakra at the tip of the spear crafted from grass, while executing a rapid thrust. This technique possessed remarkable penetrating power and the ability to shatter illusions, boasting far superior single-target damage compared to the area of effect Thousand Leaves Extreme Kill, specifically designed to breach defenses. Well done, Ryu. Being able to defeat my shadow clone indicates that your skills have progressed to a considerable level. It is time for you to begin your training in bamboo escape. And I shall take you there, Otsutsuki remarked with satisfaction after observing Otsutsuki Ryu's performance. Finally, she could commence her training in bamboo escape. Yet, where exactly was this place? Wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, Otsutsuki Ryu pondered in delight and confusion. Previously, Otsutsuki had always stated that the time was not right, insisting that she needed to thoroughly master grass escape first. Now that her abilities had reached his expectations, she found herself curious about the mysterious location. As they proceeded towards the direction Otsutsuki had indicated, Otsutsuki Ryu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Father, did you not mention taking me to a mysterious place to train in bamboo escape? Yet, this direction seems to lead to the family shrine." Amid her inquiries, Otsutsuki had already guided her to the front of the shrine. However, rather than respond to Otsutsuki Ryu's question, he explained to her about the black stone wall before them. This black stone wall is known as the Black Stone Boundary Marker, a unique portal, a treasured heirloom passed down through our clan for generations. This door can only be opened using the blood of the second bloodline awakened member of our clan. He paused momentarily as he spoke. Remember Lu Yu, the seals to open this door are Wei, Yu, Chun, Wu, and Mao. Today, I shall impart the method to unlock the Black Stone Monument. With that, Chao Qianyu formed a seal and summoned the grass leaves needed to open the Black Stone Monument, slicing his fingertip with a shuriken to let his blood drip onto it. Chao Qianyu attentively noted the seals, yet an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within her. As the hole in the center of the black stone wall gradually widened, amidst a burst of white light, father and daughter once again traversed through the Black Stone Monument to the ancestral space of their lineage. It is said that this ancestral space was founded by our forebear, Chao Qianlan, and that members of the Chao Qian clan, upon awakening their second bloodline, may enter this space through the Black Stone Monument. Within this realm lies a collection of various forbidden techniques and secret arts amassed and developed by generations of clan members. Additionally, it serves to ascertain whether members possess the capability to awaken their second bloodline, which is represented by the white jade pillar we observed during my previous visit. Chao Qianyu continued his explanation. However, this was not the crux of today's visit. The focal point lies in the mysterious location we are about to explore, he finally divulged. Approaching a stone wall, he added, "Before we depart, we must retrieve something." Chao Qianyu formed a seal to unlock the stone wall and extracted a scroll. The seal to exit this space is the reverse of the opening seal. Shi, Mao, Wu, Shun, Yu, Wei. With that, he began to form seals once more, seemingly preparing to leave. Chao Qianluyu had been unconscious during her last visit to the ancestral space. Thus, she was unaware of how to exit. Yet now, her confusion did not stem from the means of departure, but rather from her father's intentions. Why were they leaving so soon after entering? And what was the purpose of visiting that mysterious location? As a burst of white light enveloped them, Chao Qianluyu and Chao Qianyu exited the ancestral space. Just as she prepared to voice her inquiries to her father, she was taken aback by a wave of decay and desolation that washed over her. Surveying her surroundings, it appeared they were still within the Chao Qian clan's ancestral hall, albeit significantly dilapidated, as if it had been neglected for many years, devoid of life. With a sense of bewilderment, Chao Qianliu stepped out of the crumbling ancestral hall, revealing a vast expanse of derelict structures. From the remnants of the grand edifices, it was evident that a once thriving community had existed here. Interspersed among the ruins and surrounding the buildings were various species of bamboo. The Chao Qian clan cherished bamboo, and in their homeland of Chao country, they cultivated numerous bamboo groves, yet these were mere shadows compared to the profusion before her. The layers of withered yellow bamboo leaves in the courtyard indicated this was a forsaken place. Turning her gaze to the plaque above the ancestral hall as she exited, Chao Qianliu formed a seal to perform a minor wind release technique. The gentle gust swept away years of accumulated dust, unveiling the emblem beneath. Two intersecting bamboo leaves, the crest of the Chao Qian clan. Where's this? Liu pondered, her expression a mix of confusion and an odd sense of familiarity. This is the old site of the Chao Qian clan in the Land of Fire. Chao Qianyu explained as he stepped out of the ancestral hall, elucidating the significance of their location. Father, are you suggesting that we are currently in the Land of Fire? Chao Qianliu inquired, her confusion deepening. Indeed, Chao Qianyu replied. However, how could this be so? Were we not just in the Land of Grass? Although she vaguely guessed the answer, Kusa Chiyu still found it hard to believe. The only technique capable of achieving this was the space-time ninjutsu. Yet the Kusa Chiyu clan seemed to have no connection to such abilities. Could it possibly be the Blackstone Monument? As Chao Qianyu observed the expression of Chao Qianluyu gradually transform from confusion to understanding, he remarked, "It appears you have deduced the truth." Indeed. We traversed to the Land of Fire through the Blackstone Monument. He elaborated, having previously mentioned that the Blackstone Monument serves as the key to unlock the ancestral space. However, it is worth noting that there exists more than one key. During the Great Migration of our clan, in order to ensure both Blackstone monuments retained their key functionality, the original monument was divided. One piece accompanied the family to the Land of Grass, where it was enshrined in the ancestral hall, while the other remained here. Thus, we can swiftly navigate between the Land of Grass and the ancient site in the Land of Fire via the ancestral space as a transit point. After this explanation, Chao Qianyu handed the scroll he had just retrieved from the ancestral space to Chao Qianluyu, stating, "The technique of bamboo escape has appeared infrequently in our family's history. The only recorded practitioners are Lord Lan Yi, the first user of bamboo escape, and your mother, Chao Qianyu Na." A flicker of unperceived hatred crossed Chao Qianyu's face as he mentioned Chao Qianyu Na. "What I have given you is a secret scroll of our family, containing various techniques of bamboo escape, as well as insights from Lord Lan Yi and your mother during their training. I have little left to teach you, so your forthcoming practice must rely solely on your own efforts. The extent of your understanding and mastery is entirely up to you." As Chao Qianluyu accepted the scroll, contemplating her next steps in training, Chao Qianyu continued, "We are now within the borders of the Land of Fire. Few in our clan are privy to the secrets of the Blackstone Monument, and thus the higher-ups of Chaoyin village are even less likely to know. Therefore, you need not worry about any disturbances while you cultivate bamboo escape here at the ancestral site in the Land of Fire. For the next few days, focus on your training alone, while I attend to some matters back in the clan." With that, Chao Qianyu prepared to depart. Chao Qianluyu understood that she could not forever remain sheltered beneath her father's wings. She needed to grow. For a fledgling cannot soar high into the skies while remaining under the protection of its parent. Therefore, she did not object, but instead respectfully bowed and said, "Farewell, father." After taking a few steps, Chao Qianyu halted, seemingly deep in thought. Then, resolutely, he turned around and removed the protective headband of Chaoyin village that was tied to his left arm, tossing it to Chao Qianluyu. "With this, you have become a mature ninja," he declared, not glancing back. Just as Liu Yu pondered the profundity of the words, "You have become a mature ninja," Xiao Qinyu had already vanished. Chapter 15. The escape of bamboo in the rear mountains of the ancestral site of the Kusanagi clan in the Land of Fire. A dense grove of arrow bamboo flourished. For several days, Kusanagi Ryua had refrained from returning to her family and instead dedicated herself to rigorous training in this secluded area. During this time, Kusanagi Naiko had visited once, delivering essential supplies before promptly departing. Ryua had hoped to engage Naiko in conversation. As their encounters had become increasingly rare since their father, Kusanagi, assumed control of her training. Rumor had it that Naiko was assigned to a mission. Their meetings were infrequent, and this occasion was no exception. After Naiko delivered the necessities, Ryua yearned to playfully cling to her sister for a moment longer. But Naiko gently tousled her hair and, with a hint of regret, uttered, "Forgive me." Ryua then watched as she left. For Kusanagi Ryua, a reincarnated soul who once lived as a man for over 2 decades, adopting the demeanor of a young girl felt rather awkward. Yet, in the presence of her father, Kusanagi, and her sister Naiko, she found herself instinctively desiring their support, as if it were an innate response. Once Naiko had departed, Ryua was struck by a realization. Why had Naiko appeared in the Land of Fire? She and her father could swiftly traverse from the Land of Grass to the Land of Fire via the Blackstone Steel. However, Naiko had not awakened her second bloodline. Could it be that she had been residing in the Land of Fire recently? Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, Ryua returned to her training in the art of bamboo ninjutsu. Bamboo ninjutsu. Bamboo flow spear. With a spirited cry, the girl completed her hand signs, causing a powerful surge of chakra to coalesce into a bamboo spear in her hand. She hurled the spear forcefully forward. With a sharp whoosh, the bamboo spear embedded itself into a massive boulder 10 paces away. The girl commanded, "Explode." To her astonishment, the spear detonated with a resounding blast, shattering the boulder to smithereens. This technique, known as bamboo flow spear, was inscribed on the scroll as a form of bamboo ninjutsu. It involved launching a specially crafted bamboo spear infused with chakra, possessing remarkable penetrative power, while the segments of the bamboo contained compressed, chaotic chakra. Once released from her control, the chakra within the bamboo would collectively explode, making it an exceptionally potent single-target offensive technique. Additionally, there existed another technique called Thousand Strikes Explosive Flow, which transformed the thrown bamboo spear into countless smaller spears, converting a single target attack into an area attack, akin to the Shadow Shuriken technique of Konoha. However, Thousand Strikes Explosive Flow required a greater expenditure of chakra, a resource that Kusanagi Ryua currently could not afford for such a high-consumption ninjutsu. Bamboo ninjutsu. Thousand Leaf Strike. Kusanagi Ryua formed her seals once more and exclaimed, "Thousand Leaf Strike." In response, the leaves atop the surrounding bamboo rushed toward the boulder before her. Each leaf glimmered with a faint aura of chakra as they pierced into the stone. This technique bore similarities to grass ninjutsu, Thousand Leaf Extreme Kill, as both involved imbuing chakra into the leaves, rendering them akin to metallic projectiles. However, one utilized grass leaves while the other employed bamboo leaves. Though the offensive power was significantly weaker than Thousand Strikes Explosive Flow, the chakra consumption was considerably lower. As an area attack ninjutsu, it served excellently for dispatching minor adversaries. Having tested her offensive techniques, Ryua was now prepared to explore defensive ninjutsu. In a moment of concentration, Grass Qianliu summoned a shadow clone, which began to form hand seals. Bamboo Release. Thousand Bamboo Shield. A dense cluster of arrow bamboo erupted from the trembling earth before the shadow clone, weaving intricately to form a protective barrier. Let me test the prowess of this technique, Grass Qianliu mused as she gazed at the bamboo wall shielding her shadow clone. Bamboo Release. Bamboo Flow Spear. With these words, the girl hurled a bamboo spear towards the bamboo shield. The clash between spear and shield would determine which was superior. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending a gust of air that scattered years of accumulated bamboo leaves. Grass Qianliu sensed her shadow clone's dissolution, confirming that in the contest of spear versus shield, the spear had triumphed. She looked at the bamboo wall, now marred by the explosion, revealing a large crater of irregular shape. The bamboo shield had sustained significant damage, with a semicircular pit of approximately 7 to 8 meters in radius. Behind the shield lay a disordered scene. Though the area of destruction was considerably smaller than that of the bamboo wall, indicating that Bamboo Release's defensive capabilities surpassed those of Grass Release by a notable margin. After a period of practice, Grass Qian Liu leaned against a stone and reclined, deep in thought. Throughout the history of the Grass Qian clan, only 3 identifiable users of bamboo release had emerged: her ancestor, Grass Qian Lanyi, her mother, Grass Qian Yuna, and herself, Grass Qian Liu. All 3 were women. Did this bloodline favor the female form? The scrolls contained scant insights on cultivation, merely stipulating that mastery of grass release was prerequisite to training in bamboo release. This was the reason her father, Grass Qianyu, had insisted she solidify her grass release before attempting to master bamboo release. Grass release was indeed formidable, versatile in both offense and defense, especially when paired with the clan's primary bloodline, resembling a fortified artillery platform. In contrast, bamboo release was undoubtedly an enhanced version, boasting sharper offensive capabilities and more robust defenses, which explained the apprehension of the higher-ups in Grass Hidden Village towards this bloodline ability. Currently, the situation in Grass Hidden Village was precarious. The balance of peace between the higher-ups and the clan was alarmingly fragile. Having seen no records of the Grass Qian clan in the original Naruto lore, Liu Yu envisioned the worst possible future for her family: annihilation. Aware of the Uchiha clan's fate, Grass Qian Liu could not help but draw parallels. The fates of both clans were strikingly similar. Their formidable powers incited fear and distrust from the village's elite, isolating them from the centers of power, while radical elements within the clan harbored discontent towards the leadership. Perhaps the Grass Qian clan was merely a reflection of the Uchiha clan's destiny. Yet, given the current timeline, it seemed more plausible that the Uchiha clan might follow in the footsteps of the Grass Qian clan. Her relentless training was driven by a desire to alter this grim fate, to protect those she cherished: her father, Grass Qianyu, her sister, Nizi, and her brother, Futong. Lost in these thoughts, Grass Qian Liu gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, atop a prominent building in the center of Grass Hidden Village, a man clad in traditional Japanese robes gazed towards the horizon. He was Yu Liangji, the current leader of the Yu Liang clan and the head of Grass Hidden Village. The crimson clouds painted the sky, and the setting sun seemed to herald impending events. Yu Liangji surveyed the scene before him and smiled softly, a good omen indeed. He turned to a high-ranking official from the Grass Hidden Village behind him and inquired, "Have negotiations been finalized? When can we expect the ninjas from the Rock Hidden Village to arrive?" The official behind him smiled and replied, "The discussions have concluded. The ninjas from the Rock Hidden Village will soon enter the Grass Hidden Village." Upon hearing this, Yu Liangji expressed his satisfaction with a smile. However, he noted that Kusa Chikako seemed to have accepted an unknown order from Kusa Chiyu and had been absent from the village recently. Could she potentially disrupt our plans? Voiced another high-ranking official from the Grass Hidden Village with a hint of concern. What is there to fear? In the face of ninja villages, individual strength is negligible. Without the Kusa Chiyu clan, Kusa Chikako cannot stir up any significant trouble. Yu Liangji dismissed the concern nonchalantly. Is that so? The official hesitated, feeling a lingering unease. Since there are no issues, let us prepare to convene a joint meeting of the prominent clans. It is time for the Grass Hidden Village to join this war, Yu Liangji declared, disregarding the official's doubts and anxieties. He then bit his finger, beginning to weave hand signs: Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei, with a low incantation. The summoning technique was unleashed, and with a resounding boom, a massive eagle appeared amidst swirling smoke before Yu Liangji. He approached the eagle and whispered something to it. The eagle, displaying an understanding of human emotion, nodded in acknowledgement before flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. The eagle circled high above, emitting sharp cries that resonated throughout the Grass Hidden Village. When the clan leaders heard these sounds, they understood that a joint family meeting was about to be convened. Chapter 16: Prelude to War. In the heart of Kusa Village, within a conference room located underground, Yuranjian occupied the foremost position, gazing down at the leaders of various clans. His eyes particularly rested on Kusa Chiyu, the head of the Kusa Chiyu clan, a subtle, cold smile gracing his lips. Esteemed leaders, I trust many of you have surmised the purpose of this gathering. At the onset of this impending ninja world war, I stated that Kusa Village would consider its involvement based on circumstances, and now, the moment for war has arrived. I have resolved that Kusa Village shall enter the fray against Konoha, began Yuranjian. Indeed, the time is ripe. The Land of Fire's Konoha is besieged by the 4 great ninja villages: Kumogakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure. The prospects of victory for Konoha have dwindled to nothing. It is time for us to join this conflict and secure benefits for the Land of Grass, interjected a leader from a smaller clan, one that had long been under the influence of the Yuranjian family. Kusa Chiyu cast a glance at him. The speaker belonged to a minor clan that had frequently opposed him during clan meetings at the behest of the Urangian family. Indeed, while Konoha is in a state of decline, we must unite with other ninja villages to wage war against them, seizing their resources and territory to bolster the land of grass. Joining the war now presents no risks, only advantages. I wholeheartedly support Lord Urangian's proposal. I too concur. Chimed in other leaders aligned with the Urangian clan, echoing their agreement. Kusachiyu surveyed the remaining clan heads who had yet to voice their opinions. They represented a more cautious faction within the village, often indifferent to the power struggles and external conflicts, acutely aware of their own limitations. Their pride, however, prevented them from submitting to the Urangian clan, and previous attempts by the Kusachiyu clan to sway them had been in vain. They would not now ally with the Kusachiyu clan, which had been marginalized. As the chorus of approval echoed below, Urangian seemed to relish the atmosphere. Yet, his gaze upon Kusachiyu revealed a flicker of irritation within him. Kusachiyu, do you perhaps possess a differing opinion? I wonder if you might share it. Urangian unexpectedly posed a question to Kusachiyu. After being rivals for such an extended period, Kusachiyu was fully aware of Urangian's intentions. Nevertheless, he resolved to stand and express his perspective. The land of fire lies at the heart of the continent, abundant in resources and wealth, making it the most prosperous among the 5 great nations. Konoha, under the robust support of the Land of Fire's daimyo, maintains a formidable ninja force. Since its establishment, it has stood as the preeminent ninja village. A singular ninja clan could hardly rival Konoha. Although Konoha currently finds itself besieged by 4 great ninja villages, it has not yet reached the point of utter despair. Furthermore, the 4 great villages lack a definitive alliance, rife with internal discord. Their combined efforts against Konoha may lead to unforeseen developments, and it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility that Konoha could emerge victorious in the end. Thus, I oppose the involvement of the Kusa clan in this war, and even more so, I stand against any conflict with Konoha. Having spoken, Kusachiyu disregarded the reactions of those around him and took his seat. His mind was preoccupied with the intelligence gathered by Kusachika from the outside. If the information proved to be true, it would spell an unprecedented disaster for the Kusa clan. Although he had prepared countermeasures, Kusachiyu was resolutely unwilling to take that step if it could be avoided. Yura, however, was not surprised by Kusachiyu's dissent to him. It was the only rational response. While Yura chose not to voice his opposition, the families allied with the Yura clan could not remain silent. With Konoha in such disarray, how could Lord Kusachiyu still believe they possessed the capability to turn the tide? Indeed, it is no surprise that a family hailing from the Land of Fire remained steadfast in their loyalty, even in the face of impending doom for Konoha, unwilling to seek benefits for the Land of Grass, while still holding a deep-seated affection for their homeland. Indeed, the moment the leader of the minor clan, who had just aligned himself with Uliangio, began to mock Chao Qianyu with a sardonic tone, a cacophony of voices arose from the families dependent on the Yuliang clan, condemning Chao Qianyu as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression, nearly branding him the foremost villain since the establishment of Chaoyin village. Unfazed by the incessant buzzing of these metaphorical flies, Chao Qianyu understood that this was merely a theatrical performance. The decisions made by Uliangio regarding Chaoyin village were beyond his influence. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express his perspective. Enough, enough. After all, we are all from the same village. There is no need for such discord. The leader of the Chao clan may, perhaps, be acting in the best interest of Chaoyin village. Uliangio appeared quite pleased with this unfolding situation, and when he deemed it sufficient, he finally interjected, halting the onslaught against Chao Qianyu. However, concerning the impending conflict with Konoha, I have already reached a resolution. The envoy dispatched to Iwagakure has returned with news. Iwagakure has consented to form an alliance with us in Chaoyin village. They will send an elite ninja force to join us here, and together we shall form a coalition. Upon hearing this, a shadow of foreboding passed through Chao Qianyu's mind. Was the Yuliang clan truly prepared? Although the information received from Kasakawa Chinako allows for a rough inference, he remains reluctant to accept that all of this will come to pass. Given the ample open space surrounding the Kasakawa clan's encampment, perhaps the rock-hidden ninja base could be situated nearby? It may appear as an inquiry directed at Saratobi Sasuke. Yet he is acutely aware that he possesses neither justification nor the capacity to dissent. In the Land of Fire, within the Hidden Leaf Village, 4 prominent figures, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate, and Tsurugi Koharu, convene in a meeting room. The congregation of these 4 individuals, emblematic of the highest authority within the Hidden Leaf Village, signifies that momentous events are on the horizon. After a period of silence, the third Hokage finally breaks the stillness, urging, "Let us all discuss the course of action we should take moving forward." The message conveyed by Takena Kasakawa should be accurate. After all, no family would remain indifferent when pushed to such extremes. I believe we can acquiesce to the demands of the Kasaki clan. Since Kasakawa village has resolved to wage war against Konoha, we need not hold back any longer. Moreover, this matter is advantageous rather than harmful to Konoha, as it provides an opportunity to weaken the combat strength of both the Wagakure and Kusagakure through the hands of the Kasakawa clan, thereby contributing to the forthcoming war. Danzo remarked from the side. However, at this moment, his thoughts shifted to the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was unable to inherit the darkness of the second Hokage, thus it fell upon him to conceal himself within the shadows to safeguard Konoha. For the village, the Uchiha clan was akin to the Kusakawa clan of Kusagakure, a discordant element that represented a ticking time bomb. Although both sides would inevitably find themselves at odds due to the impending war, Danzo held a deep admiration for the approach taken by Uchiha Kagami. The best course of action against the Uchiha would be to eradicate all instability. Such was the duty of one deeply rooted in darkness. Mito Kaze and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, and then Nara Shikaku spoke. "We both concur with Danzo's viewpoint. Since Kusagakure has chosen to declare war on Konoha, why should we dismiss the advantages that come our way? In this critical moment, every bit of strength we can amass and every bit we can diminish from the enemy counts." However, the third Hokage expressed some reluctance. "Isn't this too cruel towards the Kasakawa clan? The conditions were proposed by the Kasakawa clan themselves. We did not coerce them. Their decision signifies that this is the best outcome for them," Danzo replied. With the two advisors and Danzo having voiced their opinions, it seemed that this meeting was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 17. The final serenity in the dimly lit secret chamber beneath the ancestral hall of the Chao Qian clan. Chao Qianyu, Chao Qianite, and several prominent elders of the clan sat in solemn silence. The gravity of their family's current predicament left even these battle-hardened leaders at a loss for how to respond. The flickering candlelight seemed on the verge of extinguishing, and as Chao Qianyu gazed at the wavering flame, the tragic fate awaiting the Chao Qian clan loomed ominously in his thoughts. Chao Qianyu finally spoke. "According to the intelligence relayed by Nizi, the ninja forces from Awagakure will soon infiltrate Chaoyin village. I sense that this will be the opportune moment for the Yuliang clan to strike. I have engaged in a transaction with Konoha, offering our family's accumulated wealth, several covert intelligence outposts, and our long-collected secret techniques as conditions for their acceptance of our children once the crisis unfolds. Konoha has agreed to my request. Should the situation deteriorate, they will send representatives to the family's former residence in the Land of Fire to take in our young ones. I apologize for making this decision unilaterally, but it is the best course of action I could conceive. You need not blame yourself. You have done your utmost," replied the clan's eldest elder, his voice steady. "In the face of such circumstances, all we can do is strive with all our might, without being overly harsh on ourselves." The eldest elder, the most senior member of the Chao Qian clan, had witnessed the chaos of the Warring States period and the establishment of various ninja villages. He was among the first ninjas to arrive in the Land of Grass. Observing the gradual decline of Chaoyin village and the persistent ostracism faced by the Chao Qian clan within it, he felt powerless to alter their course. Now this aged man, who had dedicated his life to the family, faced the imminent extinction of his lineage, a sorrowful reality for someone who had fought tirelessly for their legacy. After his words, the small conference room fell into silence once more. After a prolonged pause, the third elder could no longer contain himself. "Rather than sit idly by, we should strike preemptively. The Awagakure ninjas have yet to arrive. If we launch a surprise assault, we may catch them off guard and perhaps salvage a glimmer of hope. The village has pushed the Chao Qian clan to this desperate brink. We need not maintain this facade of balance any longer." The third elder, a radical within the clan, believed that by seizing power within the village, they could alter the dire situation facing their family, and had even attempted to assassinate Yuliang Juji in the past. Upon hearing this, the eldest elder, seated opposite Chao Qianyu, fixed the third elder with a weary gaze. "The strength of a single family cannot contend with a ninja village. They have long prepared countermeasures against us. If we act first, we merely hasten our own demise. Furthermore, launching an attack would only provide the Yuliang clan with justifications for their actions. What if we seize this moment, before they launch their strike, and secretly relocate our entire clan back to the Land of Fire through the Blackstone Monument?" Konoha is currently besieged by the 4 major ninja villages. And with Chain Village abandoning its former neutrality to join the conflict against Konoha, they would undoubtedly be inclined to accept our second elder in this time of crisis. The second elder suggested, unwilling to confront the impending fate passively. Upon hearing this, Chao Qianyu shook his head. Shimura Danzo will never trust us adult ninjas, even if he is compelled by the dire circumstances of war to accept us. The mission assigned to our clan will undoubtedly be the most perilous. Those who survive the aftermath will be subtly ostracized by the villagers, and the higher-ups will never feel secure with ninjas who have a history of betrayal. Accepting the children of our family is already the lowest threshold that Konoha can tolerate. Only the young can better integrate into the Konoha system, and it is only these immature souls, those whom they can control, that will provide them with a sense of reassurance. After Chao Qianyu's descent, the second elder fell silent, having immersed himself in politics for many years. How could he not comprehend these truths? He was no different from the third elder, unwilling to await his own demise. Witnessing the impending obliteration of his family was undoubtedly more painful for those who have fought for their clan than death itself. Once again, silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Chao Qianya spoke. The continuity of our family will not be severed by this incident. We must have faith in our children. As long as they exist, the future of our clan endures. I believe they will lead the Chao Qian clan back to glory. The elder took up Chao Qianya's words. This is already the best outcome we could hope for. Let us, the old bones, kindle a final spark for the rebirth of our clan. As night fell, Chao Qianyu stood before the gate, observing a group of grass ninjas and several rock ninjas engaged in discussions regarding the temporary encampment of the rock ninjas in Grass Village. It was evident to even the most naive that they intended to position themselves near the territory of the Chao Qian clan. Turning away, he glanced at several Chao Qian clan ninjas on guard. Dressed in the uniforms of the Grass Village Special Security Forces, the ninjas bore the same forehead protectors. However, the intensity in their eyes betrayed the discord between the two factions. As a marginalized clan, although the higher-ups did not explicitly state it, the members of the Chao Qian family could sense an ominous atmosphere. Any fool could predict the impending disaster that awaited the Chao Qian clan. In recent days, the highest preparedness orders had been issued within the clan, preparing for an inevitable confrontation. The target of their readiness was, of course, painfully obvious. Outside the perimeter, through stealth, Chao Qianyu could feel a considerable number of Grass Village umbu lurking, preemptively guarding against the Chao Qian clan's initiative. Both sides were biding their time for the final moment to arrive. Turning back, he entered the family quarters. Near the ancestral hall, over 30 children aged 3 to 8 gathered, the flames of the Chao Qian clan, destined to carry on the legacy of their name. They were placed near the ancestral hall so that, in the event of an emergency, they could be swiftly relocated through the black stone boundary to the ancestral space, and then transported to the land of fire. On the other side, Chao Qianfu Tang gazed solemnly at the children frolicking in front of the ancestral hall. Apart from Chao Qianliu, 11-year-old Chao Qianfu Tang undeniably stood as the leader among this generation of clan members. Though somewhat naive, he was acutely aware of the precarious situation confronting his family. A few days ago, the clan leader, Chao Qianyu, and his father, Chao Qianya, visited me, entrusting me with a task. How I wish that this mission bestowed upon me by my father and the clan leader was but a fabrication. Their faces, etched with anguish, conveyed the harsh truth of our future. As I observe the children frolicking joyously, I find myself grappling with the inexplicable nature of our predicament. Is power truly of such paramount importance? Is it justifiable to sacrifice so many lives for the sake of authority? And what of my sister, Luyu? She must currently be cultivating her bamboo technique at the ancestral site of the Fire Nation. Is she aware of the impending upheaval that awaits our clan? Gazing at the troubled expression of Chao Qiantang, Chao Qianyu sighed deeply. This reality is undeniably harsh for them. Watching the oblivious children at play, he sighed once more. The younger ones do not comprehend why our clan has gathered them all. They merely revel in the merriment that comes with a larger assembly. As he gazes upon their innocent smiles, Chao Qianyu yearns to protect this fleeting joy. Yet, he knows this is beyond his reach. This moment represents the last vestige of tranquility for the Chao clan, and perhaps, in the future, these children will no longer find reasons to smile. Chapter 18. Gloom. As the sun began its descent, a vivid crimson hue painted the western mountains. At the heart of Grass-Hidden Village, Yu Liangji stood at the center of the rooftop, flanked by several high-ranking officials of the village and a multitude of half-kneeling ninjas from the Grass-Hidden's covert division. As he gazed at the sun sinking slowly, anticipation for the impending night filled Yu Liangji's heart. In an instant, a member of the Grass Hidden's covert division materialized behind him, kneeling respectfully as he spoke. "My lord, the ninjas from Rock Hidden have reached their designated positions and are prepared to cooperate with us at any moment." Yu Liangji did not turn to face the operative, but instead continued to observe the waning sun on the horizon, murmuring, "It is time for the curtain to fall." As night enveloped the land. At the encampment of the Kusanagi clan, Kusanagi silently sensed the fully armed ninjas from Rock Hidden outside their stronghold. The demeanor of these Rock Hidden ninjas revealed that they were not in a state of rest. It was evident they were preparing for battle. Furthermore, lurking in the periphery were an indeterminate number of ninjas from Grass Hidden Village. He understood that the moment had finally arrived. The Kusanagi clan's chapter in Grass Hidden Village was destined to conclude. Turning back, he notified his family to prepare for action. As night descended, Chao Qianliuyu reclined in a clearing on the hillside of her family's ancestral grounds, gazing at the luminous full moon. Yet, an unsettling feeling began to stir within her, the origins of which remained elusive, but she sensed that an ominous event was looming on the horizon. She gently touched the protective talisman tied around her neck, a gift from her father before his departure. Thoughts of her father, Chao Qianyu, flooded her mind. And with each recollection, her unease intensified. Determined, Chao Qianliuyu resolved to return to her family, realizing it was time to conclude her training. However, upon reaching the entrance of her family's old estate, she was confronted by several unfamiliar visitors. To label them as strangers would be inaccurate, for she recognized the individuals before her from her previous life. There were 4 figures in total, and she scrutinized them intently. One of the youths possessed a thick mane of silver hair, partially obscured by a black mask that covered the lower half of his face, leaving only his indifferent eyes visible. A short blade rested on his back, and despite his youth, his gaze revealed the aura of a perilous individual accustomed to the brink of warfare. Another young man donned conspicuous windbreakers, his athletic attire adorned with an emblem depicting a hand fan, which Liuyu recognized as the crest of the Uchiha clan. He radiated a vibrant, sunny disposition. Among the quartet, the sole girl sported short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, her legs clad in dark red knee-high socks complemented by red bracelets on her wrists. And her most striking feature was the 2 purple markings adorning her face. Lastly, there stood a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, wearing the standard attire of a Konoha ninja vest, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The identities of the 4 became apparent: Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, and their esteemed Genin mentor, the legendary Yellow Flash, who would later ascend to become the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure, Namikaze Minato. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Chao Qianliuyu observed the figures before her. She belonged to the village hidden in the grass, while the individuals before her hailed from the village hidden in the leaves. Although the land of grass has yet to engage in the war, the appearance of ninjas from other countries within its borders, discovered by other ninjas, cannot be considered a favorable circumstance. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Although I was familiar with those across from me, they were not acquainted with me. So I feigned ignorance and inquired, "Hey, you from the hidden grass village, shouldn't it be us asking you? This is the territory of the land of fire. And it is you, a ninja from the hidden grass village, who should explain your presence here." Uchiha Obito, standing nearby, pointed at Kusanagi Chiryu with urgency as he retorted. To be honest, Kusanagi Chiryu did not expect that this brash, reckless youth, reminiscent of her cousin, would one day become Uchiha Obito, the one who would slay his master, obliterate his clan, and ignite the 4th Great Ninja War. One must admit, the Uchiha clan's obsessive love is indeed terrifying. Kusanagi Chiryu had no intention of engaging in combat. Despite the perpetual smile gracing the lips of Namikaze Minato, she was acutely aware of his formidable nature, which rendered her hesitant to act impulsively. If it were only Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito, and Kakashi, she would have felt confident in maneuvering through the situation, leveraging her advantageous position. "This is the ancestral site of the Kusanagi clan. Is it not permissible for me to train here? What, then, are you all doing here?" Suddenly appearing at the Kusanagi clan's ancestral grounds, Kusanagi Chiryu countered. "Kusanagi clan? What is that?" Uchiha Obito inquired, bewildered. Noera Rin sighed in exasperation beside him. "You idiot. Didn't you read the mission briefing before we set out? You don't even know our target, the Kusanagi clan?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, exasperated by the lack of awareness. "What did you say?" "Kakashi, I challenge you to a duel," Uchiha Obito shouted, flustered at the insult. Upon realizing that she was the target of their mission, Kusanagi Chirita lost her patience with their antics. Instantly, she drew her shuriken, bracing herself, even though she did not wish to engage. The fact that she was their target left her no choice. Observing the tension, Namikaze Minato stepped forward and said, "Do not be alarmed. We are not your enemies. We have been dispatched by the third Hokage to retrieve the remaining members of the Kusanagi clan." Upon hearing the term remaining members, a shadow passed over Kusanagi Chirita's heart. She glanced at the grass village forehead protector around her neck, a gift from her father, and her anxiety began to swell. Had her fears come to fruition? What do you mean mission? What remaining members? What is going on here? Kusanagi Chirita could no longer maintain her composure. Had the worst outcome she had envisioned truly occurred? Minato was momentarily taken aback. You were unaware? Well, considering you mentioned training here, it is understandable that you might not know of the upheaval in the land of grass. At that moment, Kakashi and Noara Rin exchanged sympathetic glances with Kusanagi Chiryu, while only Uchiha Obito remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Unperturbed by their intentions, the immediate priority is to return to the hidden grass village. Determined, Kusanagi Ryoyu set her course towards the family shrine. Kakashi and the others did not deter her. Instead, they chose to follow suit. As Kusanagi Ryoyu vanished before the Darkstone Monument, Kakashi, Noara Rin, and Minato Namikaze were not taken aback, yet Uchiha Obito appeared utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? What exactly are we meant to do? At this moment, Uchiha Obito, still bewildered, inquired, "Why couldn't you thoroughly examine the mission details before our departure?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi rolled his eyes, exuding an air of exasperation, as if encountering such a fool had cursed him for 8 lifetimes. "Sensei Minato, is it truly wise to send her back like this?" inquired Noara Rin, her brow furrowed with concern. If the intelligence is accurate, this child must be Kusachin Ryua, the daughter of the Kusachin clan leader. She is one of the 2 in this generation who has awakened the art of grass manipulation. Upon her return, she will be able to expedite the relocation of the Kusachin clan members, thereby hastening the completion of our mission, replied Minato, his tone steady. At that moment, unease swelled within Kusachin Ryua, intensifying as she entered the ancestral hall and beheld dozens of terrified clan children. Her mind went blank with a resounding thud. Had the very calamity she had long feared finally come to pass? A sudden flash of white light illuminated the space, as Chao Qianfu Hall appeared alongside several children from the family in the ancestral shrine. Upon seeing Chao Qianliu, Chao Qianfu Hall momentarily froze, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by sorrow. He did not utter many words. Instead, he grasped the hand of the dazed Liu, and, with another burst of radiant light, they arrived outside the family ancestral hall. Observing the group of children in desperate need of relocation, Chao Qianfu Hall instructed, "Liu, there is no time for explanations now. Let us first assist in moving the children of our clan. My strength alone is somewhat insufficient." Chapter 19. The Night of Annihilation. Chao Qianliu stood in a daze, ignoring the calls of Chao Qianfutong, gazing around at her surroundings. The once thriving estate of the Chao Qian clan was now illuminated by a sinister red light, a harbinger of slaughter. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, punctuated by distant cries and explosions. Fear and darkness enveloped the entire family. Nearby, several clan ninjas were on high alert, evidently tasked with safeguarding the children during their evacuation. "Lady Liu, please expedite the relocation of the clan's children with young Master Futong. The enemy could breach this area at any moment," urged one of the vigilant ninjas from the Chao Qian clan. Having grown up in an orphanage, Liu had always taken care of younger children. Though she now held the esteemed position of the clan's heiress, her innate kindness remained unchanged, and she was cherished within her family. She recognized the ninja who spoke to her. His name was Chao Qiantangbin, merely 15 years of age and recently promoted to a chunin. He had often sought guidance from Sister Nizi regarding his training. However, the gravity of the situation overwhelmed Chao Qianliu. She grasped the concerned hands of Tangbin, imploring, "Brother Tangbin, where is father? Please, tell me." The clan leader is currently leading the young members in fending off the external foes, buying time for your evacuation. We are surrounded by enemies, and it is impossible to contact anyone else. The chaos of the large gathering has disrupted our senses. Moreover, the leader has already prepared for the worst. "It would be futile for you to go," answered a middle-aged clan member, his expression heavy with sorrow, presumably the leader of the guard team. In her anxiety, Chao Qianliu momentarily overlooked her clan's unique bloodline sensory abilities. Realizing this, she began to attune herself to her surroundings. As a direct descendant of the clan, her perception vastly surpassed that of ordinary members. Before long, she pinpointed a definite location. Was it the training ground? Resolute, Liu Yu intended to make her way there, but was abruptly halted by Tongbin's firm grip. You cannot go there. You are the future of the clan. In this dire moment, the surviving children need you. Understanding her intentions, Tangbin could not allow her to plunge into danger. Chao Qin and Liu Yu embodied the clan's future, and their only hope lay in her protection. Yet, before Tangbin could finish his plea, Liu Yu vanished in an instant. The middle-aged clan member who had earlier spoken attempted to intercept her, only to discover that his legs had been ensnared by tendrils of grass. Struggling to free himself, he found the grip only tightening. It was not until Liu Yu disappeared from sight that the foliage gradually released its hold. As she hastened towards the training ground, Chao Qian Liu Yu found herself ensnared in the most harrowing experience of her life. Blood stained the earth, as once amiable clansmen lay in pools of crimson. In the shadowed realms of the grass and the concealed presence of rock ninjas, the bodies of both sides littered the ground. As Ryuhyu approached the training grounds, a sense of foreboding intensified within him. Was his father, Kusanagi Chiyu, safe? As the leader of the Kusanagi clan and its mightiest warrior, he would undoubtedly be a primary target for the enemy. Before Ryuhyu could reach the training field, he sensed two chakra signatures approaching him, soon obstructed by two rock ninja-clad figures. One was a burly man with strikingly thick eyebrows, while the other was slender and pale, resembling a frail, ailing wretch. Yet the pungent scent of blood emanating from them indicated they were far from ordinary adversaries. "Ah, a mere child," exclaimed the burly man. "We've been killing here for so long and haven't seen any little brat." Naturally, the Kusanagi children were sequestered at the clan's ancestral hall. Thus these two hadn't encountered any youngsters. Hearing their casual remarks about killing here for so long ignited a murderous intent within Ryuhyu. Although he was deeply concerned for his father, he recognized that he could not afford to ignore these two foes. With that resolve, he determined to end the confrontation swiftly. Grass release, extreme spear breakthrough. He swiftly formed hand seals, chakra swirling around his left hand, which became entwined with a multitude of grass leaves. The slender blades wove together, transforming into a sharp spear. Simultaneously, he surged forward at an incredible speed, forcing the ailing man to confront the rapidly enlarging spear tip. With a soft thud, the spear pierced the frail man's body, which disintegrated into a mound of yellow earth, indeed, a mere earth clone. Ryuhyu did not underestimate the opponent. Surviving the chaos of the night indicated he was no weakling. Hence he was not surprised when the frail man evaded his initial strike. Immediately, Ryuhyu sidestepped the burly man's powerful punch and leaped back, aiming to distance himself from the brute. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed towards him. He had anticipated the attack, possessing the bloodline of stealth. Ryuhyu had already begun to search for the frail man's true position after realizing he had encountered an earth clone. Would release, Dragon's Fong. With a whispered incantation, a sharp bamboo spear erupted from the ground, aimed directly at the frail man's stealthy assault from behind. This technique had once been triggered during a confrontation with the Grass Hidden's elite. In the secret scroll of Wood Release, it was referred to as Dragon's Fong, the frail man. Having been forewarned of the Kusanagi clan's heightened sensory abilities by the Yurita clan, had not assumed that his ambush would be guaranteed success. He had prepared for a countermeasure. The Yurita clan had alluded to the existence of several Kusanagi clan members adept in grass release, and upon witnessing the girl utilize it, he had heightened his caution. However, he did not anticipate that the girl possessed more than just grass release. The angle at which the bamboo spear appeared was particularly treacherous, aimed directly between his legs, and it approached with remarkable speed. "Ah!" A piercing scream of agony echoed through the air as the frail man, despite his suffering, managed to evade the sharp bamboo that had pierced him. However, at this moment, blood gushed profusely between his legs, which trembled uncontrollably. The contorted expression of pain on his face, coupled with his incessant wails, indicated that a particularly vital part of him had sustained irreversible damage. To his surprise, the frail man had not been able to withstand the assault. The young warrior, Chao Qian Liu, found herself somewhat astonished. Yet, it was evident that he, or perhaps she, was rendered temporarily incapable of further combat. Although both sides had engaged in 2 rounds of confrontation, all of this transpired within the span of mere seconds. By the time the burly rock ninja regained his composure, his companion had transformed from him into her. Witnessing the excruciating agony of his ally, The rock ninja's eyes flickered with boundless rage and concern. "You little brat," he bellowed in fury. "I shall reduce you to dust." It seemed that the bond between these two rock ninjas was far stronger than the previous alliance observed among the grass ninjas. However, Liu Yu had no time to ponder their connection, nor to heed his wrath. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly eliminate these obstructive foes and hasten to the training grounds. With alacrity, she formed hand seals, causing countless blades of grass to sprout from the earth. Upon completing the seals, she unleashed the technique, Thousand Leaves Extreme Kill, sending a barrage of sharp grass blades, imbued with a faint glow of chakra, hurtling towards the rock ninja. Despite his fury, the rock ninja immediately began forming seals for defense upon witnessing the imminent danger. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. As he slammed his palms against the ground, a formidable earthen wall rose before him, only to be met with the sound of piercing blades puncturing through. Yet, this was not the end. Following the onslaught of grass blades, a more resplendent chakra light surged forth. A slender, sharp bamboo spear, aimed directly at the earthen wall. Thrust through with the force of a thunderous assault, the bamboo flow spear. Sensing the tremor of the wall, the rock ninja's heart sank. What kind of ninjutsu is this? As he beheld the bamboo spear breaching his earthen barrier, he let out a sigh of relief, believing he had managed to withstand this assault. Before he could even contemplate the nature of this ninjutsu, which demonstrated such formidable penetrative power, the bamboo spear before him erupted in a blinding flash of white light. With a thunderous explosion, the rock ninja was obliterated alongside his earth wall. Although this was merely a sequence of two ninjutsu, Liu Yu had meticulously prepared for this moment. First, she employed Thousand Leaves Extreme Kill, a technique designed for area damage, compelling her opponent to abandon evasion in favor of defense. Seizing the opportunity while their line of sight was momentarily obstructed, she unleashed the highly penetrative bamboo flow spear, successfully breaching their defenses. The subsequent explosion served as her final strike. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, Liu Yu took a few gentle breaths. The rapid succession of 4 ninjutsu within such a brief interval had imposed a significant strain on her body. Despite the exceptional constitution of the Chaoqian clan, ample chakra reserves, and her reputation as a prodigy, she remained merely an 8-year-old girl. After regaining her composure, Chaoqian Liu Yu set forth once more towards her family's training ground. As for the frail man, he had already fled upon witnessing her vanquish the rock ninja. At this moment, Liu was preoccupied with thoughts, thus neglecting to investigate the whereabouts of the sickly man. After a while, as she departed from Chaoqian, a shadow flickered and the camouflage technique of rock hidden was revealed, allowing the sickly man to reappear in the same spot. He approached the towering figure of the rock hidden and gazed at the grotesque scene of dismembered bodies strewn across the ground, his eyes betraying a mixture of hatred, sorrow, and a hint of fear. In the face of 2 seasoned chunin from the enemy side, he exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, within a mere few minutes, he executed a flawless combination of several high-intensity ninjutsu, resulting in one adversary dead and the other wounded. Such a young child, possessing this level of acuity in the midst of life-and-death combat, foretells an ominous future if he remains alive. Chapter 20. The Dragon's Tooth of Hell. Chao Qian Liu Yu hastily made her way to the family training grounds. Along the way, she encountered several skirmishes between her clan and the shadowy forces of Yan Yin and Chao Yin. After aiding her kin in vanquishing their foes, she urged them to hasten to the ancestral space of the clan's shrine. Yet, her pleas fell upon deaf ears. Her kin appeared resigned to their fate, determined to defend the last vestiges of the Chao Qian clan's honor with their lives. At the Chao Qian clan's training ground, the earth was drenched in crimson. Countless bodies strewn about in various positions. Among them lay members of the Chao Qian clan, yet the majority were the fallen from Yan Yin and Chao Yin. The cacophony of battle had ceased, leaving Chao Qian Yu encircled by a throng of Chao Yin's shadowy operatives and Yin Yin shinobi, all of whom gazed upon him with trepidation, too fearful to advance. Though they had anticipated his formidable strength, none could have foreseen the extent of his power. Before him lay dozens of corpses from Yan Yin and Chao Yin, some pierced through with blades of grass, others having their necks ensnared by the resilient tendrils, while some were completely transfixated by a singular, powerful blade of grass. Now, Chao Qianyu, Chao Qianyi, and the clan's elders stood back to back, the only surviving members of their kin. Each bore varying degrees of injury, with the elder in the most dire condition. Coughing up blood, the elder reflected. Who would have thought? I witnessed this village rise from nothing, gradually build into what it is today. To perish here, in my own village, is a bitter irony. His voice trembled with nostalgia and sorrow as he spoke. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, becoming resolute as he glared at their adversaries, bellowing, "Those who fear not death, come forth." The crowd before him quivered, intimidated by the elder's formidable presence. "With your strength, you could escape this place. There is no need for such sacrifice. You have Lu Yu. The new Chao Qian clan requires a leader," Chao Qianyi implored, suppressing the tumult of emotions welling within him, unable to bear the thought of his brother perishing here. "There is no need for further discussion, brother. This is a decision I have long since made. The clan has reached this point, and as its leader, I bear an undeniable responsibility. My kin are safeguarding the last glory of the Chao Qian clan. I cannot abandon them. Moreover, Yunai has awaited me in that realm for far too long. It is time for me to join her," Chao Qianyu declared with unwavering resolve. Yet, as he mentioned Lu Yu, a softness flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of the little girl who would cling to him, seeking affection. "I have faith in her. And I believe that Fu Tang will be a good brother, just as you are. I trust that the children will once again elevate the Chao Qian clan to greatness." Chao Qianyu continued, his conviction unwavering. Alas, seeing that he could not change his brother's mind, Chao Qianya let out a resigned sigh. "Xiao Yu, you need not blame yourself. The family has come to this juncture not through your fault. However, since we have reached this point, let us uphold the final glory of the Chao Qian clan with our lives," the elder declared resolutely from the side. This venerable man, who had devoted his life to the family, was prepared to sacrifice everything for their honor. At that moment, a path opened in the crowd, revealing Yu Liangji, the orchestrator of this operation. He gazed impassively at the unfolding scene, yet his heart was tumultuous with unexpected turmoil. He had not anticipated that this Chao Qianyu would prove so formidable. He had assumed that with the aid of the rock hidden, the conflict would swiftly conclude. But the extent of the losses caused solely by Chao Qianyu was beyond his expectations. It seemed that the decision to act was indeed prudent. The Chao Qian clan posed a lingering threat that had to be eliminated to restore peace. The cacophony of battle cries gradually subsided, signifying that the resistance of the Chao Qian clan had been significantly diminished. Yet, what troubled Yu Liangji was not only Chao Qianyu before him, but also the unaccounted children of the Chao Qian clan. He understood well the principle of eradicating a threat completely. "Liangji, you wretch, how could you conspire with the ninjas of your village against your own people?" The elder, despite knowing that cursing him was futile, could not restrain his indignation at the sight of this man, who had sunk into the abyss of power. The Chao Qian clan's collusion with Konoha to instigate rebellion had inflicted grievous harm upon the village. Thankfully, the timely assistance from their allies in the rock hidden had quelled the insurrection, minimizing the village's losses. Yu Liangji paid no heed to the elder's tirade, calmly articulating the charges he had long prepared against the Chao Qian clan. I have overestimated you, Liangji. Even at this juncture, you still dare not face me in combat, hiding behind your protectors?" Chao Qianyu scoffed at the sight of Yu Liangji surrounded by guards. "You are like a cooked duck, all bluster with no substance. How long can you maintain this facade?" Instead of being provoked, Yu Liangji stepped back, making a hand gesture. Upon seeing this signal, the previously hesitant members of the Chao Nambu and the rock-hidden ninjas surged forward once more. Chao Qianyu prepared to weave hand seals, ready to unleash his jutsu. This technique was a higher application of thousand leaves bind, advancing beyond mere restraint of the enemy to directly ensnare and sever vital parts of their body. The opposing Chao Nambu and rock-hidden ninjas anxiously eyed their feet, knowing that many had perished under this very technique, and they were unwilling to meet the same fate. However, after prolonged combat, Chao Qianyu's chakra had become utterly depleted, preventing him from executing the jutsu. As he did not invoke his technique, the opposing forces, seemingly spurred on, quickened their advance. With no other recourse, the three, drained of chakra from extended fighting, reverted to the most primal form of combat, a contest of physical prowess. As the battle raged on, the wounds on Chao Qianyu's body multiplied, and the world around him grew increasingly blurred. Is this what it feels like to approach death? Having repelled the enemy before him, Chao Qianyu shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure. He glanced around. The Grand Elder had just been stealthily slain by Yu Liangji, a man who had devoted his life to the family and, even in death, refused to close his eyes, continuing to glare at Yu Liangji with indignation. His elder brother, Chao Qianya, was also nearing his limit, as the assailants surrounding him clearly hesitated to sacrifice their own lives in his final moments, choosing instead to prolong the confrontation. Shaking his head again, Chao Qianyu turned his gaze back to Yu Liangji. Where was Yu Liangjiu? Not with his brother? Could it be? A sense of dread washed over him, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp blade pierced through his body. Yu Liangjiu materialized behind Chao Qianyu, his voice dripping with malice as he said, "Allow me to escort you from this world." No. A piercing cry of anguish resonated, imbued with anger and sorrow. When Chao Qianlu hurriedly arrived at the training ground, her eyes were met with the sight of the long blade embedded in her father's chest. Upon hearing the anguished cry, everyone's attention shifted towards this direction. They were momentarily taken aback at the sight of a green-haired girl. After such a long battle, no child of the Chao family had been seen, and now, unexpectedly, a little girl appeared. Though the girl was drenched in a thick stench of blood, neither the Chao nor the Yin clansmen regarded her with any significance. They merely wondered where the children of the Chao family had been hidden. Noticing the reproach and concern in her father's gaze, she understood that he was blaming her for returning here. Watching the worry etched on Chao Qianyu's face, Yu Liangjiu chuckled. "Is this your daughter? Today, I shall perform a good deed, allowing you two to reunite." He paused, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. "Oh, no. It should be a family reunion of three, shouldn't it?" With that, he withdrew the blade and hurled Chao Qianyu towards Chao Qianlu. Chao Qianyu began to feel the world blurring around him. His body felt inexplicably light, struggling to keep his eyes open. The only sight that met him was that troublesome little girl. Chao Qianlu rushed to catch her father. In his final moments, Chao Qianyu could no longer utter any words. Yet in the depths of his gaze, Qianlu understood his unspoken message. He urged her to escape. Even as he lay dying, his concern remained for her safety. Watching the light in her father's eyes slowly fade, Qianlu could no longer contain her grief and began to weep uncontrollably. "No." "Ah," the girl cried out in agony within her heart. The world before her began to lose its hues, everything fading into shades of gray. Save for the vivid crimson of blood, Qianlu felt her world collapsing. Her father's departure left her devoid of support, and her heart felt achingly hollow. "Little one, I shall now guide you to your father." At this moment, Yu Liangjiu moved, believing it was time to consign the Chao family to the annals of history. Once an orphan in her previous life, Chao Qianlu cherished the hard-won familial bonds of this existence. Thus, when Chao Qianyu inquired about her dreams, she expressed her desire to protect those she held dear. At this moment, her father, Chao Qianyu, undoubtedly held the utmost significance in her life. Yet, the very person she yearned to protect had already departed. "Ah, I wish for all of you to perish." The girl screamed frantically. "What meaning does this world hold now?" At that instant, Liu Yu felt little in the way of joy or sorrow. What consumed her was an overwhelming madness, a desire to obliterate everything. In the depths of hell, Long Ye observed the perpetrators before him. The girl painfully enunciated each word, her eyes reflecting an endless crimson hue, suffused with an insatiable bloodlust that filled her heart with a craving for slaughter. As her frenzy escalated, the ground trembled violently beneath her. "What is happening?" Before the hidden grass Umbu could voice his query, a chorus of anguished cries erupted around him. Turning to look, he was met with the horrifying sight of a rock-hidden ninja, impaled from head to toe by a sharp bamboo shoot. Blood splattered across the boy's face. And before he could comprehend the calamity unfolding, a similar bamboo thrust emerged from the ground, piercing him as well. The earth fractured, releasing an overwhelming and disquieting chakra that surged from below, sending tremors of fear through the hearts of those who sensed it, as if their very souls were under the watchful gaze of a harbinger of doom. Countless sharp bamboo shoots erupted from the ground, accompanied by anguished wails. Blood flowing slowly from the bamboo, as terror began to permeate the crowd. Liu Yu felt as though every cell in her body was being torn apart, a pain that penetrated to her very marrow. Yet, in that moment, she cared not. All she desired was to vanquish her enemies before her, seemingly willing to bear any cost. "You little brat." This surge of power instilled unease in Yu Liangji as he regarded the bloodshot-eyed girl, his agitation intensifying. He hastened his efforts to keep Liu Yu here, but the rising sharp bamboo shoots clearly thwarted his intentions. One such bamboo shot directly toward him, and Yu Liangji attempted to cleave it aside. With a resounding clang, akin to metal colliding, his plan was thwarted. With no time to ponder the peculiarities of the bamboo, he found himself forced back by its relentless assault. A swift retreat left him unsteady, only to be repelled again by another bamboo onslaught. Unable to mount a counterattack, Yu Liangji found himself desperately evading Liu Yu's strikes. Meanwhile, Chao Qianya, teetering on the brink of death, watched in shock at the scene before him. Though he was astonished by this unknown power, he understood that Liu Yu could not sustain this self-destructive ninjutsu for long. Yu Liangji was equally aware that the frantic strength Liu Yu exhibited would soon wane, as he sought to bide his time and strike during her moment of weakness. He realized he must act, lest Liu Yu perish here. At that moment, he noticed Chao Qianfu Hall had successfully evacuated the children, now lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. Observing Chao Qianfu Hall's attempts to rescue Liu Yu once her power dissipated, a plan began to take shape in Chao Qian's mind. Chapter 21. Konoha. A blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, casting a ghastly light upon the ground strewn with corpses. The relentless drip of blood echoed in the air, mingling with the anguished gazes of fallen kin, while the remnants of buildings, ravaged by fire and bloodshed, bore witness to the impending approach of Yuriki. No, 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 the girl gasped, bolting upright from her bed. She touched her forehead, slick with perspiration. Was it merely a dream? A sliver of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the room. The girl stared at the beam, lost in thought. She recalled her father's gaze, a mixture of reproach and concern, before his demise. She remembered the fury in the eyes of countless clansmen who perished, and the murderous intent reflected in Yuriki's eyes. Surveying her surroundings, she could faintly discern, through the words of the previous Hokage, the nature of her current location. A bitter smile of self-mockery surfaced. How she once longed for this place, but the price of her arrival was an unbearable burden. Liu Yu struggled to rise, making her way to the window, yearning to glimpse this unfamiliar, or perhaps familiar, place. Just as she attempted to open the window, footsteps approached from outside, and the door swung open. You are awake. Careful. Before the girl could fully comprehend the situation, her body began to topple towards the ground. The sensation contradicted her brain's perception, but she found herself steadied by a person. Turning her head, she finally beheld her rescuer, a girl with short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, adorned with dark red knee-high socks, a red bracelet on her wrist, and most notably, 2 purple markings on her face. It was Rin, Nora Rin. After guiding Kasumi Liu Yu back to the bed, spoke in a doctor's tone. Your body has sustained significant injuries and has yet to recover. It is best not to move around too much. You must rest. By the way, although this is not our first meeting, I have yet to introduce myself. Allow me to present myself. My name is Noira Rin, but you may call me Rin, she said with a warm smile. Thank you, Rin. My name is Kasumi Liu Yu. You may call me Liu Yu, she replied, forcing a faint smile, aware that the other already knew her name, yet feeling it necessary to uphold basic courtesies. Silence enveloped them both. At that moment, Liu Yu found herself at a loss for words. To Konoha, she and the remaining children of her clan were mere warts. Uncertainty clouded her mind concerning how the higher-ups of Konoha would treat the remnants of the Kusakage clan, whether the villagers would accept them, or how the shinobi clans, particularly the High Ga, with whom they shared a historic enmity, would react to the newcomers. Rin, too, remained speechless. The calamity that had befallen her clan had claimed her father and all the elder members. At merely 8 years of age, she bore the weight of her family's legacy, a burden far too cruel for a child to endure. With this thought, Rin felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for Liu Yu. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Even before the person arrived, the sound had already reached them. Lin, why are you so slow this time? The boisterous voice unmistakably belonged to Uchiha Obito. As anticipated, soon after, both Uchiha Obito and Kakashi entered the hospital room. Upon seeing the girl named Ryu Yu sitting on the bed, Obito was momentarily taken aback. Ah, you've actually woken up? I thought you would become a vegetable, he exclaimed in astonishment. Obito. Lin gently chided him from the side, laced with a hint of reproach. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Obito sheepishly scratched the back of his head and hurriedly apologized. Sorry. What an irredeemable fool, Kakashi remarked with a touch of exasperation. Quit your nagging, Kakashi, Obito retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Kakashi. However, this time he refrained from engaging in further banter and turned to Ryu Yu, saying, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become Hokage. And that stoic fellow over there is Hatake Kakashi. Don't mind him, he's just like that. The handsome man with the blonde hair you saw last time is our guiding jonin, Minato Namikaze. When Obito mentioned his aspiration to become Hokage, Ryu Yu observed him secretly glancing at Len. To be honest, if it weren't for the narrative advantage of the original plot, Ryu Yu would find it exceedingly difficult to associate this optimistic, lively, and upbeat youth with the masked man who would later stir up turmoil in the ninja world and ignite the fourth great ninja war. Hello. My name is Kusachiyu Ryu Yu. You can call me Ryu from now on. Despite her surprise, she felt compelled to respond to his introduction. Oh dear. I completely forgot to change your bandages. I truly apologize. Lin suddenly remembered her task for the day and hurriedly expressed her regret. At that moment, Ryu noticed the bandages and topical medications Lin had brought. As she carefully tended to his wounds, Ryu expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, Lin. By the way, what did you mean when you said you thought I would become a vegetable? Ryu suddenly recalled the remark. Her recent memories were still hazy. Lingering on her confrontation with Yuryu in Kusagakure, where she vaguely sensed the presence of Kusa-Chiho before her consciousness faded. However, she had no recollection of what transpired afterward or how long she had been unconscious. Oh, you mean that? You certainly left the medical ninjas in Konoha astonished. When Kusa-Chiho brought you back, Lin nearly thought you were beyond saving while treating you. After you returned to Konoha, the hospital's medical ninjas said you might never wake up again, and even if you did, you wouldn't be able to become a ninja. Yet, subsequent examinations contradicted their prognosis. Your recovery was astonishingly swift. Initially, they stated you would have to lie in bed for at least half a year before regaining consciousness. Yet here you are, awake in just 4 months today. Obito enthusiastically recounted the situation. For months, really? Ryu was taken aback by the length of her unconsciousness. The last time in the training grounds of Grass Hidden Village, the technique Hell, Dragon's Fang was a forbidden art recorded in the secret scroll of bamboo ninjutsu. Mastery of Dragon's Spike was a prerequisite for its practice. Previously, in a moment of utter loss of control and madness, Liu recklessly unleashed this technique, which now appears exceedingly perilous in retrospect. This technique demands an enormous amount of chakra, a burden that a juvenile body cannot possibly endure. Had it not been for her unique physical constitution, coupled with the nourishment of the special energy derived from her bloodline, she might have truly succumbed to a vegetative state, or perhaps never be able to wield the way of the ninja again. Reflecting on this, a wave of dread washed over Liyu's heart. However, if given another chance, she would not hesitate to use it again. In the afternoon, upon receiving news of Liyu's awakening, Kazuchiyu gathered the children of the Kazuchi clan to visit her. Upon sighting Liu, the children could not contain their tears, drawing astonished glances from the hospital staff outside. With the elders of the clan nearly extinguished, these children were all that remained. The eldest among them, Kazuchiyu, was merely 11 years old, while the current clan leader, Kazuchi Liu, was only 8. Yet, in times of peril, one always seeks a pillar of support. Although Liu is not much older, her status and identity rendered her their sole reliance. It is said that sorrow is contagious, yet Liu understood that she could not afford to weep at this critical moment. She was the only support for these children. She must not exhibit even the slightest sign of weakness. Her father had entrusted the future of the clan to her, and he would not wish to see her in tears. Having once been a leader among the children in an orphanage in her past life, Liu assessed the situation and adopted the demeanor of a clan leader, which succeeded in quieting the weeping children. The history of the Kazuchi clan in Grass Hidden Village has come to a close. Your parents fought valiantly for your future. Does your current state honor their sacrifices? If you possess any spirit, cease your tears, uplift your spirits, and dedicate yourselves to your training, for the sake of avenging your fallen kin. With these words, Liu addressed her younger siblings, who were not much smaller than herself. As evening approached, having finally sent the children back to the designated quarters arranged by Konoha, Liu collapsed onto her bed, utterly drained. At that moment, a figure appeared by her side. The newcomer had long, beautiful red hair, adorned with a hairpin and a bun on the left side, and a wrist guard on her left wrist. Who are you? Liu instinctively inquired, though she could surmise the identity of the visitor from her striking red hair. You must be weary. You need not suppress your emotions any longer. Let your tears flow freely, the visitor said gently, enveloping Liu in a warm embrace. With no time to ponder the reason behind this gesture, Liu succumbed to the embrace and wept loudly. What did it matter that she had over 20 years of experience in her past life? The family's demise, the tragic deaths of her father and kin, the heavy burden of the family's future, the interactions with the villagers of Konoha, and the facade of strength she maintained in front of the children. All of these overwhelming pressures had rendered her breathless. The presence of support before her shattered the fragile defenses within the girl's heart. At this moment, she truly needed an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Kushina gently patted the back of the sobbing girl, softly offering her comfort. Outside the hospital room, Kakashi Hitaki and Minato Namikaze stood side by side. Thank you, Kakashi expressed with utmost respect. In this moment, he had lost the lively demeanor he once possessed. The departure of his father and clan had cast a shadow of sorrow across the face of this previously carefree youth. After all, anyone would find it impossible to remain unchanged in the wake of such calamity. No need for thanks, Minato replied. Kushina chose to come here on her own accord. She sees a reflection of her former self in this child. Chapter 22. The Uzumaki clan of Konoha on the following day, as Luyu awoke. She found herself nestled in the embrace of a woman. The long, resplendent red hair was a clear indication of her identity, the ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The fiery pepper Kushina Uzumaki. You're awake. Sensing Luyu's gaze, the woman opened her eyes and looked gently at the girl. That thing from last night. Thank you, the girl stammered, finally managing to express her gratitude shyly after a long pause. No need to thank me. It was my duty, Kushina replied tenderly. For some inexplicable reason, Luyu was reminded of Kusana Naoko when she looked at Kushina. Both exuded a sense of reliability. But why? They had never met before. Why was she so kind to me? The questions bubbled in Luyu's heart, despite her extensive knowledge of Kushina from her previous life. The two had yet to share any connection in this moment. Kushina gently ruffled Luyu's hair, evoking the same familiar feeling that reminded her of Kusana Naoko. Why is that? Kushina paused, seemingly contemplating her next words. When I was young, war engulfed the land of whirlpools. As a prominent clan, the adult members of the Uzumaki family were called to the battlefield. Yet, the land of whirlpools was merely a small nation, and the war ultimately ended in its defeat. From that moment on, the land of whirlpools and the village of whirlpools faded into history. My parents and all my relatives perished, leaving me as a child orphaned by war. At this point, you could sense a hint of sorrow from the woman. Later on, I was fortunate enough to be brought to Konoha, where I encountered a relative who had married into the village long ago, Granny Mito. She guided me to fill the void in my heart with love. And then, I met him. At this, a faint blush adorned Kushina's cheeks. And Luyu understood precisely whom she referred to. Kushina concealed her identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For Luyu was merely a newcomer to Konoha and could not be entrusted with such secrets. Yet, Luyu comprehended that Kushina's affection stemmed from her own experiences. The similar plight of this kind-hearted woman compelled her to shield others from enduring the pain she had suffered, steering them away from the brink of hatred. What a benevolent woman she is. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened intently to the report from the Umbu. The report detailed the visit of Minato and Kushina to see Kusana Luyu. Upon concluding the briefing, the third Hokage waved his hand, signaling the Umbu to depart. The current state of warfare presented a grave challenge for Konoha. Although they had recently triumphed over Sunagakure, freeing Konoha from the siege of the four great shinobi villages. The re-entry of Kusakagure into the conflict meant that Konoha's situation had not fundamentally improved. The village had suffered significant losses in this war, and as the current Hokage, he bore his share of the responsibility. Once the turmoil of war subsides, it is likely that the position of Hokage will have to be relinquished. The third Hokage does not cling to the title out of an unwillingness to surrender power, but rather due to the prevailing circumstances that are far from reassuring. Danzo has long harbored ambitions for the Hokage position, and Orochimaru equally expresses a keen interest in it. However, neither of these individuals can be entrusted with the future of Konoha. Jiraiya, another of the legendary Sannin, shows no desire for the role, while Tsunade has departed from the village. Fortunately, Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, proves to be quite commendable. He possesses a gentle and forgiving nature, values his comrades within the village, and embodies the profound spirit of the will of fire. The sole deficiency lies in his lack of a solid foundation and experience. The existing ninja clans in Konoha are entrenched in their hierarchical structures, making it unlikely for them to genuinely support Minato. Thus, he must seek allies among the common ninja. Fortunately, the recently arrived clan of Kusakage is promising. They consist of a group of children who are easier to manage. Moreover, they possess commendable bloodline abilities. And with proper nurturing, they could become a significant force under the Hokage's command. Once these children mature, even if he is no longer able to assist, there will be little cause for concern regarding Minato being usurped by Danzo and others. Contemplating this, the third Hokage smiled, seemingly having made up his mind. In the hospital, after Minato and Kushina left, Kusakage Fudd entered to share everything he knew before departing, urging her to rest well and avoid overexertion. After listening to Fudd's account, Ryuyu felt her mind buzzing with confusion. Observing the usually jovial Fudd now stripped of his former vivacity, she understood that he was no less troubled than she was. Despite her throbbing headache, She had to muster the resolve to analyze the current situation. After all, Fudd had explicitly informed her that she was now the leader of the Kuzakage clan, and she must uplift her people. During her 4-month coma, the overall situation in Konoha had not improved. While they had defeated the weakest of the 4 nations, Sunagakure, the emergence of this new force significantly intensified the pressure on Konoha's northern front. The leadership of Kuzakage publicly attributed the war to the Kuzakage clan's alleged collusion with Konoha, plotting rebellion to overthrow the existing regime and compel Kuzakage to join Konoha's cause. Fortunately, with the robust assistance of Iwagakure, they thwarted Konoha's and the Kuzakage clan's supposed conspiracy, forcing Kuzakage to declare war against Konoha due to the latter's oppressive nationalism, thus painting themselves as victims. It must be said, politics can be incredibly shameless. Although it is common knowledge that Kuzakage aims to seize a piece of Konoha as it teeters on the brink of collapse, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure all stand up to denounce Konoha's hegemonic ambitions, attempting to position themselves on a moral high ground. After all, voicing a few words incurs no cost and allows them to irritate their adversary. Why not seize the opportunity? Meanwhile, Konoha's refuge for the survivors of the Kuzakage clan naturally became a potent point of attack for them. Even as they expressed curiosity about how Konoha managed to return dozens of children from Kuzakage, Konoha now finds itself in a predicament where the truth becomes obscured by the fog of war. Should they fail to secure victory, even falsehoods may morph into reality. While triumph could render the veracity of events irrelevant, silencing dissenters, a clandestine agreement has been forged between the higher echelons of the Grass Village and the Rock Village, wherein the latter pledges support in the eradication of the Chao-Chien clan, and in return, the Grass Village abandons its long-standing neutrality to join the conflict against the Land of Fire. This intelligence was gathered by Sister Nizi, prompting Father Chao-Chien to resolve to approach Konoha, beseeching them to shelter the children of the Chao-Chien clan. The bargaining chips of the Chao-Chien clan in their dealings with Konoha consist primarily of the family's accumulated wealth and the legacy of various secret techniques. Given the inevitability of the Grass Village's entry into the war, Konoha has little cause for concern, as both parties are prepared to sever ties. Reflecting on her visit to the children today, Ryuyu can surmise some of the underlying reasons. Although the family possesses the means to transfer a significant portion of their living strength to the Land of Fire via the black stone boundary markers between the 2 locations, would the leadership of Konoha truly accept the entirety of the Chao-Chien clan? A wholesale migration to Konoha would indubitably cement the clan's reputation as traitors, and the leadership of Konoha would find it difficult to trust a family with a history of defection. This is no longer the era of nascent ninja villages. The Chao-Chien clan's integration into Konoha would likely incur even harsher scrutiny than that faced by the Uchiha clan. Even if Konoha, due to the strain of warfare, chooses to accept the Chao-Chien clan, the tasks they receive would inevitably be among the most arduous and perilous. Post-war, the leadership of Konoha would harbor reservations towards the Chao-Chien clan, who, in turn, would likely harbor dissatisfaction towards the leadership, a predicament akin to stepping from the jaws of a wolf into those of a tiger. Moreover, bearing the stigma of betrayal is something the proud elders of the family would find intolerable. The Chao-Chien clan is steeped in honor. They would prefer to perish in battle rather than live in disgrace. The 30-plus children arriving in Konoha are all aged between 3 and 8, with the older ones remaining behind, likely to fight and uphold the clan's final glory. The eldest, Chao-Chien Futang, if not for being the second wielder of a bloodline limit, would probably be left to die for the family's honor. Thus, only these impressionable children can be accepted by Konoha's leadership. As these young ones mature, they will develop a sense of belonging to Konoha, and it is precisely this attachment that will provide reassurance to the higher-ups. Nevertheless, Ryuyu harbors little resentment towards Konoha's actions. Firstly, this is a decision made by the family itself. Secondly, it embodies the essence of politics, where self-interest reigns supreme. Both the leadership of the Chao-Chien clan and that of Konoha are acutely aware of these dynamics. The Chao-Chien clan has prudently sent only the children, while the adult ninjas choose to face death in defense of their honor. In turn, Konoha reciprocates with care and nurturing for these children, thus creating a new lineage of the Chao-Chien clan within its embrace. Chapter 23. The Future? Upon awakening, Liu found that Chao-Chien Futang visited the hospital daily, providing updates on the current situation. It was now the end of the year 44 in Konoha, yet the impending new year brought no joy to the village. The various battlefronts remained precarious. During her recovery, Liu inquired about the circumstances surrounding her coma, but Chao-Chien Futang hesitated before offering a brief account. In Liu's moment of despair, It was Chao Qianfu Tang who swiftly rescued her, while his father, Chao Qianya, and the team guarding their ancestral shrine bought them precious time in their final moments. It was evident that Chao Qianfu Tang preferred not to dwell on the past. After sharing this, he fell silent, and beneath that silence, Lu Yu sensed his suppressed, boundless sorrow. She was not the only one to mourn the loss of a father. The survivors of the Chao Qian clan shared this burden. Each heart was filled with hatred in this unfamiliar land, and it seemed that all they possessed was animosity. Following their extraction from the ancestral space, it was Noera Rin who provided emergency treatment, as they feared Lu Yu would not survive. Upon her arrival at the Konoha hospital, the medical staff marveled at her extraordinary resilience, having endured such grievous injuries and yet still lived. Lu Yu's awakening served as a resounding rebuttal to those who had claimed she would never awaken, destined to remain in a vegetative state. During this period, the team of Minato Namikaze was mostly engaged in missions, but during their downtime, Noera Rin would come to the hospital to care for Lu Yu, assisting with dressing changes and other tasks. As Chao Qianfu Tang recounted these events, Lu Yu's mind wandered to the gentle, kind girl who always faced the world with a smile. No wonder such a person could attract Uchiha Obito. Currently, the Namikaze team was out on a mission, leaving only the children of the Chao Qian clan and Kushina Izumaki to keep Lu Yu company. As the sun began to set, its final rays filtered through the curtains, casting light upon Lu Yu, who was lost in thought against the headboard. Lu Yu had now become the head of the Chao Qian clan, despite being less than 9 years old. However, as a leader, she had to consider the future of her family. The current status of the Chao Qian clan within Konoha was rather precarious. The ninja of Konoha primarily fell into two categories: those who were descendants of the various clans that formed the village in its infancy, and the commoners trained as ninjas after the establishment of the Ninja Academy by the second Hokage. Additionally, there were war orphans adopted from various regions and ninjas secretly trained from a young age by the Umbu. Yet, the Chao Qian clan did not fit neatly into either of these categories. In a sense, they were a group of war orphans who also bore the legacy of their clan. Konoha could not treat these children, blessed with bloodline abilities, as ordinary commoner ninjas. For doing so would undermine the clan's full potential. Fortunately, the legacy of the Kusa Qian clan remains relatively intact. Although the Kusa Qian Futong revealed to Lu Yu that he had complied with the agreement by duplicating the family's forbidden techniques from the ancestral shrine and delivering them to the higher-ups of Konoha, including the second bloodline limits of grass release and bamboo release, the majority of ninjutsu above cannot be wielded without the bloodline of the Kusa Qian clan. This merely serves as a means to enhance the trust that the Konoha leadership places in the Kusa Qian clan, representing a sort of pledge from them. Just as Lu Yu was consumed by concerns for the future of the Kusa Qian clan, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Despite her remarkable sensory abilities, she refrained from employing them in the hospital of Konoha. Who could it be at this hour? Upon hearing a knock at the door, Lu Yu suppressed her curiosity and casually spoke. "Please enter." "Then I shall come in," a hearty voice responded from beyond the door. "Who are you?" Lu Yu inquired, her eyes widening. The visitor, clad in a long red robe with a white cloak draped over it, where a conical had inscribed with the character for fire. His face bore the markings of age, complemented by the gentle demeanor of a kindly old man, who gazed at Lu Yu with warmth while holding a smoking pipe. This attire unmistakably revealed the identity of the visitor, the current leader of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Me? I am merely an old man of little consequence in the village." The third Hokage replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Lord Third, please do not jest. If you have something to discuss, simply state it." Lu Yu responded with a hint of exasperation. Though she was still a child not yet 9 years old, the people of this world were generally precocious, with many younger than her already having faced the trials of battle. What could the third Hokage want with her today? Although she understood that such matters were inevitable, given that the Kusa Qian clan had arrived in Konoha, it was inconceivable for the upper echelons to remain indifferent. Yet, she was uncertain how they intended to accommodate the Kusa Qian clan. You are a perceptive child," the third Hokage remarked, taking a puff from his pipe and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "You are now the head of the Kusa Qian clan, and as the leader, you must strategize for the future of your clan. I assume you are presently troubled about their future?" He seemed to peer into Lu Yu's heart as he continued. "Then, how does Lord Third plan to arrange matters for our Kusa Qian clan?" Lu Yu directly inquired. Regardless of her contemplations, they could never outweigh the casual remarks of Konoha's leadership. Thus, she resolved to accept Konoha's arrangements without overthinking. Surely, the third Hokage would not impose undue hardship on the children of the Kusa Qian clan. What are your thoughts on Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? Instead of articulating his plans for the Kusa-Chien clan, the third Hokage shifted the conversation to inquire about Liu Yu's impressions of the two. Sunshine, was Liu Yu's succinct reply. Sunshine, you say? The third Hokage mused thoughtfully. They feel to me like the first rays of sunlight and the gentle breeze that a seedling encounters as it breaks through the soil, warm and inviting, evoking an instinctive desire to draw near. As she spoke, Liu lowered her head, painful memories flooding her mind once more. The departure of her father and clan members had left this child, who once considered herself resilient, bereft of support. Undoubtedly, both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had, to some extent, filled the void within her heart. Sensing Liu Yu's despondency, the third Hokage refrained from further conversation and gently approached her, stroking her head for a moment before saying, "Where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to burn. The flames will illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves." Liu Yu understood this to be the so-called will of fire of the Hidden Leaf Village, a principle for which countless individuals had sacrificed their lives. However, in her past life, Liu Yu had never truly grasped this will, and even after traversing into the world of Naruto, she remained unconvinced. She could not endorse Uchiha Itachi's notion of annihilating his entire clan, including his parents, in the name of preserving the so-called will of fire. Yet, such thoughts could not be revealed before the third Hokage, the highest authority in the Hidden Leaf. Despite the third's kind demeanor, coupled with his grandfatherly appearance, which radiated warmth, he could not discern Liu Yu's inner turmoil. He assumed that the child had yet to recover from the loss of her father. Although several months had passed, Liu Yu had only recently awakened. Your predecessors entrusted the future to you. To them, you are the inheritors of their will, and only by allowing you, the new leaves, to sprout can their sacrifices hold meaning, the third consoled her. I have considered your unique circumstances, as the Chao-Chien clan possesses its own bloodline. Thus, you cannot be nurtured like ordinary war orphans. However, the Chao-Chien clan is currently comprised entirely of children, and before you mature, a capable acting clan leader is necessary, the third continued. An acting clan leader? What does that mean? Is there still distrust towards our Chao-Chien clan? Or is there some other motive? With the exception of the missing sister Nizi, there are no adults in our clan who would be appointed as our acting leader. Various thoughts surged within Liu Yu's mind. I have decided to appoint Minato Namikaze as the acting clan leader for the Chao-Chien clan. To assist in caring for your clan until you are capable of shouldering the responsibility, the third Hokage stated, unaware of the chaos swirling in Liu Yu's thoughts. Minato Namikaze? Acting clan leader? Chapter 20. The clan leader of the Grass Senju? Minato Namikaze? The acting clan leader of the Senju clan? The phrase echoed incessantly in Ryu's mind. Minato Namikaze was to become the acting clan leader of the Grass Senju? What scheme was the third Hokage concocting? The current position of the Grass Senju in Konoha was rather precarious. However, appointing a ninja of considerable reputation and strength from within the village as the acting clan leader could indeed ameliorate their awkward situation significantly. When the notion of an acting clan leader was first broached, Ryu speculated extensively about the candidate the third Hokage might propose. Would this acting clan leader emerge from the ranks of civilian ninjas or from a prominent clan? It seemed improbable that a clan ninja would be selected. Entrusting the Grass Senju to a ninja of noble lineage would undoubtedly bolster that family's power, thereby disrupting the existing equilibrium among the ninja clans in Konoha. The delicate balance of power is paramount in politics. One significant factor in the Uchiha clan's demise was the absence of any rival ninja family capable of challenging their influence. The disparity between the Uchiha clan's power and their status fostered a sense of exclusion, culminating in irreconcilable conflicts with Konoha's leadership. Similarly, the Grass Senju faced annihilation for analogous reasons. If a ninja from a distinguished family was out of the question, then it must be a civilian-born ninja. Orochimaru, the third, would likely not entrust such a position to him. Jiraiya? Given his laid-back nature, he would probably decline the role. Tsunade? Her whereabouts with Shizen remain unknown. After much contemplation, it appeared that Minato Namikaze, who embodies the true essence of the will of fire, was the most suitable choice. In terms of credentials, Minato was a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and had amassed significant renown during the ongoing war. His affable and compassionate demeanor, coupled with his dedication to his village and comrades, rendered him highly respected among the villagers. It seemed that the third Hokage had perhaps begun to groom Minato for succession. Konoha had suffered devastating losses in this war, and even now, it had yet to emerge from the shadows of its trials. While the current situation was not entirely the fault of the third Hokage, someone must inevitably step forward to shoulder the responsibility. The Third's retirement was unavoidable, and it was likely that once the conflict subsided, Danzo and others would seize the opportunity to rise. Upon hearing the third Hokage's decision, Ryu began to ponder the underlying motivations behind such an action. Was he grooming a confidant in Minato? From the perspective of fostering loyalty, the Grass Senju indeed presented an excellent choice. As a renowned ninja clan in the shinobi world, the Grass Senju's unique bloodline was a source of pride, particularly now. With only a handful of children remaining in the clan, they would be easier to manage. If these children were nurtured well, they could evolve into formidable forces in the future. The third Hokage's retirement would not signify an immediate withdrawal from leadership. Rather, he would likely continue to assist Minato in managing the affairs of the village for some time to come. In addition to facilitating the swift acclimatization of Watergate to the responsibilities of Hokage, it is likely that there are also considerations regarding suppressing the influence of Danzo and the Elder Council. Moreover, it presents a viable method to better integrate the Kusa clan into Konoha. Thus, would you be willing to allow Watergate to temporarily assume the role of the Kusa clan's acting leader? The third Hokage inquired kindly. Yet there was an undeniable undertone of insistence. Truth be told, for a prominent clan, appointing an outsider as their leader, even as an acting leader, would bring a sense of disgrace. An occurrence that simply would not transpire. However, the current head of the Kusa clan is Ryuya, who bears little of the familial burden, and the younger members are unlikely to voice any dissent. Should Watergate ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, it would undoubtedly benefit the Kusa clan immensely. Although Watergate may be regarded as the shortest-lived Hokage in Konoha's history, as long as the Kusa clan is established as an integral part of Konoha and gains the trust of its upper echelons, they need not fall into the same ambitious pitfalls that plagued the Uchiha clan, allowing them to thrive within the village. In time, they could await the protagonists to save the world. Contemplating this, Ryuya feigned excitement and exclaimed, "Is it truly possible? Can Brother Watergate become our clan leader? Wouldn't that impose upon him?" Ryuya deliberately omitted the word acting. Indeed, Watergate is a person who cherishes his village and comrades. I believe he would not decline such a request from you. The third Hokage responded amiably upon noticing Ryuya's lack of opposition. Then I shall be indebted to you. Ryuya expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. As a child from a prestigious family, her etiquette was impeccable. Furthermore, I have another matter to discuss with you, Ryuya continued. May I trouble you for another request, Lord Third? Please, do go on, the third Hokage replied courteously. Konoha was established through the collaboration of various ninja clans. And within the Hokage's direct ninja force, the Umbu, there exists a myriad of ninjas from Konoha's prominent families. In this regard, I hope the Kusa clan will not be an exception and can select suitable members to join the Umbu. The second purpose of the third Hokage became apparent. Currently, the Kusa clan's foremost combatants are Ryuya, Kusafudo, and the elusive Kusa Naiko, who vanished after the clan's tragedy. As for suitable candidates for the Umbu, only Ryuya and Kusafudo remain. Since this matter is being addressed personally by the third Hokage, there is no need to worry about Danzo's insidious cursed seal of tongue. Joining the Umbu would enable the Kusa clan to integrate more seamlessly into Konoha. Thus, Ryuya was disinclined to reject the proposal. The only dilemma was deciding who would join the Umbu. Lord Third, may I take some time to ponder the candidates? Ryuya inquired. That will not be necessary. Prior to your awakening, I had already discussed this matter with your brother, Kusafudo. He recommended himself, stating that he would join the Umbu as soon as you were discharged from the hospital. The third Hokage stated plainly. What? You have already made all the arrangements and still feign to ask for my input? Is this some sort of jest? Ryuya thought to herself in exasperation. Is there anything else you wish to instruct, third Hokage? Liu inquired with a hint of childish innocence. No, today I have only these two matters to discuss. The third Hokage replied with a warm smile. A gentle breeze whispered through the night, and the moonlight gradually seeped into the hospital room. Liu, resting on the bed, was not asleep. Instead, she was deeply contemplating the two decisions she had received today. Namely, that Minato Namikaze would become the acting clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, and that the Uzumaki Fuho would join the Umbu. These developments would facilitate the Uzumaki clan's better integration into Konoha, and thus Liu felt no sense of resistance within her heart. Since there was no way to oppose Konoha's arrangements for the Uzumaki clan, she resolved to accept them wholeheartedly. After much reflection, feeling that there was nothing significant to worry about for the time being, the girl finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 25. The new residents of the Kusachiyo clan, the 45th year of Konoha has silently arrived. However, the advent of the new year has scarcely brought joy to this village, beset by hardship and struggle. The Third Shinobi World War has been raging for 5 years, with the situation fluctuating dramatically, ultimately culminating in an alliance of the 4 hidden villages, Kusa, Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri, launching a concerted assault on Konoha. At this juncture, it is undoubtedly the most arduous time for Konoha. The stalemate of war has rendered the villagers indifferent to the celebration of the new year. A victory on the battlefield holds far greater significance than the mere observance of the holiday. Yet, none of this concerns Kusachiyo Ryu, who has been recuperating in her hospital bed. On February 6th of Konoha's 45th year, Ryu was finally able to be discharged. As she prepared to leave, the attending nurse specifically advised Kusachiyo to ensure that Ryu refrains from any strenuous activity for the time being. Upon reflecting, Ryu realized that she had spent a full 6 months confined to the hospital since her arrival, and although she was not yet fully recovered, her condition no longer necessitated hospital care. Ryu was eager to leave, hence she had asked T to handle the discharge formalities. Indeed, forbidden techniques should not be wielded lightly. As Ryu stepped out of the hospital, she curiously surveyed the unfamiliar yet somehow familiar surroundings. After all, in her previous life, she had harbored a deep fascination for this place. The dreams of this world had been a vital means of passing time. However, now that she found herself here, her heart was not filled with excitement, but rather tinged with a subtle sadness. The price of her arrival had been steep, a cost that each member of the Kusachiyo clan was reluctant to speak of. True to its reputation as the foremost shinobi village, Konoha's streets were evidently broader than those she had seen in Kusa. Although the shops on either side appeared somewhat desolate due to the war, it was not difficult to envision the vibrancy that once characterized the village. Ryu gazed up at the Hokage rock on the mountains behind Konoha, where the statues of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the current third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, stood in succession, their visages overseeing the village, witnessing the enduring legacy of the will of fire passed down through generations. Come, let me show you the new residents of the Kusachiyo clan in Konoha, T said gently, noticing Ryu's curiosity as she observed her surroundings. Okay, Ryu replied, turning away from the Hokage rock, her thoughts drifting to the notion that soon the likeness of Namake's Minato might be added above. What is this? Ryu exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before her, a spacious courtyard, immaculate walls, and bamboo meticulously planted in the garden, a favorite of the Kusachiyo clan. Children from the clan gathered together to practice their skills. Ryu was taken aback by Konoha's generosity in providing such a vast area for these displaced individuals. However, the most significant revelation was that Uzumaki Kushina was there, guiding them in their training. Indeed, Lady Kushina has been assisting us here for the past few days, T explained, observing Ryu's bewilderment. The tone of the conversation reveals that Kusachiyo holds great respect for Uzumaki Kushina. In this war, Konoha suffered significant losses, resulting in numerous vacant houses. Coupled with the substantial benefits offered by the clan, the third Hokage consolidated the surrounding residences as a gathering place for the Kusachiyo clan. Through the collective efforts of the clan's children over the past few days, it has transformed into its current state. Simultaneously, Lady Kushina and Lord Minato Namakes will also be relocating here. Kusachiyo continued, Ryoyu and Chiho have returned. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina, who was accompanying the children of the Kusachiyo clan in their training, noticed the two and greeted them warmly. Lady Kushina, I have brought back Sister Ryoyu. Kusachiyo replied with utmost respect. Lady Kushina, I apologize for the trouble these days, Ryoyu echoed respectfully. You need not be so formal, just call me Sister Kushina. Kushina said, a hint of exasperation evident in her voice. Is that all right? Ryoyu inquired cautiously. Of course. I have always wanted a younger sister, Kushina exclaimed. Stepping forward to embrace Ryoyu, Ryoyu felt a wave of softness enveloping her head, accompanied by a delicate fragrance wafting through her senses. This feeling, so warm, just like Sister Naiko. The warmth induced an instinctive desire to lean into the embrace. After exchanging greetings, Uzumaki Kushina resumed guiding the children of the Kusachiyo clan in their training, while Kusachiyo and Ryoyu continued their exploration of the new family residence. Upon reaching the backyard, they were greeted by a structure reminiscent of an ancestral hall. However, Ryoyu remained uncertain, given the current state of the Kusachiyo clan. Upon entering the building, she soon realized it was indeed utilized as an ancestral hall. To her astonishment, she beheld the Black Stone Monument, Wasn't this artifact located in the ruins of the Fire Nation clan? And another piece still situated in the Kusa Hidden Village's ancestral hall? Where did this black stone monument originate? How was it transported here? This was brought back by Lord Minato when he returned to the village. Aided by the Flying Thunder God technique, which facilitated the relocation of the monument from the clan's ruins, Kusa preempted Ryoyu's inquiry, sensing her confusion. Oh, I see. Ryoyu understood. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Fourth Hokage had even transported the Ten-Tails Tail Beast Ball using the Flying Thunder God. So moving a stone monument was indeed not a daunting task. This black stone monument is a treasured heirloom of the Kusa clan, holding immense significance as it embodies the clan's legacy. Its importance surpasses even that of the stone tablet inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths, which resides in the basement of the Uchiha clan's Nanha Shrine, despite that tablet detailing a grand deception planned over millennia. Through the black stone monument, one can still access the ancestral space. However, I attempted to open the gateway to the Kusa Hidden Village's monument, only to fail. It is likely sealed or damaged. Kusa remarked, somewhat uncertain. Is that so? Ryoyu nodded in understanding. The higher echelons of Grass Hidden Village can now likely surmise the purpose of the black stone monument, contemplating either its sealing and study or its outright destruction. After surveying the new family residence, Ryoyu and Chao Qianfu once again arrived at the courtyard. Beneath the azure sky, the white clouds drifted leisurely, and the gentle warmth of early spring sunlight enveloped them, imparting a comforting sensation to Ryoyu. Observing the children of the Chao Qian clan under the guidance of Whirlpool Kushina, Ryoyu realized that a new chapter of life was about to commence. The history of the Chao Qian clan in Grass Hidden Village had come to a close, and now, a new narrative would unfold in Konohagakure. Chapter 26. Kindness. The Kusa clan embarked on a new chapter of life in Konoha. Upon their arrival, the higher-ups of Konoha promptly enrolled the 30 surviving children into the Ninja Academy. During class hours, the children diligently attended their lessons and after school. Kushina Uzumaki graciously offered her guidance. Although Ryoyu harbored deep concerns about her clansmen potentially perishing on the battlefield upon graduating from the academy, she recognized her current inability to adequately care for all her kin, nor could she fashion a world devoid of bloodshed. Ninjas are not delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. The violence is an inescapable facet of a ninja's existence. Having chosen the path of a ninja, the only recourse is to confront these challenges with unwavering courage. In this period of war, students at Konoha's Ninja Academy graduated at an accelerated pace. Kakashi shattered the record for the youngest graduate by completing his studies at the tender age of 5, unlike Naruto and his contemporaries, who could remain until the age of 12. Fortunately, due to the Kusa village's prior non-participation in the Ninja World War, there had been no instances of premature graduation within its academy. Thus, the children of the Kusa clan could still claim insufficient learning as an excuse to remain at the academy, evading the horrors of war. Currently, the clan's children were engaged in their studies at Konoha's academy, with only a few older members potentially graduating early to join the conflict. However, Ryoyu is aware that the Third Ninja World War would likely see a significant reduction in large-scale conflicts within 2 years. Despite the lingering aftermath, exacerbated by the Hidden Cloud's involvement, it was certain that enduring these next 2 years would lead to an improvement in Konoha's circumstances. Ryoyu and Kusa Fudd did not attend the Ninja Academy, as their prowess rendered further education unnecessary. Fudd had joined the Umbu as per their agreement, while Ryoyu received word that upon her full recovery, she would be assigned a mentor among the Jonin. Ryoyu understood the implications of this. She too would soon be drawn into the fray of war. With the Kusa clan's integration into Konoha, escaping the external conflicts became an impossibility. She and Fudd were akin to a bargaining chip, representing their clan amidst the turbulence of war. Rising from her slumber, Ryoyu tidied her room and opened the window, gazing at the dimly lit horizon as a new day dawned. Strolling silently through the courtyard, she reflected on her future home, her heart brimming with myriad thoughts. Their arrival here was the final act of her father, Kusa Y. The legacy of the Kusa clan in Kusa had concluded under his stewardship, while the history of the Kusa clan in Konoha would commence under her guidance. Up so early? A gentle voice inquired, breaking the silence. Kushina, you're up early too. Ryoyu recognized the voice instantly. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina Izumaki was not dispatched to the battlefield. On one hand, as Konoha's ultimate weapon, she would not be allowed to engage in combat until the direst of circumstances arose. On the other hand, Kushina was not a flawless Jinchuriki. She was still unable to fully control the Nine Tails, and Konoha's leadership would not entrust her to the battlefield lightly. Thus, Kushina had the opportunity to remain in Konohagakure to assist in guiding the children of the Nara clan. Similarly, Ryuya understood that Kushina's intention in mentoring the children of the Uzumaki clan was far from altruistic. Beyond her inherent kindness, she was also motivated by a desire to cultivate loyal allies for Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage must have apprised Kushina of the situation as well. Given the relationship between Kushina and Minato, her support for the Nara clan was, in essence, a support for Minato. She had entrusted her dream of becoming Hokage to him. And naturally, she would strive to aid him. Sister Kushina, what do you think of these children? Although Ryuya herself was still a child, she now held the nominal title of head of the family. They are, like you, a group of kind-hearted children. Observing the children preparing to depart for the ninja academy, Kushina responded with a hint of significance. Kind-hearted? Kushina's words left Ryuya momentarily speechless. She was uncertain if she could still be considered kind. In her previous life, she might have been deemed a kind child. Otherwise, she would not have been involved in an accident while attempting to save someone. However, having arrived in this world as a result of that act, Ryuya felt she had undergone a transformation. In the brief span of a few years, she had experienced many things her former self had never encountered. When she had initially slain members of the Kusambu, she had not allowed herself much time to reflect upon the sensation of taking a life for the first time. Yet, in retrospect, that feeling was peculiar. Witnessing others fall before her evoked a sense of bewilderment stemming from the power she wielded. After all, her previous existence had never acquainted her with the reality of killing. Although she had understood from the outset that the path of a ninja inevitably involved bloodshed, her intrinsic nature still held a profound aversion to it. Later, accompanying her father on missions to eliminate bandits, Ryuya felt no discomfort or repulsion after dispatching those armed rogues. However, when faced with the families of those bandits, she found herself hesitating to act. She even narrowly avoided injury from a rogue concealed among women and children, thanks to Kusachiyu's foresight. In the aftermath, Chiyu remarked that such kindness could not be sustained and would eventually lead to her downfall. Yet, he resignedly added that perhaps this trait, deeply ingrained within her, was ultimately unchangeable. Nevertheless, Ryuya was aware that she had changed. Upon returning to Kusagakure, witnessing the corpses of her clansmen strewn about, the seeds of violence had begun to sprout within her heart. Particularly after witnessing her father Chiyu's departure, her soul was consumed by a thirst for vengeance. When confronted with her father's nemesis, Yura, she succumbed to madness and unleashed the forbidden technique Hell Dragon's Fang. In that moment, all that remained within her was the urge to kill, a voice incessantly repeating, "Kill him, kill him, kill him," to which she did not object, allowing herself to fully immerse in the act of slaughter. Afterward, Ryuya remained uncertain of how many from the Kusagakure and Iwagakure she had slain that night. However, she understood that after that fateful night, she no longer recoiled from the act of killing. In fact, she had developed a faint yearning for it. Revenge has become the sole objective that occupies her heart. She yearns to personally eliminate Yuri and avenge her father, and if possible, she wishes to annihilate the entire Yuri clan. She has even influenced the children of the Kusachiyu clan. During her time in the hospital, facing the weeping children, she urged them to cease their tears and to cultivate diligently in order to avenge their parents. Despite her profound admiration for the anime Naruto in her previous life, she finds herself unable to reconcile with certain ideologies presented within the narrative. At times, she perceives shonen anime as merely a genre of fervent enthusiasm, recognizing that some concepts are overly naive. Now, to her astonishment, Uzumaki Kushina dares to label her as kind-hearted. Kind-hearted? Is she still the same person she once was? Chapter 27. Yuta Kasakawa in a bid to ensure the legacy of will and to safeguard the children of ninjas from the ravages of war, allowing them to experience the joys of learning and play, and to mature into an age where they could savor the taste of fine wine. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, established the Konoha Ninja Academy. This pioneering initiative soon proliferated across various ninja villages, leading to the establishment of numerous ninja schools. However, the noble vision failed to materialize. Instead, these institutions became reservoirs for military strength across the ninja villages. Presently, amidst the protracted conflict, Konoha has suffered immense losses of jonin and chunin. Consequently, the higher-ups, in a desperate attempt to reinforce the front lines, have reluctantly turned a blind eye, sending the youth into the battlefield. Not only have they permitted children to graduate early, but they have also significantly lowered the admission age for the Ninja Academy. Perched atop one of the Academy's buildings, Ryuyu leaned over the railing, gazing down at the training grounds. There, under the guidance of a ninja instructor, a group of children practiced shuriken throwing. Occasionally, a dashing young boy would score a perfect hit, prompting a chorus of delighted squeals from a cluster of infatuated girls, while two boys nearby would sulk in indignation. It truly felt like a reenactment of history. Ryuyu was reminded of the Uchiha brothers during their time at the academy, as they too had captivated the hearts of enamored girls with such charming displays. Kakashi, during his tenure at the academy, must have been similarly adored. Accompanying Kakashi was the bumbling Uchiha Obito, and alongside Uchiha Sasuke was the spirited Naruto Uzumaki. Next up, Yuta Kasakawa. The instructor called out the name of the next student for evaluation. At this moment, Ryu's previously languid gaze sharpened, focusing on the boy preparing to throw his shuriken. With his vibrant green hair and an aloof expression, he exuded an air that kept others at bay, instantly capturing the attention of several young girls. It seemed that this cool, detached demeanor was the true essence of allure in this world. Yuta Kasakawa silently approached the target, drawing out 4 shuriken, 2 in each hand, nestled between his fingers. After surveying the targets, he unexpectedly closed his eyes, a gesture that incited discontent among the onlooking boys. TCH. This guy is just putting on a show, one boy muttered indignantly. Exactly. Several others chimed in, their frustration palpable as they witnessed how the green-haired boy garnered the attention of so many girls, leaving them feeling quite disgruntled. Humph. Yuta is nothing like you fools. He's a genius, and he'll astound you all shortly. A little girl in a pink dress retorted. Her expression won a defiance as she made a face at the group of boys. Go, Yuta, cheered the girls, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they fervently supported him. With his eyes closed and focus unwavering, Yuta Kasakawa suddenly sprang into action. The 2 shuriken in his left hand shot towards the sides of the target, while the 2 in his right hand swiftly followed, their speed surpassing that of the first pair. With a sharp sound, 2 shurikens launched from the left hand, initially veering off course, struck the targets on either side. Meanwhile, 2 shurikens thrown from the right hand landed squarely in the center of the target. In the ensuing silence, Yuta Kusanagi opened his eyes to behold the scene before him. The 2 shurikens were embedded in the very heart of the target, while 1 shuriken adorned the red center of each side target. Wow, Yuta is amazing. Yuta is the best. After a moment of stunned silence, the group of infatuated girls erupted in excitement, flocking to Yuta's side. I told you Yuta is different from you fools, exclaimed a little girl who had just been making faces, now brimming with pride as she cast a glance at the boys who had just witnessed the feat. Before joining the throng of enamored girls, the supervising teacher also wore a look of astonishment as he regarded the targets. Such proficiency in shuriken throwing was a feat that even many adult ninjas would struggle to achieve. Yuta Kusanagi was the great-grandson of the clan elder of the Kusanagi clan, and both of his parents had perished on that fateful night. As one of the direct descendants of the clan, he was among the few children of the Kusanagi clan who had come to Konoha alongside Ryuya and Kusanagi Shuntu, with the potential to awaken the second bloodline limit of their family. At just over 4 years of age, Yuta was initially expected to wait until he turned 5 for Ryuya to assess whether to take him to the ancestral shrine for a bloodline concentration test. However, it now seemed prudent to move this timeline forward. The second bloodline limit of the Kusanagi clan differed significantly from the first. The first bloodline limit, known as the hidden technique, had a low awakening threshold, resulting in most clan members achieving this ability. The second bloodline limit, however, was more unique. Firstly, a higher concentration of bloodline purity was required for the possibility of awakening the second limit, which meant that the clan's power had long been held by direct descendants. Secondly, the talents exhibited during youth were crucial. Without sufficient talent, one would fail to resonate with the white jade pillar within the ancestral space. Thus, it could be said that the purity of the Kusanagi bloodline was foundational for awakening the second bloodline limit, while the talents displayed in childhood would aid in breaching the threshold of the second limit. The resonance with the white jade pillar would ultimately facilitate the complete awakening of this second limit. These insights were gleaned from the family's secret history recorded in the ancestral space. It was evident that the awakening of the Kusanagi clan's second bloodline limit was unlike any other she had encountered. The white jade pillar was an indispensable element in this awakening process, a reliance on external objects to awaken the bloodline that shattered her previous understanding of bloodlines. Through this, it became clear why the Kusanagi clan placed such immense importance on the Blackstone Monument. Curiosity about this mysterious clan, undocumented in the original narrative, grew increasingly within Ryuya. Initially, the family had doubted Yuta's ability to awaken the second bloodline limit, although he was of direct descent. His timid nature and lack of talent and training rendered him inferior to his peers, Kusanagi Ryuya and Kusanagi Shuntu. However, after enduring the Night of Annihilation, the child underwent a transformation. Hatred bestowed upon him a formidable strength. He began to adopt a more reticent demeanor, and his enlightenment and cultivation became apparent. His prodigious talent in this realm astonished Kushina Uzumaki, yet she harbored concerns that this child might succumb to the shadows. This loathsome power was a double-edged sword. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Ryu redirected his attention to Yuta Kusanagi. In the presence of a gaggle of infatuated young girls, Yuta evidently struggled to maintain his aloof facade. Ryu could sense his mounting anxiety, though he was merely putting on a brave front. Observing this, Ryu felt a sense of relief. It was undoubtedly a boon for the clan to gain another powerful ninja, yet she fervently wished for her cousin not to be blinded by hatred. This burden of animosity was one she was willing to bear alone. Chapter 28. The Hidden Leaf's Genin. On April 6th, in the 45th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kusa Chiyu welcomed her 9th birthday. Although Chiyu herself did not place much significance on her birthday, Uzumaki Kushina prepared a cake for her. She gathered the children of the Kusa Chiyu clan to celebrate together. And even Kusa Fudong, who had been serving in the Umbu, made a special return to the clan's residence to join in the festivities. After the birthday celebration, Chiyu found herself alone in the courtyard. Lying back on the grass, she gazed up at the waning moon, indulging in one of her favorite pastimes from her days in the hidden grass village. She relished the tranquility of staring at the starry sky, which allowed her to momentarily escape the chaos of the world and calm her heart. Previous birthdays had been accompanied by her father and sister Naiko, but now those who surrounded her had changed. Although warmth still lingered, something essential was irrevocably lost. Lost in thought, a figure laid down beside Chiyu, and a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Chiyu spoke up. "Sister Kushina, you've come too." "Indeed. What is our little Chiyu pondering?" Kushina replied gently. "I was wondering why you were so kind to me." Chiyu expressed her confusion. "Isn't it good that I'm kind?" Kushina asked, equally puzzled. "No, I heard." Chiyu hesitated as she observed Kushina's expression. "Sister Kushina, don't you have a nickname? Fiery Pepper?" Chiyu finally managed to voice her uncertainty. In her previous life, Chiyu's most vivid memory of Kushina was her long, red hair and her fiery temper, which had even earned Minato the reputation of being under the thumb of his wife. The gentle demeanor of Kushina now felt strikingly incongruous to Chiyu, almost rendering her perception of reality surreal. "Little one, are you saying you prefer me like this?" Kushina inched closer to Chiyu, enveloping her in an embrace while playfully ruffling her hair. Listening to Kushina's teasing words, Chiyu nestled against her chest. "Ah, this feeling. Words cannot express it. This feels so much more natural and comfortable. Why must you suppress your true self for us? Your genuine nature is what makes you feel so familiar," Chiyu boldly stated, her gaze fixed on Kushina's eyes. Chiyu had long sensed that to care for them, the rootless children, Kushina had endeavored to display her gentle side. Yet this suppressed her true nature. Chiyu was unwilling to allow Kushina to stifle her own essence for their sake. "You child." Kushina sighed upon seeing the sincerity in Chiyu's light blue eyes, her grip on Chiyu's hair loosening. "I'm heading out." In the morning light, Chiyu bid farewell to Kushina. "Remember to return early," Kushina called from the doorway. "Of course," Chiyu replied before departing. This heartwarming scene ignited a genuine attachment to the hidden leaf within Chiyu. This morning, Ryu received her first command since arriving in Konoha from a member of the Umbu, instructing her to report to the Hokage's office before 8 o'clock. Ryu could already surmise the purpose of this summons. It had been 2 months since she left the Konoha hospital, and her body had nearly fully recovered. It was high time to allocate this idle asset for a mission. Reporting, Ryu announced loudly from outside the Hokage's office. The area surrounding the office was heavily guarded by Umbu operatives directly under the Hokage's command. Any inappropriate behavior could be deemed hostile, particularly during this sensitive time of war. Ryu refrained from bursting into the Hokage's office like the future Naruto would. "Oh, it's Ryu, come in." The voice of the third Hokage resonated from within. Before Ryu could open the door, it swung open, revealing 3 individuals stepping out, 2 men and 1 woman. The first to emerge was a woman clad in traditional Japanese attire, her eyes narrowed, her expression cold and impassive. Following her was a man wearing round glasses, a trimmed beard adorning his chin, and a similarly indifferent countenance. The last man was partially obscured by bandages, which wrapped around his face, leaving only one eye visible, exuding an aura of unfathomable darkness. Liu Yu recognized them as the current council of elders in Konoha, Tsunade, Mito, and the shadowy figure of Shimura Danzo. All three were disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and together with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, they constituted the upper echelons of Konoha's leadership. Noticing their departure, Liu prudently stepped aside. Their status was far beyond her own. Although her past life experiences had instilled a certain disdain for Danzo, she understood the necessity of concealing such sentiments in the present moment. Tsunade and Mito passed by Liu Yu without pausing, seemingly indifferent to her presence, for she was merely a minor figure in their eyes. If not for the dealings with the Yamanaka clan, they would hardly remember her name. However, when Danzo approached her, he halted, turning his gaze toward Liu Yu. Despite only having one visible eye, Liu Yu felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, stirring a sense of agitation within her. Danzo continued to scrutinize her, and she could do nothing but endure his unwavering stare. Kusachiyu Liu Yu, I have high hopes for you. Would you be willing to join my direct Umbu division? At last, Danzo spoke, his words startling Liu Yu. Was he actually extending an invitation to her? What was his intention? Liu Yu understood that Danzo's direct Umbu was the so-called route. Frankly, if given the choice, she would certainly refuse to join such an organization. Joining Root? Only someone deranged would entertain such a notion. She was acutely aware of the nature of Root and its members. Those affiliated with Root were no names, lacked emotions, possessed neither a past nor a future. Their existence was solely for the mission. To be invited into such an organization was tantamount to a death sentence, far more merciful than the fate that awaited her. However, she now stood before Danzo, merely an outsider ninja who had recently arrived in Konoha. Was it truly appropriate to directly refuse Danzo? Yet, to acquiesce was equally unthinkable. She could not genuinely venture into the roots of the village. Ryu Yu found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Danzo. The discontented voice of the third Hokage echoed through the air. Fortunately, Ryu Yu did not linger in her turmoil for long, as the third Hokage came to her rescue. She could distinctly perceive the dissatisfaction laced within his tone, his gaze firmly fixed upon Danzo. Danzo turned to cast a glance at the third, then departed with an impassive expression. Once Danzo had left, Ryu Yu finally stepped into the Hokage's office. Although she had witnessed this place countless times in anime during her previous life, the thrill of being here in person filled her with a subtle excitement. This was the very heart of Konoha, the domain of its supreme ruler. Upon her entrance, the third Hokage composed himself, revealing that the earlier discussion amongst the four had not been amicable. He retrieved a headband engraved with a leaf pattern and proclaimed, Kusachiyo Ryu, I hereby appoint you as a genin of Konoha. Please accept your headband. With that, he extended the headband towards her. Ryu stepped forward, accepting the headband and examining it meticulously. In her previous life, she had owned a mere replica of the Konoha headband, but nothing could compare to the authenticity of the real item. With exhilaration swelling within her, she tied the headband around her neck, reminiscent of Hinata's future actions. Besides the newly acquired Konoha headband, Ryu possessed another, the Kusagakure headband gifted by her father, Kusachiyu, who had once told her, you have become a mature ninja. That Kusagakure headband now lay within her ninja tool pouch, a treasured relic left to her by her father. From this moment on, you are a genin of Konoha. Perhaps noticing the excitement radiating from Ryu, the third Hokage's irritation from his earlier disputes with the advisors began to dissipate. A genin of Konoha? Ryu whispered to herself. Due to various circumstances, both protagonists had long remained at the genin level, leading to numerous anecdotes in her previous life about Konoha genin. Tales circulated that encountering Konoha genin meant a 50-50 chance, while facing CH nin invited a casual thrashing. However, when confronted with a genin, one was advised to flee as swiftly as possible, avoiding any confrontation at all costs. Here they emerged, Naruto, Sasuke, and Kabuto. Three individuals who would later stir the winds of the ninja world, all began as Konoha genin. The prowess of Konoha genin was indeed formidable. Now, she too had become a genin of Konoha. As this realization dawned upon her, a faint smile graced Ryu's lips. Observing this smile, the third Hokage mistook it for Ryu's affirmation of Konoha, and with a sense of relief, he remarked, I have already arranged for your supervising genin and teammates. They will meet at the third training ground at 10 o'clock sharp. You should proceed there and wait. I hope you will not disappoint me in the future. Thank you. Lord Third, Ryu replied respectfully, bowing deeply. The third Hokage responded with a smile, stroking his beard in acknowledgement. May I be so bold as to inquire about the identity of my esteemed jonin mentor and companions? Liu could not suppress the curiosity bubbling within her. She was not a traditional graduate of the Konoha Academy, and given that it was neither graduation season nor a time of peace, particularly amid the ongoing war, it was improbable that Konoha would designate a jonin solely for her training. It was far more likely that she would be assigned to a unit that had already suffered losses in battle. You'll find out in due time. The third Hokage replied enigmatically, offering no further clarification. This old codger, Liu thought to herself, unable to restrain her exasperation. Judging by the third's demeanor, her jonin mentor was likely to be someone of considerable repute. After all, she bore the title of a prodigy, and the third would not casually assign her to just any ordinary individual. Yet, she remained in the dark about the identity of her mentor, as well as whether her two unseen teammates might be acquaintances. All these questions would be resolved at the third training ground. Chapter 29. The game in the third training ground of Konoha. Kazuya Ryu sat quietly atop a tree, awaiting the arrival of her teammates. She had arrived a tad early, partly due to her concern that her mentor and companions might arrive before her, which would be rather inconsiderate. She wished to avoid leaving a poor first impression on them. Additionally, she was eager to observe the individuals she would be teaming up with for future missions. Building rapport was certainly a wise endeavor. As she waited, a sense of unease washed over her. Glancing at her watch, she noted that it was well past 10 o'clock, yet her companions had yet to appear. Could they be late? That seemed unlikely. In Ryu's experience, the only person in Konoha known for tardiness at this hour was Uchiha Obito, the one who assisted the elderly across the street. Once he had succumbed to darkness, only Kakashi had adopted a habit of lateness. Besides, it was improbable that all three would be delayed simultaneously. Pondering this, Ria activated her sensory abilities, expanding her perception. It wasn't long before she detected 3 distinct chakra signatures near the third training ground. Found you. A smile crept across her lips. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. In a patch of grass, a dark-haired boy lay in wait. His square face unmistakably identified him as Asuma Sarutobi, the youngest son of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon recognizing him, Ryu paused in surprise. She had not anticipated that the third Hokage would assign his son as her teammate. The boy was intently focused on the shadow clone Ryo had left perched in the tree, muttering to himself, "What's so special about this little girl? Why would the old man assign me such a teammate? I wonder how the teacher agreed to this? Indeed, what utility could such a little girl possibly possess?" Unbeknownst to Asuma, Ryu had silently appeared beside him, softly echoing his sentiments. "Precisely. I must request a change of partners when we return." To Asuma's astonishment, he found a kindred spirit in her words. Wait a moment. Asuma's realization dawned too late, and he suddenly grasped the absurdity of the situation. This fool, Ryu thought, equally incredulous. At this moment, Asuma's reaction was even more bewildered than that of Uchiha Obito. "Who are you?" "Grass, MMM." Asuma finally turned to regard the girl, but before he could articulate his thoughts, a flurry of vigorous leaves had sealed his mouth tightly. He attempted to struggle, only to discover that, at some point, his hands and feet had been ensnared by resilient foliage, which only tightened with his futile writhing. "Next," the girl remarked playfully, her eyes glinting with mischief. With that, she slowly faded from Asuma's view, leaving him wide-eyed and powerless. Elsewhere in the grass, another figure lay in concealment, whose slender frame and adornment suggested she was also a girl. Who might she be? Given Asuma's presence, could this girl possibly be Yuhi Kurenai? The girl stealthily advanced. Indeed, upon drawing closer, the girl confirmed her suspicions. "Is it fun?" she quietly inquired beside Hong after lifting her concealment. Upon hearing this, Hong immediately turned her head towards Liu with caution. However, she was also bound tightly by several strands of formidable grass, unbeknownst to her. This reaction was far superior to Asuma's, Liu mused. Observing Hong's persistent struggle, Liu could not help but say, "Stop wasting your strength. The binding of this grass technique cannot be escaped with your current abilities. The more you struggle." Yet, before Liu could finish her sentence, she felt her spirit tighten, followed by a sudden numbness, and an overwhelming fatigue surged from the depths of her heart, as if whispers of "Sleep now. Sleep now," echoed in her ears. Damn it. What is happening? Is this hypnosis? But when did this occur? Liu was alarmed, exerting every effort to steady her mind and resist the encroaching slumber. Gradually, under the strain of her will, the drowsiness began to dissipate, though Liu sensed an uninvited guest had appeared in her consciousness. Without hesitation, Liu focused her mental energy, searching her spiritual domain. Soon, she identified the intruder, clad in the standard Konoha vest, with a head of golden hair. Who is this? It's Yamashiro Kaichi. Liu was taken aback. Sarutobi Asuma. Yui Kurenai, Yamashiro Kaichi, these three would not remain nameless in the future. It seemed the third Hokage had indeed taken special care of her by arranging such a team. Upon realizing that the individual was Yamashiro Kaichi, Liu understood the situation. Clearly, this was a mental technique of the Yamashiro clan. As Liu recognized him, Yamashiro Kaichi also discerned her presence. Unexpectedly, you managed to stay awake after falling under my technique, he remarked, visibly surprised yet unfazed. Your teacher's technique is quite impressive. Liu praised, acknowledging the merits of the Yamashiro clan's secret arts. However, with greetings exchanged, it was time to formally introduce herself to her teammates. Yamashiro Kaichi intended to conclude this contest. Although he was taken aback that Liu had not succumbed to sleep, he was confident that in a true mental confrontation, he would undoubtedly overwhelm her. Liu suddenly contemplated testing whether her mental strength could push Yamashiro Kaichi back, a significant advantage of a traveler. Aside from foreknowledge of the plot, was the formidable power of their soul and spirit. Yet, after reflection, she decided against it, thinking it wise to maintain some unknown trump cards while out in the world. Nodding, Liu replied, having played enough. It is indeed time to properly get acquainted with them. As Yamashiro Kaichi faded from her spiritual realm, Liu felt her mind clear significantly. Opening her eyes and returning to reality, she cast a glance at the tightly bound Hong, and a sudden wave of mischievous delight surged within her. Liu did not perform the hand seals to unravel the Chiba bind. Instead, she drew forth shurikens to sever the entwining red grass leaves. Yet, as she cut through these leaves, she simultaneously channeled chakra to restore the severed strands. All of this unfolded before Hong's watchful eyes. Alas, these grasses can regenerate. It seems that ordinary methods cannot break the bonds. However, I am unfamiliar with this girl's technique. It appears I must wait until she awakens to free you from your restraints. Regrettably, it seems I may have applied too much force. She might not regain consciousness anytime soon. For now, I can only inconvenience you a little. Liu feigned helplessness as she spoke. At this moment, Hong believed that the one controlling her body was Yamanaka Ino. Upon realizing that she might be bound for an indefinite period, panic surged within her. Leaving no time to ponder the vulnerabilities in Liu's stance, her relentless struggle had already tightened the bindings of the grasses, and if left for too long, the lack of proper blood flow would surely lead to complications. This thought ignited Hong's ire towards Asuma for his ill-fated suggestion. It was he who proposed experimenting with Liu. Now, she found herself ensnared like a dumpling. "Eh? Hong, why are you still bound?" Asuma's puzzled voice reached her ears. Straining to turn her head, Hong saw Asuma, now free from his restraints, rubbing his wrists as he followed close behind Yamanaka Ino. Upon seeing Ino, the girl realized she had been played. In that moment, her demeanor shifted to one of both embarrassment and anger as she glared fiercely at Liu, who found a peculiar charm in the girl's fiery expression. Chapter 30. The Formation of Class High. All right. Now that we've exchanged greetings, let us proceed with introductions. I shall begin. My name is Yamashiro Hai, proficient in the art of mind control ninjutsu and intelligence reconnaissance. As for my hobby, I enjoy cultivating flowers. Currently, I serve as the guiding jonin for these two, and I shall also be your guiding jonin. You may refer to me as Teacher Hai, just like them. Yamashiro Hai proclaimed while standing before the trio. Ryuyu scrutinized her mentor intently. Yamashiro Hai, alongside Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, was renowned as part of the Ino Shika Cho trio. In addition to mastery over mind control ninjutsu, he possessed the extraordinary ability to delve into the thoughts of others to acquire intelligence. Though humble in demeanor, he was idolized by many information ninjas within the shinobi world. Though Ryuyu anticipated that her mentor would not be an ordinary individual, she was astonished that the third Hokage had assigned her such a remarkable figure, likely believing that her unique bloodline would flourish under the tutelage of this intelligence master. I am Sarutobi Asuma, specializing in fire and wind techniques. As for my interests, I relish playing shogi and hope to encounter a worthy opponent in that arena. Asuma stated awkwardly. To him, being bested by a girl 3 years his junior felt like an unparalleled humiliation. Upon hearing Asuma express his fondness for shogi and his boastful desire for a challenging opponent, Ryuyu found herself amused. She was not entirely aware of Asuma's prowess in shogi, but she distinctly remembered that he had never won a game against his student, Nara Shikamaru. My name is Yui Kurenai, but you may simply call me Kurenai. I excel in various genjutsu techniques, and I hope for your kind assistance during our missions. My favorite food is wasabi octopus, while I have an aversion to cake. As for my dream, it is to grow up quickly and savor the taste of strong liquor, preferably vodka, though I am not yet of drinking age. She said with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. When she mentioned strong liquor and vodka, one could observe her licking her lips with anticipation. However, a flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes as she acknowledged her ineligibility to drink. Oh dear, I almost forgot that this girl is an enthusiastic connoisseur of alcohol. Despite her age, Ryu mused, intrigued by what had sparked this fascination with spirits. With her lustrous black curls and striking crimson eyes complementing her exquisite features, Kurenai was destined to be a beauty. In her past life, Kurenai had been the goddess in Ryuu's heart, yet it was unfortunate that Asuma had claimed her. Glancing at herself, Ryuu felt a twinge of sorrow, realizing that she would have to settle for being close friends with her goddess. As the two completed their introductions, Yamashiro Hai turned his gaze toward Ryuu. My name is Kusa-Chiyu Ryuu. I possess 2 bloodline limits, Shunshin and Kusa, excelling in taijutsu combat. And I am also a sensory-type ninja. You may call me Ryuu, and I look forward to your guidance, Ryuu respectfully stated. Having concluded their introductions, the members of Class High E embarked on their inaugural day of reformation. To commemorate this occasion, I proposed a celebratory barbecue. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Hai suggested they indulge in this feast. Hooray! Teacher Hai is the best. Before Liu and Hong could respond, Asma exuberantly exclaimed from the side. Observing Hong's nonchalant demeanor, Liu discerned that such occurrences were not novel to them. It appeared that Asma's penchant for treating the new generation of the pig, deer, and butterfly trio to barbecues was a tradition passed down by his mentor. After relishing their lunch of barbecued delicacies, the trio, under the guidance of Yamashiro Hai, undertook a routine D-rank mission in the afternoon. It was evident that both Asma and Hong were somewhat disinterested, considering they had recently returned from the front lines and found the simplicity of such low-level tasks exceedingly mundane. Liu, having previously assisted her father, Kusa Chiharu, in a similar endeavor in Kusa village, helping villagers locate lost cats, understood the monotony. However, she approached this task with diligence, as it marked her inaugural mission since arriving in Konoha. Liu recognized that this mission served merely as an introduction for the new group to foster camaraderie, its difficulty intentionally minimal and randomly assigned. Upon completion of the task, Yamashiro Hai reported back, granting the trio some freedom to explore. They wandered through Konoha together, and through their shared meal and mission, their bonds strengthened considerably. As they strolled, they exchanged insights about their backgrounds, both expressing sympathy for the tragic fate of the Kusa clan. Liu learned that during their last escort mission, they had fallen victim to an ambush, leading to the unfortunate loss of a comrade. Their adventures persisted until the late hours of the night, only concluding when numerous shops began to close, prompting their reluctant farewells. Beneath the moonlight, Liu walked alone down the street, contemplating her new companions. Yamashiro Hai, the Akimichi clan symbolizing the butterfly, the Nara clan symbolizing the deer, and the Yamashiro clan symbolizing the boar, had formed an alliance long before the establishment of Konoha. Following the village's founding, these 3 clans became staunch pillars of Konoha. Historically, the pig, deer, and butterfly trio was composed of 1 member from each clan's leadership. In battle, the Nara clan, known for their intelligence, typically assumed the role of strategists, while the formidable Akimichi clan led the charge, and the perceptive Yamashiro clan provided defensive support. Presently, the 3 clans maintained a unified political stance within Konoha. The 3rd Hokage entrusted his youngest son, Asma, to Yamashiro Hai for mentorship, while Nara Shikaka served as a Hokage advisor, and the Akimichi clan benefited from familial ties through Akimichi Torith. It was apparent that the 3rd Hokage's efforts to consolidate the pig, deer, and butterfly clans were deliberate, as the future inheritors of these clans were entrusted to Asma. Perhaps the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, being formidable powerhouses, were not as easily swayed, prompting the 3rd Hokage to focus on these 3 clans instead. And perhaps there was also her own Kusa clan. Thus, this seemingly simple group division was intricately woven with a multitude of political threads. Politics can indeed be quite a headache. Gradually, Liu returned to the encampment of the Grass Thousand clan. From a distance, he spotted a graceful figure standing at the entrance. If it weren't for the spatula she held, Liu would have found the scene rather heartwarming. The woman's crimson hair stood on end, seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. Liu, do you remember what I said when you left this morning? Kushina inquired, her smile radiating a somewhat mischievous intent. Was it remember to come back early? Liu pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of apprehension. So you do recall my words? Kushina's gaze grew increasingly menacing. In that moment, she resembled a parent anxiously awaiting a tardy child at the doorstep, ready to reprimand. Lu Yu suddenly regretted encouraging Kushina to embrace her true nature. Chapter 31. The war mission. Lu Yu languidly reclined on the grassy bank by the river, gazing at the azure sky as wisps of white clouds drifted lazily by. Since her assignment to Team Hachi, their group had undertaken several D-rank missions in the vicinity of various villages. The customary composition of a Konoha ninja team is 2 males and 1 female, however. Lu Yu's squad was an exception, consisting of 2 females and 1 male, a rarity, yet not entirely unheard of. Following a previous ambush during a mission to escort supplies to the front lines, which resulted in the loss of a teammate, the atmosphere within the team had been somewhat oppressive. Nevertheless, children of war tend to mature more swiftly than those raised in times of peace, and after Lu Yu's arrival, the two had gradually moved past their despondency. Over the past few days, their bonds had strengthened through the trials of minor missions. As Lu Yu lay on the grass, daydreaming while observing the clouds, Asuma and Kurenai engaged in whispered conversation nearby. Watching their furtive exchange, images of Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin fleetingly crossed her mind. Obito had always harbored a profound love for Rin, and her departure had plunged him into darkness, ultimately leading him to instigate the 4th Great Ninja War. All in pursuit of a world where Rin could exist. Whether in this life or the previous one, Obito's unwavering devotion to Rin moved Lu Yu deeply. However, she could not condone his actions that led to the deaths of Minato and Kushina, particularly as the latter had become a parental figure to her. Setting Minato aside, the affection Kushina bore for Lu Yu made it impossible for her to idly watch as Obito unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha. Yet, what course of action could she take? Should she eliminate Obito directly? Given their current power levels, Lu Yu felt confident in her ability to vanquish this unawakened last scion of the Uchiha clan. However, what fate would befall her should the deed be uncovered? Lu Yu had no certainty of executing the act without arousing suspicion, especially as a disciple of Minato. If she possessed a specially crafted kunai bearing the Flying Thunder God technique, it would complicate matters immensely. How would Konoha respond to the slaying of one of their own? Particularly considering the sensitive status of the Uzumaki clan as an outsider. What would the 3rd Hokage think? How would Kakashi and Rin react? Could Kushina accept the idea of someone she regarded as a sister having slain the disciple of her beloved? Such an act would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Uchiha clan, and if it were discovered that she had orchestrated Obito's demise, the entire Uzumaki clan might be forced to pay the price. After all, she could not simply declare that Obito would one day control the Nine Tails to assault Konoha, leading to the death of the 4th Hokage and the rise of the Akatsuki to seize the tailed beasts, igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. Furthermore, at this moment, Obito had yet to succumb to darkness. He had previously rendered aid to both herself and the Uzumaki clan. Lu Yu found it inconceivable to repay kindness with betrayal. Since the option of assassinating Obito was off the table, perhaps she could instead rescue him from Madara's influence, preventing him from being lured into darkness. Yet, was she capable of extracting him from the clutches of such a formidable opponent? Alternatively, she could save Rin, thwarting Madara's attempts to exploit Obito's vulnerabilities to induce his descent into darkness. However, Uchiha Madara had been meticulously planning for Rin's situation for quite some time. His pieces on the board encompassed the entirety of the Hidden Mist Village, and how could he possibly act alone? Madara could easily resort to alternative strategies if his initial plan faltered. He could have Rin remain in the rear, refraining from taking on missions, and wait patiently for the war to conclude. Yet, if he himself could not afford to evade the war, what authority did he possess to command others to do the same? Moreover, these schemes were not something one could openly discuss. The more Lu Yu pondered, the more agitated he became. Observing Asuma and Kurenai, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards their blissful ignorance. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if Kurenai were to perish before Asuma? Would that push Asuma towards darkness? Upon closer comparison between the current Asuma and Obito, aside from the captivating Kakashi from Minato's team, the two were indeed remarkably similar. No more of this. It was giving him a headache. He and Minato's team were not even in the same combat zone. Even if he devised a plan now, it would likely be impossible to implement due to time and spatial constraints. Time passed slowly as the three continued to await news. Earlier that morning, Yamashiro Kaichi had summoned them to gather while he proceeded to receive their mission. Lu Yu sensed that this task would not be of trivial nature. After several basic D-rank missions, their team had nearly reached a level of cohesion, and it was highly likely that they would soon be dispatched to the front lines. Ah, Teacher Kaichi is here. As Liu Yu contemplated the mission, Asuma's voice rang out. Liu Yu promptly rose, turning to face the approaching Yamashiro Kaichi. Kaichi's expression was not as carefree as usual, indicating that this mission was far from a simple task of catching cats or dogs. Standing before the trio, Kaichi stated plainly, "This mission is quite troublesome. We are to infiltrate the Land of Hot Water to gather intelligence on the ninja forces of the Land of Water. This assignment cannot be completed in the short term. So you should return home to prepare your supplies. We will convene at the gates of Kanahagakure at 2 p.m. for our departure." Understood. Acknowledging that this mission was no longer a trivial task, the three refrained from their usual playful antics. Intelligence reconnaissance, indeed. This task was particularly suited for Yamashiro Kaichi, especially now that their group included someone with the ability of the hiding and mist bloodline. Liu Yu mused to himself. Disperse. With that command from Yamashiro Kaichi, the three utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Upon returning home, Liu Yu diligently prepared the necessary supplies. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, soldier pills, and even a portable blanket. This mission was not a brief undertaking, and he needed to be thoroughly equipped, thanks to the wealth accumulated by his family over the years. The current Kusa Chien clan lacked for nothing in terms of basic ninja tools. The family had moved most of its active assets before the incident occurred. Although much was handed over to Konoha, the remaining portion was sufficient for the needs of these young ninjas. The transactions with Konoha had been facilitated by Kusa Chien Naiko during the time they were within the borders of the Land of Fire. However, during the journey of the surviving members of the Kusa Chien clan to Konoha, and upon their arrival, Kusa Naiko inexplicably vanished as if she had evaporated into thin air. Liu Yu was left in bewilderment, pondering the whereabouts of her elder sister, Naiko. Yet, she understood that Konoha was a suitable sanctuary for children like them, but not for adults like Kusa Naiko. Perhaps, the outside world would offer her a better chance. Liu believed that only by becoming strong enough could they hope to reunite once more. As for the possibility of misfortune befalling Naiko, Liu did not entertain such thoughts. As one of the foremost warriors of the Kusa Chien clan, and with her own bloodline ability and stealth, Naiko was unlikely to encounter danger unless ensnared in a large-scale ambush. Outside, an indistinct figure lingered, having appeared unbeknownst to her. "Are you truly leaving?" The red-haired woman sighed, her voice laced with resignation, concern, and a hint of reluctance. After spending so many days together, Kushina had genuinely come to regard Liu Yu as her own sister. "Kushina-ne, you need not worry. I shall certainly return," Liu Yu confidently replied, wishing to alleviate the woman's concerns. "I am now also a part of Konoha. Everyone is contributing to the village, and I, too, wish to play my part during such times." Liu Yu continued. However, this was not entirely the truth. She was no longer a mere child, and Konoha had not yet woven deep ties for her. To her, this was merely an unavoidable obligation. With a resigned sigh, countless words were rendered silent in the air. Chapter 32. The Loss of Dignity. The Land of Soup is located in the northeastern region of the Land of Fire, characterized by its elongated territory. It shares borders not only with the Land of Fire, but also with the Land of Fields and the Land of Moon. Together with the Land of Moon, the Land of Soup serves as a buffer between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, effectively separating these two great nations. The eastern part of the Land of Soup boasts an extensive coastline, and during times of peace, numerous merchant vessels transit between the Land of Water and the Land of Soup. However, amidst the current wartime climate, the number of merchant ships has significantly dwindled. Regarding the Land of Soup, Liu Yu possesses limited knowledge, only aware that the village of Soup Hidden is the birthplace of Haiden, a member of the Otsutsuki organization. In the memories of his past life, it was said to be a village that diminished in combat capabilities due to the ravages of war. Yet it is also known for its abundant natural resources, earning it the title of the village that forgets war. The village is renowned for its numerous hot springs, and its inhabitants uphold a philosophy of peace. Haiden, having diverged from this ideology of nonviolence, left the village, making it one of Jiraiya's favorite destinations in search of inspiration for his paradise of affection. As a ninja, Haiden possessed an insatiable thirst for battle, which bred a sense of restlessness towards the peace-loving ninjas of the Soup Hidden village, ultimately leading him to slaughter those around him and become a rogue ninja. Yet, the current state of the Land of Soup has seen an influx of mist ninjas, transforming it into yet another battlefield. The villagers' desire to forget the horrors of war seems increasingly unattainable. They can only hope to do so once the third great ninja war has concluded. Previously, The forces of Konohagakure, led by Orochimaru, were on the offensive. The Mist Village faced internal turmoil due to a large-scale purge of bloodline clans, significantly weakening their combat capabilities, to the point where they were nearly driven back to the main island of the Land of Water. The situation stabilized only when the 3rd Mizukage personally led a counterattack. Liu was taken aback by Orochimaru's dual prowess as both a renowned scientist and an exceptional battlefield commander. Had it not been for the subsequent emergence of a situation where the 4 major ninja villages united to besiege Konoha, resulting in a depletion of manpower from this front, it is likely that under Orochimaru's outstanding command, Konoha could have maintained a dominant position along this line. Currently, however, Konoha faces a precarious situation, necessitating the assurance of stability across various fronts, while any notions of localized offensive operations should be set aside. Leaning forward, arms outstretched behind him, palms slightly clenched upwards, Lu Yu and his companions moved fluidly through the forest. The trees rushed past them, signifying their approach to their destination. At present, Konoha has established 2 defensive lines within the Land of Soup and the Land of Fire. The northern line primarily defends against the Cloud Village, while the southern line, overseen by Orochimaru, protects against the Mist Village. Liu and his team are headed towards the southern region of the Land of Soup, temporarily under Orochimaru's command, tasked with reconnaissance of the Mist's intelligence. "All right, you all wait here for a moment while I report to Lord Orochimaru," said Kamizuki Haichi to his students. After 4 days of travel, Haichi's team has finally reached Konoha's encampment in the southern Land of Soup. Upon their arrival, Haichi prepared to meet with Orochimaru. Allowing his students some time to stretch their legs, Liu meticulously scrutinized the layout of the camp, the vigilant sentinels, the arrangement of the central encampment, and the designated area for the medical ninjas. Though she did not fully comprehend the intricacies of these configurations, she could sense that every detail was imbued with purpose, designed to enable the camp to swiftly transition into a state of warfare when faced with an assault. Even before they approached the camp, Liu had felt an unsettling sensation, as if being watched. As they drew nearer, she discovered that one of the watchmen was, in fact, a member of the Hyuga clan. The discomfort she had sensed earlier stemmed from the piercing gaze of the Byakugan. However, her companions Asuma and Hong appeared undisturbed. Was it due to their own bloodline abilities, or perhaps a unique perception stemming from the age-old enmity between their clans? Liu recalled that Ao from the Mist Village also possessed a Byakugan, presumably acquired during this very conflict. The Byakugan of the branch family was bound by a curse seal. Death or theft would trigger the curse, an affliction that would automatically lead to the destruction of the brain and eyes. Thus, it was likely that at least one member of the Hyuga main family had been killed or had their Byakugan taken during this war. She pondered whether Ao had indeed obtained the Byakugan, knowing well that it would greatly aid the Mist Village in the future. With this Byakugan, Ao had uncovered the truth of the 4th Hokage being under the control of the Eye Tree, a revelation that ultimately liberated the Mist Village from the 4th's reign of blood. Lost in thought, she was suddenly roused as Hai emerged, his brow furrowed and a troubled expression adorning his face. It was evident that the current situation was dire. He gestured for the others to follow and proceeded to lead them out of the camp. As they ventured forth, trees whisked by in a blur. Hai took the lead, while Lu Yu and her companions trailed behind. Upon leaving the camp, Lu Yu silently activated her sensory abilities. In a state of war, vigilance was paramount. "The situation is urgent, so I shall brief you on the mission as we proceed," Hai addressed the 3 behind him. Observing Hai's serious demeanor, they refrained from interrupting, attentively preparing to absorb his forthcoming words. "The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has been lost." Upon hearing this, Hong and Asuma were momentarily taken aback, while Lu Yu's heart sank, confirming her suspicions. The reasons for Asuma and Hong's astonishment differed from Lu Yu's. In the midst of war, where countless lives had already been lost, why did the death of a single Hyuga clan member cause such unrest in their teacher, Hai? Wasn't such loss commonplace in times of conflict? Noticing the confusion etched on Hong and Asuma's faces, Hai continued, "Lu Yu, as the heir of the Kusanagi clan, you should be quite familiar with these matters." Meeting Hai's inquiring gaze, Lu Yu nodded. In her previous life, she had already learned about the secrets surrounding the division of the Byakugan and the main family. Upon entering the world of Naruto, she had further uncovered numerous truths about the Byakugan through her family's legacy. The Kusanagi and Hyuga clans were sworn enemies, and throughout their protracted battles, the Kusanagi had indeed sought to seize the Byakugan for their own study. Seeing Lu Yu's acknowledgement, Hai continued, Then let Liu elucidate the matter further. Observing the inquisitive gazes of Hong and Asma, Liu began. The Hyuga clan possesses a unique bloodline limit known as the Byakugan and boasts one of the most formidable taijutsu styles in Konoha, Gentle Fist. This is widely recognized within the village, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. To safeguard the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. The main family has inherited the Byakugan for generations, while the branch family was established to better preserve this precious bloodline. The members of the branch family are bound to protect the main family at the cost of their lives, to ensure the unwavering loyalty of the branch family. The main family has placed cursed seals upon them. The Byakugan of the branch family is shackled by these seals, should they die or have their eyes taken. The cursed seal, Caged Bird, will trigger, resulting in the automatic destruction of their brain and eyes. Thus, even in death, the secrets of the Byakugan will remain safeguarded. When Teacher Hyde mentioned that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has been lost, he could not have been referring to that of the branch family. It must pertain to that of the main family. If a member of the main family perishes on the battlefield, it is likely that even if the branch family members survive the war, they will not endure long after. At this point, memories of the branch family members stationed at the camp flash through Liyu's mind. This implies that in this war, we may very well encounter the Byakugan. As he considered this, Liyu's expression grew considerably grave. Chapter 33. Investigation. It is truly cruel. Upon hearing Liyu's remark that the members of the Hyuga branch family who have come this time will likely not survive the aftermath of the war, Hong's expression reflected her deep sympathy. The thought that a comrade from the same village could perish not on the battlefield, but rather due to the so-called family regulations, was too harsh to bear. Indeed, such occurrences are exceedingly merciless. If I ever become Hokage, I shall undoubtedly abolish this wretched rule, Asuma chimed in, observing Hong's distress. Asuma's words elicited a look of surprise from Liu. What Liu did not anticipate was that the first person to advocate for changing the fate of the Hyuga clan's branch family upon becoming Hokage would not be Naruto, but rather Asuma. Although Asuma's comments were primarily supportive in nature, one might ponder whether their focus should not be directed towards the imminent battles they might face against the enemy's Byakugan users. The issues surrounding the Hyuga clan's branch family were beyond their influence. Their primary concern should be the unfolding war situation. Noticing the conversation veering off course, Hai felt compelled to interject. The members of the Hyuga clan's main house are perpetually shielded by the branch family, under normal circumstances. It is exceedingly challenging to kill them and seize their Byakugan. Liu continued, during the Warring States period, our ancestors attempted to capture the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to uncover its secrets. However, such endeavors typically ended in failure, as the Hyuga clan members would often resort to self-destruction of their eyes to protect the secrets of the Byakugan when escape became impossible. In the annals of our family history, there is only one recorded instance of successfully obtaining the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Liu divulged the secret of the Kusa-Chien clan. What? Even Yamanaka Hai found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not realized that this was not the first instance of the Byakugan being seized. The Kusa-Chien clan had also once acquired the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Regarding this recent incident of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan being taken, few in Konoha were aware of it, apart from Orochimaru and the village's higher-ups. Only a select few from the Hyuga clan were privy to this matter. The reason for Liyu's presence was to experiment with the use of hidden techniques to counter the potential emergence of Byakugan. Of course, the mission that successfully captured the Byakugan was, in a sense, a failure. Shortly after the Byakugan was taken, the Hyuga clan retaliated fiercely, sacrificing immense numbers to destroy those very eyes. Liu continued, this secret of the Kusa-Chien clan would likely remain unknown if not for my status as its heir. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Hai let out a sigh of relief. While he was aware that the Kusa and Hyuga clans had been adversaries during the Warring States period, he had not realized there were so many stories surrounding their struggles for the Byakugan. However, since both clans now reside in Konoha, there was no need to worry about the rekindling of old grievances. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is exceedingly difficult to obtain. This recent seizure not only signifies the extraordinary strength of the enemy, but also suggests that they may encounter Byakugan users in the ongoing war. The loss of the Byakugan remains classified. Hence, I hope you will refrain from discussing it openly. Hai interjected as Liu nearly finished his explanation. The Byakugan possesses an extraordinarily keen ability for reconnaissance and support. With a 360 field of vision, it allows one to perceive the flow of chakra in the surrounding environment. coupled with the ability to see distant objects through telescopic vision and to penetrate through materials with insightful clarity. It can also reveal the opponent's chakra pathways and acupoints. By harnessing chakra, the Byakugan can enhance its visual capacity, enabling the user to see objects up to a kilometer away, surpassing even the perceptive capabilities of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan has proven invaluable during wartime, rendering them a primary target for adversaries. This incident marks the first instance since the founding of Konohagakure that a Byakugan has been seized. Yamashiro Haichi initially intended to declare this as the first instance of a Byakugan being taken from the Hyuga clan. But he recalled that the Kusugakure had briefly captured a branch family's Byakugan during the Warring States period, thus amending his statement to reflect it as a first occurrence since the establishment of the village. Traditionally, Konoha ninjas relied on the Byakugan to gain an advantage on the battlefield, yet this time, facing the mist ninjas, that advantage was rendered moot. Furthermore, due to the pressing situation on the northern front, some personnel were reassigned to the battle lines in the Land of Grass, leaving the current situation in the Land of Hot Water precarious. At this juncture, a flicker of seriousness crossed Haichi's eyes. The current state of the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water involves an offensive from the mist ninjas against Konoha's defense, until the situation on other fronts is stabilized. The dynamics here are unlikely to change in the short term. Thus, the pressing priority is to maintain control. Next, we shall proceed to the southwestern region of the Land of Hot Water, where several clusters of mist ninjas are gathered. Our mission is to ascertain the precise distribution of their forces, aiding Lord Orochimaru in stabilizing the situation here. It is evident that Yamashiro Haichi holds a considerable respect for Orochimaru at present. As the disciple of the current third Hokage, Orochimaru is renowned alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya as one of the legendary Sannin. The legend of the Sannin was forged during the Second Shinobi World War, holding significant allure for those like Yamashiro Haichi, who were children at the time. Ryuho recalls that when the third Hokage expressed intentions to abdicate, Danzo nominated Orochimaru as the successor to the fourth Hokage. Ultimately, however, it was under the third's support that Minato Namikaze ascended to the position. Although the third regarded Orochimaru as his most exceptional pupil, he remained ever vigilant of him. Currently, Orochimaru harbors no intentions of betraying Konoha. His collaboration with Danzo suggests aspirations toward becoming Hokage. Throughout the preceding conflict, Orochimaru's prowess shone brightly, garnering him considerable public favor for a potential succession to the fourth Hokage. Despite the withdrawal of many personnel, he managed to maintain the front line within the realm of mist influence. It was only when the situation on the northern front escalated that further resources were diverted to confront the mist, leading to the current state of affairs characterized by mist aggression and Konoha's defense. Ryoha even speculates that this might be the third's method of curbing Orochimaru, diminishing the strength of his subordinates to prevent him from gaining renown through this war. The third Hokage's unease regarding Orochimaru's ambitions ensures he will not entrust the village to a pupil who lacks the inheritance of the will of fire, aside from us. The remaining members of the Hinata clan have formed two smaller groups. Our three groups will conduct reconnaissance in designated areas, and ultimately, I shall analyze the gathered intelligence. Yamashita Hayai remarked, his gaze revealing not only a trace of seriousness but also a hint of excitement. After all, men have an inherent desire to achieve glory on the battlefield. Our group's reconnaissance will primarily rely on Ryu's stealth, but if necessary, we may also capture live subjects for interrogation, which will be my responsibility. Hong and Asuma will assist us in this endeavor. Hayai then commenced the detailed task assignments. Understood. The three responded. Chapter 30. Capture 50 kilometers ahead lies a fixed outpost, manned by a total of 8 individuals, among whom there is likely to be a Jonin-level figure. Between the right and left fronts, 3 two-man squads patrol back and forth, presumably composed of Chunin-level ninjas. Liyu's hand glided over the map as he elucidated the situation to the others. The team led by Hai-E had now reached the outskirts of the Mist Ninja gathering area. Not long ago, Liu initiated a stealthy reconnaissance to assess the distribution of patrols guarding the perimeter of the mist. Beside him, Hong and Asuma expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated Liu Yu's perceptual abilities to be so formidable, surpassing even those of Hai-E, who hailed from a clan renowned for its prowess. Hai-E pondered silently. The Mist Ninja gathering area comprises 3 locations, and intel from the Hyuga clan indicated that 2 of these zones were quite conspicuous, with sizable camps, though the actual number of personnel appeared to be limited. If the intelligence regarding those 2 areas holds true, then we are likely facing the main force of the mist. This implies that the mist ninja who has undergone the ocular transplant to possess the Byakugan may indeed reside within the forward encampment. As Hai spoke, he marked the 2 regions explored by the Hyuga ninjas with a distinctive symbol. Upon completing the markings, his gaze remained fixed on the last gathering area, which bore a question mark. Hai's fingers gently tapped the map, a subconscious habit of his. Wait, someone from the mist is approaching us. At that moment, Lu Yu sensed an approaching presence not far ahead, interrupting Hai's contemplation. Lu Yu, can you ascertain how many individuals are approaching? Hai inquired, realizing that his perceptual abilities paled in comparison to Lu Yu's. In this scenario, he had been utterly oblivious to the movements of the nearby personnel. The prior reconnaissance had relied primarily on Lu Yu's stealth and reconnaissance skills. Lu Yu closed his eyes, focusing intently, and after a brief moment, he opened his eyes and stated, "There are 3 individuals in total, approximately 3 kilometers away, heading in our direction. We are likely to encounter each other in about 10 minutes. 3 individuals? Hai glanced at Lu Yu, contemplating the power dynamics at play. He was among the few in Konoha who understood Lu Yu's true strength. In his estimation, Lu Yu's prowess might rival that of the widely recognized genius Kakashi Hatake, perhaps even exceeding it, especially considering Lu Yu is 2 years younger than Kakashi. The bamboo release bloodline, even within the Kusa clan, is exceedingly rare. Hai had also heard whispers of Lu Yu's devastating forbidden techniques that had inflicted significant casualties upon both Kusa and IWA. Given this, let us eliminate them and uncover what secrets the mist may be concealing. Hai resolved decisively. Understood. Upon hearing this, the 3 began to prepare for an ambush. With their bodies leaning forward, arms trailing behind, palms slightly clenched upward, the 3 mist ninjas advanced through the forest, exhibiting a quintessential ninja running posture. The trio consisted of a leading jonin and 2 accompanying chunin, one of whom was Uriya, among the 2 mist chunin. This year, Yilianji has reached the age of 15. As a ninja emerging from the blood mist, he is quite reluctant to undertake this mission. In his graduating class, he barely passed by eliminating his own comrades. Thus, in his eyes, no mission is more vital than the lives of his teammates, although casualties are inevitable in war. Accompanying the main force is undoubtedly far safer than wandering alone. It was after his cohort that a notorious figure emerged, Zabuza, who allegedly slaughtered all the graduates of that year, compelling the higher-ups of the Mist Village to reform the brutal graduation examination system. Sometimes, Yilianji contemplates whether he should feel fortunate for not being placed in the same cohort as such a psychopath or lament the fact that he did not belong to the subsequent class that followed Zabuza. Lost in a tempest of thoughts, Yilianji unknowingly arrived at the rear of the group. Just as he intended to catch up, he leapt onto a tree. However, as he prepared to jump to another tree to continue onward, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An opportunity had presented itself. Observing Yilianji lagging behind, Lu Yu silently chanted to herself and suddenly emerged from the very tree where Yilianji stood. With a swift motion, she directed a kunai towards his throat. Meeting his astonished gaze, Yilianji was utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of a person from an ordinary tree. Before he could react, Lu Yu's kunai had already sliced through his throat. With a horrified expression, he attempted to staunch the flow from his severed throat, clinging desperately to the fading vestiges of life, yet his body uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground. Sensing the disturbance behind him, the leading jonin of the mist quickly turned around, only to behold the unexpected Lu Yu and Yilianji, who lay bloodied and writhing in agony beneath the tree. The jonin made a swift decision, drawing his katana to confront Lu Yu. Given the ambush and the ensuing casualty, the mission could no longer proceed. The immediate priority was to escape the ambush and return to the camp to report their encounter. The sound of rushing wind crescendoed as the jonin closed in on Lu Yu, yet she displayed no inclination to evade. This perplexed the jonin. He even perceived his own increasingly large silhouette reflected in her eyes, while this young girl exhibited not a hint of panic. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Was she mocking him? What could this mean? With a sudden incantation, Yamamoto Kaichi, his hands forming seals, executed the mind-turn technique aimed at the jonin, internally commanding, "Yield." The rush of wind intensified, however, just as the jonin was about to strike Lu Yu. He halted his advance. A wave of tension gripped him, followed by a numbing sensation, as an overwhelming fatigue washed over him from the depths of his being. It felt as though a voice deep within urged him to relinquish resistance and surrender control of his body. Under Yamamoto Kaichi's influence, the jonin's body descended to the ground. Observing this, Lu Yu smiled lightly and, Forming seals, commanded, grass release, thousand-leaf binding. Instantly, the ground surrounding the Jonin erupted with countless elongated, resilient leaves, binding him tightly. On the other side, the remaining mist shinobi was ensnared by Hong's illusion technique. Illusion, binding trees, and subsequently dispatched by Asuma's decisive strike. It appeared that this assassination was far simpler than anticipated, thought Liu to herself. She then dismounted and removed Yilianji's forehead protector, placing it into her ninja tool pouch. This protector was a testament to her achievements and required careful preservation. To gather intelligence, it sufficed to leave one captive alive. The largest of the shinobi was evidently the leading Jonin, possessing the most valuable information, thus sparing his life would suffice. As for the other two Chunin, prudence dictated that their elimination was the wisest course of action, although there was not much enmity between the two sides. This was the nature of war. It was either to kill or be killed. Having dwelled in this world for many years, Liu Yu had adapted to its harsh realities. Yamashita Kaichi dispelled his jutsu and approached, signaling for the others to secure the battlefield and prepare for a retreat to a safer location. Chapter 35, Pursuit Within a Cave in the Land of Soup. Liu Yu and her companions temporarily took refuge with the captured Mist Ninja. Havi of the Yamashiro clan placed his hand upon the head of the bound Mist Ninja, his eyes firmly shut and his expression grave. Liu Yu understood that he was employing the secret technique of his clan, mind reading, a skill that allowed one to directly perceive another's thoughts without the aid of any device. This technique was an incredibly efficient means of interrogation, and it was through such prowess that Hai had crafted his legendary status in the intelligence community. Gradually, Hai's brow furrowed, and Liu Yu and her companions exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that something was amiss. Finally, Hai opened his eyes, emerging from his trance. But his first words sent a chill through them. What trouble was he referring to? Ignoring their curiosity, Hai produced a blank scroll and a pen, beginning to inscribe a coded message upon the parchment, sealing it with a special hand sign upon completion. Yukaheim and CHG, I command you to deliver this confidential document back to the main camp with utmost haste. Remember, it must be personally handed to Lord Orochimaru, Hai stated solemnly. This was the first time Liu Yu and Hong had witnessed such gravity in Hai's demeanor. Understood. We will ensure the task is accomplished, Liu Yu responded. Taking the scroll, she refrained from inquiring about the contents of the message, knowing that such matters were beyond her current purview. Her responsibility was merely to fulfill her designated role. What will you and Asuma do next? Hong asked, her curiosity piqued. Asuma and I will remain here to ambush the patrolling mist squads at the opportune moment and to verify some of my hypotheses, Hai replied, a flicker of seriousness crossing his face again as he mentioned his speculations. Fear not, Hong. In this war, I shall make a name for myself. Much like the legendary Sannin. In the future, whenever outsiders see me, they will be so intimidated that they will abandon their missions, Asuma declared. Seemingly unfazed by Hai's solemnity, indulging instead in his own daydreams, Liu Yu couldn't help but juxtapose Asuma's demeanor with that of Uchiha Bito. As they moved swiftly, the trees blurred past beneath their feet. Liu Yu and Hong raced back towards the Leaf's main camp. Hai's grave expression lingered in Liu Yu's mind, as if foretelling impending misfortune. Shaking her head to dispel the nagging anxiety, she paused to calm herself and expand her sensory perception. The ability of stealth perception reaches its zenith when the user remains still and focused. Although one can still sense their surroundings while in motion, both precision and range are significantly diminished. Thus, Liu Yu took care to halt periodically to keenly assess her environment. Her brow furrowed as she detected 8 unfamiliar chakra signatures advancing towards them in her expanded perception. Hong, let us change our course, Liu Yu instructed. At present, it remains uncertain whether the approaching individuals are foes or allies. However, the likelihood of them being adversaries appears to be greater. In such circumstances, a change of route and precautionary measures are warranted. Indeed, there is no dissent from Hong. It is prudent to trust Liu Yu's perceptive abilities. The two began to alter their course, preparing to take a detour back to the main camp. Stop, commanded the foremost figure, with a series of swift movements. 7 mist-hidden ninjas halted around their leader, instinctively on guard against their surroundings. Clearly, this was an elite squad from the Mist Village. The leader, clad in the distinctive vest of a Mist Elite Jonin, bore a stoic expression. Adorned with talisman-like ornaments, only his left eye was visible, while the right was concealed beneath a black eye patch. Had Liu been present, she would undoubtedly have recognized him as Ao, the elite Jonin who had accompanied the Mizukage to the 5 Kage Summit and led the sensory troops during the 4th Shinobi World War. Byakugan. Ao formed a single-handed seal, his right eye bulging with veins as his vision transcended the immediate surroundings, extending into the distance. Perched upon a tree, he observed the retreating figures of Lu Yu and Hong, murmuring, "They have been detected." A cold smirk escaped him. "But can you truly escape?" He gestured for his subordinates to follow, promptly changing direction to pursue Lu Yu and her companion. "This is troublesome." Lu Yu echoed the sentiments recently expressed by Shan Zhonghai. After Lu Yu and Hong had altered their path and proceeded some distance, Lu Yu paused once more to sense her surroundings, only to discover that the group she had previously detected was indeed following them. It seemed they had set their sights on her. Allies they were not, and thus trouble loomed ahead. Lu Yu found herself in a quandary. Given the comparative speeds of both parties, it was apparent that she and Hong would be overtaken by their pursuers before reaching the Konoha camp. This indicated that mere flight would prove futile. At this moment, Lu Yu's physical prowess was likely on par with the Chunin. Yet she had not yet attained the rank of Jonin. According to Konoha's classification, she could be considered a special Jonin, thanks to her bloodline enhancement. The average 2 or 3 Chunin would pose little challenge for her, much like the 2 Awagakure ninjas she had defeated in the Land of Grass. However, facing ordinary Jonin would indeed complicate matters. Nonetheless, with her bloodline abilities, Lu Yu felt confident in her capacity to eliminate an opponent in a one-on-one confrontation, albeit at some cost. Previously, in the Land of Grass, her victory over an indeterminate number of grass and rock ninjas was attributed to her reckless fighting style and the enemy's unfamiliarity with her abilities, which could only be described as miraculous. Yet, replicating such a feat in a straightforward confrontation would be exceedingly difficult. Analyzing the composition of the pursuing forces, it became evident that at least 2 of the 8 were Jonin. This indicated that engaging them directly would yield minimal chances of success, and currently, Hong was more of a hindrance than a help to Lu Yu. Caught in a dilemma, Lu Yu reflected that had she been alone, she would have been confident in her ability to evade detection by hiding among the surrounding trees, provided that her pursuers lacked Byakugan users. She believed she had nearly a tenfold assurance of successfully escaping. Even in the presence of an adversary equipped with the Byakugan, Lu Yu felt little trepidation. While cloaked in invisibility, the Byakugan could only detect her if wielded by a formidable opponent within a certain range. Given that the Mist Ninja had only recently acquired the Byakugan, there was no cause for excessive concern. She could utilize her stealth to conceal herself amidst the trees. Although her speed would significantly diminish, the primary objective remained her successful escape. However, she was accompanied by Hong, and while Lu Yu possessed means to elude capture, she could not guarantee the same for Hong. Should they separate, the Mist Ninjas, having lost their target, would inevitably shift their focus onto Hong. In such a scenario, Hong's demise might very well herald the emergence of a darker Asuma. What should she do? Herself or Hong? Lu Yu grappled with this dilemma, cherishing the bonds she had forged, especially after the departure of her father and others. Though vengeance had long occupied her thoughts, she was unwilling to become a puppet of hatred. Throughout both her past and present lives, Lu Yu had always been a person of deep emotion. At this juncture, she recalled a conversation with her father about dreams, where she had expressed her desire to become a powerful ninja capable of protecting those she held dear. But was Hong among those she cherished? Lu Yu was uncertain. Life presents myriad choices, some willingly embraced, others imposed, some unavoidable, and others best left unremembered. This time, her choice would irrevocably shape her future. After much contemplation, Lu Yu resolved to speak. Hong, but before she could finish, a voice echoed in her mind. They are just a group of kind-hearted children, like you. This thought was accompanied by the gentle visage of Kushina. Kind-hearted? What's wrong? Lu Yu? Is something the matter? Hong sensed Lu Yu's unusual demeanor. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Lu Yu resumed. Hong, we are being watched. It seems there are perceptive ninjas on the opposing side. It appears we cannot escape safely. I am entrusting this scroll to you. Take it and flee swiftly while I remain behind to delay our pursuers. With that, Lu Yu produced the scroll and tossed it to Hong. Hong, momentarily bewildered, grasped the scroll and processed the situation. But Lu Yu, there's no need for concern. There are only a few of them, and I can manage. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can escape using my invisibility, so do not worry about me. If your concern for my safety is genuine, hurry back to the camp and seek reinforcements. Lu Yu was unsure why she had altered her stance. They had only known each other for a few months. Yet she found herself willingly offering to shield Hong from danger. But Hong hesitated, wanting to express more. There is no but. This is the best course of action. Only by doing so can we both hope to survive. Lu Yu's voice rose slightly, adopting a more serious tone. If you are concerned for my safety, as I just mentioned, hasten back to the main camp to seek reinforcements. Lu Yu's tone softened slightly. Understood. I will return without fail, promised Hong. Observing the unwavering determination etched on Lu Yu's face, Hong realized that persuading Lu Yu was no longer feasible, and indeed, this was the most prudent course of action for both of their survival. As she watched Hong's departing silhouette, Lu Yu offered a wry smile. Very well. It is time to get to work. Having resolved to buy time for Hong, she could no longer rely on stealth. A confrontation with the pursuing mist ninja was inevitable. Lu Yu maneuvered through the forest, cloaked in invisibility, drawing closer to her pursuers as she began to set traps. The location where she had just utilized her concealment, separating from Hong, would surely attract the attention of the perceptive ninja from the mist. Thus, she needed to position the traps strategically ahead of time to ensure their effectiveness. Lu Yu hoped that the traps would decisively eliminate the mist-sensing ninja, thereby alleviating the threat of pursuit, allowing her to escape directly under the cover of invisibility. However, as the distance between her and the mist pursuers diminished, a sense of unease began to creep into Lu Yu's heart. This feeling. Chapter 36. The azure-white eyes as Qing traversed the branches in relentless pursuit. An unsettling sensation enveloped him. His Byakugan had been vigilantly scanning the path ahead, yet, inexplicably, one of his targets had just vanished into thin air. Halt! Qing commanded, sensing the anomaly ahead. Upon hearing his order, the mist shinobi behind him came to an abrupt stop. What is it, Lord Qing? Inquired one of the mist shinobi, stepping forward. There were 2 targets. Now one has disappeared, Qing replied, his expression grave. How is that possible? The nearby mist shinobi were taken aback. The Byakugan proved invaluable in warfare, and all the ninja villages had sought to unravel its mysteries. Thus far, however, all attempts had ended in failure. It was only through the substantial sacrifices of this war that their village had acquired a Byakugan. This particular eye held immense significance within the mist village. Without sufficient merit, one could never hope to obtain it. The fact that someone had vanished under its scrutiny was indeed alarming. There is nothing impossible, Qing explained. The Hyuga clan had a fierce rival during the Warring States period, the Kusa clan. The bloodline limits of the Kusa clan countered the Byakugan. It was rumored that Konoha had sheltered remnants of the Kusa clan, so encountering a ninja from that clan during this conflict was hardly surprising. As an adept intelligence ninja from the Mist Village, Qing naturally connected the dots with recent events in the ninja world. At that moment, Qing contemplated how to confront this unknown ninja with their elusive abilities. The Kusa and the Hyuga clans had maintained a hostile relationship since the Warring States era, and their prolonged rivalry indicated that the Kusa clan's bloodline was indeed comparable to the Byakugan. This meant that the Konoha ninja they faced possessed a hidden lineage capable of countering the Byakugan he had recently acquired. However, Qing soon chuckled to himself. For according to intelligence reports, Konoha had merely a band of children. How amusing it was to be so concerned about a child. Perhaps the Kusa child who had just vanished merely realized he was being followed and employed his stealth to abandon his comrades and flee. Unexpectedly, contrary to Lu Yu's expectations. The night of the Kusa clan's annihilation, his forbidden technique, territorial dragon tooth, remained undisclosed. Konoha, Kusa, and Iwagakure collectively refrained from discussing the matter, leaving the Mist and other villages unaware of the details surrounding Lu Yu's forbidden technique. Stay vigilant and continue the pursuit, Qing ultimately decreed. All right. The traps are nearly set, Lu Yu sighed in relief as he surveyed the completed arrangements. Due to the relentless pursuit by the Mist Shinobi, the traps had been hastily constructed. Nevertheless, they were sufficient to delay the enemy. Fortuitously, the lush vegetation in this area allowed Lu Yu to maintain his stealth while preparing the traps. Now, all he could do was wait quietly for the enemy's arrival, uncertain of the identity of the perceptive ninja opposing him. The relentless sound of footsteps echoed as the misty pursuers drew closer to the trap set by Lu Yu. They have arrived, Lu Yu silently thought, concealed within the trees. With a sharp snap, a thin wire was severed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of shuriken and kunai hurtled towards the misty ninjas. Scatter! Qing shouted urgently, alerting those around him to the ambush. The clattering of metal ensued. As the kunai and shuriken Lu Yu had buried either missed their targets or were deflected by the skilled mist ninjas, causing little trouble for this elite squad. Humph! A mist ninja sidestepped a flying kunai, disdain evident in his heart. However, the flicker of fire at the end of the kunai transformed his derision into terror in an instant. This is an explosive tag. A series of explosions erupted, not only from the kunai, but also from several explosive tags Liu Yu had strategically placed along the potential paths of the mist ninjas. In setting the trap, Liu Yu fully embraced her cunning and devious side. Regrettably, her resources were limited. She could not unleash explosive tags with the reckless fervor of Xiaonan. As the detonations resonated, the once arrogant mist ninja was instantly robbed of life, his mangled body scattered around. In this ambush, 2 additional mist ninjas sustained varying degrees of injury, yet their continued standing suggested the wounds were not overly severe. Yujian, a mournful cry echoed as one mist ninja, face contorted with grief, rushed to the lifeless form of his comrade, now unrecognizable. The other mist ninjas displayed little overt emotional reaction, but their expressions revealed a heightened caution. Yujian? It seemed this was the name of the fallen ninja Liu Yu had just dispatched. Concealed amongst the foliage, Liu mused. Even those emerging from the blood-soaked mist cannot entirely extinguish their emotions. Yet, her peripheral vision remained fixated on the figure at the forefront. The man wore a standard mist jounin vest, adorned with talismans hanging from his ears, revealing only his left eye while the right was obscured by a black eye patch. A barely concealed fury etched across his face suggested that the casualties inflicted upon his squad by such a simple trap were an intolerable blemish. This man is Qing. Recognition struck Liu Yu as she realized the leader of this mist squad was none other than Qing, the future captain of the Ninja Alliance's perception unit. A wave of despair washed over her. It truly seemed that her worries had manifested into reality. She had anticipated encountering an ordinary mist perception ninja, only to find herself facing this formidable adversary. Trouble indeed, she silently reiterated, marking the second instance of this phrase escaping her lips that day. At this moment, the expression on Qing's face was far from pleasant. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered, nor did he expect that this young member of the Kusa-Qian clan would dare to remain and ambush him, strategically positioning himself away from the recently vacated area. The wide eyes, anger aside, as an elite jonin of the Mist Village, Qing did not lose his composure. He formed hand seals with one hand, veins bulging around his right eye, meticulously scrutinizing his surroundings. As Qing activated his Byakugan, Liu sensed an ominous turn of events. The Byakugan could be deemed the nemesis of stealth techniques. At a distance, it would have been challenging for the Byakugan to detect him in his concealed state. However, given the proximity and the fact that the user was Qing, a seasoned jonin, trouble was undoubtedly brewing. Upon conducting a thorough examination, Qing discerned something peculiar about a tree to his left front. It emanated a faint chakra fluctuation. Had it not been for his profound prowess, combined with the formidable perceptive capabilities of the Byakugan, he might have overlooked this subtle chakra presence. This was the stealth technique of the Kusa-Qian clan? Truly. They were a formidable clan, once standing alongside the Hyuga clan in the ninja world, and their skills were commendable. Yet today, they had encountered him. With this thought in mind, Qing let out a cold snort. As Qing's gaze sharpened on that tree, the remaining 6 members of the Mist Village, including one with a mournful expression, moved forward, preparing to encircle the tree. Chapter 37, Trouble. Discovered. The moment Qing's gaze fixated on the tree, Liu realized she had been detected. Her initial plan was to weaken the enemy's combat capabilities with traps while simultaneously launching a surprise attack on their sensory ninja. The ideal scenario would involve eliminating the enemy's sensory ninja with a single strike, followed by an immediate retreat into stealth. Even if she failed to achieve a clean kill, diminishing their strength would still be advantageous. However, upon discovering that the enemy's sensory ninja possessed the Byakugan, Liu reluctantly abandoned her strategy. She instinctively sensed a threat of danger emanating from Qing. All she could do was hope that Qing was still unfamiliar with the Byakugan and would not detect her while she was concealed, buying her some time. Yet, it appeared that her little scheme was not unfolding as she had hoped. Liu's knowledge of Qing's performance during the Third Great Ninja War was limited. She only knew that he had acquired a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan's main family, which he referred to as a precious trophy. However, this had also placed him on Konoha's most wanted list. The mere fact that he had survived with the Byakugan into the Fourth Great Ninja War made Liu regard him with caution. Anyone who had made a name for themselves in the midst of war was certainly not to be underestimated. While Konoha was still unaware that Qing had obtained a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, if Liu managed to survive and report that Qing possessed one, he would undoubtedly be placed on their elimination list. This was especially true for the Hyuga clan, as having their clan's Byakugan seized by ninja from other villages was utterly unforgivable. As Liu observed the mist ninja slowly encircling her, armed with various ninja tools, she knew she could no longer remain passive. Suddenly, a mist ninja at the edge of the encircling group felt something ensnaring his left leg. As he glanced down at his limb, a warning rang out from Qing, who had been vigilantly watching Liu Yu's hiding place. "Be careful." With a sharp cutting sound slicing through the air, Liu Yu emerged from the tree, kunai in hand, aimed directly at the mist ninja whose left foot was ensnared. The ninja, realizing that the vines entangling his leg were composed of several blades of grass, was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Qing's warning reached him. And feeling the chill of the impending attack, the mist ninja instinctively swung his kunai in defense. The clash produced a resounding ring as the kunai met, creating sparks that danced in the air. Even though his left foot was bound by Liu Yu's grasp, the mist ninja managed to counter her ambush, thanks to his extensive combat experience and Qing's timely warning. The Kusanagi clan was renowned for their assassination skills, adept at stealthily approaching their targets before striking with lethal precision, rarely missing their mark. Under normal circumstances, had the mist ninja not known Liu Yu's hiding spot and lacked Qing's Byakugan-enhanced warning, he would have been unable to counter her sudden attack. At this moment, Liu Yu couldn't help but reflect on the deep-seated animosity between the Byakugan and stealth techniques. It was no wonder that such profound hatred had developed between the two clans throughout history. The disdainful gaze indeed proved troublesome. Upon failing to land a strike, Ryu Yu swiftly executed a low sweeping kick, utilizing his diminutive stature to deliver a whip-like kick to the right leg of the mist ninja, with his left leg ensnared. And now his right leg struck by Ryu Yu's blow, the mist ninja lost his balance and fell to the ground. The other mist ninjas, having anticipated Ryu Yu's emergence, swiftly surrounded him, all transpiring within the blink of an eye. Observing this, Ryu Yu immediately attempted to break free from the encirclement, simultaneously forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Qing, who had been watching intently, could not help but marvel at the rapidity of Ryu Yu's seal formation, while a sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind as he observed the swift movements of Ryu Yu's fingers. As the final seal was completed, a shimmering azure chakra radiated from Ryu Yu's hands, coalescing and compressing until it took the shape of a bamboo spear. Witnessing the manifestation of this chakra-infused spear, a sense of dread began to swell within Qing, prompting him to urgently caution, "Beware of evasion. Bamboo release. Bamboo flow spear." Ryu Yu mentally intoned, hurling the bamboo spear towards the fallen mist ninja. The attackers instinctively felt a wave of unease upon seeing the chakra spear in Ryu Yu's grasp, especially after Qing's warning. They retreated without hesitation, leaving the downed mist ninja to fend for himself. As this unfortunate ninja scrambled to sever the grasp binding his left foot with a kunai, he felt a surge of panic. The resilient grasp proved too tough for the kunai to cut through swiftly, leaving him no choice but to roll aside and narrowly evade the oncoming bamboo spear. In a twist of fortune, he managed to escape as the spear embedded itself into the ground beside him. After launching the bamboo flow spear, Ryu Yu quickly formed another set of seals to execute bamboo release, 1,000 bamboo shield. The earth before him rippled, and within moments, over 100 sturdy bamboo poles erupted, intricately woven to form a formidable barrier. Boom! Ryu Yu silently declared within his heart. Meanwhile, the mist ninja, still preoccupied with his bindings, felt a tremor of foreboding as he caught sight of the bamboo spear radiating an ominous white light beside him. With a thunderous roar, the bamboo flow spear detonated, sending a gust of air that scattered the accumulated dry leaves and bent the surrounding trees. A massive pit, approximately 1.5 meters deep and 8 or 9 meters in radius, formed at the center of where the spear had struck. The mist ninja beside the spear was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere remnants in the wake of the explosion. Strangely, whether due to his incompetence or fate, his demise elicited no sorrow from the remaining mist ninjas. Instead, it was the first mist ninja slain by Ryu Yu's trap who had a close friend mourning for him. The forewarned mist ninjas were unable to fully evade the blast, each sustaining injuries as they glared sullenly at the bamboo wall not far away. They had not anticipated that this little girl would dare to employ such an explosive technique at such a close range. It was a complete exchange of injuries. Had it not been for Lord Qing's timely warning, they would have fallen into her trap. However, the notion of exchanging injuries was not entirely accurate, for the girl had swiftly performed hand seals after throwing her bamboo spear, invoking a defensive jutsu that summoned a bamboo wall, meticulously orchestrating her actions step by step. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, protected by the shield of 1,000 bamboos, emerged from the explosion largely unscathed. Regarding this strategy of exchanging injuries, she felt a twinge of helplessness. The disparity in strength between her and her adversaries was insurmountable, leaving her with no choice but to resort to such extreme measures. Had she not promptly performed the hand seals to summon the shield of 1,000 bamboos, she would likely have sustained significant injuries as well. Regrettably, under Qing's watchful gaze, Liu Yu's desperate tactics proved ineffective, as she could still distinctly sense 6 stable chakra fluctuations beyond the bamboo wall. The pursuing mist ninjas had already set their sights on her. This was indeed troublesome. Chapter 38. Escape. What should I do now? Lu Yu pondered within himself. Of course, the answer is to flee. That reckless strategy was sufficient for one occasion. The adversaries would not afford him a second chance. Once the element of surprise is lost, it becomes utterly meaningless. With this thought in mind, Liu chose a direction distinct from that of Hong and sprinted away. The attention of the group of mist ninjas had been successfully diverted towards him. Thus, Qing's Byakugan would likely remain fixated on him. With the absence of Byakugan's tracking, Hong should be able to escape safely. Now, it was merely a matter of evading his pursuers. Byakugan. Qing formed a hand seal with one hand, veins bulging around his right eye, attempting to pierce through the bamboo wall to locate those concealed behind it. Qing emitted a sound of confusion. He was astonished that this bamboo wall was impenetrable. The Kusanagi clan indeed proved to be surprisingly formidable. Be cautious. The opponents are not mere members of the Kusanagi clan. Judging by the ninjutsu he just executed, it appears he has awakened the core abilities of the clan. Qing promptly cautioned the remaining mist ninjas, for he possessed considerable knowledge about this once great clan of the ninja world. Upon receiving Qing's warning, the remaining mist ninjas began to disperse, slowly encircling their quarry. Their expressions, marked by a hint of anger, also bore a newfound seriousness. One must exercise caution when facing an unknown adversary. With each step, Liu dashed through the thicket, desperately fleeing for his life. While it was easy to say he merely needed to shake off his pursuers, the reality of escaping their relentless chase proved exceedingly difficult. Relying on the traps he had set and the unpredictability of his bamboo techniques, Liu barely managed to eliminate 2 of the adversaries. However, eliminating the remaining foes would not be so simple. One of the mist ninjas crossed his arms over his chest, producing several shurikens through the friction of his thumb and index finger. His cold gaze fixated on the fleeing Lu Yu. That cursed brat. This was the same mist ninja who had previously cried out Yujin. Among the mist ninjas present, he was perhaps the most intent on ending Lu Yu's life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens soared towards Lu Yu. What a nuisance. Though vexed by the sound of the slicing wind, Lu Yu remained undeterred. He quickly leaned down, using chakra to firmly adhere his feet to a thick, horizontal branch, keeping his body parallel to the ground to evade the incoming shurikens. Humph. Observing Lu Yu narrowly escape his projectiles, the mist ninja merely scoffed, then subtly twisted his fingers, as if manipulating something unseen. Accompanying his movements, a glimmer of silver occasionally flickered through the air. Bang! The sound transitioned from deep to shrill. What is that? A sense of unease flickered in Lu Yu's mind. The sound seemed eerily familiar. It was the sound of taut steel wires. He realized the shurikens that had just flown past him were now being redirected back towards him by the mist ninja's manipulation. Lu Yu hastily dodged, yet still felt the sharp sting as shurikens grazed his left shoulder and right calf. The pain radiating from his left shoulder and right calf momentarily incapacitated Lu Yu, nearly causing him to lose his grip and tumble from the branch. Suppressing the agony, he pivoted and leapt to another tree, once again confronting the pursuing mist ninja. Binding fine steel wires to his shuriken for a secondary assault, an endeavor he was proficient in, he found himself unexpectedly thwarted by his own tactic. A wave of frustration washed over Lu Yu as he glanced at the wounds on his left shoulder and right calf, blood seeping forth and staining the 2 areas. Feeling the sharp sting from the injuries, he warily surveyed the 6 mist ninjas, including Qing, as they closed in on him. Troublesome. Liu muttered inwardly once more. The odds of successfully escaping had already been slim, and now, with his injuries, the likelihood had diminished further. Moreover, continuing to flee would only exacerbate his wounds. Given the strength of his opponents, evasion was far from easy. It seemed he had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's injury inflicted by his own shuriken, one of the mist ninjas drew forth a kunai and charged forward. The remaining 5, including Qing, coordinated their efforts to encircle Lu Yu, preventing any chance of escape. There's no other option. I must engage, Lu Yu resolved, pulling out a kunai from his thigh pouch to meet the advancing mist ninja. The sound of clashing metal resonated as sparks flew from the exchanged kunai. In that moment, Lu Yu glimpsed the murderous intent in the eyes of the mist ninja, realizing that this individual shared a profound bond with someone named Yujin. Under the brutal training of the Mist Village, those who emerged from its ninja academy were often cold-hearted and merciless. The academy operated on a 2-person pairing system, where only half of the students would survive the graduation exam. an attempt to cultivate emotionally desensitized ninjas. In the realm of blood and fog, trust was a mere illusion, replaced by slaughter. Faced with the harsh reality of the Academy's graduation policy, coupled with the subtle hints from instructors, many opted to turn against their unsuspecting comrades, leading to the tragic fate of most candidates falling victim to those they had lived alongside for years. Yet, circumstances are seldom absolute. The Mist Ninja before Luyu was unlike Eugene. Despite the extreme conditions, they had chosen not to betray one another. Instead, they forged a bond of trust amidst the chaos of the examination, working in unison to eliminate rival groups and secure their graduation. Ultimately, they emerged as anomalies in their cohort, both successfully graduating together. In an environment where extremes breed further extremes, these two were indeed the epitome of such. They regarded each other as lifelong anchors, and now, as they faced Luyu, the Mist Ninja was consumed by thoughts of avenging Eugene. As the kunai was caught, Liu executed a side kick aimed at the Mist Ninja's waist, feeling the strain on his injured right leg intensify with every movement. The Mist Ninja initially attempted to evade, but the foliage entangling his legs forced him to endure Lu Yu's strike. Faced with an unavoidable fate, the Mist Ninja endured the blow dealt by Lu Yu. His body toppled to the side. This little brat possesses considerable strength. A thought flickered through the mind of the struck ninja. Supporting his falling form with his left hand, he drew a kunai with his right, aiming it at Lu Yu's left leg. Observing the opportunity, another Mist Ninja advanced, wielding a katana, and aimed to strike Lu Yu through the gap left by his fallen comrade. Trouble. Lu Yu leaned back in an attempt to evade the katana, yet it missed while the kunai from the fallen ninja found its mark. A piercing sound echoed, a sharp object embedding itself into flesh. Lu Yu, now on the ground after flipping away from the tree, felt the searing pain radiating from his left leg and glanced at the encircling Mist Ninjas. Hiss. Lu Yu couldn't suppress a groan. The previous ninja's attacks had all been lethal, and now, a deep gash marred his left leg. Trouble. Lu Yu had lost count of how many times he had muttered that word today. Yet he understood that this was the most troublesome moment he faced. With injuries to both legs and his left shoulder as well, 3 of his limbs were compromised, driving him toward a dire predicament. As he observed the advancing Mist Ninjas, Lu Yu sighed helplessly within. Defeating them seemed an insurmountable task given the current circumstances. Conventional methods had become futile. His adversaries were elite ninjas from the mist, and he had already been fortunate to dispatch 2 during their moment of carelessness. Now, with his injuries, they were prepared for him, and any hope of reducing their fighting strength appeared exceedingly slim. In light of the situation, his only recourse to eliminate the enemy lay in employing the forbidden technique, Hell Dragon Fang. However, Liu felt that attempting such a maneuver would likely lead to his own collapse before he could eliminate his foes. Blood continued to flow from his wounds, and the loss of vitality was clouding his thoughts. Although he held confidence in the forbidden technique, he was less assured of his physical condition. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, especially considering the lingering effects from previous encounters in the current perilous environment. Yet, when cornered, it seemed that invoking the Hell Dragon Fang might be his sole chance of survival. Would you consider surrendering? Unexpectedly, the girl named Qing spoke up. What? Liu stared in shock at her, uncertain of his hearing. A plea for surrender? He even questioned whether he had misheard. Simultaneously, the Mist Ninja who had been intent on killing Liu regarded Qing with astonishment. How could she propose surrender to the very one who had slain her comrade? The grass that had ensnared his feet dissipated, now devoid of Lu Yu's control. Qing met the gaze of the bewildered Mist Ninja with indifference before turning her attention back to Lu Yu. I ask again, are you willing to surrender? She reiterated. Under normal circumstances, Qing would never advocate for surrender. The long-standing animosity between the ninja villages, forged through years of warfare, rendered such overtures nearly impossible on the battlefield. However, the current situation is anything but ordinary. In his eyes, the Kusanagi clan lacks a solid foundation within Konohagakure as an outsider, and it is unlikely that this child, who has not spent much time in the village, harbors deep feelings for it. If they could persuade Ryuha to surrender, the Hidden Mist Village could conveniently explore the Kusanagi clan's unique stealth techniques. Thus, Mist Village would simultaneously possess 2 of the ninja world's most prominent reconnaissance bloodlines. Aoi believes that it is quite natural for a child from the Kusanagi clan to contemplate surrender when faced with a life-and-death crisis. Upon returning to Mist Village, they would have ample means to control Ryoha, ensuring her loyalty to the village. Likewise, Aoi is greatly intrigued by Ryoha's second bloodline, which bears a resemblance to the wood release of Konoha's first Hokage, possessing significant research value. Apologies. I have no intention of going to Mist Village. I am quite content in Konoha, and as a Konoha ninja, I shall protect it. Despite her body signaling that she could no longer endure, Ryoha resolutely rejected Aoi's proposition. The girl's voice reverberated softly through the forest. What nonsense is this? To suggest I should go to Mist Village? Do you truly believe I am unaware of the current state of Mist Village? If I am not mistaken, a considerable portion of the higher-ups in Mist must be under the control of Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques. I came from the Grass Village to Konoha through a transaction. If I were to betray Konoha and go to Mist, would I not become a servant to 3 families? Furthermore, if I truly went to Mist Village, what would become of the Kusanagi clan members who remain in Konoha? My father entrusted the Kusanagi clan to me, and I cannot allow them to encounter further troubles. If I were to go to Mist, how would I face Kushina, who has been so kind to me? The third Hokage has shown me such care. I cannot become a traitorous wolf. If Ryuha were an outsider with little attachment to Konoha, it might be conceivable for her to surrender under such circumstances. However, Ryuha is no ordinary child, and Aoi, unaware of the Kusanagi clan's specific situation in Konoha, has made this absurd request. Is that so? Aoi's gaze gradually turned icy. He had not anticipated that he would be able to persuade Ryuha to surrender. It was merely an attempt. Yet, it seems this Kusanagi child possesses quite a sense of belonging to Konoha. If that is the case, then I shall have no choice but to bring your lifeless body back to Mist Village. Aoi stated coldly. The bodies of the Kusanagi clan hold considerable value as well. Chapter 39. Uchiha Shursui in the Tranquil Woods. Several hidden mist ninjas perched upon the branches of trees, encircling a young girl standing in their midst. The sunlight filtered gently through the leaves, yet the eyes of those present radiated a chilling aura. Occasionally, a breeze swept through, tainted with an unwelcome scent of blood. Since it has come to this, we shall have to return your lifeless body to the hidden mist village. A voice, cold and piercing, echoed ominously. Ha. In response to this ominous declaration, Ryuyu unexpectedly laughed. If you are so eager to uncover the secrets of the hidden, let me see if you possess the strength to do so. Despite the severe loss of blood rendering her unsteady on her feet, Ryuyu defiantly taunted. Very well. Let it be as you wish. The voice replied coolly. Unperturbed by Ryuyu's mocking laughter, the speaker remained calm. Believing that a competent battlefield commander and intelligence analyst must maintain composure at all times. Shibu, this task falls to you. Have you not longed for revenge for Eugene? Here lies your opportunity, he instructed the previously ensnared hidden mist ninja. At that moment, Ryuyu, weakened by excessive blood loss, was hardly in a position to resist. Shibu, the ninja named by the speaker, was known among the hidden mist for his ties to the recently slain Eugene. Given Ryuyu's current state, the speaker saw no harm in granting his subordinate a chance for vengeance. Shibu? Is that the name of the hidden mist ninja? Ryuyu inquired, her expression turning grave as she regarded him. The existence of such an anomaly among the hidden mist ninjas was certainly noteworthy. However, upon receiving the command, Shibu, who had previously attempted to slay Ryuyu, stood motionless. Shibu? The speaker called out, puzzled. Still, Shibu remained unresponsive. Shibu. He raised his voice, yet there was no reaction. The wind rustled, lifting a couple of dried leaves from the ground, but Shibu remained in his stupor. Silence maintained this unsettling stillness. The atmosphere grew so quiet that it made the hearts of those present race. Something was amiss. A collective thought surged through the minds of the hidden mist ninjas. Shibu. The speaker called once more, but this time his voice was laced with trepidation. An unsettling sensation gripped him. Instinctively, his body sensed danger, and he became vigilant. Meanwhile, the other hidden mist ninjas also sensed the shift in the atmosphere, their bodies tensing in response. Their instincts warned them someone had arrived. Ha. Observing their wary demeanor, Ryuyu laughed once more. Despite the waves of weakness washing over her, she relished the moment, laughing unabashedly amidst the tension. Liu Yu's mocking laughter resonated through the tranquil forest, contrasting sharply with the vigilant expressions of the several mist ninjas. The beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads revealed their palpable tension as uneasy thoughts flickered through their minds, reminiscent of ominous rumors. Suddenly, a barely audible sound emerged, unmistakably coming from behind them. Qing's body stiffened at that moment. This feeling. Indeed, it was him. Uchiha Shursui. With a clang, sparks flew as metal collided between Qing and Shursui. Qing reacted just in time, pivoting to counter Shursui's ambush with a kunai. Damn it, I was careless. Preoccupied with that little girl from the Grass Shinobi clan. I allowed this guy to close in. Regret washed over Qing, yet he understood that the immediate priority was to extricate himself from Uchiha Shisui. Had it not been for his Byakugan, he might have already met his demise at Shisui's hands. A light sigh, filled with curiosity, broke the tension. The newcomer seemed perplexed by Qing's evasion of his attack. "You seem somewhat different from last time," he remarked, voicing his confusion. Qing had no time to address Shisui's query. After fending off the attack, he swiftly leaped away from his previous position, adopting a defensive stance as he scrutinized the man before him. At the same time, the other mist ninjas gathered around Qing, their vigilance directed at the unexpected intruder. The newcomer was clad in a dark, high-collared short-sleeved shirt and triangular armor, paired with matching trousers and leg bindings. The side view revealed the Uchiha clan emblem in the form of a folding fan emblazoned on the back of his attire. Grasping a small tanto, he held it horizontally across his chest. It was indeed Uchiha Shisui. Upon recognizing the identity of the individual before them, the mist ninjas felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. They had no time to concern themselves with Liu Yu. Their immediate need was to devise a means of escape from this formidable foe. On the battlefield of Konoha and the Mist, the enemy they most dreaded was not Orochimaru, the commanding officer of Konoha, but rather Uchiha Shisui, known for his instantaneous movement. Orochimaru, as the battlefield commander on this front, usually moved alongside Konoha's main forces. When large-scale combat erupted, skilled fighters from the Mist were dispatched specifically to distract Orochimaru. Consequently, the direct pressure he exerted on ordinary Mist ninjas was not as formidable as anticipated. Instead, it was Uchiha Shisui who instilled greater fear. Uchiha Shisui was exceptionally adept in the arts of instantaneous movement and illusion, appearing and disappearing like a ghost on the battlefield, with double-digit casualties among Mist elite shinobi attributed to him. Thus, the Mist had no choice but to assign personnel to monitor Uchiha Shisui closely. This honor placed him second only to Orochimaru among the adversaries they feared most. As the tide of war began to shift in favor of the Mist, the battlefield steadily advanced towards the Land of Fire. During this time, Konoha frequently dispatched teams to harass the Mist forces, aiming to impede their advance towards the heart of the Land of Fire. During this period, Uchiha Shisui frequently undertook solitary missions to eliminate scattered teams from the Mist village. Upon arrival, the reinforcements from the Mist could only witness a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn across the ground, and at times, even the reinforcements themselves would fall victim to his onslaught. Reluctantly, the Mist was compelled to announce that their ninjas could abandon their missions upon encountering Uchiha Shisui, without it being deemed a failure. The Mist also attempted to dispatch an assassination squad composed of elite jonin to eliminate Uchiha Shisui. However, despite their overwhelming numerical superiority, only 3 members, including Ao, managed to return, having sustained injuries in their escape. In that ambush, the roles of predator and prey were reversed, with Ao and his companions paying a heavy price to flee from his grasp. Consequently, whispers of fear spread among the Mist ninjas, who began to avoid areas where Uchiha Shisui was known to appear during their missions. Those who had narrowly escaped from his clutches were universally acknowledged by their peers, seen as a testament to their formidable strength. As Shisui remained poised, his crimson eyes with 3 spinning tomo focused intently on the wary Mist ninjas before him. A low gulp could be heard as one of the ninjas, overwhelmed by pressure, unconsciously swallowed. In this eerily silent moment, the sound resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Yet no one dared to mock him, for their minds were consumed by the imminent threat. In the next instant, Uchiha Shisui vanished, leaving no trace before several elite Mist ninjas. A fine sheen of sweat broke upon Ao's brow as he acutely sensed his surroundings, anxiously anticipating an onslaught from Shisui. The remaining Mist ninjas were equally tense, the terrifying tales surrounding this man rendering them unable to find composure. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui appeared before Ryu, his back turned as he regarded the Mist ninjas. As Shisui made no move to attack, the tension in the air temporarily eased. Seizing the opportunity, Ao approached the Mist ninja named Shibu, extending his hand to disrupt Shibu's chakra and dispel the Jinjutsu. Gasping for breath, Shibu emerged from the illusion, his eyes wide with unending terror, as if he had witnessed something horrifying within the Jinjutsu. Had they been saved? Ryu pondered amidst the unfolding events. At this moment, due to prolonged blood loss, she was nearing her limits. Blood continuously seeped from her left shoulder and legs, and waves of weakness surged within her. Her vision began to blur, and she clung to her dwindling willpower to remain standing. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within her as she sensed the possibility of salvation. Forcing herself to suppress the encroaching fatigue, she lifted her head to gaze at the man before her. striving to widen her eyes and discern his features amidst the haze. Before me stood a figure clad in dark attire. Though merely a silhouette, Liu felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance emanating from it. As if his worries could finally dissipate. Do not look into his eyes, Qing admonished loudly. Yet, there was no need for such a warning. Upon recognizing the identity of the individual before him, all present from the hidden mist understood precisely how to react. What is peculiar about his eyes? Liu pondered. A trace of confusion mingling with his own conjecture. Could it be that the newcomer possesses the Sharingan? You need not fear, now that I am here. They shall pose no further threat to you. The figure spoke, his voice unexpectedly gentle. He then turned his head, revealing a faint smile directed at Liu. The Leaf Village forehead protector atop the man's head alleviated Liu's anxiety, prompting him to scrutinize the newcomer's eyes with curiosity. He beheld crimson irises, within which 3 black tomo danced gracefully. Indeed, it is the Sharingan. Observing this ocular manifestation, coupled with the reactions of the hidden mist personnel, Liu could surmise the identity of the individual before him. With his presence, there was no cause for excessive concern. It seemed that his life was preserved for the time being. As this realization washed over him, the fatigue that had been suppressed surged forth once more. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and he could no longer sustain his body, succumbing uncontrollably to the ground. Chapter 14. The name of swift movement with a gentle touch. Uchiha Shisui caught the small girl who was on the verge of collapsing. Gazing at the unconscious child in his arms, he noticed the subtle relaxation on her tender face, as if she had shed a heavy burden. What a tenacious little girl. Shisui mused inwardly, then gently leaned Ryua against a tree for a momentary respite. Turning around, he faced the group of mist ninjas before him. Shisui's appearance here to rescue Ryua was no mere coincidence. It was a task entrusted to him, just as he had dispatched a squad of mist ninjas and was preparing to return to the main camp. He spotted a worried little girl from Konoha hastening towards the base. She frequently glanced back, as if anticipating something while simultaneously harboring concerns. Initially, Shisui assumed that this girl was being pursued by mist ninjas and intended to assist her by eliminating her pursuers. However, he quickly dismissed that assumption upon observing that there were no mist ninjas trailing her. When Shisui emerged before the fleeing Hong, she instinctively drew a kunai in defense. But upon recognizing the Konoha forehead protector on his brow and the Sharingan eyes, she visibly relaxed. What is happening? Shisui was about to inquire about the cause of her distress when Hong urgently interrupted him. Please, help save Ryua. Her desperation was palpable. Observing the worry etched on Hong's face, Shisui endeavored to calm her down, encouraging her to articulate the events that had transpired. It soon became clear that this girl was Waihai Kurenai, a student of Yamenka Inoichi. Under his guidance, they had gathered crucial intelligence. Subsequently, Inoichi had dispatched his 2 students to escort the information back to the main base. However, misfortune struck as they encountered pursuing mist ninjas on their way back. Another girl had urged Hong to evacuate with the intelligence while she stayed behind to delay their pursuers. Hong accepted the plea to rescue Ryua, which brought her to this location. Following her directions and analyzing the battle traces along the way, Shisui quickly arrived at the site where Ryua faced off against the mist ninjas. Upon reaching the standoff, he heard Ao's question directed at the young girl, "Will you surrender?" Shisui had some knowledge of Ryua, having heard that she was a survivor of the Kusa clan from Kusagakure. Her family's bloodline possessed unique abilities in intelligence gathering, which likely led to her assignment in the team of the intelligence master, Yamenka Inoichi. Upon arriving at the standoff, Shisui did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he carefully concealed his presence, although he did not perceive any significant threat from the mist ninjas before him. As he listened to Ao's proposition to Ryua, curiosity flickered within Shisui. He too was eager to discover how this child from Kusagakure would choose, to surrender to the mist for survival or to side with Konoha. Ryu's decision will dictate his subsequent actions. In his quest to protect Konoha, Shisui felt it imperative to comprehend this child hailing from Kusa. I apologize. I have no intention of going to the hidden mist village. I will safeguard Konoha. Fortunately, Ryu's response greatly satisfied Shisui. Particularly when he spoke of defending Konoha, Shisui sensed that this child genuinely belonged to the village. As Ao commanded the Umbu to take action, Shisui realized it was time for him to make his entrance. Turning to face the vigilant mist ninjas, Shisui recognized the intimidation he exuded over them. A cold smirk graced his lips. He could not allow the injured to wait long. Gripping his tanto tightly, he fixed his gaze on Ao, the leader. He had allowed this individual to escape last time, but this time, he could not let him evade capture again. especially since something seemed amiss with Ao's eyes. Suddenly, Shursui vanished. He disappeared conspicuously before the 6 elite mist ninjas. "Watch out! Behind you!" Ao shouted, simultaneously pivoting to launch a kunai. With a clang, Shursui's Tonto met the kunai in a fierce clash before him and Ao. Observing the pronounced veins around Ao's right eye, Shursui felt an unsettling familiarity. "Your eyes are problematic." In an instant, he reappeared before Luyu, contemplating Ao's gaze thoughtfully. This sensation was akin to that of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan back in the village, evoking an uncomfortable feeling of being completely exposed. Recalling the recent peculiarities surrounding the Hyuga clan, an ominous suspicion began to form in Shursui's mind, one that pertained to the Hyuga clan, not to himself. Huff huff. Ao breathed heavily, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Uchiha Shursui intensify. He had anticipated that acquiring the Byakugan would bridge the gap between them. Yet he was astonished to find that the prowess of the man before him had only grown stronger. In that previous exchange, had it not been for the Byakugan, he would not have been able to withstand the onslaught. The others around him only began to comprehend the gravity of the situation once Shursui retreated. At this moment, Ao contemplated escape, but it was evident that his adversaries would not permit him to leave so easily. Especially now. It seemed they had discerned some secret beneath the mask he wore. Attempting to flee separately would only result in being picked off by Uchiha Shursui. The remaining group could only rely on the Byakugan to momentarily fend off their opponents. "This is troublesome," Ao muttered unconsciously. With the hand seals of the snake, horse, monkey, and pig, Shursui began to weave intricate hand signs. What technique is this? As he witnessed Shursui's swift movements, a sense of unease welled up within Ao, reminding him of some foreboding matters. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shursui formed a seal with his right hand before his lips, inhaling deeply before exhaling a massive fireball toward the mist ninjas. "Scatter," Ao commanded, leading the charge to disperse. However, the mist ninja known as Shitabu did not heed the order. Instead, he rapidly began forming hand seals, his fingers moving in a swift rhythm: tiger, snake, tiger, snake, tiger, snake. Water release. Water barrier technique activated. An immense torrent surged forth from the mouth of Uchiha Shursui, crafting a formidable wall of water that ascended from below. A colossal fireball charged menacingly towards him. The clash of water and fire erupted with a sizzling sound, as a significant volume of water was instantly vaporized by the intense heat, enveloping the forest in a thick mist. Ultimately, the fireball was thwarted by the water barrier. On the other side, witnessing his technique being countered, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but curve a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. However, upon seeing the dense vapor that filled the air, Ao's expression turned ashen. Indeed, this individual intended to replicate the previous encounter. Fool. Ao couldn't restrain himself from vocally chastising Shursui, the architect of this chaos. At this moment, the forest was shrouded in mist, momentarily robbing all but Ao of the visibility that the mist concealed. Within this obscured woodland, an atmosphere of uncertainty prevailed, as unseen beasts lay in wait to pounce. Gazing into the swirling vapor, Ao was suddenly reminded of the tragic events from their last mission to eliminate Uchiha Shursui. In the hidden mist village, there exists a technique known as the mist technique, capable of generating a vast amount of fog, within which the user can conceal themselves for a surprise attack. Moreover, by manipulating the chakra, one can alter the density of the mist, making it one of the signature ninjutsu of the hidden mist village. During the previous mission to assassinate Uchiha Shursui, the team dispatched by the mist village included a ninja proficient in this technique. However, what was meant to be an advantageous environment for the mist ninjas turned into a nightmare. When confronting Uchiha Shursui, the effectiveness of the mist technique completely diminished. In the original application of the technique, the user could sense the enemy's location through the chakra-generated mist, thereby disrupting their direct observation and placing themselves in a favorable position. Yet, when facing Shursui, the mist ninjas were inexplicably unable to detect his whereabouts. The mist instead became the domain of Uchiha Shursui. The cries of anguish echoed continuously, each one signifying the demise of a mist ninja at his hands. Shursui, utilizing his body flicker technique amidst the mist, transformed the area into a graveyard for the mist ninjas. In a hurried attempt, the mist technique was urgently dispelled, but upon its dissolution, the user discovered that Uchiha Shursui had somehow positioned himself behind them. A chilling scream pierced through Ao's recollections, prompting him to swiftly turn around. To his horror, he beheld a mist ninja to his left, pierced through the chest by a small dagger that had struck from behind. The ninja struggled, reaching out in a desperate plea for help, or perhaps attempting to grasp the fleeting remnants of life. The sound of the blade being withdrawn from flesh resonated through the mist. Within the fog, Uchiha Shirsue's crimson eyes, adorned with swirling tomo, glimmered ominously, eyes that signified death. In that moment, Shirsue seemed to realize the gravity of his reckless actions, his complexion oscillating between pallid and ashen. Suddenly, the expression on Shirsue's face stabilized, revealing a glimmer of resolve, as if he had come to a profound realization. With a series of hand gestures comprehensible only to the mist shinobi present, the leader signaled. The sight of these gestures left several mist shinobi perplexed, save for Ao, who displayed a flicker of understanding. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of feet striking the damp earth echoed. The leader surged forward, his kunai glinting ominously, aimed directly at Ryu. He was prepared. With Yu's demise weighing heavily on him, unable to avenge his fallen comrade, he questioned the very essence of his existence. Recently, his actions had only plunged his allies into a deeper predicament. Thus, he resolved to fight for their slim chance of survival. Defeating Uchiha Shirsue was an unattainable feat. So he redirected his focus toward those Shirsue sought to protect, compelling him to abandon others. Thud, thud, thud. As the leader charged at Ryu, the remaining mist shinobi, including Ao, hastily chose their own paths of escape. In a collective flight, they would present an oversized target. Thus, scattering would enhance their chances of survival. While some mist shinobi remained bewildered by the leader's actions, the prospect of survival was not one they would willingly forsake. Chapter 11. Fortune does not favor the adventurous. Observing the actions of the mist shinobi, Shirsue felt a flicker of surprise. Indeed, when confronted with an insurmountable adversary, the strategy of leaving one individual behind to delay the enemy while the others disperse is often the most effective means of minimizing casualties. However, the question arises as to who would take on the role of the rearguard. Everyone is acutely aware that the individual assigned to this perilous task is unlikely to survive, and no one is eager to embrace death. Consequently, the situation often devolves into a stalemate, with no one willing to assume the role of the rearguard, ultimately leading to the collective demise of all involved. Occasionally, a leader may issue orders compelling someone to remain behind, yet the chosen individual is often reluctant, and in some cases, may even respond to this death sentence with passive resistance. Shirsue understands these dynamics well. During his own missions to eliminate isolated squads of mist shinobi, he frequently encountered such scenarios. Those not selected for the rearguard often felt relief rather than sorrow for their impending loss of comrades, while those forced to stay behind sometimes disregarded orders and fled. Shirsue had witnessed this behavior countless times. The ninjas shrouded in blood mist had largely extinguished their emotional ties. Outside of missions, expecting them to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others' survival is an insurmountable challenge. While he could not decipher their recent gestures, Shirsue could infer their earlier communication based on their current actions. It was unexpected, truly astonishing. He had not anticipated encountering individuals within the Mist Village willing to risk their lives for the sake of their comrades. It appeared that even in a place as desolate as the Blood Mist, human emotions could not be entirely obliterated. Despite his musings, Shirsue's movements were swift. He had promised that young girl he would bring her companions back. In truth, he had overestimated the situation. Had the Mist Shinobi named Yujian not been killed by Ryoyu's explosive tag, the shinobi named Shibu would not have chosen to remain behind. Following Yujian's death, Shibu was consumed by thoughts of avenging him. However, upon Shirsue's arrival, he realized that seeking to kill Ryoyu was a futile endeavor. With this realization, he resolved to embrace death. Unable to avenge Yujian, he would accompany him to the afterlife. Assisting the remaining Mist Shinobi by buying them time was merely a secondary consideration. Shibu set his sights on Ryoyu, motivated both by a desire for vengeance, however futile, and the need to draw out Uchiha Shirsue, whose whereabouts he could not ascertain. As for the third reason, it was to buy time for the Mist Shinobi, including Ao, in hopes of securing a sliver of survival. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, as the sparks ignited by the friction between kunai and short sword illuminated the scene. Shirsue appeared before Shibu, deftly intercepting the kunai with his short sword. In his scarlet eyes, the three tomos spun rapidly. Apologies. Although I hold great admiration for your character, I have already made a promise to another to bring this young girl back. With a steady gaze, Shirsue calmly addressed Itachi. As the tomo in Shirsue's eyes ceased to spin, Itachi's gaze gradually dulled, becoming vacant. On a radiant afternoon, atop the mountains behind the hidden Mist Village's ninja academy. Two young boys diligently monitored each other's training. After their exertions, the two, drenched in sweat, reclined lazily on the grass, facing each other. For the perpetually fog-enshrouded hidden Mist Village, such sunlight was a rare treasure. The two quietly reveled in the scarce rays of sunshine, reluctant to disturb the tranquility of the moment. Slowly, life returned to Itachi's vacant eyes, and a smile began to curl at the corners of his lips, as if he were recalling a cherished memory. Though unaware of what he had seen, Shursui whispered, "I hope this brings you satisfaction." With that, he raised his small blade, its cold gleam flashing in the light. Seizing this moment, the other Mist Ninjas had already dispersed into the distance. Have they fled? Shursui glanced back at Ri, letting out a sigh. Very well, I shall let you be today. He turned, hoisting Ri onto his back as they made their way back to the frontline base of Konoha. Within the forest, the trees rushed past beneath Ao's feet. Run, run, run. Escape this terrifying man. This singular thought consumed Ao's mind. The pressure emanating from this man was overwhelming, so much so that Ao dared not glance back, fearing the man would suddenly appear in front of him. After a considerable distance, Ao finally dared to pause, only then realizing his back was completely soaked with sweat. Panting heavily, he leaned against a tree, taking a moment to catch his breath. Upon carefully observing his surroundings with his Byakugan, he confirmed that Uchiha Shursui had not pursued him, allowing him a brief respite. What a dismal day, Ao lamented inwardly. Nevertheless, encountering that man felt like a nightmare in itself. Over the past few days, Ao had been leading a team of elite Mist Ninjas, executing missions to hunt down rogue reconnaissance teams from Konoha or groups dispatched by Konoha itself. In this region, the relentless dance of hunting and being hunted unfolded, with the roles of predator and prey shifting unpredictably. Originally, for the sake of caution, Ao's team had been bolstered with wartime reinforcements. Moreover, utilizing his Byakugan, Ao's squad typically managed to evade powerful enemy ninjas, resulting in a series of successful missions. Today's objective was to intercept a rogue Konoha team, while also familiarizing himself with the recently acquired Byakugan. This precious ocular treasure, obtained during the ongoing war, held immense value for both Ao and the hidden Mist Village. Since acquiring this eye, Ao had been diligently enhancing his training in its use, as it was not inherently his, and his body experienced a certain degree of rejection. While employing the Byakugan to scout for targets, Ao discerned two suspicious chakra signatures heading towards the Konoha encampment. As usual, he led the Mist Ninjas in pursuit. Upon noticing the disappearance of a chakra through the observation of the Byakugan, Ao initially felt a surge of excitement. Analyzing the intelligence at his disposal, he surmised that the vanishing chakra likely belonged to the Kusa clan's stealth techniques. He held a profound interest in this once mighty clan of the ninja world, eager to capture and explore their secrets. With the realization that the target was indeed the Kusa clan's concealment, Ao's enthusiasm intensified. The allure of the two great reconnaissance bloodlines dulled his vigilance. Little did he anticipate that the young girl would possess the audacity to set a trap single-handedly, resulting in the casualties of two members of his team. Subsequently, Ao's squad engaged in the relentless hunt for the stealthy ninja. However, due to his excessive focus on Ryua, Ao neglected the pursuit of the other individual, allowing his attention to wane. To his astonishment, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 12. Speaking ill of others is not a virtuous habit. In a hazy state, I felt a gentle hand patting my face, as if someone was whispering in my ear that it was time to awaken. Should I wake up? I murmured absent-mindedly. Gradually, I opened my eyes. The blinding incandescent light above caused me to squint involuntarily. Moments later, as my eyes adjusted to the intensity of the surrounding light, I began to scrutinize my environment. The structure resembled a triangular peak, with walls constructed from nylon fabric, leading me to infer that I was in a tent. A glance beside me revealed a few empty spaces. If my assumptions were correct, I was likely in a battlefield hospital at the front lines of the Land of Soup. Looking at myself, I noticed my left shoulder and legs were heavily bandaged, swathed like a zongzi, provided, of course, that such a delicacy existed in this realm. Before long, the fabric covering the entrance was lifted. Through the opening, I discerned a medical ninja from Konoha, clad in standard hygienic attire. She held a tray adorned with various medical supplies, including bandages and surgical scissors, presumably to change my dressings. The medical ninja was a woman of delicate features, a beauty mark gracing the corner of her lips, and her hair was neatly arranged under a surgical cap for practicality. Sensing a gaze upon me, I instinctively looked up, only to find a young girl, herself wrapped in bandages, studying me with keen interest. "Ah, You're awake. Your physical resilience is impressive, the medical ninja observed, a hint of surprise evident in her tone regarding my recovery speed. Just then, as she exclaimed, "You're awake," the tent flap was lifted again, revealing a familiar face, Hong. "Red, you're here too." The sight of someone I recognized brought a wave of relief, prompting me to greet her instinctively. "Ryu Yu." It was clear that Hong was excited, rushing to my bedside, eager to say something yet at a loss for words. Could you step aside for a moment? We can catch up later. Let me assist this young lady with her dressings first, if you don't mind." The medical ninja, somewhat exasperated, addressed Hong, who promptly stepped back, apologizing. "Sorry, Sister Lan. You little rascal." The medical ninja, referred to as Sister Lan by Hong, affectionately ruffled the hair of the departing girl. "Sister Lan?" I mused, intrigued by the familiarity between them. In the ensuing moments, I learned that the medical ninja attending to me was named Muyu Lan. She was a former comrade of Hong's father, the esteemed shinobi, Sunagakure no Akane, during his days as a genin, making her a senior figure in Hong's life. It was she who had treated my injuries upon my return to Konoha, a request made specifically by Hong herself. Mu Yulan expressed her astonishment at Lu Yu's remarkable resilience, remarking that she had never encountered anyone who could recover so swiftly. The 3 wounds adorning Lu Yu's body had been inflicted by a mist-nin named Jibu, with her left shoulder and right leg suffering from shallow cuts caused by shurikens manipulated by steel wires. The most significant injury was on her left leg, where Jibu had struck her with a kunai, creating a deep gash that resulted in substantial blood loss. Typically, an individual sustaining such severe injuries would require at least 2 to 3 days of rest, yet Lu Yu appeared vibrant and full of life, suggesting she might be on her feet as early as the following day. Simultaneously, Lu Yu learned from Hong that her savior was none other than Uchiha Shursui. Although she had previously speculated, the confirmation left her in a state of amazement. She never anticipated that she would be rescued by him. Lu Yu recalled that during the Third Great Ninja War, Qing had led a team of Mist Nin to ambush Konoha, but upon spotting Uchiha Shursui through the Byakugan, he had no choice but to order a retreat. The team, taken aback, fell silent at the mere mention of Shursui's name. Given the current timeline, it was evident that the mist had not yet attacked Konoha, indicating that Qing must have met Uchiha Shursui during prior skirmishes, perhaps during this very period or even earlier. It remained uncertain whether Uchiha Shursui had awakened his Manjiki Sharingan by now. In this very conflict, Uchiha Shursui had earned the titles of Instantaneous Stopping Water and the strongest of the Uchiha clan, becoming the 3rd ninja after Konoha's White Fang and the Golden Flash to command such respect that other nations' ninjas would abandon their missions without considering them failures. Truly, he was an impressive individual, Lu Yu mused. "What are you thinking about, Lu Yu?" Hong inquired, her curiosity piqued by Lu Yu's contemplative demeanor. "Oh, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to him for saving me," Lu Yu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words due to the interruption. "Yes, it is indeed essential to express our thanks," Hong agreed, convinced that Lu Yu should properly acknowledge her benefactor's life-saving deed. "Enough. Once the dressing is complete, we must depart. I have other patients to attend to. You two can chat, but do not converse excessively. Ensure the patient gets ample rest," Mu Yulan interjected after finishing the bandaging. "Understood, Sister Yulan," Hong replied, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Thank you, Sister Yulan. Please take care," Lu Yu said with greater humility, utilizing her charm. Lu Yu quickly fostered a rapport with both, recognizing the necessity of maintaining good relations with the medical ninjas amidst the ongoing conflict. Indeed, Lu Yu is undeniably more endearing, Mu Yulan remarked, affectionately ruffling Lu Yu's hair before gathering her belongings to leave. While doing so, she shot a disapproving glance at Hong, as if to say, "Look at this. This is how a junior should behave. Take notes." Despite being the same age as her father, she insisted on feigning youthfulness, compelling her to call her sister. After Mu Yulan lifted the curtain and exited the tent, Hong couldn't help but mutter softly. Outside, the departing footsteps hesitated, and Lu Yu could faintly sense the suppressed anger of the person beyond the curtain. Humph. After a prolonged silence, a voice laced with indignation emerged, and the footsteps outside resumed their departure. Inside the tent, upon hearing that soft huff, Lu Yu turned her head toward Hong with an expression of exasperation. Hong, equally helpless, gazed back at Lu Yu. I never imagined my whisper could be heard by her. The two exchanged glances for a long time until, unable to contain themselves any longer, they burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 13. The enigma of Shizuki War is indeed perilous. After bidding farewell to Hong, Liu languidly reclined on his sickbed, lamenting the unforeseen dangers that accompanied his inaugural venture into battle. Had it not been for Hong fortuitously encountering Shizuki, who arrived just in time, it is likely that his life would have met an untimely end. "May I enter?" At that moment, a voice emerged from beyond the curtain, interrupting Liu Yu's contemplations on the brutality of war. This voice, somewhat familiar, prompted him to ponder its origin. "Of course, please come in." Despite his bewilderment, Liu Yu granted permission, preferring to meet the visitor directly rather than speculate based on their voice. "I apologize for the intrusion," the newcomer said as the curtain was drawn aside. Before him stood a figure clad in a dark, high-collared short-sleeved tunic and triangular armor, complemented by matching trousers and leg bindings. A glimpse of the Uchiha clan emblem adorned the back of his garment, and he bore a small tanto sheathed at his side. "Who is this?" Liu Yu's mind raced. "Uchiha Shizuki. What brings him here?" A torrent of questions flooded his thoughts. Although he owed his life to Shizuki, it seemed only proper for him to express his gratitude in person. Why had Shizuki come to see him first? Nevertheless, filled with gratitude, Liu Yu bowed respectfully and said, "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance this time." "There's no need for such formalities. You are still recovering," Shizuki replied with a humble wave of his hand. His voice possessed an unexpected magnetism that brought comfort to those who heard it. "After all, we are all comrades of Konoha. It is my duty to help. May I inquire if you have a particular purpose for your visit?" Liu Yu asked straightforwardly. After all, Uchiha Shizuki does not come without reason. "Indeed. I have 2 matters I wish to discuss with you," Shizuki stated, directly addressing the purpose of his visit. As Liu Yu anticipated, he wondered what inquiry Shizuki might have. "The first matter concerns the group of mist ninjas you encountered yesterday. Did you notice anything unusual, particularly regarding the one-eyed leader?" Shizuki inquired. While Liu had his suspicions, Qing had not employed the Byakugan in his presence. Thus, Shizuki sought confirmation from this young lady regarding his conjectures. "You are referring to the one called Qing and his Byakugan, are you not?" Liu Yu's tone was inquisitive, yet subtly affirming. "You know?" Shizuki appeared somewhat taken aback. The issue of the missing Byakugan from the Hyuga clan was still classified. His previous inquiries had stemmed from a concern about inadvertently revealing this sensitive information. Although the loss of the Byakugan has become a grim reality, it undoubtedly represents an unspeakable shame for the Hyuga clan. As the second prominent family of Konoha, though in Shirsui's view, the Uchiha clan reigns as the foremost, there is a natural inclination for the Hyuga to wish that fewer individuals become privy to this unfortunate occurrence. Indeed, our teacher, Yamamoto, has informed us of this matter. Ryu was somewhat taken aback by Shirsui's astonishment, but soon realized it stemmed from a reluctance to have this information disseminated widely. The Hyuga clan, having self-proclaimed itself as the pinnacle of Konoha's elite families, would certainly prefer that the disgrace of their main family being slaughtered and their Byakugan stolen be known to as few as possible. Furthermore, the higher echelons of Konoha must also be mindful of the sentiments of the Hyuga clan, as they perceive the act of safeguarding this secret as a trivial matter. Ryu, however, finds herself in disagreement with the upper ranks regarding this information suppression, believing such actions may lead to unnecessary casualties among lower-ranking ninjas due to a lack of intelligence on the enemy. Yet, her youthful voice carries little weight against the decisions of the powerful. Her teacher, Yamamoto Kaichi, shares a similar perspective, advocating for the announcement of this news to alert Konoha ninjas stationed at the front lines in the Land of Water about the enemy's Byakugan, thus mitigating avoidable losses. Nevertheless, even Yamamoto finds it challenging to defy the will of the higher-ups, for the Hyuga clan, as a foremost family of Konoha, is not one that the Yamamoto clan can contend with. Within Konoha, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have long been engaged in a rivalry for supremacy. Both the Byakugan and the Sharingan are among the 3 great ocular techniques, with each clan striving to demonstrate the superiority of their bloodline. The Uchiha clan boasts a higher echelon of powerful family members, and the Sharingan possesses the capacity for continual evolution and enhancement. Conversely, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan demands less stringent prerequisites for awakening, with a greater number of awakened members who excel in their unique gentle fist martial arts. It can be said that each clan possesses its own merits. While Ryu believes that a single Manjikyu Sharingan could easily subdue the Hyuga clan, the latter would vehemently contest such a notion. Nevertheless, due to the influence of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has faced ostracism and suppression from the upper echelons of Konoha since the village's inception. In times of war, the auxiliary role played by the Hyuga's Byakugan has proven far more beneficial than that of the Uchiha Sharingan, making the Hyuga clan evidently more favored by Konoha's elite. Following the decline of the Shinja clan, the higher-ups required a formidable clan to counterbalance the Uchiha, and the Hyuga clan undoubtedly emerged as the optimal choice. Thus, in matters of information suppression, the upper echelons are unlikely to refuse assistance. It is likely that the Hyuga clan still harbors intentions of reclaiming their Byakugan. However, with the recent acquisition of the Byakugan now implanted within Ao, this news can scarcely be concealed. Once Ao employs the Byakugan on the battlefield, Konoha ninjas will inevitably discover it. Upon realization of Ao's transplantation of the Hyuga's Byakugan, he will certainly find himself on Konoha's most wanted list. Are you certain? Shursui inquired once more. Indeed, I am certain, Ryuyu affirmed. The Mist Ninja referred to as Ao conceals a Byakugan beneath his right eye patch. Only the Byakugan possesses the ability to detect my use of the hiding technique. Her assertion carried with it an acknowledgement and pride in her own clan's bloodline. Influenced by her father, Chao Qinyu, and her uncle, Chao Qinya, Luyu now carries a sense of pride typical of those hailing from prominent families. She believes that as her strength grows, she will be able to conceal herself more effectively in the future, rendering the Byakugan unable to detect her. She dreads the prospect of experiencing an event akin to this one again. Troublesome. Upon confirming this matter with Luyu, Uchiha Shursui sighed in resignation, muttering the same word. The Byakugan plays a significant role in warfare. For ninjas from other villages, it is far more enticing than the Sharingan. Consequently, ninjas from various nations have resorted to countless unscrupulous tactics in their quest to uncover the secrets of the Byakugan. Now that Mist ninjas have obtained the Byakugan, one can only wonder what troubles may arise next. After muttering about the troubles, Shursui turned his attention back to Luyu. I will report to Lord Orochimaru regarding the Byakugan being in the possession of the Mist Ninja, Aoi. Now, I wish to pose a second question. Shursui's expression was graver than when he inquired about the Byakugan. Luyu, intrigued, found herself wondering what could possibly be of such importance to him, even more so than the Byakugan. All right, please ask away. What are your thoughts on Konoha? What feelings do you harbor towards it? After returning yesterday, Shursui had taken the time to investigate the history of the Chaoqian clan's arrival in Konoha. In their story, he discerned a reflection of the Uchiha clan's own plight. Both clans, as founding families of their respective villages, had faced exclusion and suppression from the village's higher echelons, gradually becoming isolated from the centers of power. After learning about the Chaoqian clan's journey to Konoha, he felt an inexplicable urge to inquire about Lu Yu's perspective on the village. Coincidentally, he had heard that she had awakened, prompting him to visit and ask her about the Byakugan as well. Shursui was particularly interested in hearing Lu Yu's impressions of Konoha, especially given that she was an outsider who had not grown up in the village. Although she was still young, Liu bore the dual identity of a Konoha ninja and the current leader of the Chaoqian clan. She represented not only herself, but also a lineage endowed with formidable bloodline abilities. Despite the fact that the current members of the Chaoqian clan consisted mainly of children, their bloodline ensured that they would not fade into obscurity in the future. Konoha? Liu was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Uchiha Shursui would ask such a question. Yes, Shursui affirmed once more. How shall I put it? Konoha feels very warm, unlike the cold atmosphere of the grass-hidden village. Due to the ties between my family and the village, my brother, Futong, and I, as direct descendants of the clan, were even reluctant to attend the ninja academy. There were numerous assassination attempts targeting heirs from the higher-ups of the grass-hidden village, and my father and sister Nizi were always exceedingly cautious in their protection of me. As Luyu recounted her experiences, her head instinctively lowered, and her tone gradually became somber. In the memories of the hidden grass village, apart from the family, there was nothing worth cherishing. Was it true that one could not even attend the ninja academy? Although aware of the strained relations between the Kusa clan and the village's higher-ups, Shursui never anticipated that the discord would reach such an extent that they would hesitate to entrust the heir of their clan to the ninja academy. Indeed, at the tender age of 4, I narrowly escaped an assassination by the village's umbu due to a moment of negligence. Fortunately, I survived thanks to my bloodline limit. Ryu added, coming to Konoha was the last endeavor our elders could undertake for us. We have no grievances, since Konoha has taken us in. We shall embrace it as our home. Konoha exudes a warmth that is truly comforting. Rin, Kushina's sister, teacher Keidu, Hong, Asuma as Ryu recited these names. Vivid images of them flashed through her mind. They genuinely regarded me as family and friends. During the tumultuous times that befell my clan, I once felt as though the world had turned bleak. It was they who introduced me to others beyond my family whom I could care for, who helped me emerge from that despondent phase, and who forged new bonds with me. Rhea spoke from the depths of her heart. Previously, while in the hidden grass village, due to the strained relations between her clan and the village's elite, her social circle had been confined to the Kusa clan, even less fulfilling than her days in the orphanage of her past life. Yet upon arriving in Konoha, everything transformed, at the very least. The individuals she encountered were imbued with sincerity. As she continued, Rhea began to falter, her feelings about Konoha too profound to articulate. There is no need to elaborate. I understand, Shursui interjected, having gleaned the answer he sought. Chapter 40. What exactly is the trouble? After spending 2 days in the battlefield hospital, Liu had nearly recovered. Mulan marveled at Liu Yu's rapid recuperation, regarding him with a curious gaze akin to that of a scientist observing a laboratory mouse, which left Liu feeling quite uncomfortable. 2 days later, Hai and Asma returned to the main camp. As soon as Hai arrived at the garrison, he went directly to consult with the leader, Orochimaru. Naturally, Asma sought out his 2 teammates. In a clearing at the encampment, the 3 engaged in casual conversation, as they currently had no tasks at hand. Asma, could you elaborate on what you have been up to these past 2 days? Hong inquired, gesturing toward the central tent. Upon Hai's return, he immediately rushed to the meeting tent with Orochimaru and several other Konoha Jonin, leaving everyone curious about the discussions inside, which had lasted nearly 3 hours without a sign of their conclusion. I'm not entirely sure. Over the past 2 days, Hai and I have been wandering near the gathering place of the Mist Ninjas, taking down nearly 10 of them, Asma replied. Hong, you should have seen how those Mist Ninjas. Stop right there. Let's not digress. What we want to know is not that, Liu interjected, sensing that Asma was about to veer off topic. Judging by his demeanor, it was clear that his next comments would be nothing more than self-aggrandizing tales of his prowess. Indeed. Asma, let us stick to the matter at hand, Hong chimed in, echoing Liu Yu's sentiment. Having teamed up with Asma for a considerable time, she anticipated the nature of his forthcoming remarks. Initially, Asma felt somewhat indignant at Liu Yu's interruption, but upon seeing Hong support Liu Yu's stance, he sagged his shoulders in resignation, saying, all right, fine, I understand. Asma had intended to showcase his achievements before Hong, but alas, after dispatching those Mist Ninjas, Hai, as per usual, would leave one alive to extract intelligence. Each time he gathered information, he bore an expression that conveyed, this is troublesome. I have yet to see the river character on Hai's forehead fade away. During these last few days, we remained active around the periphery of the Mist Ninja gathering area, even venturing to the coastal region of the Land of Water. Following our reconnaissance along the coast, Hai ordered our return. It is likely that he uncovered some unfavorable news regarding the situation there. Otherwise, he wouldn't maintain such a grim demeanor. The coastal region of the Land of Water? Liu Yu suddenly pondered. Could it be that reinforcements from the Mist Village have landed? Do you think it's possible that the Mist Village has sent more troops to the front lines? Liu Yu directly expressed his speculation to the others. That is a possibility. Upon hearing Liu Yu's conjecture, the 2 agreed. The only matter that could vex Hai would be the current state of warfare. Indeed, it was quite plausible that the Mist Ninjas were reinforcing the front lines. Presently, Konoha's focus was on the front line at the Grass Village, with the primary adversaries being the coalition of Grass and Rock Ninjas. In the southern region of the Land of Water, a confrontation primarily ensues with the village hidden in mist, while the northern territories of the Land of Water and the Land of Moon are at odds with the village hidden in clouds. Among the 3 battlefronts, the pressure on the Land of Grass is the most intense, prompting the higher echelons to repeatedly dispatch ninjas from the confrontation with the village hidden in mist to provide support. Presently, nearly 3,000 leaf ninjas are stationed in the southern region of the Land of Water, facing the village hidden in mist, which is also one of the 5 great nations. Undeniably, the strain is immense. This situation has caused the front lines to gradually encroach from the Land of Water into the Land of Fire. Given the current circumstances, it seems the higher-ups aim to concentrate their forces to first tackle the formidable alliance of the Rock and Grass villages before addressing other troubles. The enemies of the village hidden in mist now consist solely of the Leaf, allowing them to mobilize troops to bolster their offensive, potentially pushing the front lines into the heart of the Land of Fire. Conversely, the Leaf has no recourse but to adopt a defensive posture. Thus far, no individual has emerged capable of altering the tide of battle single-handedly. Drawing from memories of a previous life, Ryoha conjectures that the village hidden in mist has likely succeeded in breaching the borders of the Land of Fire. The time for the Battle of Canopy Bridge is drawing near. During this conflict, the Rock Village suffered defeat due to disrupted supply lines, effectively withdrawing from the war. Subsequently, under the condition of concessions from the Leaf, a peace treaty was signed between the Leaf and the Rock Village, marking the conclusion of hostilities in the north. In the aftermath of this war, to honor the fallen Leaf ninjas and under pressure from the Leaf's higher-ups, the third Hokage voluntarily resigned from his position. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, through his remarkable performance in the battles against the Rock, was appointed as the fourth Hokage of the Leaf. With unanimous consent from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. It was also after the cessation of hostilities with the Rock that Kakashi and others were reassigned to the east to engage in combat with the Mist Ninjas, during which time Rin Noara was captured and forced to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. This was the typical progression of events in the original narrative. However, the current situation has altered. The village hidden in grass has abandoned its neutrality and joined the conflict, placing greater strain on the Leaf's front in the Land of Grass compared to the original story. Furthermore, the Rock Village, due to their alliances, can still secure supplies from the Land of Grass, achieving victory over the Rock by sabotaging their supply lines, as was accomplished in the Battle of Canopy Bridge, is likely to prove considerably more challenging now. Currently, Orochimaru is barely maintaining a standoff with the village hidden in mist on the front lines of the Land of Water. Should reinforcements from the mist arrive, it is likely that the Leaf Ninjas will have no choice but to retreat into the Land of Fire. Minato's successful assumption of the position of fourth Hokage can be attributed not only to the staunch support of the third Hokage and Jiraiya, but also to a series of brilliant achievements during the Third Great Ninja War. In contrast, Orochimaru's frequent failures against the mist, despite support from Danzo, render him incapable of claiming the title of fourth Hokage. Nonetheless, Ryoha senses a hidden influence from the third Hokage behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would Orochimaru's forces be persistently weakened? The third Hokage likely realizes his inability to retain the Hokage position post-war and is preparing for the next successor. After all, it is evident that Orochimaru bears little resemblance to the will of fire. The current state of warfare is in utter disarray, bearing significant differences from the memories of past lives, leaving one to ponder the forthcoming developments. Previously, there was contemplation on how to avert the tragic fate of Obito. Yet now, the urgency of survival on the battlefield renders such thoughts futile. One could perish at any moment, leaving little room for concern for others. The sole hope now lies in preserving one's own life amidst this relentless conflict, for there remains much to explore in this world of shinobi. Cursed be this war. Luyu lamented inwardly. In the central camp, there stood 3 temporary encampments of the Mist Village, each housing approximately 1,500 to 2,500 ninjas, totaling nearly 6,000 Mist shinobi. These 3 strongholds formed a strategic triangle, enabling swift mutual support in the event of combat. Within the tent, Kaichi stood before a hanging map, wielding an extendable metal rod to indicate various points, accompanied by explanations. Orochimaru, positioned at the head, scrutinized the map with an impassive expression. The other elite shinobi of Konoha displayed little change in demeanor. After prolonged engagements with the Mist Ninjas, they possessed a rough estimate of their adversaries' numbers. Moreover, according to my reconnaissance, new reinforcements from the Mist Village arrived via maritime routes 2 days prior in the Land of Hot Water, where they have since integrated with the local forces. Presently, it is estimated that the number of Mist Ninjas in the Land of Hot Water approaches 10,000. As he spoke, Kaichi's expression grew grave. Upon hearing this, the faces of several elite Konoha shinobi could no longer maintain their composure, igniting a wave of alarm. 10,000 Mist Ninjas. Konoha currently fields merely 3,000 ninjas at the front in the Land of Hot Water, making the Mist's forces more than thrice their own. The Mist Village, weakened by internal strife and the purging of bloodline clans over the years, ranks among the weakest of the 5 great nations. The deployment of 10,000 ninjas represents a substantial portion of the Mist's overall strength, all concentrated at the front in the Land of Hot Water. Were they not concerned about potential ambushes from other ninja villages? Has the Mist Village lost its senses? However, the immediate concern should be one's own survival, as there is neither the privilege nor the time to fret over the Mist Village. Unlike the others whose expressions changed drastically, Orochimaru maintained his usual aloof demeanor. He had been aware of the Mist's reinforcements long before the information was relayed by the girl named Hong. Thus, he exhibited no shock akin to that of his peers. As a commander, he recognized the imperative to remain composed, lest his unease infect those around him. Observing the shifting expressions of the gathered ninjas, Kaichi silently acknowledged the inevitable. In the face of 10,000 mist shinobi, it is impossible for anyone to remain unfazed. The 3,000 Konoha ninjas present bear the task of repelling the enemy, a daunting challenge indeed. With the village currently unable to provide effective support and other fronts also strained, the defense against the opposing forces must rely solely on the existing 3,000 Konoha ninjas in the land of hot water. The intelligence obtained from the captured Mist Jounin had indeed forewarned of impending reinforcements. Upon receiving the significant news, Hachi immediately dispatched Liu Yu and Hong to escort the intelligence back, while he remained behind to verify the authenticity of the information and ascertain the arrival time of the reinforcements from the Mist Village. Unexpectedly, Liu Yu and his companions were pursued by the sensory ninjas of the Mist Village upon their return. Fortunately, they managed to return safely despite the close call. During the few days that Liu Yu's group was away, Hachi and Asuma purposefully lingered outside the Mist Village stronghold, capturing live prisoners to extract intelligence. The information gleaned from the captured Mist ninjas confirmed the accuracy of the previous intelligence. Subsequently, they verified along the coastal regions of the land of Soup that the reinforcements from the Mist Village had indeed arrived. With this newfound information, Hachi realized it was time to return. The reconnaissance mission had reached its conclusion. The next step was to devise a strategy to thwart the advancing army of the Mist Village. Nearly 10,000 Mist ninjas. This was indeed a predicament. Chapter 15. This accursed war. The encampment gradually fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes fixated upon Orochimaru, seated at the head of the assembly. There was a collective hope that one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, would guide them through their current predicament. Yamashiro Kaichi also turned his gaze towards Orochimaru, for his mission was to assist him in stabilizing the situation in the land of hot water, preventing the flames of conflict from engulfing the land of fire. However, the outlook appeared grim. Everyone, please disperse. I need to contemplate our strategy. You may continue as usual, Orochimaru instructed, his gaze fixed on the map before him. Understood. The elite shinobi of Konoha, including Kaichi, exited the tent, leaving Orochimaru alone to scrutinize the map that hung before him. Sensei Sarutobi, is this what you desire? A glint of cold light flickered in Orochimaru's sinister eyes as he clenched his right fist and struck the map with force. The third Hokage, his own mentor, had begun to lose faith in him. Being a man of intellect, Orochimaru was acutely aware that rumors of his collaboration with Danzo had likely reached Sarutobi's ears. What was once a triumphant campaign in the land of water, nearing the borders of the hidden Mist Village, had turned dire as Konoha's higher-ups, led by the third Hokage, continuously siphoned his resources, resulting in the hidden Mist Village shifting from defense to offense, now threatening the very heart of the land of fire. What are you truly plotting? Sensei Sarutobi? In the stillness of the night, the serene woods were occasionally punctuated by the ethereal call of a bird. Yet, this tranquility was soon disrupted. Hey, time to rise and shine. Prepare to relieve Muichi. The time is nigh. A bearded Konoha ninja roused a young shinobi from slumber. Sensei, it's all right. Let Chihiro rest a bit longer. I can manage, protested another young ninja by the campfire. Is it time already? The young ninja inquired, awakening fully. Your shift is imminent. Brace yourself. In these wartime conditions, the hidden mist could strike at any moment. Can you really afford to be in this state? The bearded ninja chided. The young shinobi shook his head, attempting to dispel his weariness, though with little success. Sensei Tahiyai. I'll wash my face by the river to freshen up. Muichi, just wait a moment. I'll take over once I'm done. The young ninja said to both the bearded ninja and the other young shinobi. Make it quick. Understood. The young ninja replied, turning towards the nearby river. Giving a casual wave to indicate he comprehended. This damn war. The bearded ninja cursed under his breath as he watched the young shinobi retreat. He then lit a cigarette. The only solace amidst the turmoil. The bearded ninja, named Asajiri Takii, was a special genin of Konoha, currently overseeing his two students, Yamashiro Muichi and the one who had just departed to wash his face, Fujimura Chihiro, as they conducted their vigilance duty. He originally had 3 students, one of whom was named Shichinjian, but that student perished in the last war. Xianjian Taiping still vividly recalls the moment of that child's demise, when the boy lay in his arms as he departed from this world. Tragically, he fell victim to a trap set by the enemy, struck directly by the explosion of a detonating talisman, which obliterated his internal organs. The accompanying medical ninja merely shook his head after assessing the situation, indicating that there was no hope left. Teacher, I do not wish to die yet. I want to go home. The terrified child clutched him, weeping as he expressed his desire to return home, unwilling to embrace death. Yet there was nothing he could do but watch the light in the child's eyes gradually fade away. Damn this war. Reflecting on such harrowing memories, Qianjian Taiping removed the extinguished cigarette from his lips, cast it fiercely to the ground, and ground it underfoot, spitting in disdain. His aversion to war had only intensified. His father had named him Taiping in the hope that he would live in a peaceful world. Ironically, bearing the name of peace. He had participated consecutively in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. At this thought, Qianjian Taiping could not help but let out a wry smile. They were currently stationed at the periphery of the Konoha camp, tasked with guarding against potential ambushes, providing early warnings to the main camp. Frankly, this was not a commendable assignment. The casualty rate was high, with little glory to be earned. Due to a lack of sensory-type ninjas, they had to deploy several warning teams around the camp for surveillance. Previously, such tasks would have involved members of the Hyuga clan, whose Byakugan proved invaluable in these situations. However, during the last war, the Hyuga clan suffered significant losses, including the reported death of a prominent figure. Now, there were scarcely any Hyuga members left on the front lines in the land of hot water, necessitating the deployment of non-sensory ninjas for the guarding duties. At night, Fujiwara Qilang and Shijin Muyi took turns keeping watch, while he kept a vigilant eye on them. He felt uneasy leaving them to guard alone during the day. He could take the opportunity to rest at the main camp while they switched shifts. Sighing deeply, Qianjian Taiping lit another cigarette, preparing to take a drag. Wait, something is amiss. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The time he had spent smoking the cigarette was neither long nor short, yet why had Qilang not returned? Surely washing his face wouldn't take this long? Mui, Qianjian Taiping quietly alerted the other watchman. I sense it too, Shijin Muyi replied in a hushed tone. Something is indeed amiss, both of their minds echoed. By the riverside, the flowing water reflected the waning moon above, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept across the tender grass by the riverbank. Splash! Water erupted as a young boy scooped a handful and splashed it onto his face, then clapped his hands against his cheeks, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel his weariness and regain alertness. In this time of war, one must summon their spirit. Beneath the gentle moonlight, the youth cast a glance at his reflection in the river, where he appeared somewhat haggard, with faint dark circles encircling his eyes. As he touched his chin, he felt the sharpness of stubble. The incessant battles had left him no time to groom himself. Should this continue, he would soon resemble the indolent teacher Taiping. With a self-deprecating smile, he regarded his reflection as ripples danced across the water's surface. Suddenly, a glint of cold light emerged from the depths, shattering the tranquility by the riverside. The last image seared into the boy's mind was that of a kunai, glimmering ominously as it approached, accompanied by a pair of frigid eyes lurking behind it. As the river's crimson hue slowly dissipated, a subtle scent of blood permeated the air. Gazing through the stained waters at the moon's reflection, the moon appeared to take on an eerie quality, shaking the blood from the kunai. The misty ninja signaled towards the nearby thicket. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the underbrush, startlingly reminiscent of the recently slain Qianjian. The forest retained its serene ambience, occasionally punctuated by the hooting of an owl. The moonlight softly illuminated the woods, oblivious to the massacre that had just unfolded by the riverbank. The sound of footsteps echoed, heralding the return of the freshly washed Qianjian. You rascal! Why does it take so long to wash your face? To be frank, are you simply trying to be lazy? If Xiling were still present, he would undoubtedly not let you off. As the approaching Tofu Michiko drew near, Muyi couldn't help but chuckle and scold. My apologies. My apologies. Having taken a moment to visit the restroom, I lost track of time. Fujimon Cairo, seemingly apologetic, ran a hand through his hair. Enough now, enough. We must remain vigilant during these times of war, stated Asakami Taihei, who meticulously polished the katana in his grasp, addressing his two students with a faint sense of exasperation. Fujimon Cairo continued to advance, while Muyi, ensconced in a blanket, turned his back to Fujimon, as though preparing to rest. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Fujimon Cairo was on the verge of reaching Asakami Taihei's side. Almost there, silently chanted within his heart. Suddenly, a glint of cold light surged forth, emanating from the samurai sword that had been meticulously polished by Asakami Taihei. The secret technique of the Leaf Village, the first form of the 3 strikes of execution, resonated in Asakami Taihei's mind. The icy light flashed, leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets. With a resounding thud, a wisp of smoke rose, revealing the true form of the mist ninja, who had just transformed into Fujimiki-R. He slowly retreated, a visage of terror etched upon his face. As he clasped his hands around his neck in a desperate attempt to staunch the relentless flow of blood. In agony, he stammered, You. When did you discover this? My sincerest apologies. We are unaware of who this Tsilong is. Just moments ago, the seemingly resting Mu-I, wrapped in a blanket, had unknowingly risen, clutching a signaling flare in his hand. Observing the flare, it was evident even to the simplest mind that they had been compromised. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a firework erupted high above, forming the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed that a direct assault was their only option. A chilling voice resonated through the forest as a mist ninja, who had just slain Ting when Qilang, emerged, expressionless. Gazing down at the fallen mist ninja who desperately clutched at his throat, fighting for a sliver of life. The body of the mist ninja on the ground gradually ceased its convulsions, his eyes dimming with the fading light of life. The recently emerged mist ninja exhibited not an ounce of remorse, as if the fallen comrade was merely a stranger rather than a fellow villager. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air. Shanjiantai raised his head to survey the surroundings, spotting several mist ninjas perched atop the trees, their expressions devoid of emotion. Fixated on him and Mui, it appeared that escape was no longer an option. Mui tightened his grip on the kunai, joining Shanjiantai at his side. As the two stood back to back, vigilantly guarding against the encroaching mist ninjas, both understood that today might very well be their final stand. Teacher Taiping, I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support. I feel fortunate to be your student. Mui spoke softly, possibly delivering his last words. In the face of impending death, Mui exhibited no signs of panic. The moment he witnessed Qing Yan's demise, he had anticipated such a scenario. By observing the demeanor of the mist ninjas, he knew that Qilang had met his end at their hands, leaving only himself and teacher Taiping from their initial class. You rascal! Upon hearing these words, Shanjiantai was taken aback, but the realization that this might be their final moments dulled his surprise. Let us venture into another world to seek out Qilang and Cheng Yan. The student had found acceptance in their fate. As a teacher, he had no reason to cower. With his blade raised, a glint of cold light flashed across the polished surface, reflecting the emotionless face of the opposing mist ninja. Come forth, damned mist scum. Chapter 16, The Assault of the Hidden Mist Bang. A resplendent firework soared into the sky, exploding to form a grand emblem of the Leaf Village. However, this dazzling display heralded a massacre. Observing the distant fireworks from the camp, the faces of the Leaf Ninjas flickered with a hint of panic. The Hidden Mist Ninjas had launched their attack. Hoarse shouts erupted, and the Leaf Camp was immediately engulfed in chaos as the ninjas prepared for battle. Damn it! Cursed Orochimaru under his breath as he gazed at the distant signal flare. Can't the Hidden Mist take a moment of respite? Meanwhile, 3 kilometers east of the Leaf Camp, Ao's face darkened as he watched the fireworks burst in the distance. These fools, despite being informed of the Leaf's lookout positions, had failed to accomplish their mission. How could they have overlooked the intelligence he meticulously gathered using his Byakugan? However, given the circumstances, a full frontal assault was now inevitable. The Hidden Mist possessed a decisive advantage in combat power. The initial plan of a stealthy ambush was intended to minimize casualties. With their current strength, even a direct confrontation would not intimidate the Mist, especially with the presence of their commanding officer, who would effectively keep Orochimaru occupied. With a decisive motion, Ao gestured, and a Hidden Mist ninja behind him produced a signal flare. Bang! Another brilliant firework ascended into the sky. The crimson dagger that erupted signifying the commencement of a full-scale assault. Simultaneously, in other directions, the Hidden Mist teams that had just neutralized the Leaf lookout were caught off guard by the sight of the Leaf's warning signal in the sky. They couldn't help but curse. Who are those imbeciles over there? How could they possibly fail at such a task? What was meant to be a stealthy strike had turned into an outright assault. Yet, almost immediately, a signal for a full-scale attack rose in the air. Upon seeing the blood-red dagger in the sky, the previously disgruntled Hidden Mist ninjas began their charge toward the Leaf camp. Kill. Rush in. Annihilate these scum. The two forces soon clashed in close combat. The tranquil night was shattered by the cacophony of battle cries. As drifting clouds obscured the gentle moonlight, seemingly reluctant to witness the bloody carnage. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Water release, water gun technique. Water release, iron cannonball. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A barrage of sounds filled the air as both sides unleashed their various ninjutsu with reckless abandon. Positioned at the edge of the camp, Team Hachi found themselves at the forefront of the battle as the Hidden Mist launched their assault. Realizing the dire situation, the three members swiftly engaged with the nearest Hidden Mist ninjas. They formed a protective circle, backs pressed together, ready to support one another in this fierce confrontation. As Liu Yu deftly evaded the kunai of the Hidden Mist ninja, he executed a powerful knee strike with his right leg, landing a solid blow on the enemy. The Kusanagi clan, known for their assassination skills, emphasized not only the art of stealth but also rigorous physical training. Thus, they could be regarded as a clan of martial artists. Within the clan, a unique method of chakra manipulation suited to their physique amplified the power of ordinary taijutsu attacks. This technique bore some resemblance to Tsunade's monstrous strength, albeit with less potency. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to confront the Hidden Mist ninja before him. The chakra-enhanced knee strike delivered considerable force. With a resounding thud, the Hidden Mist ninja was struck, his eyes widening in shock. A trickle of drool escaping his lips as his body involuntarily bent backward, propelled toward his comrades. Asuma, Liu Yu called out after sending the enemy flying. Understood. Asuma responded promptly, forming hand seals to prepare a ninjutsu. Having collaborated with Liu Yu for some time, he was well aware of Liu Yu's intentions. Fire style, gray ash burn. Asuma completed his seals, unleashing a torrent of gray smoke toward the opposing Hidden Mist ninjas. This was a modified ancestral ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan, allowing the user to expel a substantial amount of chakra-transformed explosive powder, creating a gray haze that obscured visibility. Though enveloped in the smoke created by the gray ash burn, the Hidden Mist ninjas noticed little amiss, assuming it was a variant of the Mist's own Hidden Mist technique, a supportive ninjutsu designed to obscure the enemy's sight. However, bolstered by their numerical advantage, they felt little trepidation and attempted to hasten their escape from the obscuring mist. Meanwhile, as Liu Yu called out to Asuma, he swiftly formed hand seals. Bamboo style, bamboo flow spear. In an instant, a wave of ethereal blue chakra surged from Liu Yu's right hand, accompanied by a crackling sound, indicating the rapid compression of chakra into a tangible spear. With a stoic expression, Liu Yu hurled the bamboo spear forward. After so long as a ninja, he bore no psychological burden in taking lives. It was the fate of a ninja, inevitable, and thus, to be embraced. The sound of slicing wind echoed as the bamboo spear pierced through the swirling gray smoke. What is that? The Hidden Mist ninjas observed a glowing blue bamboo spear emerging from the gray-white smoke. The crackling noise emanating from it suggested that being struck by such a projectile would not bode well. Fortunately, the spear lacked precision, merely embedding itself into the ground without injuring anyone. However, the bamboo spear's inability to strike a target was inconsequential. Explode, Liu Yu uttered calmly. Boom. With the explosion of the bamboo spear, the gray smoke released by Asuma erupted as well, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds that resonated in the air. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, one could occasionally discern the muffled cries of agony. Liu Yu and his team, a blend of Jinin and Chunin, naturally did not attract the attention of any enemy jonin. Consequently, the opposing Mist ninjas were predominantly of the same lower ranks. Yet, Liu Yu's prowess was akin to that of a jonin, allowing him to wreak havoc among the ranks of the Mist ninjas. Utilizing the synergy between the bamboo flow spear and the ash accumulation burn, Team Hachi temporarily cleared their immediate foes. However, the Mist ninjas held a significant numerical advantage. And soon, a large contingent of them began to encircle Liu Yu and his companions. Vigilantly, they retreated, maintaining their guard against the encroaching adversaries. Through the cooperative execution of their ninjutsu, they swiftly dispatched nearly 20 Mist ninjas, which caught the attention of the enemy jonin. Among the newly arrived Mist ninjas was already a jonin, heightening the tension of the battle. Chapter 17. It is always wise to keep a low profile. The clang of metal echoed as sparks flew between the two figures, one large and one small. Liu Yu hastily defended against the sudden appearance of a short blade before swiftly retreating. That was close, Liu Yu thought to himself. The Mist ninja had materialized before him without any warning, brandishing a gleaming dagger. Fortunately, he had managed to block the attack, seizing the moment as he leaped back. Liu Yu scrutinized the Mist ninja who had unexpectedly confronted him. The ninja's face bore a sinister expression, his gaze fixed menacingly upon Liu Yu. A deep scar ran from above his left eye down to his neck, adding a further layer of ferocity to his already fearsome visage. Clad in the standard Mist Village uniform, he appeared subtly distinct from those around him. This was undoubtedly a jonin from the Mist Village. Liu Yu confirmed this suspicion in his mind. Having spent considerable time at the front lines of the Land of Water, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the Mist's uniforms, and the scarred ninja before him was unquestionably a jonin. It seemed that the cooperation between himself and Asuma in vanquishing numerous mist ninjas had drawn the attention of this formidable opponent. Indeed, it was prudent to avoid drawing attention when one's strength was not overwhelmingly great. In the realm of ninja warfare, jonins serve as the principal forces. Typically, the jonins of one side engage the jonins of the enemy to prevent them from infiltrating the ranks of chunin and jinin, disrupting the balance of power. However, the mist side currently possessed a decisive advantage in both strength and numbers, allowing them to allocate a substantial portion of their jonins to eliminate enemy chunin and jinin and shift the tide of battle. In the world of ninja warfare, nothing is impossible. Even a jonin could fall victim to the carelessness of an enemy jinin. After all, in the realm of ninjas, the majority of individuals can pierce through defenses with mere shurikens, rendering any concept of hierarchy and defense moot. Yet, a jonin remains a jonin, their combat experience and adaptability far surpassing that of an ordinary chunin. Liu had come to recognize this truth through the battles of recent days. With a disdainful snort, the scar-faced jonin lunged forward once more. The blade in his right hand glinted ominously, reflecting the faces of those nearby on its polished surface. How fast? Liu's soul thought as the jonin closed in was that. However, can you truly reach me? Suddenly, the advancing scarred jonin stumbled, as if something had ensnared his foot. In the midst of his full-speed charge, he lost control and fell forward. As he tumbled, he realized that several leaves of a vigorous grass had somehow entangled his left foot, causing his downfall. What on earth is this? The scar-faced ninja pondered in confusion. A fortunate opportunity presented itself as the scarred-faced mist ninja, propelled by the leaves summoned by Lu Yu, stumbled forward. Seizing the moment, Asuma and Lu Yu deftly advanced to launch their attack. Observing the two charging towards him, the scarred-faced ninja displayed no sign of panic. Rather, a disdainful smile crept across his lips, a hint of coldness glimmering at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! A flurry of silver projectiles erupted from the mouth of the impending mist ninja, hurtling directly towards Asuma on the right. This fellow had concealed hidden weapons within his mouth. As the ninja was about to fall, he braced himself with his left hand, adopting a diagonal posture, while his right hand propelled a short blade towards Lu Yu, who was attacking from the left. Realizing the incoming silver needles, Asuma abruptly halted his forward momentum and swiftly retreated. Sizzle! The sound of needles piercing flesh echoed as, despite his efforts, two silver needles struck him. Clang! Meanwhile, Liu intercepted the short blade hurled by the scarred ninja with a kunai, retreating in an attempt to regroup with Asuma. However, the very blade she had just deflected veered back towards her, and before she could react, her right arm was lightly grazed, though fortunately, the wound was not severe. Joining Asuma's side, Liu glanced at the short blade that had just threatened her, noticing that its hilt emitted a faint silver glow. This was familiar to her. It was fine steel wire. How perplexing. Why do so many individuals prefer to bind fine steel wire to their weapons? This was the second time she had fallen victim to such a trap. Asuma, are you all right? Lu Yu then noticed Asuma's expression of discomfort. Does this thing contain poison? Asuma remarked, extracting the two silver needles embedded in his body, his countenance grim. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu immediately inspected her own injured right arm, worried that she too might be poisoned. Indeed, as a jonin, the combat experience and adaptability demonstrated by this opponent far surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. He had effortlessly repelled their combined assault, leaving both of them wounded, a truly formidable adversary. Liu felt a surge of concern arise within her. On the other side, the fallen scarred-faced mist ninja retrieved yet another identical short blade from his waist. Subsequently, Lu Yu and Asuma observed that the blade in his hand shimmered with a faint chakra glow, effortlessly severing the numerous binding leaves that Lu Yu had entwined around his left leg. This? Lu Yu was taken aback, astonished at how easily her chakra-maintained bindings were cut. Such a feat had never occurred before. Gazing at the short blade radiating a subtle chakra glow, Lu Yu pondered. Could it be a weapon forged from a special metal that allows chakra to flow? If that were the case, ordinary binding leaves would indeed be ineffective against it. Having been in this world for quite some time, Liu was aware that such chakra-conductive metals were exceedingly rare. Even Asuma, who would one day become a member of the esteemed Guardians of the 12 Shinobi, possessed only two shorter chakra blades crafted from this unique metal. Humph! Upon witnessing the retreat of the two young ninjas from the hidden leaf, the scarred-faced mist ninja rose and let out a disdainful snort. He then swiftly retracted his right hand, retrieving the chakra short blade that had just been wielded, its fine line expertly manipulated. Now equipped with a short blade in each hand, He regarded the three with a hint of amusement. To his surprise, this adversary was a dual-wielding fighter. Liu glanced at the unchanged wound on his right arm and then at Asuma, whose expression bore a hint of ferocity. It finally dawned on Liu Yu that he had not succumbed to the poison as Asuma had. However, this was hardly the time to revel in his own fortune. Especially with a comrade afflicted by venom, he felt a twinge of guilt for his relief. The silver needles had been expelled from the mouth of that scarred mist shinobi, indicating that he must possess the antidote. It seemed imperative to eliminate the scarred adversary. Yet, the situation appeared far from straightforward. Trouble was brewing. Liu Yu instinctively murmured once more, perhaps unaware that this phrase was rapidly becoming his catchphrase. Chapter 18. In the midst of crisis, under the faint glow of the moonlight, shadows flickered, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood carried by the occasional gust of wind. At this moment, the Konoha camp was engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries, the clanging of weapons resonating incessantly, occasionally punctuated by the explosive sounds of detonation tags. Countless mist ninjas surged into the camp from all directions, and the casualties among the defending Konoha ninjas continued to mount, forcing them to retreat, including Ryoyu and his companions. In the southeastern corner of the camp, Team Hachi and several other Konoha ninjas were tasked with holding their ground until further orders arrived. However, due to the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy, their defense was exceedingly challenging. Particularly, Ryoyu and his two companions found themselves under the special attention of an elite Miss Jonin. Humph! Observing the vigilant trio, the scarred-faced Miss Jonin scoffed disdainfully. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as the scarred Jonin advanced once more, this time clearly cautious of his footing, wary of Ryu's earlier trick. This time, Ryoyu refrained from using the grass blades to hinder the enemy's movement. Given the opponent's heightened vigilance, it would be futile to waste chakra on ineffective maneuvers. As the Miss Jonin rapidly closed the distance, the trio did not dare to be negligent and swiftly retreated. After glancing at the separated trio, the scarred Jonin chose his target and charged towards Ryoyu. Sensing the impending danger, Ryoyu quickly formed hand seals while retreating. Dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar dash. Would release. Dragon's tooth. Suddenly, a sharp bamboo shoot erupted from the ground, aimed directly at the scarred Jonin's heart. Caught off guard, he collided with it directly. Bang! With a loud noise, a cloud of smoke erupted. Upon closer inspection, the scarred Jonin had transformed into a thick log. Remarkable substitution technique, Ryoyu marveled, yet he wondered where the Jonin's true form had gone. Asuma, be careful, Red shouted, rushing forward to assist, while Ryu hastened to support as well upon hearing Red's warning. Out of nowhere, the scarred Jonin surged from the nearby tents. A short blade aimed at Asuma. Thud. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed ominously. Fortunately, thanks to Red's timely warning, Asuma managed to evade a fatal blow. But his right arm was left with a deep gash. Bang! Realizing that his initial strike had not incapacitated Asuma, the scarred Jonin executed a swift sidekick, sending Asuma tumbling towards Ryoyu and Red. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The force of the kick generated a harsh sound as Asuma's body scraped against the ground. Red rushed to stabilize Asuma, while Ryu remained on high alert, eyeing the scarred Jonin, who wore a mischievous grin. This individual, even among the Mist Village's elite shinobi, undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. Asuma, already weakened from recent poisoning, now appeared utterly bereft of combat prowess after sustaining such a heavy blow. Humph! The game is about to conclude, the scarred-faced Mist shinobi declared ominously, sheathing his two short blades and gazing at the trio before him. The incantation began. Ugly, shun, Mao Z. Z, hi, you. The scarred shinobi's hands moved rapidly, forming seals one after another. With the completion of the water release, water dragon bullet technique, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent towards the leaf ninjas. A massive surge of water coalesced into the shape of a dragon, hurtling towards the three. Trouble, Ryoyu murmured, yet his hands moved with remarkable speed to form seals. Bamboo release, 1,000 bamboo shield. Upon completion, Ryoyu struck the ground forcefully, causing a tremor as hundreds of sturdy bamboo stalks erupted from the earth, interweaving to shield Ryoyu and his companions. Thud, thud, thud. The water dragon bullet relentlessly battered the 1,000 bamboo shields summoned by Ryoyu, akin to a small boat caught in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing beneath the colossal waves. With this level of chakra, such battle experience, and response speed, it's evident he is an elite shinobi of the mist. Why does he choose to target us, mere juniors, rather than engage the leaf-seasoned shinobi? Ryu pondered amidst the cacophony of the water's assault against the shield. Ultimately, the water dragon bullet failed to breach Ryu's 1,000-bamboo shield, and the small vessel weathered the storm, awaiting the calm after the deluge. Step lightly. He approaches again. Ryu cautioned those around him, sensing through the bamboo release. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the battle commenced, Orochimaru hastily exited the conference room, making his way toward the main camp's gates. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when an old man suddenly blocked his path. Orochimaru, where do you think you are going? The elderly figure squinted at him, dismissing the famed Sannin with an air of indifference. Orochimaru regarded the unexpected old man warily. Clad in a gray robe with white hair and beard, the elder appeared like a man teetering on the brink of death. Nonetheless, Orochimaru did not underestimate him due to his frail appearance. If all went as expected, this old man was the one dispatched by the mist to impede his progress. Uncertain of the adversary's capabilities, caution was prudent. Orochimaru scrutinized the smiling elder, struggling to recall his identity. The intelligence he possessed regarding key figures from the mist lacked any mention of this old man, a consequence of the mist's stringent information blockade. Apart from external warfare, the interactions between the land of water and other nations are virtually non-existent, rendering it exceedingly arduous for foreign ninjas to acquire intelligence regarding the hidden mist. The elderly figure before Orochimaru exudes an undeniable strength. This conclusion emerged from Orochimaru's meticulous scrutiny. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the frail body of the old man. As if a formidable power lurked beneath his gaunt exterior, an essence seemingly incongruous with that of a decrepit individual. Orders were dispatched for an orderly retreat towards the land of fire, with the medical team leading the way. Temporary command was placed in the hands of Hachi, who had dashed out of the conference room alongside Orochimaru and other elite jonin. Currently, the hidden mist possessed an overwhelming advantage in both combat capability and numbers. Prolonging the engagement would only exacerbate their casualties. The only course of action was to retreat to the land of fire for future endeavors. As for himself, he would remain momentarily to observe the peculiarities of this ancient man. Contemplating this, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in Orochimaru's elongated slitted eyes. Meanwhile, in the northeastern sector of the encampment, under the cloak of night, a glint of cold light flickered. A small tanto pierced the heart of a hidden mist jonin from behind. Swift. The mortally wounded jonin instinctively murmured in disbelief. In agony, he yearned to turn and discern the visage of his assailant. Despite harboring some suspicions, he was eager to behold the true form of the demon that the denizens of the hidden mist spoke of with dread. As he painfully turned, he was met with the sight of a pair of crimson eyes, swirling rapidly with 3 pairs of tomo. With a swift motion, Shirzue withdrew the tanto from the lifeless body of the hidden mist ninja, which then crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from the wound and staining the verdant leaves beneath. After dispatching the hidden mist ninja, Shirzue did not immediately seek another target, but instead remained vigilant, observing 4 figures that had appeared at an indeterminate moment in the distance. Due to the angle of their positioning, the moon illuminated their backs, casting a reflection that obscured their features. Nonetheless, Shirzue instinctively sensed danger emanating from the quartet. It was apparent that they were not to be trifled with. As they gradually approached, Shirzue finally discerned their appearances, upon noticing that each bore a distinct type of blade. He couldn't help but smirk internally at the audacity of having dispatched such formidable individuals to confront him. Although unfamiliar with the quartet, the weapons they wielded hinted at their identities. The hidden mist had deployed 4 members of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen to deal with him. Such a grand display of resources was indeed remarkable. As the 4 figures drew nearer, Shirzue could not help but smile wryly. Truly, he was the foremost among Konoha's Uchiha. Renowned as the instantaneous Shirzue, and even this display of bravery commanded respect. The stout leader of the group expressed his admiration. In response, Shirzue merely heightened his vigilance towards the approaching adversaries. Allow me to introduce myself, for it would be quite impolite to engage with a formidable adversary without knowing their name. I am the river-toad ghost from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielding a great sword known as the shark skin. The corpulent leader, known as the split mouth, grinned ominously, exuding an air of chilling menace. To my left stands the first of my companions, a short-haired individual devoid of eyebrows. With sharp fangs, he is known as the dull blade, the bamboo grass-bait man. The second to my left, gazing intently at Shizuka, emanates an unmistakable aura of combat readiness. Having introduced themselves, Shizuka then turned his attention to the last figure on his right. The detailed information regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist is indeed vital intelligence. Thunderblade, Fong, replied the last individual, acknowledging Shizuka's gaze with mild interest. Intrigued by the so-called Leaf Village demon as described by the ninjas present. What a predicament! Observing the collective scrutiny of the four adversaries upon him, Shizuka could not help but murmur to himself. As a postscript, the water release, Water Dragon Bullet is renowned for its complexity among jutsu in the Naruto series, requiring a total of 44 hand seals, specifically Cho, Shin, Mao, Zi, Hai, Yu, Cho, Wu, Yu, Zi, Yin, Su, Yin, Si, Cho, Wei, Si, Hai, Wei, Zi, Rin, Shin, Yu, Chun, Yu, Cho, Wu, Wei, Yin, Si, Zi, Shun, Mao, Hai, Chun, Wei, Zi, Cho, Shun, Yu, Rin, Zi, Hai Yu. The second Hokage simplified the hand seals, and Itachi also expedited the hand seals when employing the Water Dragon Bullet, though it cannot be entirely ruled out that Itachi's speed played a role. Chapter 19, Victory? Beware. He is coming again. As Lu Yu's words fell, the scarred-faced mist ninja appeared beside the three with a swift motion. Asuma had already lost his fighting capacity, and given that Hong was an illusion-type ninja, it seemed that defeating the scarred face would solely depend on Lu Yu. The clash of kunai against the broken blade echoed. What tremendous strength! Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the pressure emanating from his kunai. The right-hand blade of the scarred face was blocked by Lu Yu's kunai, yet the left-hand blade was hurled straight away. This is bad. Lu Yu's vigilance heightened. Although the thrown blade was aimed at an empty space, he had already suffered once at the hands of the scarred face and was aware that the tip of that blade was tethered with fine steel wire, allowing the scarred face to alter its trajectory and launch an attack at any moment. Meanwhile, after temporarily fending off the assault from the scarred face, Hong hastily moved Asuma away from the perilous area. The scarred face thrust forward with a knee strike, prompting Liu to bend backward and create distance. However, just as he gained some space, Liu swiftly leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding the recently thrown blade. Not bad, little brat. The scarred face was somewhat surprised that Lu Yu managed to evade his attack. His two chakra blades were crafted from a special metal that allowed chakra to flow through, characterized by their silent approach. When utilizing the fine steel wire, the element of surprise often came without a sound, unlike ordinary kunai and shuriken that emitted a swift slicing noise. How did this little brat manage to dodge, especially after being wounded by the very blades he controlled just moments ago? That was close. Liu felt a lingering fear after barely escaping. As the saying goes, one learns wisdom from experience. Liu had noted the peculiar nature of the scarred face's two blades after being injured the first time. Besides being forged from the special chakra-conductive metal, these blades possessed the silent characteristic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught off guard by the suddenly redirected blade. After all, he too favored such treacherous tactics involving secondary attacks via fine steel wire, and it was impossible for him to be entirely unprepared. This time, through the perception granted by his stealth technique, Liu realized that the recently thrown blade had been redirected towards his back by the scarred face, allowing him to evade the imminent threat. But can you withstand this next attack? The scarred face advanced once more, continuously forming hand seals as he approached. Water release, water surge. Upon completing the seals, he expelled a torrent of water akin to a waterfall towards Lu Yu. Following the execution of his jutsu, the scarred face crossed his two blades and hurled them forward and backward. Seeing this, Lu Yu had no choice but to once again form seals to cast his defensive technique. Grass release, thousand leaf Ludon. In an instant, hundreds of blades of grass intricately wove together to form a shield, standing resolutely before Luin. Bang! The tumultuous waters crashed violently against Liuin's Chiba Lu shield, producing a thunderous sound. The scarred-faced ninja, seeing his jutsu thwarted, exhibited no sign of despair. Instead, his fingers deftly manipulated two short blades, launching them towards Luin from the side. Luin, sensing the imminent danger from the left, swiftly arched her body backward to evade the blades, while her right hand wielded a kunai to intercept the second blade approaching from the right. Swish! Swish! The scarred-faced mist ninja then leaped into the air, soaring over Liuin's Chiba Lu shield, delivering a fierce kick aimed directly at her. Boom! Luin, preoccupied with deflecting the two thrown blades, sensed the intent of the scarred ninja too late, unable to react in time, and bore the brunt of a powerful strike. Thud! 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 After being kicked, Liuin's body rolled backward uncontrollably due to the sheer force. Finally, as her body ceased its tumbling, she struggled to rise and face the approaching scarred-faced mist ninja. At that moment, his menacing gaze, coupled with his already fearsome scarred visage, rendered him even more terrifying. Clutching his short blades, the chilling aura of death loomed ever closer. Cough. Cough. Luying painfully expelled a couple of mouthfuls of blood, her mind racing with confusion. How could this man be so formidable? We are both genin of the leaf. Why can't I, like a resilient insect, defeat a foreign genin with ease? Yet, now is not the time for such thoughts. Survival against this scarred adversary was of utmost importance. With great effort, Luying rose to her feet, bracing for the impending assault. Meanwhile, Asuma, having temporarily settled matters, hurriedly made his way toward Luying to provide support. Step, step, step. However, the scarred-faced mist ninja quickened his pace, brandishing his short blades, intent on eliminating Luying before dealing with the others. He recognized that among the trio, this young girl posed the greatest threat. Thus, she must be dealt with first. As the scarred ninja charged at her with alarming speed, Luying tightened her grip on the kunai. Clang! The kunai met the scarred ninja's left blade in a clash, allowing him to slip past her. "This ends now, brat," came his icy words as he maneuvered past her. In a swift motion, the scarred ninja pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, sending Luying crashing to the ground. So fast. How did he become so swift? No. It isn't that his speed has increased. Rather, my movements have slowed. As she felt the impact of the blow, Luying pondered. Cough. Cough. Once more. She painfully expelled blood. Struggling to turn and face the scarred ninja, she saw him coldly thrusting his short blade toward her. No. Asuma, rushing to her aid, shouted loudly. Luying, with great effort, raised her kunai in a desperate attempt to block the lethal strike. In the distance, a figure formed a hand seal and softly chanted towards the scarred-faced man. Suddenly, the mist-shrouded Jonin, who was poised to eliminate Ryuyu, froze, his eyes devoid of life. The dagger he was about to plunge hanging suspended in midair. HM? Despite the perplexity surrounding the sudden immobility of the scarred man, Ryuyu had no time to dwell on this mystery. Seizing the opportunity, he struggled to rise, exerting his last ounce of strength to swiftly draw a kunai across the scarred man's throat. With a sickening sound, as Ryuyu's kunai sliced through the scarred man's neck, he finally returned to consciousness, his face contorted in agony, staring in disbelief at Ryuyu and the bloodied kunai in his grasp. You! Clang! The dagger fell from his hand, and instinctively, the scarred man clasped his throat, desperately attempting to stem the torrent of blood. Ultimately, he could do nothing but collapse to the ground, devoid of any semblance of life. Chapter 50. War is indeed perilous. Bang! The lifeless body of the scar-faced mist shinobi crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing forth and soaking into the surrounding earth. Did I win? As the corpse of the scar-faced shinobi fell, Luyu could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing onto the ground as if her very essence had disintegrated, oblivious to the pool of blood beneath her. Staring at the motionless body of the formidable mist shinobi, she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Had she truly triumphed? This scar-faced adversary had been incredibly powerful, previously overwhelming her with ease. Just moments ago, as he had raised his short blade, she had feared for her life. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, he lay defeated at her feet. The surrounding mist ninjas were equally stunned, momentarily frozen in shock. They had not anticipated that this young girl would vanquish their renowned genin, Ji Liang. Just moments before, Ji Liang had been dominating the fight against the group of youngsters. How had the situation shifted so drastically? What a close call. Finally, the tension eased. On the other side, Yamashiro Hai exhaled in relief at the sight of the fallen scar-faced shinobi. Luyu, are you all right? Hong shouted as she hurried over. When the scar-faced shinobi had poised a short blade, her heart had raced, nearly believing she would lose her companion. After teaming up with Luyu for so long, Hong had come to genuinely regard her as a comrade. Especially after Luyu had risked her life to save Hong previously, their bond had deepened. And Hong could not bear to witness her ally fall to the enemy's blade. Fortunately, Luyu had triumphed over the scar-faced shinobi and survived. While she was curious about how Luyu had accomplished such a feat, survival was the priority. Hong's voice snapped Luyu back to reality. Right. Asuma was still poisoned. Recalling this, Luyu hurriedly rummaged through the scar-faced shinobi's body, soon discovering 3 antidotes concealed in the left side of his vest, along with a small pouch of powder and several fine silver needles. Could this be the poison he had applied to the needles? Liu pondered as she examined the tiny pouch. In the next moment, Liu's attention was drawn to the 2 chakra-infused short blades that had fallen to the ground, previously wielded by the scar-faced shinobi. Without hesitation, she claimed them for herself. These were valuable weapons, a fitting compensation for the beating she had endured at his hands. She mused as she gazed at the lifeless body. All leaf ninjas present, heed my command. We shall retreat to the land of fire in an orderly manner. With the injured prioritized, Teams Jixian, Bocheng, and Jianyu, follow me to fend off the enemy. Excellent. It is Lord Hai. With a commanding shout from Yamashiro Kaichi, the leaf ninjas present found their resolve and sprang into action. Following the orders, Kurenai supported Asuma and Ryua as they prepared to retreat. Ryua glanced at Yamashiro Kaichi, who was directing the leaf ninjas not far away, and suddenly understood the reason behind the sudden pause of the scar-faced man. Once again, his life had been saved. Ryua sighed inwardly. Every time he entered the battlefield, he seemed to be rescued. The last time it was Uchiha Shursui, and this time it was Yamashiro Kaichi. As the leaf ninjas readied their retreat, the mist ninjas surrounded them, attempting to obstruct their withdrawal. Observing the actions of the mist ninjas, Yamashiro Kaichi let out a cold snort. Witnessing the heavy losses suffered by the leaf ninjas, particularly his 3 students, 2 of whom had lost their combat abilities, Kaichi was filled with fury. Secret technique, heart disturbance martial arts. Yamashiro Kaichi formed hand seals and directed the technique at the large group of mist ninjas before him. Suddenly, as a mist ninja charged forward, he was unexpectedly stabbed in the heart by a kunai wielded by a comrade beside him. The sharp blade pierced through, and blood splattered as it was withdrawn. The injured mist ninja looked in shock at his attacker, unable to believe that a fellow villager would strike him. The assailant, eyes wide with terror, gazed at the bloodied kunai in his hands, trembling slightly, astonished that his hand had acted uncontrollably against his own comrade. Although the mist village often scoffed at the notion of camaraderie, such blatant betrayal among neighbors was unheard of. Before the bewildered ninja could comprehend the situation, he felt an agonizing pain. Looking down, he discovered a blade had pierced through his heart from behind. Struggling to turn his head, he was met with the same expression of fear and disbelief mirrored on another's face. Such scenes unfolded continuously around them, with every mist ninja wearing expressions of terror and vigilance as they regarded their comrades, fearing that at any moment one of them might lose control and attack. Take him down. Several high-ranking mist ninjas noticed the abnormality and rushed over, intent on eliminating Yamashiro Kaichi, the orchestrator of the chaos. Meanwhile, in the northeastern region of the Leaf Camp, leaf ninjas and mist ninjas were locked in fierce combat, blood splattering across the ground. Yet they were not the main players of this battlefield. A faint sound caught the attention of those present. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shurikens and kunai flew toward the source of the noise, yet nothing struck true. Where did it go? The 4 members of the Ninja Blade group pondered. Suddenly, Kurokuro Reya felt a deep-seated tremor in his heart. Clang. Heiyu Leia instinctively drew the thunder knife behind him to fend off an incoming strike from the darkness, simultaneously pivoting his body swiftly to deliver a retaliatory kick. Bang! Jishui crossed his hands to block Leia's foot, his body retreating slightly by 2 steps. Huff, huff. After repelling Jishui, Heiyu Leia took a moment to catch his breath, cautiously observing the newly revealed Uchiha Jishui. The previous encounter had been perilously close. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have met his end there. Truly, Uchiha Jishui is formidable. Indeed, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Jishui regarded the 4 adversaries before him with grave seriousness. Facing 4 members of the Ninja Sword Corps was a daunting challenge even for him. There seemed to be no alternative. He would have to resort to that. Within the scarlet depths of Uchiha Jishui's eyes, 3 pairs of black tomo spun rapidly, accelerating to transform into a 4-pointed windmill. These new eyes. I have only recently grasped their power, but it should suffice. Chapter 51. The reappearance of the 3 tails. Orochimaru gazed intently at the figure before him. A man whose appearance had drastically transformed, rendering him no longer merely an old man. The visage across from him had turned a deep crimson. Enveloped in a cloak of chakra, and the lower half of his body revealed a flattened tail. This very tail had caused Orochimaru considerable distress during their recent skirmish. A chilling aura emanated from the old man, and Orochimaru's elongated slitted eyes became imbued with an icy intensity. At that moment, the old man's lower half began to undergo further transformation as a chakra-formed tail gradually extended. Now, the number of tails swaying behind him had increased to 2. This overwhelming chakra, you are the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails from the hidden mist. Observing the continuous metamorphosis of the figure before him, Orochimaru's suspicions were confirmed. He could scarcely believe that the hidden mist village had dispatched the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails to confront him. Nor could he fathom that this old man could maintain his full consciousness even in such a beastly state, judging by his current form. It seemed likely that even with the emergence of three tails or full beast transformation, his intellect would remain unaffected. Has the Hidden Mist Village's research on Jinchuriki advanced to this extent? Tailed beasts are often regarded as the ultimate weapon of a village, crucial for maintaining strategic equilibrium among great nations. In times of war, villages seldom deploy Jinchuriki to the battlefield, primarily due to the uncontrollable nature of tailed beasts' immense power. Once unleashed, a tailed beast can wreak havoc indiscriminately upon both sides, particularly harboring a profound hatred for those of its own village who seal its power. The unpredictable consequences of such uncontrollable force remain a mystery to all. Thus, great nations typically treat tailed beasts as ultimate weapons, reserved for dire circumstances. However, this rationale is predicated on the assumption that Jinchuriki cannot fully master the powers of their beasts. Yet, should a perfect Jinchuriki emerge, one capable of wielding the tailed beast's power with absolute control, they would undoubtedly be sent into battle. The chakra conglomerate that is a tailed beast serves as an unparalleled instrument of destruction in large-scale warfare. Konoha has managed to tenuously control the Nine Tails due to the unique physiology of the Uzumaki clan and their special sealing techniques. So how could the Hidden Mist Village have produced a perfect Jinchuriki? Have they discovered new sealing methods in the aftermath of the downfall of the Uzumaki village? And where have they found suitable vessels to contain such beasts? As Orochimaru scrutinized the Three Tails Jinchuriki before him, a primal curiosity surged within him, urging him to dissect and study the individual standing there. However, the immediate priority was to deal with this formidable opponent. With that thought, Orochimaru hesitated no longer. He bit his fingertip, and with swift precision formed a series of hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, summoning technique. Orochimaru intoned fervently, simultaneously slapping his right hand against the ground. As the summoning formation unfurled, a colossal serpent, resembling an undulating mountain adorned with purple and black stripes, was summoned forth. It was alongside the infamous Orochimaru that the colossal serpent, Manda, rose to prominence. As soon as Manda made its appearance, the ninjas of Konoha erupted in fervent cheers. To them, the summoning of Manda signified that Orochimaru would soon achieve victory. Upon its emergence, Manda's eyes, resembling those of a young bull, fixated intently on the elderly figure clad in the cloak of a tailed beast, evidently sensing the tumultuous chakra emanating from him. What is this sensation? A tailed beast. Manda exhibited a hint of seriousness. It was unexpected that Orochimaru had summoned it to confront a tailed beast. Orochimaru, I distinctly recall advising you against summoning me for such trivial matters. Manda expressed its dissatisfaction towards Orochimaru, who hovered above it. Orochimaru's expression darkened. The disobedient spirit creature was a source of embarrassment for him. If given a choice, he would prefer not to summon such a rebellious entity. However, faced with the formidable chakra amalgamation that was the three-tailed beast, no other summoning serpents would suffice. Enough of this prattle. Just eliminate it. Orochimaru commanded, his tone cold and somber. You are aware of the price for my assistance, right? The usual terms, Orochimaru, Manda declared in a booming voice, undaunted even in the face of a tailed beast. At this, Orochimaru's demeanor became even more frigid, yet he refrained from retorting. His icy gaze fixed on the three-tailed Jinchuriki opposite him. He was well aware that Manda's usual terms referred to the requirement of 100 living sacrifices afterward. Fortunately, this serpent was astute enough not to broach the subject in front of so many witnesses. Were word to reach the third Hokage, revealing that he intended to offer human sacrifices, his aspirations for the Hokage position would be irrevocably dashed. At this moment, Orochimaru maintained a semblance of loyalty to Konoha, still harboring dreams of one day succeeding the third Hokage. Even a mere summoning beast dares to challenge the power of a tailed beast? The elderly figure beneath the tailed beast cloak scoffed. With this utterance, a third tail emerged behind him, its violent chakra intensifying. The old man gazed at Orochimaru atop Manda with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Yet beneath the blood-red cloak of the tailed beast, no one noticed the fleeting crimson glimmer in his eyes, accompanied by the rapid rotation of 3 pairs of tomo. The old man beneath the cloak opened his mouth wide, gathering an immense amount of chakra within. This chakra was then compressed, gradually coalescing into a dark purple, spherical chakra ball. Sensing the turbulent chakra fluctuations emanating from above, Orochimaru's expression grew grave. Being struck by such a projectile would be catastrophic. Boom! The tailed beast ball was launched forth, hurtling directly towards Manda's head. Yet, Manda's massive form displayed remarkable agility, deftly evading the approaching tailed beast ball amidst its movements, fully aware of the tremendous threat posed by the technique. Boom! The tailed beast bomb failed to strike the great serpent, instead colliding with a small mountain several kilometers behind it, carving a long trench into the earth, from which wisps of smoke emanated. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the scene behind him. Taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the tailed beast's strength, no wonder it was regarded as the ultimate weapon by various villages. Contemplating this, Orochimaru turned his attention to the three tails Jinchuriki before him. His interest piqued further. In such a dire situation, he even licked his lips with a hint of excitement. This power is truly captivating. Next, allow you to witness what true strength entails. As he observed the great serpent evade his tailed beast bomb, the old man felt no sense of despair. Rather, he shouted with exhilaration. Under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, the crimson-tailed beast cloak enveloping the old man gradually faded, and his body began to swell, the monster sealed within his frail form on the verge of breaking free. In that moment, the old man was fully transformed into a tailed beast. Roar! The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the area as the three tails once again proclaimed his existence to the world. A creature resembling a large gray mud turtle, no smaller than the great serpent itself, emerged before the crowd, adorned with spines and wielding three elongated tails that gently swayed behind it. The three tails Isober reappeared. Chapter 52. Beneath the hazy clouds, what is that? The three tails. A trembling voice escaped the lips of a similarly shaken leaf ninja. The ninjas present stared in astonishment at the colossal creature before them, some rendered speechless by fear. Boom! One of the three tails' massive tails slammed against the ground, causing catastrophic losses among the nearby leaf ninjas. Could such a monstrosity truly be resisted by mere mortals? Witnessing the devastation wrought by the three tails, some leaf ninjas could not help but murmur in despair. Wonderful! It is the three tails, our village's tailed beast. Yes, let us annihilate this rabble of leaf ninjas. In stark contrast to the panic of the leaf ninjas, the mist ninjas, upon seeing the emergence of the three tails, experienced a surge of morale, emboldened by the prospect of eradicating their foes. Meanwhile, not far from the fray, Shirzue, entangled with the four mist swordsmen, noticed the tremendous disturbance nearby. What is that? The three tails. Shirzue's heart sank as he realized that the mist village had resorted to deploying a tailed beast in this conflict. Did they not fear the beast's potential for chaos? Or did the mist village possess some means of absolute control over it? Clang! The massive blade swung down, accompanied by the voice of Pabachi to Kuzu. Hey, how can you be so distracted in the midst of battle? In a flash, Shirzue evaded Takuza's powerful strike, pivoting to grip his tanto tightly, wary of his opponent. For now, Shirzue could only place his trust in Lord Orochimaru. His hopes rested solely upon him. Not far from the leaf camp, atop a towering tree, Ao was employing his Byakugan to survey the battlefield, issuing commands to adjust the mist ninjas' formations as necessary. The clash of titans between the three tails and the great serpent naturally captured Ao's attention. Is that the power of Lord Kamizuki? Ao marveled in astonishment at the distant skirmish. Though he had been informed prior to his arrival that the village's three tails Jinchuriki, Lord Kamizuki, would intervene to contain Orochimaru, Ao was still deeply concerned. He feared that the tailed beast might spiral out of control, unable to distinguish friend from foe, or even direct its wrath towards the mist ninjas due to their village's prior sealing of the creature. However, upon witnessing the true form of the three tails, Ao felt a measure of relief as its demeanor displayed no sign of madness, its assault solely directed at the leaf ninjas. Yet, he remained puzzled as to how Lord Kamizuki had attained such mastery over the three tails, especially considering previous instances of minor loss of control. But Ao understood that such matters were the village's most closely guarded secrets and would not pursue them out of mere curiosity. In this war, he had already established considerable merit, elevating his status within the village significantly. Now, as the battlefield commander, he led the rearguard. He believed it would not be long before he ascended to the true echelons of the village's leadership. With this thought, Ao's spirits lifted even further. Roar! The thunderous roar of the three tails resonated throughout the Leaf Village encampment. It was indeed the three tails. Meanwhile, Liu, supported by Hong, gazed at the distant three tails, engaged in a fierce struggle with the serpent, Wan Shi, and was equally taken aback. Was it truly the case that the Mist Village had dispatched the three tails to the battlefield at this moment? Given the current trajectory of the conflict, it appeared that Konoha was destined to lose this war. Following this confrontation, it was likely that the battlefield would shift into the heart of the Fire Country. Possessing memories from a past life, Liu was acutely aware that Konoha had, during the Third Shinobi World War, been invaded by the Mist Village, breaching the very soil of the Fire Country. Thus, he had mentally prepared for Konoha's impending defeat. However, he had not anticipated that he would nearly perish twice during this war. Observing the Three Tails from afar, it was evident that it was under complete control, clearly manipulated by a perfect Jinchuriki, a fact not revealed in the original narrative. Yet, how could the Mist Village possess someone capable of fully mastering the Three Tails at this juncture? In Liu Yu's memories, following the death of Noera Rin, Yagura of the Mist became the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. His ability to perfectly control the beast earned him the title of Fourth Mizukage. However, during his reign, the Mist Village grew increasingly insular, with the trials for ninjas becoming bloodier and more brutal, resulting in a surge of internal rebellions and deflections among the 7 ninja swordsmen, plunging the village to the bottom tier among the 5 great shinobi villages. All of this stemmed from their 4th Mizukage being nothing more than a puppet in the hands of another, a shadowy figure who should have long since passed from the world, Uchiha Madara. Long before, Uchiha Madara had begun his machinations, employing the powers of the Sharingan to manipulate many high-ranking officials within the Mist Village. It was conceivable that the audacious offensive launched by the Mist Village was orchestrated under the influence of Uchiha Madara. After deciphering the stone tablet at the Nanga River Shrine with his Mangeki Sharingan, Madara acquired the means to control tailed beasts and could feasibly assist the Mist Village in creating a perfect Jinchuriki for the Three Tails, akin to Yagura himself. After this battle, the Mist Village would officially breach the gates of the Fire Country, igniting flames of war upon its homeland. In the original timeline, Kakashi and Rin, having concluded the Northern War, would redirect their efforts towards battling the Mist. It was during this conflict that Kakashi's team, undertaking missions with fervor, would be ambushed by the Mist, culminating in Rin's abduction and her forced transformation into the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it would not be long before the current Jinchuriki would succumb to Uchiha Madara's schemes, relinquishing the tailed beast within Noera Rin, ultimately leading to his demise as he was stripped of the beast. This was a pivotal move devised by Uchiha Madara to facilitate Obito's descent into darkness. Yet, the Northern Front remained in a stalemate. The armies of Awagakure and Kusagakure could not be swiftly subdued. Kakashi and Rin's arrival at the battlefield against the Mist remained uncertain, due to the current resupply capabilities of Awagakure, which could now requisition resources from the Land of Grass. The Kaminobi Bridge was no longer an essential supply route for the Rock Ninja. Thus, it is possible that the Battle of Shinmabikyo may never have erupted, and consequently, Obito might not have perished. But if Obito does not perish, would that not alter Uchiha Madara's plans? Ryoyu, what troubles you? Sensing the daze of the person beside her, Hong could not help but remind her. Being lost in thought on the battlefield is perilous. Oh, it's nothing. Do not worry about me, Hong. Upon hearing Hong's reminder, Ryoyu suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. Even if she comprehended everything at this moment, what difference would it make? Does she possess the power to alter the course of events? Ultimately, she is not the so-called puppet master, and these matters are not to be divulged to others. Perhaps it is wiser to contemplate how to survive in this war. In this world, without strength, everything is but an illusion. Chapter 53. Ultimately defeated. At the end of the 45th year of Konoha, the Hidden Mist Village amassed nearly 10,000 ninjas in the southern region of the Land of Water, launching a night assault on the Konoha encampment with the aid of the Three Tails. Konoha was overwhelmed and ultimately forced to retreat. Orochimaru, acting as the commander, took on the responsibility of providing cover for the retreating Konoha ninjas, confronting the fully manifested Three Tails, but returned gravely injured. Subsequently, the army of Hidden Mist advanced relentlessly, breaching the borders of the Land of Fire. Konoha found itself facing the gravest crisis since the inception of the Third Shinobi World War. In an instant, panic gripped the hearts of Konoha's citizens, and the Third Hokage nearly resolved to mobilize forces from the Northern Front, intending to personally lead a counteroffensive against the continued assault from the Hidden Mist in the eastern front of the Land of Fire. The higher-ups even deliberated on whether to dispatch the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, to the front lines to combat the Three Tails of the Hidden Mist. However, to everyone's astonishment, before Konoha could react further, the Hidden Mist, having secured a decisive advantage on the battlefield, chose to halt their advance, instead withdrawing a significant portion of their forces back to the Land of Water. Konoha felt a mixture of relief and confusion. While other observing villages were equally perplexed, as to why the victorious Hidden Mist suddenly chose to retreat. Even within the ranks of the Hidden Mist, there were many who could not comprehend this decision. Victory was within reach, and Konoha appeared exceedingly weakened. Why not capitalize on this momentum to secure the greatest gains for Hidden Mist? Was there a clandestine ceasefire agreement between the upper echelons of the Hidden Mist and Konoha? Or were other villages attempting to exploit the Hidden Mist's main forces being deployed elsewhere to launch a surprise attack? Or perhaps Konoha had already dispatched their mightiest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, to the front lines, preparing for a decisive battle, while the Hidden Mist refrained from provoking Konoha further. In a short span, a myriad of plausible and implausible speculations emerged. Yet, the withdrawal of Hidden Mist forces ultimately proved beneficial for Konoha. As large numbers of Hidden Mist ninjas were redirected back to the Land of Water, the pressure on Konoha's eastern front diminished significantly, restoring a state of balanced confrontation between Hidden Mist and Konoha. Finally, a return. Reclining on a patch of grass by the riverside, Ryua held a blade of grass between his teeth, gazing at the leisurely drifting clouds above, unable to suppress a heartfelt sigh. Only through the trials of war can one truly appreciate the preciousness of the tranquility in this moment. Breathing in the fresh air deeply, Ryua could not help but reveal a hint of ecstasy. There was something undeniably comforting about this fresh air, tinged with the scent of earth. Unlike the front lines of the Land of Soup, where the air was perpetually laced with the ghastly stench of blood, though Ryua acknowledged that this perception might be influenced by psychological factors. In this recent conflict with the Hidden Mist, Konoha suffered significant losses, compelling the village's higher-ups to reinforce Orochimaru's command with personnel previously rotated out. Fortunately, Hachi's squad was among those lucky enough to be rotated back to Konoha for a period of recuperation. Ryua couldn't help but speculate whether their return for rest was due to the third Hokage's preferential treatment upon learning that his youngest son had been injured at the front. To be honest, Ryua also felt perplexed upon learning of the Hidden Mist's decision to withdraw a portion of their combat strength back to the Land of Water. The clandestine puppeteer of the Hidden Mist village is Uchiha Obito, a fact she is well aware of. Why would Uchiha Obito, who holds an absolute advantage, command the withdrawal of troops from the Hidden Mist village? The only answer that Ryu can conceive is that the weakness of Konoha does not align with Obito's grand design. After all, Obito's ultimate scheme is the Eye of the Moon, not the annihilation of Konoha. Presently, Obito is encumbered by the frailty of old age, and what he desires is to identify a successor from the Uchiha clan. With her hands clasped beneath her head, Ryu closed her eyes, relishing the rare tranquility. She understood that it would not be long before they were dispatched to the front lines once more. Konoha's military might was stretched thin, leaving little time for indulgence. As she traversed the streets of Konoha, it was evident that each passerby bore a trace of anxiety upon their faces. Konoha is currently grappling with the gravest crisis since its inception. The northern front is heavily fortified, yet has failed to achieve a breakthrough, while the eastern front has seen the flames of war encroach upon the Land of Fire itself. Additionally, the Land of the Moon looms ominously, with the Hidden Cloud village eyeing them covetously. In such dire circumstances, it is only natural for the villagers to be filled with trepidation. A prevailing sentiment has emerged within Konoha, suggesting that the third Hokage has grown too old to bear the weight of the Hokage's responsibilities. There are even extreme voices claiming that the current predicament of Konoha is entirely the third's fault. For Konoha to secure victory in this war, a younger and more resolute Hokage must be appointed. Ryu surmised that the driving force behind these rumors is none other than Danzo, who has long coveted the Hokage's seat. However, Danzo is currently allied with Orochimaru, and it is likely that, as in the original narrative, he will endorse Orochimaru as the fourth Hokage. Yet, at this moment, Orochimaru has suffered a series of defeats, allowing the Hidden Mist village to breach the very heart of the Land of Fire. His reputation within the village has plummeted to an all-time low, overshadowed even by Jiraiya, another of the legendary Sannin, and certainly by Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Minato. Moreover, on the eastern front under Orochimaru's command, the Hyuga clan's precious Byakugan has been lost, a treasure that has been preserved throughout their history. Although the Byakugan was seized by the Hidden Mist village, the Hyuga clan cannot help but lay blame on Orochimaru. The Hyuga, a prominent clan in Konoha, will undoubtedly not support Orochimaru's bid for the fourth Hokage's position. Danzo. Ryu found herself involuntarily murmuring this name. Danzo is arguably one of the figures in Konoha she most wishes to avoid, alongside another unwelcome presence, her former superior in the Land of Water, Orochimaru. However, As she continues her life in Konoha, interactions with the high-ranking Danzo will be unavoidable. With the memories of her past life, Ryoyu is acutely aware of the true nature of Danzo. Under the guise of serving Konoha, he has left behind countless messes. While Konoha stands at a precipice, he remains a mere bystander, intent on preserving his own power. Danzo bears a share of the blame for the corruption of the Otsutsuki. Regarding the shadowy ruler of Konoha, Ryoyu, like most individuals from his previous life, harbors little affection for him. If given the choice, he would prefer to keep his distance. By the way, this fellow seems to have extended an invitation to join his rude organization. Ryu recalls the last time he visited the third Hokage to receive his Konoha headband, encountering Danzo in the process. At that moment, the one-eyed man had stared at him with an unsettling intensity. Above, the clouds drifted lazily across the sky. A gentle breeze bent a tender blade of grass. Tiny fish occasionally leapt from the river, sending ripples dancing upon the surface. In this serene atmosphere, the tension that had coiled tightly within Ryu on the battlefield began to ease. Cradled by a gentle zephyr and accompanied by a medley of scattered thoughts, Ryu gently succumbed to slumber. Chapter 50, The Ch-Nin Exam. Lying by the river, savoring a rare moment of leisure, Rhea felt the sunlight before her being obscured. Squinting her eyes, she was met with the unmistakable, mischievous grin of Asuma. "You rascal," Ryu muttered under her breath. After Asuma was poisoned during his last encounter with the scarred Jonin from the Mist Village, he had barely escaped with his life, withdrawing from the battle in a dire state. Fortunately, he later procured an antidote. Otherwise, he might still be languishing in bed. It was also a blessing that the Mist Village did not boast the same abundance of poison experts as the Sand Village, as the toxin Asuma suffered from was relatively simple to neutralize. "Speak up. What could possibly have you so elated?" Ryu inquired, casting a glance at Sakura who stood nearby. Today marked Asuma's discharge from the hospital. In the morning, she and Sakura had come to escort him home. As soon as he was released, Asuma clamored for grilled meat, and the two girls, unable to resist his enthusiasm, acquiesced to his wishes. After their meal, observing Asuma's demeanor, Ryo couldn't help but suspect he was up to something. Seeking to unwind herself, she thoughtfully retreated to the riverside grass to relax for a while, leaving Asuma and Sakura engaged in conversation on a nearby bridge. Though Ryo yearned to indulge as Asuma did, her current physical condition rendered such aspirations impossible. "I assure you, it is absolutely splendid news," Asuma declared with an air of mystery. "Enough with the preamble, just tell me." Ryu shot him a disapproving glare. Under her gaze, Asuma instinctively recoiled. Having spent considerable time in their team, he was well aware that he was no match for Ryo. During their practice sessions, she often seemed to unleash her full strength against him, justifying it as a means to encourage his improvement. After careful reflection, he pondered what offense he could have committed against her, ultimately attributing it to his own unique charm. Little did Asuma realize, Ryo's actions stemmed purely from jealousy of what, however, remained an unspoken secret. "Teacher Hiruzen just informed me that the three of us are to participate in the Ch-Nin exam." "Yes, the Ch-Nin exam." Asuma emphasized the words with fervor. "The Ch-Nin exam?" Ryu exclaimed, taken aback yet quickly regaining her composure. Asuma and Sakura were of an age where many had already ascended to Ch-Nin. And even Kakashi from the class of Minato had been a Ch-Nin for many years. It was indeed a bit unreasonable for their team, still comprised entirely of genin, to remain at such a low rank. Given the current state of war, the assessment of Ch-Nin now prioritized the practical combat abilities of the participants. The evaluation process was also less convoluted than in later times, consisting solely of two components: intelligence gathering and practical combat testing. The unprecedented number of students graduating early from the Ninja Academy, coupled with the immense demand for personnel on the front lines, had rendered the village's Ch-Nin assessments more frequent and less structured, no longer adhering to the traditional twice-a-year schedule of peacetime. During this extraordinary period, the practical examination is not merely a contest among a few candidates, but rather involves a seasoned Jonin as their adversary. The goal is not to defeat the Jonin. Instead, merely enduring for a specified duration suffices to meet the requirements. Upon arriving at the assessment location and conversing with the evaluators, Ryu and his companions discovered that, owing to their instructor, Yamashiro Kaichi, a distinguished master of intelligence reconnaissance in Konoha, their small team had performed commendably in prior intelligence gathering. Consequently, they were exempted from the intelligence collection assessment and advanced directly to the second segment, the practical examination. Have we found ourselves an exceptional teacher? As they learned from the evaluators about their bypassing the intelligence collection assessment, Asuma and his companions could not help but ponder simultaneously. Now, this individual will serve as your examiner for the forthcoming practical assessment. The evaluators gestured aside, introducing the Jonin they would confront. The trio's gaze followed the evaluator's hand, and before them stood a young man clad in the standard Jonin vest of Konoha, his black hair contrasting sharply with the striking emptiness of his eyes. Is that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer from the Hyuga clan, Liu Yu appeared somewhat taken aback, astonished that their opponent in this Chunin examination was indeed a ninja from the esteemed Hyuga clan. Furthermore, there was something inexplicably familiar about this Hyuga clan member. The Hyuga and the adversaries clans had been sworn enemies since the Warring States period, having engaged in countless conflicts long before the establishment of the ninja villages. Although Liu Yu had encountered a few members of the Hyuga clan at the Konoha camp in the Land of Hot Water and within Konoha itself, he had never truly faced the Byakugan in battle. The prospect of engaging with the Byakugan filled Liu Yu with an exhilarating anticipation. The Hyuga clan, Liu Yu mused inwardly, a flicker of primal combat fervor igniting within him at the sight of the Hyuga member. Noticing the unabashed fighting spirit in Liu Yu's eyes, the Hyuga ninja regarded her with curiosity. He too was intrigued by this girl from the adversaries clan, though born after the era of the ninja villages, and thus not deeply affected by the animosities of his ancestors, he could not help but feel a sense of curiosity towards this historically rival clan. Let us commence. With the evaluator's command, the Chunin examination officially began. The first to engage in the sparring was Asuma, who leapt onto the training platform with a spirited shout, turning to offer a radiant smile to Kurenai. This guy, Liu Yu thought, somewhat speechless. Asuma's demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Uchiha Bido. Go for it, Asuma, Kurenai cheered, waving her hands in encouragement. Motivated by Kurenai's support, Asuma appeared invigorated. However, he quickly found himself outmatched by the Byakugan-wielding ninja, though he managed to withstand 20 strikes, successfully passing this assessment. Next, Kurenai Yuhi. As the lethargic voice of the examiner resonated, Hong leaped off the observation platform and ascended the combat stage, gazing solemnly at the Byakugan ninja opposite her. However, as Hong was not a taijutsu-type ninja but rather a genjutsu specialist, she ultimately succumbed in the 18th exchange against her Byakugan adversary, thus missing the opportunity to advance to the rank of CH Nin this time. Do not be disheartened, Hong. You shall surely pass the CH Nin exam next time, comforted Yamashiro Kaichi, along with his two students, as they approached the descending Hong. Yet, Hong herself felt little disappointment. Instead, she turned to Ryuyu and encouraged, "You are next. You must give it your all, Ryuyu." "Thank you, Hong," Ryuyu replied, his gaze swiftly shifting to the Hyuga ninja. He had just discerned that the mist ninja had not exerted his full strength had he unleashed his complete power. Asuma might not have withstood even 20 exchanges, and Hong would have been eliminated far earlier. He is no ordinary opponent, Ryuyu remarked. Meanwhile, the Hyuga ninja observed Ryuyu with keen interest, eager to witness the prowess of the hidden technique that was once renowned alongside the Byakugan. Curious to see if this ninja, standing alongside the Hyuga clan in the realm of shinobi, truly possessed such remarkable abilities. Next, Kusa Chiyu Ryuyu, announced the examiner. Here we go. Both parties silently anticipated the forthcoming challenge. P.S. Regarding the CH Nin exam. The CH Nin exam is the examination for the promotion of Jinin to CH Nin within the Naruto series. Konohagakure typically holds this examination twice a year, usually restricted to the village's internal candidates. However, in times of peace, every 3 years, a grand multinational CH Nin exam is conducted, wherein elite contenders from various nations' ninja villages participate. The recent exam attended by the Konoha 12 is an example of such an event. During the CH Nin exam, the top talents of the new generation from each nation are dispatched to compete. Since this is a peacetime CH Nin exam, it generally serves as a significant occasion for assessing national strength among major powers. This international CH Nin exam also attracts many foreign guests and dignitaries from within the Land of Fire. In contrast, the CH Nin exams participated in by Naruto and his peers, bearing the weight of military comparisons during peaceful times, have become increasingly stringent, with higher elimination rates. Moreover, due to the presence of foreign spectators, an additional preliminary competition was introduced to reduce the number of participants advancing through the second trial, the survival exam in the Forest of Death. Graduation age from Kakashi's Ninja Academy: 5 years. Age for CH Nin promotion: 6 years. Age for J Nin promotion: 12 years. Uchiha Bido's graduation age from the Ninja Academy: 9 years. Age for CH Nin promotion, 11 years. Noera Rin's graduation age from the Ninja Academy, 9 years. Age for CH Nin promotion, 11 years, from the Book of Duels setting. Due to his father, Hataki Sakumo's influence, Kakashi applied for early graduation at the age of 5, having spent little time as a classmate with Noera Rin and Obito at the Ninja Academy. Upon graduation, he was assigned to a squad for missions. However, his task-oriented approach, which disregarded his comrades, led to widespread rejection, forcing him to change teams numerous times. Initially, even Minato Namikaze was reluctant to accept Kakashi as his student, only agreeing after the persuasion of the third Hokage. According to official lore, Kakashi became a Chunin at the tender age of 6, however, given his current social standing. I find it implausible that he would have successfully passed the Chunin exam during the time when Naruto and his peers participated. Therefore, I have modified the Chunin examination process during the wartime era of Konoha to place greater emphasis on individual capability. Aligning with the premise of Kakashi passing the exam at 6, Kakashi was part of Team Minato alongside Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera, which could only have occurred after Obito and Rin graduated from the Ninja Academy, while Kakashi had already been a Chunin for over 2 years by that point. Yet, in Obito's recollections, as depicted in the TV series, initially in Kakashi's memories from the movie The Will of Fire, it is shown that Kakashi participated in the Chunin exam with Obito and Rin, which contradicts the official materials. Ultimately, this inconsistency can only be attributed to the permissible errors that arise during the long serialization of the work. Chapter 55, Evasion and Byakugan. As the voice of the examiners echoed, Liu stepped onto the training platform, his expression grave as he regarded the Hyuga ninja opposite him. Come, allow me to witness the uniqueness of your Kusanagi clan's evasion techniques. The Hyuga ninja boldly declared. Very well, let's begin. Liu swiftly advanced, his hands flashing as he brought forth 2 short blades, seized from the scarred-faced Mist Ninja. With a flick, he hurled the blade in his left hand, while the one in his right lunged forward, aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. The Hyuga ninja, with remarkable speed, aimed a strike at Liu Yu's right wrist, intending to disarm him and neutralize the attack. Crack! The Mist Ninja's hand accurately struck Liu Yu's wrist, yet Liu Yu executed a deft somersault, retreating rapidly. In the same motion, he deftly maneuvered the fine wire in his left hand, sending the short blade toward the Hyuga ninja's back. A smirk graced the lips of the Hyuga ninja, for with his Byakugan, he was acutely aware that the short blade Liu Yu had just thrown posed a potential threat. Although the blade possessed the characteristic of silent flight, this particular trait was ineffective against the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga ninja was taken aback. The blade had seemingly vanished from sight. Weapons do not simply disappear, could it be? With this thought, the Hyuga ninja swiftly activated his defensive technique. 8 trigrams, return. Instantly, a surge of chakra erupted from his internal chakra points, and he began to rotate like a top, enveloped by a swiftly spinning azure sphere. Clang! The short blade that had been launched from behind was deflected by the azure sphere. After successfully blocking Liu Yu's concealed weapon, the Hyuga ninja discontinued the technique, gazing at Liu Yu with a serious demeanor. In his mind, he mused about how the Kusanagi clan, longtime adversaries of the Hyuga, possessed an impressive understanding of the Byakugan, even the vulnerabilities of the branch family's eyes. Indeed, Liu Yu had retreated to create distance between them, retracting the deflected blade through the fine wire, all while reflecting on the situation. As mortal enemies of the Hyuga clan for many years, the Kusanagi clan was well aware of the branch family system and the flaws inherent in their Byakugan. The individual before him was undoubtedly a member of the Hyuga branch family. While it seemed unlikely that a member of the main family would be testing him, Liu Yu had deliberately attacked a blind spot to probe the opponent's capabilities. The outcome was clear. The person facing him was indeed a branch family member. If he were up against a member of the main family, the all-encompassing gaze of the Byakugan would have effortlessly intercepted the blade. The fact that the opponent resorted to the 8 trigrams, return technique to defend against a single short blade indicated that there were indeed vulnerabilities in his Byakugan. Casting a glance at the forehead protector of the Hyuga ninja, Liu Yu surmised that beneath it lay the infamous caged bird seal. Before me stands a branch member of the Hyuga clan, who astonishingly employs the 8 trigrams palm reversal, a technique traditionally reserved for the main family. It seems this individual holds a rather significant position within the Hyuga clan. Liu Yu rubbed his recently struck right wrist, gripping his short blade tightly as he gazed once more at the opposing Mist Ninja. The Byakugan user appeared astonished. His previous strike had instinctively targeted an acupoint, Yet Lu Yu's demeanor suggested it had little effect. Realizing this, the Hyuga ninja hastily began to concentrate his chakra, causing his Byakugan to activate. Turning his eyes a pale blue, with veins bulging at the temples, and a dark mark manifesting in the pupils. What? This? The Hyuga ninja was taken aback, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Lu Yu observed the astonished Hyuga and, upon reflection, comprehended the source of his surprise. Acupoint strikes and gentle fist techniques? The Kusanagi clan, once the sworn enemies of the Hyuga, possessed a unique method for countering their acupoint strikes and gentle fist techniques. At the moment he entered the arena, Lu Yu had activated his stealth mode to shield against the Byakugan's penetrating vision, preventing the enemy from perceiving his chakra pathways and flow. Combined with the Kusanagi clan's distinctive physique, what the Byakugan could discern was merely a chaotic tempest of chakra. Although the Hyuga ninja had struck the acupoint on Lu Yu's wrist, it bore no substantial effect due to the Kusanagi's peculiar constitution. Originally, one would assume this opponent would have recognized the issue upon his entrance, yet he only now seemed to awaken his insight. It appeared he had previously relied solely on his instinctive understanding of human anatomy while engaging Asuma and Kurenai, without utilizing his Byakugan, which indicated that he had retained considerable strength. Underestimated, am I? Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Truly, the Hyuga clan was once the most troublesome adversary, particularly with their bloodline abilities. Meanwhile, the Hyuga ninja, after a brief moment of astonishment, regained his composure. The Kusanagi clan had once been a renowned noble family in the shinobi world, and it reflected poorly on him to display such surprise. Both parties steadied themselves, and the Chunin exam resumed outside the arena. Two figures appeared unexpectedly. One was a silver-haired elder clad in a gray robe, leaning on a bamboo staff, accompanied by a young man dressed in traditional kimono. The wide eyes of the duo revealed their identity as members of the Hyuga clan. The two scrutinized Lu Yu, who was engaged in battle with the Hyuga ninja. Had Lu Yu been able to see the young man's face, he would have been astonished to discover that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hyuga ninja he was currently fighting. An identical match? Twins. Moreover, from the Hyuga clan. The identity of the individual before him was becoming increasingly apparent. Elder, what are your thoughts? The young man inquired respectfully. Silence. The elder merely observed Lu Yu, who was exchanging blows with Hinata Nichi, without uttering a word. The trial has concluded, and the genin, Grass Chiharu, has successfully passed the Chunin examination. At last, with the examiner's declaration of the trial is over, the fierce battles on the field have finally ceased. You, I always knew you could do it, exclaimed Hong, relieved by Yu's successful advancement. Indeed, such a momentous occasion calls for celebration. Let us all indulge in a barbecue, courtesy of teacher Yahi. Asuma chimed in with enthusiasm. You rascal! Yahi, witnessing Asuma's boisterous proclamation, appeared both amused and exasperated. Thud, 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 observing the playful antics of a few individuals in the distance. The elderly man with silver hair leaned on his bamboo cane and slowly turned to depart. This family remains as troublesome as ever, he muttered, his words drifting back from his receding figure. The young man trailing behind pondered this remark before following suit. Meanwhile, Yahi was observing his three raucous students. Suddenly, without drawing attention, he swiftly glanced at the two figures departing down another corridor. Chapter 56, The Grass, Chinnado. In the 46th year of the Leaf Village, Konoha welcomed the new year amidst internal strife and external threats. Upon a high platform, the third Hokage gazed warmly at the villagers below. After delivering an official address, he formally announced the commencement of the New Year celebrations. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Ryuyu, clad in a light green kimono, trailed behind Kushina, admiring the myriad colorful lanterns adorning the sides of the street. A group of children from the Chien family, similarly dressed in kimonos, followed closely behind them. All gathered to partake in the New Year rites hosted by Konoha. Despite the ongoing war, the customary celebrations were not diminished. The village's higher-ups endeavored to create an atmosphere befitting the new year in a bid to maintain stability at the rear. Yet, the streets were predominantly filled with the elderly, women, and children, with young adults being conspicuously scarce. When a youth was spotted, he hurried past with an anxious gait. Damn this war. Ryuyu could not help but lament as she observed the scene before her. The efforts of Konoha's leaders to project a sense of normalcy could not conceal the village's current frailty. Most of the young and able ninjas were on the front lines, fighting for a peace they could not enjoy. After the new year, you shall depart again, won't you? Kushina's gentle voice floated back from ahead. Her words, though framed as a question, carried an undeniable certainty. Indeed, Ryuyu replied softly, fully aware of what Kushina meant. A silence enveloped them. As the war was laden with too many farewells. Kushina, please keep an eye on the children. I suddenly feel the urge to visit a place in solitude. Ryuyu broke the silence, wishing to momentarily step away to gaze upon a certain sight. Very well, go ahead, Kushina responded softly, not probing further. Before the memorial stone, a solitary figure stood, Ryuyu, who had just parted ways with Kushina. Gazing at the multitude of names etched into the stone, she found herself questioning. What is wrong with me? Why did I come here? Having just followed Kushina, Ryuyu felt an inexplicable compulsion to visit Konoha's memorial stone. Even though the names inscribed bore no connection to her. Will there come a day when my name too will be carved here? She pondered, staring at the unfamiliar names that seemed to carry no significance. Having inexplicably traversed into the world of Naruto, she had subsequently arrived in Konoha due to her family ties, only to be swept into the tumult of the Ninja World War. Perhaps, centuries hence, the names upon this stone would represent the sole legacy she left in this realm. Ryuyu chuckled at herself, bemused by her newfound sentimentality. She then approached a small mound nearby, distinct from the orderly gravestones before the memorial. This mound, situated at the edge, appeared out of place among the other graves. Yet within it lay a hero of Konoha, whose name was regrettably omitted from the memorial after his passing. Kakashi Hitaki. Standing before the mound of earth, Ryu could not help but murmur the legendary name. The elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, the father of Kakashi Hitaki, armed with a chakra blade that radiated a soft glow. He was hailed as the White Fang of Konoha, a prodigious ninja of formidable strength. His name resonated throughout the nations, even commanding respect from the fabled Sannin. Yet, he was vilified by his village for abandoning a mission to rescue a comrade, ultimately facing the bitter irony of being blamed by the very person he saved. Unable to endure the ostracism, he chose to end his own life. This legendary figure, after inscribing his tale into the annals of history, departed in a manner that left all in bewilderment. Mission, comrades. If presented with the choice, Ryu would unhesitatingly select comrades. Sighing for the White Fang, she surveyed the scattered flowers adorning the graves of others, clearly placed there by frequent visitors. Yet before the small mound, there was nothing at all. The so-called hero met an end that was both tragic and absurd. Placing her hand on the ground, she activated her grass release technique, causing a vibrant array of flowers to bloom in an instant. Picking the blossoms, she laid them at the grave of Kakashi's father. For this was the only tribute she could offer. Suddenly, Ryu sensed a disturbance in the nearby underbrush and swiftly drew her short blade, on guard. But soon, her wary expression transformed into one of delight as she called out, tinged with excitement and disbelief, "Sister Naiko, is that you?" As she softly inquired, a figure emerged from the grass. The woman, clad in a fitted outfit with a short and long blade at her waist, lifted her conical hat, revealing flowing green hair and a face adorned with a comforting smile. It was indeed the Sister Naiko whom Ryu had longed for day and night. Upon seeing Naiko, Ryu quickly sheathed her blade and rushed into her embrace, holding her tightly, fearful that she might vanish at any moment. Naiko gently enveloped Ryu in her arms. "Sister Naiko, why have you only now returned? Do you not know? I missed you so much. Our family has become like this. I feel so lost." The girl spoke through her tears, finding solace only in the presence of Naiko. Allowing her guard to drop and her heart to open, Naiko said nothing, merely comforting Ryu with gentle pats on her back. Understanding that the child before her had borne too much, yet could only release her burdens in this safe space. After a long while, Ryu's soft sobs finally subsided. She wiped her tears with her sleeve, shyly glancing up at the ever-gentle Naiko, who had watched her with unwavering warmth. "You've grown quite a bit," Naiko remarked affectionately as Ryu ceased her weeping. "Yes," the girl in his arms softly replied, no longer displaying the formidable demeanor she had shown before Asuma. In the presence of Kusanagi Kanako, Ryu's defenses and pretenses fell away. For a long while, they exchanged no words, simply relishing this rare reunion. Suddenly, a resplendent blossom of colors burst forth in the sky. Startled by the sound, the two turned their gazes towards the distant heavens. Fireworks erupted in the distance, trailing meteoric sparks that cascaded from the sky, illuminating the entire horizon. It was the annual festival's grand fireworks display. "Sister Naiko, what brings you to Konoha this time?" Although Ryu wished to preserve the tranquility of the moment, the commencement of the fireworks signified the impending conclusion of the festival, leaving her little time to linger outside. The village, currently in a state of war, was both vigilant and tense, with numerous umbu stationed at crucial points to thwart any attempts at disruption by foreign forces. Judging by Kanako's attire, it was evident that she had infiltrated stealthily. As one of the most formidable members of the Kusa clan, Ryu was not surprised that Kanako could breach the heavily guarded Konoha. However, she harbored concerns about the potential troubles Kanako might encounter if discovered by the umbu. Likewise, Ryu was curious about Kanako's intentions for this visit. While Konoha could accept the children of the Kusa clan, it would not welcome adult members like Kanako. Ryu understood that Kanako would not have chosen to meet her in Konoha unless absolutely necessary. Her earlier lamentations had merely served as an outlet for the long-suppressed burdens she had been carrying. Chapter 57. The Crescent Moon's Legacy in the Forest Beside the Konoha Memorial. Two silhouettes, one large and one small, occasionally appeared under the illumination of the fireworks. "Ah, indeed, you have grown considerably," remarked Kuzukina, gently ruffling Ryu's hair. Her voice a blend of tenderness and satisfaction. After a brief pause, she continued, "This visit to Konoha is not solely to observe the children of the Kuzukina clan. I have another purpose, to entrust this to you." With that, Kuzukina unfastened the long blade from her waist and offered it to Ryua. "What is this?" Ryua inquired with curiosity. Upon first seeing Kuzukina, she had noticed the long sword at her side. Ryua was already aware of the short blade, known as Senjin, which was Kuzukina's weapon of choice. Crafted from a special metal capable of containing chakra. During her training under Kuzukina, Ryua often played with the Senjin. Initially, upon seeing the long sword, she assumed it was a new weapon that Kuzukina had recently acquired, only to discover that it was a gift meant for her. "Go ahead, open it," Kuzukina urged, not providing an answer but encouraging Ryua to unveil the blade. "All right," Ryua softly replied, accepting the longsword. With a swift motion, Ryua drew the blade from its sheath, a flash of cold light reflecting off its surface. Holding it before her, she examined the weapon closely. The blade measured approximately 2 feet and 6 inches in length, with a curvature of about 9/10 of an inch. The surface was adorned with numerous crescent-shaped patterns. As Ryua swung the blade experimentally, it emitted a surprisingly crisp sound. She then concentrated chakra into the sword, and soon a blue luminescence shimmered along its edge. This weapon was indeed forged from the special metal that can harbor chakra. Had fortune smiled upon her recently? Such remarkable weapons, capable of containing chakra, seemed to appear in her life one after another. The sword felt peculiar in her hands, as if it resonated with her very spirit. Wielding the blade brought an unexpected joy to Ryua. This sword, named Mikazuki due to its crescent-shaped patterns, was also referred to as Mikazuki Munenori, after its creator. Observing the smile that graced Ryua's face, Kuzukina explained, "Mikazuki? Yes, it is indeed a splendid name." Ryua nodded in agreement, then recalled the Mikazuki dance, a technique utilized by Suki no Kaze in the leaf-style swordsmanship. Both names bore the essence of Mikazuki. The Mikazuki dance was rumored to be a supreme technique developed by the second Hokage, renowned for its lethal potential to vanquish foes in a single strike. Unfortunately, Suki no Kaze's attempt to execute this technique was thwarted and countered by Maki of Sunagakure. "Sister Naiko, from whence did you acquire this blade?" Gazing at the long sword in her grasp, Liu continued to inquire. Liu discerned that Mikazuki Munikika was not merely an ordinary weapon. This blade, forged from a unique metal capable of harboring chakra, was not something just anyone could wield. It was peculiar that Kusanagi Naiko had suddenly approached her with the intention of entrusting this sword to her. Liu found herself intrigued by the origins of the blade. How had Kusanagi Naiko come into possession of it? Observing the ancient scabbard, she could ascertain that this sword had considerable history. This blade was a cherished heirloom passed down through generations of the Kusanagi clan, symbolically representing the clan leader as authority. The clan leader's symbol? Then why have I never seen my father wield it? Kusanagi Naiko's explanation left Liu even more perplexed. Her father, Kusanagi-yu, as the leader of the Kusanagi clan, had never been seen using this sword. "That is because the previous owner of this blade was not your father, but rather your mother," Kusanagi Naiko elaborated. "Mother?" Liu murmured this term, which felt somewhat foreign to her. In both her previous life and this one, she had never experienced a mother's love. The only memories of her mother resided in faded photographs. This sword once belonged to the clan's ancestor, Kusanagi Rani, and after her, it became a symbol of the clan leader. However, during a tumultuous battle in the Warring States period, this blade was tragically lost alongside the then leader of the Kusanagi clan. Such a significant artifact was once lost. Liu found herself at a loss for words. Subsequently, every clan leader had endeavored to recover this blade. Yet none succeeded until your mother's generation. At this point, Kusanagi Naiko paused, seemingly lost in reminiscence. My mother? What happened to her? Did she manage to retrieve this sword? Observing Kusanagi Naiko's expression, Lu Yu's curiosity deepened. Indeed, this sword was indeed reclaimed by your mother, or more precisely, summoned back. Kusanagi Naiko's words only intensified Lu Yu's confusion. Do you not ponder why you have come here today? And why I am here awaiting your arrival? Noticing the perplexed look on Lu Yu's face, Kusanagi Naiko countered with a question of her own. This? Stunned by Kusanagi Naiko's inquiry, Lu Yu hesitated. In her prior excitement upon meeting Kusanagi Naiko, she had overlooked this detail. Although she had ventured here on a whim, why had Naiko been so certain she would come? Because of it. Observing Lu Yu's bewildered expression, Kusanagi Naiko did not prolong the suspense, instead focusing on the long sword in Lu Yu's hands. As Lu Yu stared at Mikazuki, her confusion only deepened. Lady Yuna summoned Mikazuki without traversing anywhere, employing her clan's unique bamboo techniques for direct summoning. Thus, the whereabouts of Mikazuki prior to this remain an enigma to Lady Yuna. Summoned? Lu Yu gazed again at the long sword in her grasp. Astonished that this blade had been summoned. You must sense the extraordinary nature of this sword, do you not? There exists a unique connection between the awakened bamboo escape practitioners of the clan and this blade. The reason you have been drawn to the memorial stone is that this blade has been calling out to you from the depths of the unknown. The words of Kusakaneko provided some insight to Ryua. The power of space, perhaps? Ryua pondered. This blade is intricately linked to the bamboo escape practitioners of the Kasaki clan, allowing them to summon Mitsuyuki from any location through their bloodline connection. This is somewhat akin to a non-blood contract summoning in spirit techniques, where objects stored elsewhere can be called forth to assist in battle, similar to Tenten's summoning scrolls and Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. However, Mitsuyuki has a direct connection with the bamboo escape practitioners of the Kasaki clan. After Lady Hina recalled Mitsuyuki, it was discovered through clan tests that the blade could only reach its full potential in the hands of a bamboo escape practitioner. Thus, it was entrusted to Lady Hina rather than the clan leader, Kasaki-yu. Kusakaneko continued, stating that after Lady Hina's departure, the blade was sealed away by the clan leader. Upon learning of your awakening of the bamboo escape, Lord Kasaki entrusted me with this blade, instructing me to present it to you at the appropriate moment. With that, Kusakaneko took the blade from Ryua's hands. With a decisive motion, she hurled Mitsuyuki into the distance. Clang! Mitsuyuki pierced through a tree. The impact caused the tree to tremble uncontrollably, and as it shook, leaves began to fall. Next, try to see if you can summon Mitsuyuki back. Kusakaneko instructed Ryua after casting the blade away. Ryua gazed at the Mitsuyuki embedded in the distant tree, recalling the peculiar sensation it had evoked within her. Closing her eyes, the long blade adorned with crescent-shaped patterns materialized in her mind. She envisioned herself reaching out to grasp it. However, an indistinct transparent barrier seemed to obstruct her hand. And no matter how hard Ryua tried, she could not extend her hand any further. It was so close yet just out of reach. A spatial barrier, perhaps? Bamboo escape? This blade is linked to the bamboo escape practitioners of the Kasaki clan. If that is the case, then let us give it a try. Ryua began to channel the power of bamboo escape within her hands, and as she did so, her previously restricted hand began to extend forward. Bang! It felt as though some unknown barrier shattered, allowing Ryua's hand to move freely forward, ultimately grasping the blade that had manifested in her mind. Opening her eyes, she looked at her hand, which had unknowingly opened, naturally gripping Mitsuyuki. At the moment she grasped the blade in her mind, the real Mitsuyuki was also held firmly in her grasp. The hollow in the distant tree indicated that a blade had recently been here. A spatial barrier? Reflecting on the peculiar sensation she had just experienced, Ryua couldn't help but wonder. The thrill of breaking through the spatial barrier to summon an object from afar filled her with excitement. Could this also be considered spatial ninjutsu? If she could summon a weapon back into her hand, could she perhaps bring a person next to the weapon? Lu Yu couldn't help but ponder the method of wielding this weapon. Sister Nizi, I have succeeded. With the successfully summoned Mikazuki in hand, Lu Yu excitedly turned to Kusa Chitako. Yes. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's achievement, a smile unconsciously graced Kusa Chitako's face. This child truly lived up to her father's expectations. Boom! The final firework of the festival shot into the sky. As she watched the last firework descend in the distant horizon, Kusa Chitako turned to Lu Yu. It is time to say goodbye. Yes. Lu Yu lowered her head and replied softly. Despite her reluctance, Lu Yu understood the gravity of the situation. Kusa Chitako could not possibly remain in Konoha. Ultimately, she could not be retained. P.S. Mikazuki Munakika is a tachi crafted during the Heian period by the renowned swordsmith Sanjo Munakika, reputed to be one of the earliest examples of a Japanese sword with a unique curved shape. It is one of the 5 great swords of the realm, the other 4 being Tombokiri, Onamaru, Owatinta, and Jizumuru, and is generally regarded as the most exquisite among them, holding the esteemed title of the finest among fine artifacts. Chapter 58. Spiral Sphere in the Heart of the Forest. A figure clad in tight-fitting attire and wearing a conical hat gracefully navigated through the trees, leaving behind a distant, indistinct village. Suddenly, the figure halted, perching upon a branch, keenly observing a tree not far away. Lifting the conical hat, the figure spoke softly, "Since you have arrived, why not step forth and engage in a conversation?" The woman exhibited no signs of wariness, for she was well aware that the person before her was not there to instigate a conflict. As her voice faded, a silhouette emerged from behind the tree, a woman with flowing red hair, unmistakably Kushina Izumaki. Gazing at the red-haired woman, Katsuyu Naoko felt no surprise. The emerging Kushina regarded the green-haired woman with quiet observation. Beneath the cool moonlight, the two stood in silent communion, one with crimson tresses and the other with verdant locks. Both strikingly beautiful, and among the closest companions of Ryu. They exchanged glances in silence until Katsuyu Naoko finally broke the stillness, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your unwavering care for the children." She held a deep respect for Kushina, who had shown exceptional kindness to the children of the Katsuyu clan in Konoha. "No need for thanks. I merely wish to spare them from experiencing the tragedies I have endured," Kushina replied softly. Meanwhile, at the small mound before the memorial stone, a silver-haired boy with a mask stared blankly at a bouquet of flowers laid before the earth, lost in thought. The cold moonlight cast a layer of solitude upon the boy, while a gentle breeze stirred fallen petals around him. The following morning, as Ryu opened the window and breathed in the fresh air imbued with the scent of morning dew, he couldn't help but stretch lazily, glancing at Mitsuki leaning against the desk. Ryu turned to depart. "Good morning, Lord Minato," Ryu greeted as he stepped out of his room and spotted the 4th Hokage practicing in the courtyard. "Ah, it's you, Ryu. No need to be so formal. Just call me Minato, like Kakashi and the others," Minato responded, pausing his practice to acknowledge Ryu. Minato was well aware of the 3rd Hokage's intentions. However, due to his kind nature and love for his village and comrades, he had welcomed the children with open arms. After bringing the Katsuyu clan's children back, he had remained active on the northern front, returning with his 3 students only as the new year approached. Since coming back, Minato had relocated from his previous residence to live with Kushina among the Katsuyu clan. Yet, in these past few days, he had appeared quite busy, and Ryu had scarcely seen him. "Very well, Minato-sensei. I shall address you as such from now on," Ryu replied, not declining the title. For Minato was the acting clan leader of the Katsuyu clan and would eventually become the 4th Hokage. Nurturing a good relationship was certainly advantageous. "It seems that you are practicing something, perhaps developing a new ninjutsu?" Ryu pondered as he observed the stance of Minato Namikaze. "Minato Namikaze? Developing new ninjutsu? Is this not the Rasengan?" The Rasengan is a technique inspired by the tailed beast ball, which took Minato 3 years to perfect. He later attempted to incorporate a change in chakra nature, but unfortunately, he passed away before achieving success. Minato spent 3 years successfully developing the Rasengan. Yet due to the Nine-Tails chaos 2 years later, he could not complete the chakra nature change. Considering the current timeline, it appears that Minato's Rasengan had yet to be fully developed. However, after becoming Hokage, his training time diminished. So it is possible he has already completed the Rasengan and is now working on altering its chakra nature. Ryu silently contemplated all of this. "Yes, I am attempting to develop a new ninjutsu," Minato openly admitted, not concealing his intentions. At the same time, he spread his fingers, continuously releasing chakra from his palm, which was being condensed and compressed until it gradually formed a pale blue chakra sphere. "This is a technique I developed earlier, which I call the Rasengan. It focuses chakra within a small area, causing it to spin rapidly, generating immense tearing force to dismantle the enemy's defenses. Once the chakra sphere reaches the size of a palm, it delivers a devastating blow to the opponent. Upon impact, it not only inflicts surface damage but also briefly disrupts the enemy's chakra flow." As Minato explained to Ryu, a hint of pride subtly emerged. The Rasengan has indeed been fully developed. Now it seems he is attempting to incorporate a change in chakra nature, akin to the tailed beast ball. Observing the spinning chakra sphere in Minato's hand, Ryu instinctively murmured, You are familiar with the tailed beast ball?" Minato inquired curiously. This technique was derived from the tailed beast ball, but apart from Jiraiya, he had not disclosed it to anyone else. Yes, I witnessed the three tails utilizing the tailed beast ball at the front lines in the land of hot water, and I felt it resembled the Rasengan you hold. Ryu could not divulge that he knew the complete training method for the Rasengan, so he cleverly deflected with the three tails. I see. Minato accepted this without suspicion, as he was also aware of the three tails' appearance at the front lines in the land of hot water. Ryu had indeed practiced the Rasengan, but due to his family's bloodline training, he had not dedicated much time to it. He had only completed the first three simpler stages, leaving the final stage of condensing and releasing chakra unfinished. However, he now had the opportunity to attempt to complete his training in the Rasengan. With this thought in mind, Ryu found himself even more intrigued by the Rasengan in Minato's hands. The advantage of this technique lies in its ability to be released rapidly without hand seals. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Minato offered, feeling there was nothing to conceal from Ryu. To think it can be released without hand seals. That is impressive, but can you truly teach it to me? Despite knowing that the Rasengan is an unmarked jutsu, Ryu feigned astonishment as if hearing of it for the first time. Of course, it is possible, but this technique has not yet been fully developed. At present, it merely compresses and rotates chakra. I wish to incorporate a change in the nature of the chakra, said Minato Namikaze, scratching his head. To infuse the Rasengan with a change in chakra nature? Ryu pondered softly, contemplating whether to utilize her memories from a past life to assist Minato in accelerating the evolution of the Rasengan's chakra nature. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Wait a moment, I shall go answer it. Hearing the knocking, Ryu hurriedly dashed towards the entrance. Chapter 59. War has returned. Outside the door, Asuma and Hong gazed at the grand entrance adorned with the emblems of the Uzumaki and the Kusakage clans, the Kusakage emblem on the left and the Uzumaki emblem on the right. It was astonishing to realize the Kusakage clan possessed such an expansive territory. Observing the surrounding structures, Hong couldn't help but express her envy. Creak. The door swung open. As Liu appeared before Asuma and Hong, she was somewhat taken aback. Was there still a couple of days until their mission? Why had they come to see her today? At this moment, Asuma would prefer to keep his distance, allowing himself and Hong more time together. Let us go, Liu. We can discuss it on the way, Asuma urged upon seeing Liu step outside. Please wait for me a moment, Liu responded, though puzzled. She refrained from asking further and hurried back to gather her belongings. Observing Liu retreat into her room, Minato felt a flicker of curiosity. Was there an urgent task that had interrupted her leave? Upon returning to her room, Liu quickly organized her ninja tools and food pills. She glanced at the Mizukage but decided against bringing it along. Such a weapon, connected to her bloodline, felt cumbersome. It was simpler to summon it when needed. Having finished her preparations, Liu exited her room and, seeing Minato still in the courtyard, felt a tinge of embarrassment. I apologize, Teacher Minato. I must depart for my mission now. With that, she hurriedly left. That child. Watching Liu hastily rush out, Minato murmured in resignation. In the forest, 4 figures traversed the trees towards the north. This is essentially the situation, stated Yamashiro Kaichi, leading the group. This is troublesome. Liu repeated her habitual phrase. During their journey, Kaichi had elucidated the reason for their sudden mission, following the unexpected withdrawal of a significant portion of forces from the Mist Village. The various fronts of the Leaf Village had reached a precarious equilibrium. The established objective was to defeat the allied forces of the Stone and Grass villages on the northern front. However, intelligence from spies embedded within the Cloud Village indicated that they were attempting to discreetly reinforce their ninja presence at the front lines of the Land of the Moon. Should this information prove accurate, the delicate balance would be shattered, potentially leaving the Land of Fire vulnerable to simultaneous assaults from 2 nations. In light of these developments, the village leadership had no choice but to dispatch a portion of their forces to the battlefield ahead of schedule, which had compelled Kaichi's team to cut their holiday short and head to the front lines. Previously, Kaichi had conferred with several elders in the Hokage's office, and after summoning Liu, Asuma and Hong led her directly to the gates of Leaf Village, where the 4 united before making their way to the Land of the Moon. They served as an intelligence unit, advancing ahead of the main forces. If the information held true, reinforcements would follow. By the way, Teacher Kaichi, who is commanding the front lines in the Land of the Moon, Liu suddenly inquired. In the realm of the Hidden Leaf, the commander opposing the Hidden Mist is Orochimaru, whereas Jiraiya leads against the Hidden Stone. Who, then, stands against the Hidden Mist from the Land of the Moon? Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, suffers from hemophobia due to the loss of her beloved, Dan Kato. during the Second Great Ninja War. Following the conclusion of that conflict, she departed from the Leaf Village, wandering with Dan's niece while imparting her extensive medical ninjutsu to Shizu. Currently, Tsunade remains elusive, frequenting various gambling establishments. Although she claimed indifference towards the Leaf after the deaths of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. Ryu knows that if the Leaf were truly in dire straits, especially with Naruto's persuasive charm, she would inevitably return. However, during the ongoing Third Great Ninja War, it is unrealistic to anticipate her presence. Among the remaining ninjas of the Leaf, who can be paralleled with Orochimaru and Jiraiya in stature, aside from the village's elders, who else would take command outside? This individual? You might be quite familiar with him. Upon hearing Ryu's inquiry, Yahi's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Familiar? Ryu was momentarily taken aback. The formidable Leaf ninjas he knew would soon venture to the Land of the Moon to lead the fight against the Hidden Cloud. Wait, the Hidden Cloud Village? The AB combination? Could it be? It is indeed the esteemed Minato Namikaze, Ryu affirmed confidently. Indeed, it is your clan's Minato Namikaze. If the rumors of the Hidden Cloud Village reinforcing their front line with additional ninjas hold true, the higher-ups will dispatch Minato to lead the charge against them in the Land of the Moon, Yahi replied. It is truly Minato-sensei. Upon receiving this confirmation, Ryo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Minato Namikaze. Yahi echoed the name with a sense of reverence. Prior to their journey to the Land of the Moon, Narashikaku and the third Hokage had deliberated on who would bear responsibility for the deteriorating situation at the front. Currently, the Leaf has not deployed substantial forces to the Land of the Moon. The station ninjas serve merely a defensive role, with several elite jonin temporarily overseeing the conflict there. Should the situation escalate, the Leaf, with its current strength, would undoubtedly struggle to repel the Hidden Cloud's offensive, necessitating the selection of a leader. During the meeting, Danzo had volunteered for the Northern Front but was rebuffed by the third Hokage. Subsequently, the third suggested that Minato Namikaze be appointed to oversee the operations against the Hidden Cloud, a resolution ultimately ratified by the higher-ups. However, as of now, no updates have emerged from the front, and the Leaf's reinforcements have yet to be dispatched, making it premature to assign a leader for the Land of the Moon. Yet, with a keen political acumen, Yahi discerned that the third Hokage is preparing for a successor. It is evident that the third holds a fondness for Jiraiya's disciple, showing a preference for Minato over his own favorite student, Orochimaru. Appointing Minato as the Uzumaki clan and nominating him for the role of frontline commander in the Land of the Moon reflects the third's intention to pave the way for Minato's ascension. Undoubtedly, Minato's temperament is indeed better suited for the position of Hokage than that of Orochimaru. At present, Namikaze Minato can merely be regarded as a renowned elite genin of Konoha. The true battle that solidified his reputation within the ninja world was against the formidable duo of A and Killer B from the Hidden Cloud Village. In this encounter, Minato found himself pitted against both the perfect Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer B, and the swift Fourth Raikage, A, managing to hold his ground remarkably well. Ultimately, despite Konoha being in a disadvantageous position, the Hidden Cloud Village was compelled to conclude the encounter in a stalemate. Killer B and the Fourth Raikage A were indeed troublesome adversaries. Ryu mused helplessly. The Third Shinobi World War lingered on, largely due to the actions of the Hidden Cloud Village, and Minato, regrettably, could not resolve this issue even until his demise. It was only when Hinata was 3 years old that Konoha, in a state of humiliation, was forced to sign a peace treaty following the delivery of Hyuga Hayashi's corpse, thereby bringing an end to the conflict. Chapter 60. Kinshimura in the forest, startled birds occasionally took flight, indicating that the atmosphere was far from tranquil. For ninjas clad in the garb of the Cloud Village stood back to back, forming a small circle to guard against any threats. Warm sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating a clearing. Yet, despite the warmth that enveloped them, a palpable chill lingered in the hearts of those few individuals. Drip, a bead of perspiration, origin unknown, fell from a forehead onto a blade of grass, where it mirrored the terrified yet resolute faces of the group. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the droplet to plummet to the ground, seeping into the earth. "They're coming," bellowed one of the Cloud Ninjas, his face flushed. In his gaze, a green figure loomed ever larger. Splat! With a shout, a sharp blade swiftly sliced across his chest. In his final moments, he beheld the icy eyes of his assailant. So swift, this fleeting thought crossed the mind of the Cloud Ninja. Upon hearing their comrade's warning, the remaining 3 Cloud Ninjas hastened to counterattack. The ninjas on either side brandished their kunai, aiming for the assailant's flanks, while the last drew his katana in a horizontal strike. Bang! The attacker used the body of the fallen Cloud Ninja as leverage, flipping backward to evade the strikes from the left and right. As he descended, he executed a spinning kick that struck the left Cloud Ninja squarely at the nape, sending him crashing to the ground. Swiftly, the blade flashed, carving across the chest of the right Cloud Ninja. Clang! Sparks flew as metal clashed. After dispatching the right ninja, the assailant deftly parried the remaining Cloud Ninja's katana. Both combatants leapt back, creating distance between them. The last standing Cloud Ninja retreated, anxiety etched upon his face as he regarded his adversary. The attacker, with raven hair and eyes, donned the standard vest of a Leaf Village Jonin, a leaf headband bound to his right arm, coldly surveying his opponent. At that moment, a commotion arose in the nearby woods, followed by the emergence of 3 leaf ninjas, each bearing a faint scent of blood. The Cloud Ninja felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The leaf ninja before him had just eliminated 2 of his comrades. Now, with 3 more approaching, he remained the sole survivor. Did you let anyone escape? The leaf ninja inquired, turning his back to his companions. All others have been dealt with. Now it is only you left, one of the ninjas responded from behind. What? They're all dead? The Cloud Ninja was taken aback. Their original formation had comprised 2 patrolling squads and 2 replacement squads, totaling 16 individuals. They had hastily combined forces upon discovering a lone leaf squad, intending to ambush them. Little did they know they had encountered formidable resistance. The adversaries showed no fear of their overwhelming numerical advantage. After a series of tentative encounters, realizing the impossibility of executing a decisive strike against their opponents, several squads of Cloud Shinobi chose to abandon their mission and flee in different directions. To their astonishment, the enemy dared to divide their forces in pursuit. The moment 3 adversaries emerged, a Cloud Shinobi felt a surge of suspicion. However, upon hearing the response from a leaf ninja, he was profoundly taken aback, as he had not anticipated that others had already been slain. Upon hearing the reply from the individual behind him, the leaf ninja in front remained silent, gripping his weapon tightly as he charged towards the enemy once more. The bodies of the 3 Cloud Shinobi lay sprawled on the ground, their postures varied, as a gentle breeze stirred, carrying a faint scent of blood. In the distance, several green figures were swiftly retreating. Is this the leaf camp in the Land of the Moon? Lu Yu scrutinized her surroundings with keen interest, knowing that she would likely remain here until the confrontation between Minato Namikaze and Abi concluded. Earlier that afternoon, the Haichi squad had just arrived at the front lines of the Land of the Moon. Upon arrival, Yamamoto Haichi had rushed to the central conference room to discuss matters with several Leaf Jonin stationed there, while Lu Yu and her companions dispersed to observe the Leaf encampment. At that moment, 4 figures entered the camp, or rather 5, as one individual was securely bound and slung over a shoulder. They are not weak. As a sensory-type ninja, Lu Yu immediately discerned that the 4 leaf shinobi before her were formidable. Each bore the distinct scent of fresh blood, indicating they had recently engaged in combat. Lu Yu's gaze then shifted to the tightly bound and unconscious Cloud Shinobi. Is this the captive they have taken? Perhaps sensing Lu Yu's scrutiny, the leading leaf ninja cast a casual glance in her direction. Lord Shimizu Kin, Lord Yamamoto Haichi has arrived and is currently awaiting you in the conference room. One of the leaf chunin hurriedly informed upon seeing the returning shinobi. Understood, the leading leaf ninja replied, shouldering the captive and making his way towards the central conference room of the camp. Shimizu? The fact that he bears the Shimizu surname piqued Lu Yu's curiosity. Could he be from the same family as Danzo? She paused, contemplating the implications of the chunin's words. Excuse me, who was that esteemed individual just now? Lu Yu inquired of the chunin, seeking to confirm her suspicions. Oh, you mean Lord Kin? He is arguably the strongest among the leaf shinobi stationed in the Land of the Moon. Previously, he, along with a few other jonin, has been managing the situation here. The chunin explained, recognizing Lu Yu as a student of Yamamoto Haichi. It seems that Lord Kin commands considerable respect among the leaf ninja here. By the way, Lord Kin and Lord Danzo belong to the same clan, the chunin added, seemingly recalling something. So that individual is indeed from the same family as Danzo. Lu Yu was taken aback by this revelation, realizing that Danzo had his own lineage. It appears that these individuals represent the current pinnacle of strength from the Leaf Village in the Land of the Moon. Observing the few leaf jonin hastening towards the conference room, Lu Yu murmured softly to himself. Regarding the Shimura clan, throughout the entirety of the Naruto series, there exists only one individual bearing the surname Shimura, namely the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo. However, during the establishment of Konohagakure, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, alongside Madara Uchiha, stood upon the mountains behind the village, which would later be known as Iwagakure. As they beheld the burgeoning village, Hashirama once remarked to Madara that, apart from the Uchiha and Senju clans, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans also sought to join us. This indicates that Shimura Danzo was not merely a common ninja, but rather belonged to a clan with a legacy of its own. Similarly, the Shimura clan should not be perceived as a minor family. Otherwise, the first Hokage would not have equated it with the Sarutobi clan. Among the 6 disciples of the second Hokage, including Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami, each possessed their own familial ties. The second Hokage's decision to take these individuals as his pupils was not solely based on their talents, but also intertwined with political considerations, which can be regarded as an exceptionally astute political strategy. As for whether Midogate-in and Zangetsu Koharu possess any familial heritage, that remains uncertain. Chapter 61. The first encounter with the Abbey team in the forest, several figures hurriedly made their way along the path. Suddenly, the leader halted at a tree, raising his right hand in a gesture for the others to stop. The group of hidden cloud ninjas behind him paused, alertly scanning their surroundings. Hey, big brother. What's going on? Why did we suddenly stop when we were moving along just fine? One of them lamented in a peculiar tone, his hands rhythmically striking an incomprehensible beat. This individual had dark skin and light yellow hair, sporting black sunglasses, with 7 blades strapped to his waist and back. A mark of iron adorned his right shoulder, while a horn-like scar marred his left cheek. Oh yeah, another splendid verse, he exclaimed with pride, pulling out a small notebook to jot down his thoughts. Enough. The leader interrupted the clumsy rap with a loud exclamation. This speaker, also possessing dark skin and light yellow hair, had a robust physique. The leader's vigilance heightened as he surveyed the area, feeling an inexplicable discomfort as if he were under scrutiny. This sensation had lingered, but now it was more pronounced, which prompted his abrupt stop. Run, the leader commanded sternly. Yes, responded a young cloud ninja with golden short hair and an attractive visage. He understood what the leader sought. The ninja, referred to as Run, then calmed himself, forming a seal with his right hand against his chest to keenly sense the surroundings. Moments later, Run opened his eyes and shook his head at the leader, indicating he had found nothing unusual. Bakayaro, Kono Yaro, you're just overthinking it, big brother. Oh yeah. The earlier speaker resumed his awkward rap upon hearing Run's report. Humph. The leader, finding no evidence of danger, could merely huff in exasperation before forcefully striking the nearby tree. Subsequently, he began to move on, followed closely by the other cloud ninjas. With a resounding thud, the tree trembled violently from the impact, shedding leaves in its wake. After a considerable time, once he confirmed the departure of the cloud ninjas, another figure slowly emerged from a nearby tree, Luyu, who had been lurking in the shadows. It can't be mistaken. It is the Abbey team from the hidden cloud village. Luyu muttered gravely to himself, observing the direction the ninjas had taken. The first task assigned to Team High upon arriving in the Land of Moon was to investigate whether the hidden cloud village was reinforcing its troops near the border. Over the past few days, Liu had been wandering the outskirts, responsible for gathering intelligence and occasionally joining Asuma and others in ambushes against solitary cloud ninjas. Liu had just concluded his reconnaissance near the hidden cloud village encampment and was on his way back when he sensed a powerful surge of chakra approaching the station. Realizing the urgency, he quickly activated his stealth abilities, concealing himself within the trees to observe the approaching cloud ninjas closely. As the distance closed, Liyu's perception gradually sharpened, and she realized that those few individuals were remarkably familiar to her. They were none other than the future Fourth Raikage and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. With each approaching shadow, Liu felt an increasing sense of tension. Just moments ago, these cloud shinobi had unexpectedly halted beside her. Whether it was the intuition of a formidable warrior or merely a sensation, the leader, AI, sensed something amiss, prompting him to allow the sensory ninja, Luin, to investigate. Liu nearly feared that she might have inadvertently revealed a flaw, exposing herself to the enemy. Although observing the duo from Kumogakure up close was advantageous, Liu certainly did not wish to be discovered. If they found her, they would likely inflict severe harm upon her. Fortunately, the sensory ninja named Luin, lacking to be a Kugan, was entirely oblivious to her concealed presence among the trees. This information must be relayed back. After casting one last glance in the direction the cloud shinobi had departed, Liu turned and made her way back to the Konoha encampment. As she approached the encampment near Kumogakure, the distance from the earlier location increased. the leading cloud shinobi. AI felt the sensation of being watched gradually diminish until it vanished completely. That previous location was undoubtedly peculiar. Turning back to glance at the direction they had come from, AI murmured to himself. However, the sensory ninja Lewin remained entirely unaware, rendering AI powerless. He certainly could not express that he sensed something was off, as he was not a sensory-type ninja. Sensory ninja? Humph. AI scoffed internally, his desire for a sensory ninja only growing stronger. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, who had reunited with Yamashiro Kaichi and others, hurried back to the Konoha encampment. Along the way, she recounted her encounter with the duo from Kumogakure to Yamashiro Kaichi. What did you say? Are you certain you saw the duo from Kumogakure? Kaichi asked Liu Yu gravely, repeating his inquiry. There is no mistake. The leader was addressed as AI by those cloud shinobi, and one of them called the other by, Liu Yu affirmed. Although she had not distinctly heard the cloud shinobi refer to their leader as AI, she had confirmed the identity of the enemy. It was permissible to weave a falsehood to assist Konoha in solidifying their intelligence. The fact that it was the duo from Kumogakure indicated that they were indeed serious this time, Yamashiro Kaichi said cautiously. The names AI and Bai from Kumogakure are hereditary titles, akin to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Each raikage has been known as AI, while their respective partners have been referred to as Bai. The AI Bai duo has consistently been recognized as Kumogakure's most formidable force, well known among the major ninja villages. Now that Kumogakure had dispatched the AI Bai duo to the front lines of the Land of the Moon, what did this signify? Currently, Konoha faced simultaneous assaults from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, Kusagakure, and Iwagakure. However, conflicts also existed between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Initially, Kumogakure's foe was Sunagakure, but after Sunagakure withdrew from the war, Kumogakure's primary adversaries became Konoha and Iwagakure. However, for reasons unbeknownst to the villagers of Yunin, they previously remained in a standoff without launching a large-scale offensive. It now appears that they are poised to shift their focus of attack towards the beleaguered Konoha. Furthermore, I sensed an immense chakra emanating from an individual named Karabi. The sensation was reminiscent of. At this juncture, Liu hesitated, as if contemplating how to articulate her next thoughts. It was akin to encountering the 3 tails in the Land of Water. Ultimately, Liu cautiously added that this was not a fabrication. She genuinely felt a colossal chakra concealed within Karabi. With the memories of her past life, she naturally recognized Karabi as the 8 tails Jinchuriki of Yunin. Yet the existence of tailed beasts has always been a closely guarded secret among the villages, leading her to remain discreet. Another Jinchuriki? This complicates matters. I must promptly report this information to the village. Reinforcements are urgently needed, thought Yamashiro Hai, having made up his mind. P.S. 1. In the Naruto series, Karabi's catchphrase, idiot, bastard, is romanized as Te mie ko no yalu ba jie yalu. The phrase evokes a classic line whenever Karabi crosses my mind. 2. Regarding the sensory ninja mentioned in the text, I originally intended to write about the sensory ninja Ki from Yunin. However, Ki was 26 years old during his appearance in Shippuden, which would make him too young during the Third Great Ninja War. 3. Records of the battles between Sunagakure and Yunin during the Third Great Ninja War are exceedingly scarce. Yet the documentation regarding the formidable duo of Karabi and the 4th Raikage, mentions that they struck fear into the hearts of the ninja world, triumphing over numerous adversaries such as Sunagakure and Iwagakure. 4. Concerning the identities of Jinchuriki in various villages, the identities of Gaara, Naruto, Karabi, and Bi are widely known within their respective ninja villages and are hardly considered confidential. However, outsiders are often unaware. For instance, very few in Konoha knew of Gaara's identity as the one-tailed Jinchuriki during the Chunin exams. It is worth noting that Kushina's status as the 9-tails Jinchuriki was kept exceptionally clandestine. 5. Additionally, due to the lack of detailed chronological events in the Naruto world, some discrepancies may arise, and your understanding is appreciated. Chapter 62. The Hunt. Within the meeting room of the Konoha garrison, Yamashiro Kaichi propped his left hand on the table, while his right finger traced the map laid out before him, explaining to the other occupants of the room. At present, it is evident that the number of cloud ninja camps at both Zawang Mountain and Pujing Bridge has significantly increased, and the defensive vigilance in these areas has been greatly enhanced. It can be ascertained that the reinforcements from Kumogakure have already arrived at the Land of the Moon. Additionally, the AB unit from Kumogakure has also reached the front lines of the Land of the Moon. As for the AB unit, there is no need for me to elaborate further. When the AB unit was mentioned, Yamashiro Kaichi paused to glance at the several Konoha jonin present. Indeed, a Upon hearing the name AB unit, the expressions of the Konoha Jonin grew notably grave. The AB unit is the hallmark team of Kumogakure. And the Jonin present are not inexperienced rookies. They are well aware of what the AB unit represents. Moreover, it is possible that this generation's Jinchuriki hails from Kumogakure. Finally, Yamashiro Kaichi added with great caution. What? A Jinchuriki? At this revelation, the other Konoha Jonin appeared thoroughly astonished. Another tailed beast. The catastrophic defeat in the Land of Water was not solely due to the overwhelming numerical advantage possessed by Kirigakure. Another crucial factor was the deployment of the three tails during that battle. Through that conflict, all nations witnessed the immense potential of controllable tailed beasts in warfare. Observing the devastation wrought by the tailed beasts of rival nations, some on the front lines even lamented why their own village's tailed beast had not yet arrived. The formidable presence of a tailed beast not only wreaks havoc upon the enemy, but also serves to greatly bolster the morale of one's own forces. In an instant, all nations became exceedingly curious about Kirigakure's methods of tailed beast control. However, to fully control a tailed beast is no simple feat. Nations have endeavored through various means to achieve complete dominion over them, yet with little success. It is unexpected that Kumogakure would deploy a tailed beast this time. Hopefully, it is not akin to Kirigakure's situation, where they possessed a perfect Jinchuriki. This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of all present. Enough. The request for assistance from the village has already been dispatched. Before reinforcements arrive, our task is to thwart Kumogakure's offensive. We must not allow them to ignite the flames of war in the Land of Fire. Observing the somewhat despondent demeanor of the Konoha Jonin, the foremost Jonin, Shimizu-kin, proclaimed loudly. The other Jonin nodded solemnly in agreement, while Yamashiro Kaichi cast a meaningful glance at Shimizu-kin as well. Swish, 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 swish. In the forest, four shadowy figures advanced swiftly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the four were clad in the uniform of Kumogakure, though their current mission remained unknown. As they progressed, they stirred strong gusts of wind, sending dry leaves swirling into the air. Bang! A faint sound echoed. As the foremost Cloud Ninja recognized it as the snapping of a fine steel wire, understanding that they had triggered a trap set by the enemy. An ambush. Before the words of the foremost Cloud Ninja could fully escape his lips, a multitude of shuriken and kunai surged forth, among which a short blade darted straight towards him. Clang! Several Cloud Ninjas hastily drew their kunai to block and evade, while Liyu's short blade, perceived as an unusual projectile, was deflected, following the rain of hidden weapons. The Cloud Ninjas scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The sudden onslaught had thrown them into disarray, yet fortunately, most of the projectiles were either dodged or blocked, with only a few shuriken failing to strike any vital areas. However, being in the light while the enemy remained concealed was far from advantageous. The four ninjas anxiously surveyed their surroundings, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. At the edge, near a large tree, one Cloud Ninja suddenly felt a pang of foreboding. He swiftly turned, only to see a shimmering blue chakra blade lunging towards his chest. With a swift thrust, Liu emerged from the tree, his short blade plunging decisively into the heart of the unsuspecting Cloud Ninja. Caught entirely off guard, he had no time to evade. Liu withdrew the blade, and blood gushed forth. Thud! The lifeless body of the Cloud Ninja collapsed to the ground after Liu retracted his weapon. Simultaneously, as the other's attention was momentarily captivated by Liu, Asuma descended from above, delivering a powerful kick to one Cloud Ninja's back, while simultaneously stabbing downwards with his kunai. Observing this, another Cloud Ninja hastily attempted to confront Asuma. However, with a subtle flick of his finger, Liu summoned the previously deflected short blade, which arose from the ground, slicing through the waist of the attacking ninja. The assailant crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, his forehead glistening with sweat and his face pallid, betraying his suffering. As he cast a pained glance at his remaining comrade, he was met with the sight of the latter motionless, eyes vacant, having fallen prey to an illusion. Liu retrieved the forehead protectors from the corpses of the Cloud Ninjas, recognizing them as crucial trophies of victory that must not be lost. He then gestured for Hong to proceed, simultaneously signaling Asuma to carry the Cloud Ninja bound securely by the illusion. Given that Liu possessed the greatest strength and exceptional perception among them, he had effectively become the de facto leader of the team during the absence of Yamaichi. Noticing Liu's silent cue, Asuma shot him a glance filled with frustration mixed with resignation, realizing that he was once again tasked with this burdensome chore. He cast an envious glance at the two short blades Liu bore at his waist, crafted from a rare metal, a true treasure, albeit somewhat lacking in aesthetic appeal to him. Liu chose to disregard Asuma's grievances, reasoning that it was unreasonable to burden the two girls, Hong and himself, with such physically demanding tasks. Fortunately, as ninjas, their physical capabilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals, making it manageable for Asuma to carry the incapacitated Cloud Ninja. This has been the routine for Liu Yu and his companions over the past few days, tasked with eliminating the wandering Yun shinobi teams. Under Liu Yu's perceptive concealment, they specifically target weaker squads to ambush. Much like their recent adversaries, the composition of this group of Yun shinobi consisted of 2 Nin and 2 Jinin. Although the leading Nin possessed considerable experience, he remained defenseless against Liu Yu's stealthy assault. Whenever feasible, the trio would strive to capture a live enemy for intelligence gathering. However, if they sensed an overwhelming threat, they would prudently retreat from the confrontation. Throughout these days of employing such a stealthy strategy, their successes have been abundant. The focus of the conflict from the hidden cloud village has shifted towards the land of the moon, as confirmed by the higher-ups in Konoha, with the first wave of reinforcements arriving under the leadership of Minato Namikaze. Currently, both sides remain in a standoff, although skirmishes targeting patrols from both factions have increased significantly. It is uncertain how many ninja teams are engaged in mutual extermination within these woods. Chapter 63. The objective. By the time Liu Yu and his companions returned to the Konoha encampment, the evening was fast approaching. In recent days, the Konoha patrol team stationed in the eastern part of the camp frequently witnessed the return of a trio at dusk, a team composed of 2 women and 1 man, often with the male ninja carrying a captive from the Cloud Village. The patrol team could not help but admire their prowess while eliminating enemies. They had to remain vigilant against being hunted themselves. Many returning squads had suffered casualties, and some had not returned at all. It was indeed rare to see a group like Liu Yu's that consistently returned on time, often bringing back enemy captives. Typically, such achievements were reserved for squads led by formidable Jonin, whereas Liu Yu's team consisted merely of 2 Chunin and 1 Jinin. Upon returning to the camp, Liu Yu proceeded to the statistics department to report their achievements, while Hong accompanied Asuma to deliver the Cloud Ninja to the intelligence department overseen by Yamashiro Kaichi. Captives, aside from the intelligence they possessed, represented invaluable resources in warfare. As Liu Yu prepared to return to his tent after submitting his report, he noticed someone waiting for him at the entrance from a distance. As he drew nearer, his surprise grew, for the person awaiting him was neither his mentor, Yamashiro Kaichi, nor the proxy clan leader of the Nara clan, Namikaze Minato. Instead, it was Shimura Ken, the most formidable of the Konoha encampment in the Land of the Moon prior to Minato's arrival. Clearly, this individual was seeking him out. But why would someone of his stature be interested in a mere Chunin like himself? Liu Yu instinctively felt a tinge of caution due to the shared surname with Danzo Shimura. Lord Ken, is there something you require of me? Liu Yu inquired respectfully, aware of the disparity in their ranks. You are Kusa-san Liu Yu, correct? Ken asked softly, his tone questioning yet assured. Indeed, Liu Yu replied. Then follow me. Without further elaboration, Ken smiled gently and turned, signaling for Liu Yu to accompany him. Unlike Danzo, he does not exude that sinister aura, Liu Yu mused, intrigued as he followed Ken's lead. To Liu Yu's astonishment, he soon discovered that Ken was leading him to the central conference room of the encampment. What could this possibly entail? He wondered, perplexed as Ken gestured for him to enter. Why would they summon a mere Chunin to a place where the Konoha elites convene? Upon entering the spacious tent, Liu Yu recognized not only Ken but also 2 familiar figures, Namikaze Minato, the proxy clan leader of the Nara clan, and his mentor, Yamashiro Kaichi. The latter was examining a map intently, while Minato appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Casting another glance at Ken, Liu Yu found himself inwardly questioning. What is the purpose of this gathering? In the present moment, the esteemed figures of Namikaze Minato, Shimura Ken, and Yamanaka Inoichi can be regarded as the paramount leaders at the forefront of the Land of the Moon. These 3 individuals command the Leaf Ninjas in their struggle against the hidden Cloud Village. It is indeed astonishing that such illustrious leaders would summon a mere Chunin like myself. Although I share connections with the other 2, this level of formality seems excessive. Ryaha has arrived. Upon the entrance of 2 individuals into the tent, Yamanaka Inoichi, who was engaged in a discussion with Namikaze Minato, paused his gestures and greeted. Minato turned to Ryaha with a gentle smile. Inoichi-sensei, Minato-sensei, have you summoned me for an important mission? Ryaha inquired, glancing at his instructor, who was typically stationed at the intelligence division. Observing the 3 leaders present, Ryaha could only speculate regarding the nature of their gathering. Indeed, you are correct, Yamanaka and Noichi acknowledged, recognizing the astuteness of his student and opting not to conceal the matter, instead inviting Ryoha to join them. Currently, after reinforcements, we possess approximately 4,000 ninjas at the Moon Kingdom front. This is the maximum support the village can afford while maintaining balance across other battlefronts. Thus, we cannot anticipate any further assistance. The four gathered around a map as Anoichi elaborated. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud Village, bolstered by continuous reinforcements, currently boasts nearly 6,000 ninjas at the Moon Kingdom front, with the possibility of more to come. Therefore, we must take the initiative and eliminate a portion of the Hidden Cloud's active forces before their reinforcements arrive, thereby gaining the upper hand on the battlefield. Here lies the Hidden Cloud's second encampment, Zawang Mountain, which presently houses around 2,000 Hidden Cloud ninjas. The terrain is rugged and defensible, making it a significant stronghold for the Hidden Cloud at the Moon Kingdom front. Our objective this time is to eradicate the Hidden Cloud forces at Zawang Mountain. As Anoichi spoke, he pointed to a location marked with a red cross on the map. To seize Zawang Mountain, we must first address the outer sentries of the Hidden Cloud. Previously, during the Land of Water conflict, the Mist Village utilized captured Byakugan to ascertain the precise positions of the outer sentry patrols, which left the main camp vulnerable and lacking in reaction time. Fortunately, a team managed to respond in time, providing an early warning that minimized casualties during that engagement. Thus, our preliminary task is to ascertain the specific locations of the Hidden Cloud's outer sentry patrols. At this juncture, the gazes of the three leaders converged upon Ryoha. Only he, with his ability to utilize the hiding technique, could fulfill this mission. What a troublesome task it is. Ryoha mused internally upon hearing their intentions. The current strength of the Leaf Village does not permit a direct assault on Zawang Mountain, as the resulting casualties would be too great. If Zawang Mountain can withstand for a certain duration, and if the Hidden Cloud forces at the Ukyu Bridge arrive promptly, then the Leaf Village may face a significant defeat. Therefore, Konoha had no choice but to employ a surprise attack strategy against the Cloud Ninja forces at Zawang Mountain. The main force would launch a sudden assault on Zawang Mountain, while the remaining troops would harass the Cloud Ninja forces converging from Pujing Bridge. The challenge of such a surprise attack lay in accurately identifying the specific locations of the enemy sentries. Fortunately, these obstacles were trivial in the presence of the elusive Ryuyu. At this moment, the advantages of his stealth technique against the Byakugan became apparent. Beyond possessing reconnaissance capabilities that rivaled the Byakugan, this technique also boasted formidable anti-sensing abilities. Thus far, there have been no recorded instances of stealth techniques being detected by other types of sensing ninjas, aside from the Byakugan. It can be said that this mission, faced with a Cloud Village lacking the Byakugan, was remarkably straightforward. Understanding this, Ryu nodded in response to the eager gazes of his companions. It was indeed the optimal choice for him, endowed with the stealth technique, to undertake this mission, as it posed excessive danger for others, yet presented little challenge for him. Chapter 60. Investigation in the woods at the foot of Mount Zawang. As dusk approached, a middle-aged Cloud Ninja ignited a cluster of bonfire, beckoning three fellow ninjas to gather around for warmth. Although winter had only just begun, the weather remained quite chilly, and the flickering flames provided both heat and the opportunity to roast some food. One of the ninjas, perched atop a tree, exhaled warm breath into his hands, rubbing them together for warmth. After glancing at the ninja seated by the fire, he leaped down nimbly to join them. The other two ninjas soon followed suit, encircling the fire to bask in its warmth. This wretched war, who knows how many will return to the village after this? The middle-aged ninja, who had just kindled the fire, lamented as he sparked a cigarette, inhaling deeply before staring vacantly into the flames. He was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, having participated in 2 great ninja wars. At this point, he had little interest in glory. His sole desire was to survive the conflict and return home to his children once the strife had subsided. Perhaps some would mock him for his lack of ambition. Yet he paid no heed to such trivialities. The young ones who laughed at his so-called cowardice had likely met their fates elsewhere. Why dwell on such thoughts? Our duty is to execute our tasks well. The decisions of peace or war rest with those in power. Another ninja, having warmed his food, took a hearty bite and spoke. The others were well aware of the veteran's character and paid little mind to his demeanor. Little did they realize, as they sat around the fire engaged in idle chatter, that a petite figure had stealthily slipped away from behind the tree where the ninja had been standing, quietly departing the scene. Such occurrences repeated over the following days around Mount Zawang. This group of Cloud Ninjas, tasked with vigilance, remained blissfully unaware that their circumstances had been thoroughly discerned by an unseen observer. 3 kilometers to the left in the valley, One team, 5 kilometers to the right, another. A team toward the direction of Cloud City. In the dense forest, a young girl knelt on the ground, her lips moving silently as she chanted to herself. With her left hand resting a map on her knee, she diligently marked it with a pen in her right hand. She was sketching the distribution of Cloud Ninja outposts and patrols surrounding Mount Zawang. Each dot on the map represented a team of Cloud Ninjas stationed for patrol, totaling 16 distinct points, indicating the presence of 16 watchful outposts around the mountain. Irregular circles encircled each point, denoting their approximate observational ranges. Despite the terrain of Mount Zawang being defensible yet challenging to breach, the Cloud Village had not relaxed their vigilance in establishing these patrols. At last, Lu Yu's gaze fell upon the 2 points he had marked in red on the map. These highlighted points were distinct from the others, signifying the presence of sensory ninjas stationed in those locations. Recently, during reconnaissance of these 2 areas, Lu Yu had observed a Cloud Ninja occasionally leaping onto the trees. Closing his eyes in concentration, with his right hand forming seals at his chest to enhance his perception. Little did those sensory ninjas from the Cloud Village realize that an enemy ninja from a rival nation was lurking nearby. Sensory ninjas are rare talents in any ninja village, deemed invaluable resources during wartime. Thus, their presence on the front lines is exceedingly scarce. Unlike Konoha, where clans such as the Hyuga, Inazuka, Namanaka, and Waihai boast several sensory ninjas, and now the newly emerged Kusa-Chien clan, other villages' appreciation for sensory ninjas is hard for Konoha to comprehend. Observing the fruits of his labor from the past few days, Liu let out a soft sigh of relief. With this, the mission could be deemed accomplished. He then began to gather his belongings in preparation for the return journey. Within the tent, Yamanaka Kai glanced at the map returned by Lu Yu and remarked softly, "You have indeed made a significant contribution this time." However, his expression could not mask the delight that lingered beneath. "Oh, is that so? Haha, Lu Yu." Upon hearing Yamanaka Kai's praise, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. To be frank, this task, aside from being time-consuming, posed little challenge to him. Earning such commendation for something so simple left him feeling somewhat undeserving. There's no need for modesty. If this operation succeeds, you truly deserve to be credited with a major achievement, said Shimizu Kin, a smile gracing his lips as he looked over the map. Namikaze Minato also turned to Lu Yu, offering a gentle smile. This map would enable Konoha's surprise attack unit to mount a targeted assault on the patrolling squads surrounding the Cloud Village, allowing them to prepare in advance for any traps that the Cloud Ninjas might have set. Eliminating all surveillance around Zawang Mountain would grant Konoha's surprise unit the stealth needed to seize the crucial stronghold of the Cloud Village, Zawang Mountain. Thus, it was no wonder that the 3 were in high spirits. By the way, those 2 red dots indicate the enemy has deployed sensory ninjas. What should we do about the Cloud Patrol teams that possess sensory ninjas? Liu pondered for a moment before posing this question. Against other patrol teams without sensory ninjas, the surprise unit could simply stealthily approach and eliminate them, much like the previous night raid on the Mist Village. However, this strategy would prove ineffective against patrol squads equipped with sensory ninjas, as not all Konoha ninjas possess Lu Yu's ability to infiltrate undetected beneath the very noses of enemy sensory ninjas. Currently, Lu Yu was the only stealth ninja on the front lines. While he could handle one of the sensory ninjas, what would become of the remaining sensory ninja from the Cloud Village? You need not worry about this. While you were away gathering intelligence on Mount Zawang, the village dispatched a special assassination squad from the Umbu to the front lines, and there happens to be someone within the Umbu capable of addressing this issue. Wave Wind Minato took over Ryowa's words, deliberately emphasizing the term Umbu as a subtle hint to Ryowa. The most effective method for countering the perception ninjas of the enemy is to employ stealth ninjas, and indeed, the newcomers are members of the Umbu. Who might they be? The answer is already becoming evident. It is Kusanagi Chiyo. The mere thought of soon meeting his cousin, Kusanagi Chiyo, caused a smile to curl at the corners of Ryowa's mouth. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Report. The flap of the tent was lifted, and an individual stepped inside, wearing a mask shaped like a small dog and clad in the standard vest of the Konoha Umbu. However, Ryowa's gaze transcended the person before him, fixating intently on the Umbu ninja behind, who donned a fox mask. Feeling Ryowa's scrutiny, the masked ninja paused momentarily, and even beneath the fox mask, a flicker of emotion stirred on his otherwise stoic face. It seems that what one wishes for often manifests. Chapter 65. The grass 1,000 talismans. As the radiant sun slowly descended, it cast a crimson hue upon the waters of the river, heralding the arrival of twilight. Not far from the great camp of Konoha, Two figures sat by the riverbank, gazing at the waning sun sinking behind the western hills. Ever since the Grass Thousand Talismans had joined the Umbu, Liu had scarcely seen them. She had hoped to encounter them at the recent annual celebration, yet was met with disappointment as they remained occupied with pressing duties along the northern frontier. Liu, too, was ensnared by her own burdensome tasks. Their rare encounters were brief, often interrupted before they could exchange more than a few words. The higher-ups in Konoha had begun to recognize the immense strategic advantage of stealth and warfare, and thus increasingly valued the Grass Thousand clan. According to Minato Namikaze, the Grass Thousand Talismans had made significant contributions in the battles against Iwagakure and Kusagakure. However, their approach was marked by an obsessive fervor, seeking to eradicate their enemies entirely, leaving behind a trail of gruesome corpses of IWA and Kusa ninjas. In the throes of war, such tactics aligned with the Umbu's customary methods, and thus drew little dissent. Furthermore, it was rumored that their actions garnered the strong approval of one of Konoha's leaders, Danzo. When Minato spoke of the Grass Thousand Talismans, a flicker of concern glimmered in his eyes, an unspoken fear that this young soul might succumb to darkness, becoming a pawn of their own shadowy impulses. Liu understood that this was rooted in the unresolved hatred buried deep within the Grass Thousand Talismans' heart. Only by vanquishing those who had annihilated their kin could they find solace. Liu recognized her own inadequacy in offering counsel, for her own heart brimmed with animosity towards Kusagakure and the Uchiha clan, the desire for vengeance still vividly alive within her. Nevertheless, Liu's psychological fortitude surpassed that of the Grass Thousand Talismans, as she was several years their senior. With a resolute step, Liu picked up a smooth pebble from the bank and hurled it with force across the water, sending ripples cascading outward. 1, 2, 3, 4. Her gaze followed the stone's trajectory as she quietly counted the number of skips it made upon the surface. The Grass Thousand Talismans sat beside her, observing her playful antics. Sighing softly, Liu glanced at the Grass Thousand Talismans. "You've changed, haven't you?" she murmured. "People inevitably change," the Grass Thousand Talismans replied, their voice devoid of enthusiasm as they watched the stone sink beneath the water's surface. Liu fell silent, pondering how the tragedy of their clan had altered the once optimistic Grass Thousand Talismans. In days gone by, they had been vibrant and full of life, leading Liu on carefree adventures that often left their protector, Kusaniko, exasperated. Liu recalled the time spent by the river, watching the Grass Thousand Talismans skip stones. And now, in a deliberate act meant to evoke nostalgia, she attempted the same, yet the Grass Thousand Talismans remained unmoved. The past was irretrievable, for both the Grass Thousand Talismans and herself. Liu gazed at the pensive figure of the Grass Thousand Talismans, lost in thought. Now, Kakashi bears an uncanny resemblance to the figures of Obito, Rin, and Minato, all of whom have departed from him. Yet, Kakashi ultimately emerged from the shadows, while Kusanagi Fudd remained shrouded in darkness, unsure of what might dispel the gloom within his heart. During the last annual festival, Sister Naiko visited me in Konoha. Liu resumed his seat and gently remarked, "Sister Naiko has come." The thought of Kusanagi Naiko, who often admonishes him to refrain from aimlessly wandering with Liu, finally brought a smile to Kusanagi Fudd's face. As the full moon ascended to replace the setting sun, its cold light bathed the earth. Liu, restless and unable to sleep, ultimately decided to rise. He glanced at the slumbering Hong and carefully got up to avoid disturbing her. Stepping outside, the chill of the moonlight enveloped him as he stood in solitude, lost in thought. This time, having encountered Kusanagi Fudd in the land of the moon, he felt an initial thrill followed by profound concern. Kusanagi Fudd had succumbed to obsession, becoming increasingly extreme, his gaze fixated solely on revenge and family, resembling the Sasuke of the future in this regard. "Family?" Liu murmured softly, gazing up at the cold, luminous orb in the sky. Unable to sleep? At that moment, a figure approached him from a distance, softly inquiring, "Lord Ken?" Liu turned, surprised to see that it was Shimizu Ken. "What troubles you?" Ken asked quietly as he drew near. Liu was taken aback. Did Shimizu Ken intend to offer him counsel? Liu fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. "If you have any troubles, feel free to share them with me. Perhaps I can help," Shimizu Ken continued, trying to alleviate the tension. He had been wandering aimlessly around the camp when he stumbled upon Liu, who appeared lost in thought. Upon a closer look, he recognized her as the young girl from the Kusanagi clan. Shimizu Ken found himself intrigued by this girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to bring Liu to the camp last time. When he first laid eyes on her, he sensed an instinctive wariness in her gaze. He pondered the source of her apprehension, ultimately attributing it to the severe psychological trauma inflicted upon her by her family's downfall, which instilled a deep-seated distrust of strangers within her. Yet, Shimizu Kin could not fathom that Liu Yu's wariness stemmed from their shared surname with Shimura Danzo. Liu Yu fixed her gaze on Shimizu Kin, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This man was entirely different from Shimura Danzo. He radiated kindness and warmth, reminiscent of Minato, in stark contrast to the sinister nature of the elder Shimura. Lord Kin must be aware of how our family came to Konoha, right? Liu Yu murmured, deciding to place her trust in him, albeit tentatively. Indeed. Shimura Kin nodded, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the arrival of the Kusanagi clan in Konoha. Given his esteemed position, when Kusanagi Ryuya voiced the name that troubled her, she trusted that a perceptive individual like Shimura Kin would comprehend the source of her concern. Shimura Kin paused, his thoughts drifting back to the elusive Umbu ninja he had encountered in the camp. The boy had exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of their family elder, Shimura Danzo, which was quite unsettling. Rumor had it that this child was Kusanagi Ryuya's cousin, and it was likely that she was worried about her cousin's current predicament. It was no wonder her father entrusted the family to her care. With this realization, admiration flickered in Shimura Kin's gaze as he regarded Ryuya. She bore the weight of her clan's leadership at such a tender age. Only you can assist him now, he articulated, piecing together his thoughts. The situation that Kusanagi Fudo found himself in was presumably a consequence of familial issues, and only this close cousin could offer him the guidance he needed. Indeed, Ryuya affirmed with a nod, signaling her understanding. Then fill the void within his heart. Fill the void within his heart? Ryuya pondered thoughtfully. Under the serene glow of the moonlight, two figures, one large and one small, were cast against the silvery backdrop. Chapter 66. The habit of relieving oneself anywhere is not a good one. The night was deep, with the moon hanging high in the sky and stars twinkling like scattered gems. The evening breeze caressed the face, bringing a refreshing coolness. Occasionally, the distant calls of unidentified birds echoed through the air. Beneath the cold moonlight, a young ninja clad in the garb of the Cloud Village stood atop a tree. With his right hand forming seals at his chest, he focused intently, keenly sensing everything around him. After a considerable time, the young ninja opened his eyes and wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Nothing detected, he murmured softly to himself. Glancing at a nearby cluster of campfire light, he noticed his three companions warming themselves there. In moments like this, the absence of any threat was indeed a blessing, he thought, as he prepared to leap down and join them for warmth. Yet, was it truly a blessing to find nothing? This accursed weather is freezing. He couldn't help but lament as he descended. Mukai, a common nin of the Cloud Village, was not as ordinary as he seemed. For he was one of the rare sensory ninjas in his village, which made him a valued asset. The patrol teams stationed around the periphery of Zawang Mountain were typically composed of nin and Jinin, with upper ninjas seldom appearing. After all, these outer patrols served merely as early warning systems and did not require strong combat prowess. Their primary role was to alert the village of impending enemy attacks. To speak plainly, these patrols were akin to expendable resources. However, Mukai was fortunate. Being a sensory ninja, he was under the command of A.J. Nin. The disparity between A.J. Nin and a C.H. Nin was significant, a realization Mukai had come to understand deeply. Throughout his time in combat, he had been saved by this J. Nin on numerous occasions. Mukai felt the village's protective measures towards him due to his unique abilities. With his sensory skills, they could retreat swiftly upon sensing an overwhelming threat, thereby minimizing casualties. With a thud, Mukai landed on the ground. It was time. As Mukai descended, Ryuya, concealed among the trees, thought to herself. Tonight marked the date set by Hachi for the surprise attack on Zawang Mountain. The 16 patrol teams positioned around Zawang Mountain would be eliminated by a dispatched assassination squad from the Umbu. Among these, 2 patrol teams equipped with sensory ninjas would be dealt with by stealth ninjas like Ryuya and Fuda, who would neutralize the sensory threat before coordinating with subsequent forces to eradicate the rest. Ultimately, when all patrol teams around Zawang Mountain were eliminated, it would signal the commencement of the full-scale assault from the Leaf Village. Just as Mukai landed, he seemed to recall something, pausing to turn toward another tree instead of immediately joining his companions. Coincidentally, that very tree concealed Ryuya, who was poised to spring into action, hidden among the trees. Liu Yu observed the approaching Cloud Ninja, a wave of confusion washing over her. Could it be that this fellow had detected her presence? Should she take action preemptively? Yet, The demeanor of this individual did not suggest that he was aware of her concealment. Soon enough, Liu discerned the reason for his proximity to the tree where she was hidden. As he stood before the tree, Mu Qingyu's hands began to fidget in front of his trousers. Wait, why did this posture seem so familiar? Tap, tap, tap. A stream of water began to trickle down the tree, accompanied by Mu Qingyu's quiet relief. Liu felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. This man was urinating right before her eyes, and worse still, on the very tree she had chosen to conceal herself behind. This was utterly unforgivable, despite having been intimately acquainted with such actions in her past life. This current incarnation as a girl had compelled her to adhere to the decorum befitting a lady of noble birth. Gradually, she had adapted to her female identity. Yet, witnessing this familiar act, involving a familiar organ, caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her current life. How shameful! How shameful indeed! Liu whispered to herself in exasperation. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Liu Yu's embarrassment, Mu Qingyu felt a sense of relief. Having adjusted his trousers, he appeared ready to depart. Attempting to leave after committing such an unforgivable act would not be so simple. Observing his movements, Liu Yu suppressed her embarrassment and steeled her resolve. Beneath the cold moonlight, a young ninja turned away from the flickering campfire in the distance. While a figure gradually emerged from behind the tree, the figure raised a short blade high, glinting ominously in the pale light. With a swift motion, the blade struck silently, its gleaming surface reflecting Liu Yu's slightly flushed face. With a soft sound, the blade pierced the young cloud ninja's heart from behind. How could this be? He had been certain there were no others nearby. The fleeting thought crossed the young ninja's mind. As chakra surged through him, Mu Qingyu's internal organs were instantly shattered, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Liu Yu hurriedly retrieved a sealing scroll to encapsulate the corpse. She could not allow anyone to discover it before her task was complete. In sealing the body of the cloud ninja, Liu noted the expression on his face, one of disbelief, fear, but predominantly confusion, likely pondering how an attack from behind had evaded his senses. Before sealing him away, she took a careful look at Mu Qingyu's features, committing them to memory. Under the cold moonlight, 3 cloud ninjas gathered around a campfire, seeking warmth and sustenance after a long day. From the depths of the forest, a figure emerged, the sensory ninja of the team, Mu Qingyu. Seated by the crackling campfire, Mushing Yushan ceremoniously indulged in the succulent, roasted fish, exclaiming, "Ah, Teacher Aurora's culinary skills are truly exceptional." As he voraciously devoured the fish, he mumbled his praise to a middle-aged cloud ninja beside him. "By the way, have you made any discoveries?" The middle-aged ninja inquired, mindful that their mission required unwavering vigilance. "Nothing noteworthy, as was the case in the previous days," Mushing Yusha replied, swallowing a large morsel before eagerly opening his mouth for more. "Slow down. There's no one else competing with you for the food," remarked the middle-aged ninja, observing his student's gluttonous behavior with resigned amusement. Cough, cough. Just as the middle-aged ninja finished his sentence, Mushing Yusha began to cough, as if he had choked. With a gentle pat on his back, the ninja tried to ease his discomfort. Bemused by the situation, "I told you to take it easy, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what has happened." Another cloud ninja chimed in, relishing the moment. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, a seemingly tranquil scene unfolded. Chapter 67, the eve of the night of carnage beneath the cold, silvery moonlight. 4 cloud shinobi sat in a circle around a campfire, indulging in roasted fish, their laughter resonating in the stillness of the night. "Ah, excuse me. I need to use the restroom." Suddenly, one of the cloud shinobi rose abruptly, announcing his departure before striding off into the distance. Ryuyu cast a glance and recognized him as Kinyuan Koya, a friend from his own transformation into Mokachu Shida. "Go ahead," replied the middle-aged cloud shinobi beside Mokachu Shida, who was the team leader. Kajikami Aurora. During a prior reconnaissance mission, Ryu had intentionally lingered near the patrol squad equipped with sensory ninjas, carefully observing their circumstances, fearful that his disguise might be uncovered. Fortunately, these 3 had not discerned his ruse. As he watched the jovial camaraderie surrounding the consumption of roasted fish, Ryuyu felt a pang of reluctance. If not for the looming war and the impending turmoil, this scene would be utterly heartwarming and harmonious. However, the adversarial nature of both parties rendered such a possibility unattainable. Notably, the grilled fish prepared by Kajikami Aurora was remarkably delectable. Upon finishing his meal, Kajikami Aurora lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling languidly. Observing his indulgent demeanor, Ryuyu, striving to embody the persona of Mokachi Shida, discontentedly remarked Aurora-sensei. I believe I advised you to smoke less, did I not? Oh, just one, merely one, Kajikami Aurora replied. Noting the dissatisfaction evident on his student's face, his tone laced with resignation. After finishing his cigarette, he instinctively reached for a second one. But upon meeting the disapproving gaze of Mokichi Yoshida, he reluctantly returned the cigarette to its pack. By the way, where has Koya gone? With no cigarette to occupy his thoughts, Kajikami Aurora sought a casual topic of conversation. His concern for Kanyuan Koya's safety was minimal, as the sensory ninja within their ranks had reported no anomalies. He did not believe anyone could elude the awareness of Mokichi Yoshida. Who knows? Perhaps he's engaged in some unspeakable activities, suggested the remaining Cloud Shinobi with a mischievous grin. Exchanging knowing glances with his companions, the other two chuckled in agreement, but only Mokichi Yoshida was aware that Kanyuan Koya would not be returning. Additionally, Mokichi Yoshida discreetly glanced at the signal flare strapped to the waist of the last Cloud Shinobi. Following this brief interlude, the remaining three continued their light-hearted banter, oblivious to the concealed peril lurking behind the seemingly warm atmosphere. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the nearby underbrush, a glinting blade reflecting the icy moonlight in a dazzling display. Watch out! Kajikami Aurora shouted, urgently evading the impending danger. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, severing an arm that soared into the night, accompanied by droplets of blood that fell into the campfire. As sizzling sounds echoed, a plume of white mist began to rise slowly from the flames. Beneath the indifference of the heartless, Jingshang Jiguang ultimately suffered a grievous injury at the hands of a blade wielded by the shadowy figure, paying the price of a severed arm. As the shadow slowly stepped into the cold moonlight, Jingshang Jiguang finally discerned the visage of the intruder. The figure possessed raven hair and obsidian eyes, clad in the standard Leaf Village vest, with a forehead protector tied around his right arm. It was him. Upon recognizing the individual, an unsettling sensation gripped Jingshang Jiguang's heart. As the most formidable warrior on the front lines of the Land of the Moon, he was well aware of Shimizu Kin's reputation. Kin's appearance signified that the Leaf Village was poised for significant action. After emerging, Shimizu Kin merely cast a frigid gaze at the group, then swung his blade once more, charging towards Jingshang Jiguang. Hirakawa, Eru, hurry! Jingshang Jiguang shouted urgently to Hirakawa Eru, who held a signal flare, while simultaneously creating distance from the oncoming threat. With his right hand, he employed a hemostatic technique to staunch the bleeding from his left arm. There was no time to ponder why Mukiuka had failed to detect the enemy. The immediate priority was to alert the ninja of Zhuang Mountain to prepare their defenses. Seeing the grave expression on their teacher's face, Hirakawa Eru dared not hesitate. He swiftly retrieved the signal flare from his waist, ready to warn the cloud-hidden ninjas of Zhuang Mountain of the impending danger. However, before he could ignite the flare, a short blade pierced through his heart from behind, wielded by Mukiuka. Why? Hirakawa Eru turned in shock to face Mukiuka. Pain etched across his features as he uttered those words. He could scarcely believe that this companion, with whom he had shared grilled fish and laughter, would turn against him. I'm sorry, Mukiuka murmured softly, watching as the light faded from Hirakawa Eru's eyes, before withdrawing the blade. Thud. The lifeless body of Hirakawa Eru collapsed onto the ground. Bang. A cloud of smoke erupted. Mukiuka dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his true form, Luyu. The sudden turn of events naturally caught the attention of Jingshang Jiguang, who was barely fending off Shimizu Kin's assault. Upon witnessing the fallen Hirakawa Eru and the revelation of Luyu's true appearance, Jingshang Jiguang grasped the gravity of the situation and understood why Qian Yuan Xiaoye had not returned. Seizing the moment while Jingshang Jiguang was momentarily stunned, Shimizu Kin took the opportunity to slash his blade across Jingshang Jiguang's throat. Under the cold moonlight, the glint of the blade flashed, followed by a cascade of crimson. Thud. Jingshang Jiguang's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Luyu, you have truly accomplished a great feat this time. The icy demeanor of Shimizu Kin vanished instantly after slaying Jingshang Jiguang, replaced by a look of concern and excitement directed at Luyu. Having dealt with the perimeter patrols of Zhuang Mountain, the Leaf Village had effectively opened its gates. Luyu, somewhat astonished by Shimizu Kin's sudden shift in demeanor, noted the stark contrast between his combat persona and his usual self. The chilling presence he had exuded upon arrival had nearly led Luyu to question his identity. Now, however, he appeared as an amiable neighbor, prompting Luyu to wonder if this individual harbored a dual personality. On the other side, for lifeless bodies of the cloud-hidden ninjas lay quietly by the campfire, part of another team managed by the Grass Thousand Talismans, equipped with sensory ninjas for patrol and vigilance. From the forest emerged several shadows, led by Yamamoto Guy. Grass Thousand Talismans removed his fox mask, standing silently by the campfire. Gazing at the distant Zewang Mountain, the cloud-hidden ninjas atop the mountain remained oblivious to the fact that their outer perimeter had been completely dismantled, unaware that the leaf ninjas had already raised their blades. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 68. The night at Zewang Mountain. The night was deep, with the bright moon hanging in the sky and stars twinkling like scattered gems. Occasionally, a gentle evening breeze carried the distant calls of birds. At this moment, the camp at Zewang Mountain appeared eerily tranquil. Apart from a handful of individuals still engaged in activity, most of the cloud-hidden ninjas were at rest. One of the cloud ninjas on duty at the camp stifled a yawn behind his hand. Hey, come on. You need to perk up. What if Konoha decides to launch an attack at this hour? Another ninja on duty cast a disapproving glance at him and advised. They were the last line of defense for the camp, though their role was largely symbolic. After all, if the enemy intended to strike, they wouldn't require their alert. The earlier watch would suffice. Come on. You can't possibly believe that. The first ninja retorted. If the Konoha ninjas wanted to storm the mountain now, they would first need to eliminate all the perimeter patrols without a trace. Do they have the capability to do that? The second ninja clearly doubted his words, perceiving the watch duty as sheer torment. After hearing his rebuttal, the other cloud ninja found himself at a loss for words. He knew well that Konoha could not silently breach the outer patrols. A single powerful ninja, if strategically inclined and adept at evading sensory ninjas, might infiltrate the Zewang camp. But a large cadre of Konoha ninjas was simply implausible. Moreover, in the land of the moon, the number of Konoha ninjas could not compare to that of the cloud-hidden village. Those from Konoha would be better served defending against attacks. Executing a mission requires a certain demeanor, he mused, yet before he could finish, a wave of terror washed over him as he noticed a mysterious figure wearing a fox mask had appeared behind his comrade. What sort of attire is that? The Umbu of Konoha, realizing the identity of the mysterious individual, sent beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. How could Konoha's Umbu be present in such a place? What were their intentions? He saw the kunai in the Umbu's hand glint ominously as it was aimed at the back of his comrade's neck. He wished to warn him. But in that moment, he noticed the same look of horror on his comrade's face as he stared behind himself. Behind? The last image in the eyes of his comrade mirrored his own, an Umbu wielding a kunai aimed at the back of his neck. Thud! Thud! The two kunai struck almost simultaneously, and both cloud ninjas collapsed to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the Umbu wearing a dog mask signaled, and a throng of Konoha ninjas surged forth from the woods. At the forefront stood Shimizu Ken, gazing at the still camp ahead, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Upon completion of the seals, a massive wave of wind erupted from Shimizu Ken's mouth, hurtling toward the cloud-hidden camp. Thus, the curtain was drawn on the night's events. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless kunai, attached with explosive tags, were hurled into the cloud-hidden village camp. Boom, 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 boom. The relentless echoes of explosions reverberated within the encampment of the hidden cloud at Zewang Mountain. The tranquility of the night shattered in that instant, giving way to a massacre. With a fierce incantation, the assembled shinobi from the village hidden in the leaves unleashed the fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. A multitude of colossal fireballs surged forth, hurtling towards the hidden cloud encampment. Simultaneously, in a parallel display of might, another formation of leaf ninjas invoked the earth release, earth dragon bullet. A massive earthen serpent coiled behind them, its maw agape, unleashing a barrage of mud projectiles that mingled with the fiery onslaught aimed at the enemy's stronghold. The combination of the earth dragon bullet and the fire dragon bullet birthed a new technique, the fire mud flame bullet, amplifying both the attack's range and its destructive power. This was but a mere glimpse of the chaos unfolding across the battlefield. Elsewhere, leaf ninjas seized the opportunity, hurling shuriken, kunai, and an array of area of effect jutsu with reckless abandon toward the hidden cloud camp. In an instant, the encampment transformed into an inferno, punctuated by the cacophony of explosions and the piercing cries of the fallen. Many cloud shinobi, caught in the throes of slumber, met their demise in the face of the enemy's offensive. Those fortunate enough to escape the initial onslaught found themselves ambushed the moment they stepped from their tents, swiftly felled by unexpected jutsu or pierced by kunai. The remaining cloud ninjas stood in dazed disbelief, desperately evading the attacks unleashed by their leaf counterparts. Their panic rendered them incapable of mounting a coherent counteroffensive. As they beheld the flames erupting from their camp, as they witnessed their own frantic attempts to evade the enemy's strikes, and as they listened to the relentless explosions and the anguished cries of their comrades in their final moments, fear and confusion enveloped the hearts of the Cloud Shinobi. What was transpiring? Why had the Leaf Ninjas appeared here? What of the perimeter patrols? Why had no warning signals been raised? Countless questions echoed in their minds. Yet no answers came. Only the relentless rain of kunai and shuriken responded to their plight. Following the barrage of jutsu, with a commanding shout from Hachi, the Leaf Ninjas surged into the fray, intent on eliminating the remaining Cloud Ninjas. Liu stood at the edge of the encampment, quietly observing the slaughter unfold before her. Unlike Asuma, she did not rush forward to engage. The Cloud forces were in no position to resist effectively, and it would require little effort to subdue them. Faced with such an opportune moment to claim glory by striking down a beleaguered foe, she felt little inclination to join the fray. Her greatest achievement lay in having neutralized the perimeter defenses of Zawang Mountain. This night's ambush had proven exceedingly successful. The hidden Cloud Shinobi had not anticipated that the Leaf could infiltrate their defenses with such stealth. Caught unawares, they were unable to mount a counterattack. And against the prepared Leaf Ninjas, their defeat was all but assured. The remaining few Cloud Shinobi were utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming assault of the Konoha ninjas, succumbing one after another until the final clash was swiftly concluded. In the distance, a glimmer of dawn emerged, heralding the arrival of morning. As the sky gradually donned a hue of pale white, the raging fires within the camp of the hidden cloud gradually subsided. It was only then that Liu Yu approached the encampment, where various concealed weapons lay scattered about. Craters, both large and small, marred the ground, remnants of ninjutsu attacks, while numerous lifeless bodies of Cloud Shinobi were haphazardly strewn across the area. Inhaling the pungent scent of blood that permeated the air, Liu Yu felt a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, a stark contrast to the discomfort he once experienced. This damned war. Liu Yu could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Chapter 69. The Cloud Concealment and the Byakugan in the Moon Country. At the encampment of the Cloud Concealment stationed at the Pujing Bridge, the newly risen sun cast a gentle warmth upon the earth. Yet, this comforting sunlight seemed somewhat inappropriate at this moment. Who dares? A furious roar erupted from within the central tent, causing those outside to shudder involuntarily. A clear testament to the rage of its origin. The Cloud Concealment ninjas in the vicinity hastily retreated from the area. With a resounding crash, followed by the sound of something shattering, the tension escalated. A mature female ninja, with ebony skin and hair, and donning black-rimmed glasses, gently parted the tent's flap and entered, holding a gray folder in her left hand. Observing the irate AI and the splintered remains of the wooden table before him, she could only shake her head in resignation. This morning had brought news of the night raid on Mount Zawang by Konoha. The station Cloud Ninjas had been nearly annihilated, with only 2 or 3 upper ninjas returning injured. It was evident that AI was in a furious state upon receiving this news. Standing quietly behind AI, Karabi had retracted his boastful rapping, not daring to utter a sound. The others around them maintained a similar silence, wary of provoking AI's wrath. The newly entered woman could only stand aside, observing AI's outburst. How dare those bastards from Konoha commit such an act? They actually had the audacity to ambush my Mount Zawang. The voice at the helm continued to bellow, expressing discontent with each word. With another furious strike, he smashed the already fragmented table into splinters. Those present could not help but roll their eyes at his words. What could Konoha, as an enemy, possibly fear? Yet, they were indeed perplexed as to how Konoha had stealthily eliminated the perimeter defenses of Mount Zawang and achieved such a decisive victory. After a considerable duration, AI ceased his thunderous outcry. It was only then that he noticed the woman who had entered and inquired, "Mabu-ru, you have arrived. Have you managed to ascertain the situation?" The others nearby felt compelled to roll their eyes again, realizing that he had only just acknowledged her presence after so long. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to their minds. Yes, according to the analysis from the intelligence department, Konoha's ability to clear the perimeter of Mount Zawang unnoticed was likely due to the presence of enemy concealment ninjas. Mabu-ru began to speak, opening the folder she carried. "Concealment ninjas? What on earth is that? Is it a Kekkei Genkai?" inquired the third Reikage, his unique booming voice cutting through the tension. The so-called concealment refers to the Kekkei Genkai possessed by the Kusachiyo clan. The female ninja, Mabu-ru, adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, and continued. Concealment possesses formidable sensing and anti-sensing abilities, and the Kusachio clan has a natural affinity for vegetation. Once a concealment ninja employs their abilities, combined with their unique physique, they can seamlessly blend into the trees, rendering ordinary sensing ninjas incapable of detecting them. Wait, what did you just say? You mentioned that ordinary sensory ninjas are incapable of detecting stealth ninjas? At this moment, AI abruptly interrupted Mabuju's explanation. He recalled the peculiar sensation he experienced during his last return. While traversing a forest, he had felt an unsettling sense of being watched, which only dissipated once he had distanced himself from the area. At that time, he had instructed Rin, a sensory ninja in their team, to sense the surroundings. But Rin had found nothing. Could it be that he had encountered a stealth ninja from Konoha back then? With this thought, he quickly glanced at Rin beside him, who appeared contemplative, likely recalling the same unusual experience. Mabuju, unfazed by AI's interruption, continued, "Indeed, stealth ninjas possess formidable anti-sensory capabilities, rendering ordinary sensory ninjas incapable of perceiving those hidden among the foliage." Konoha's recent acceptance of the remnants of the Kusanagi clan following the upheaval in Kusagakure accounts for the presence of stealth ninjas here. In this incursion on Zawang Mountain, it is likely that Konoha's stealth ninjas have already gathered intelligence on all patrol units surrounding the mountain, leaving our sensory ninjas oblivious to the enemy's reconnaissance. Thus, it is no surprise that Konoha easily breached the main camp on Zawang Mountain, given that the outer ninjas failed to raise an alarm. You just stated that ordinary sensory ninjas cannot detect stealth ninjas, implying that stealth ninjas are not entirely undetectable. AI began to calm down, seizing upon the crux of the matter. As the heir to the title of Reikage from Kumogakure, AI, despite appearing somewhat lacking in intellect, possessed an undeniable sharpness. Regretting past events served no purpose. What mattered now was devising strategies to prevent similar occurrences in the future. Indeed, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can detect the stealth of the Kusanagi clan. Mabuju confirmed AI's inference, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. To her, this was the conduct befitting a man bearing the name of AI. The enmity between the Hyuga and Kusanagi clans during the Warring States period stemmed largely from their bloodline abilities countering one another. The Kusanagi clan's pride in their anti-sensory prowess faltered before the all-seeing Byakugan, while the Hyuga clan's gentle fist techniques proved ineffective against the Kusanagi clan's unique physique. This indicated that if one wished to uncover stealth ninjas, the Byakugan could be employed for such detection. Upon concluding her thoughts, Mabuju set aside her folder and adjusted her glasses once more. Are there any other methods, aside from the Byakugan, to perceive stealth ninjas? AI inquired tentatively, aware that Kumogakure lacked the Byakugan. Currently, there are no records of other types of sensory ninjas successfully detecting stealth ninjas. However, it cannot be ruled out that the Kusanagi clan's stealth ninjas possess unique methods to detect others of their kind, Mabuju replied, her tone uncertain. Now, the remnants of the Kusanagi clan are all within Konoha, along with the Byakugan-bearing Hyuga clan. Upon contemplating this, AI could not help but clench his fists. This was far from good news. The role of the elusive ninja in warfare was immensely significant, and without any countermeasures, the hidden cloud village could find itself perpetually on the defensive. Byakugan, AI murmured softly, though his notion of soft merely meant that the sound would not escape the confines of the tent, preventing any eavesdropping from the outside. His yearning for the Byakugan intensified, fueling a deeper desire to unravel its secrets. Perhaps Ryu would never realize that her very presence heightened the hidden cloud village's craving for the Byakugan even further. P.S. The original secretary of the Fourth Reikage, AI, named Babui, tragically fell in battle during the Fourth Shinobi World War at the tender age of 29. Reflecting on the timeline, the Third Shinobi World War seemed too early for someone to assume the role of secretary, which led to the creation of Baburu, a character closely resembling Babui within the same lineage. Chapter 70, Aftermath. Heroes? In April of the 46th year of Konoha, a surprise attack on Mount Zawang resulted in a resounding victory over the hidden cloud village. The battle at Zawang Mountain significantly altered the dynamics of war in the Land of the Moon, the previously dominant hidden cloud village. Having lost a considerable number of ninjas in the strategic position of Zawang Mountain, found itself compelled to abandon its aggressive offensive stance. In contrast, Konoha, having successfully seized this critical stronghold, began to gain the upper hand. Before new reinforcements could arrive, the hidden cloud village was deterred from further risky assaults. News of the battle at Zawang Mountain quickly spread, eliciting varied reactions from different factions. The prior string of defeats had left Konoha, the foremost ninja village, in a state of despondency. Fortunately, the timely news from the front lines of the Land of the Moon greatly uplifted the long-dwindling morale of the village. Seizing the opportunity, Konoha's leadership organized a grand celebration to inspire the populace and prominently promoted the achievements of the young hero, Kusa Chiharu, in the ongoing conflict. This initiative not only sought to integrate the Kusa clan more effectively into Konoha, but also aimed to encourage the village's youth to contribute their efforts to the village's cause. Given the protracted nature of the war, Konoha's reserve forces had become somewhat depleted, compelling the ruling third Hokage to turn a blind eye and send students from the ninja academy to the battlefield prematurely. Consequently, promotions to mid-level ninja ranks became more frequent and accessible due to the demands of war. Upon learning the specifics of the Zawang Mountain engagement, other ninja villages adopted a more cautious approach. The battle illuminated the formidable potential of stealth ninjas on the battlefield. While stealth ninjas themselves may not possess overwhelming strength, their uncanny ability to gather intelligence without detection proved to be fearsome. In response, various ninja villages began to contemplate their strategies for countering stealth ninjas. The Kusa clan, amidst the transformative era of the ninja world, opted for allegiance to the Kusa village. As a small nation caught between great powers, the Land of Grass had refrained from engaging in conflicts between larger nations, maintaining a posture of neutrality until its recent involvement in the war against Konoha under the leadership of Yuliangyo. This stance allowed the Kusa clan, once a prominent family in the ninja world, to gradually fade from public consciousness. The last time the Kusa clan captured the attention of the higher echelons of various nations was due to internal strife within Kusa village. Although it was noted that Konoha had taken in some of the Kusa clan's children, it did not generate significant concern. However, the remnants of the Kusa clan soon delivered an unexpected surprise. Intelligence departments across the ninja villages sprang into action, seeking methods to counter stealth ninjas, with reports on the Kusa clan continually surfacing on the desks of high-ranking officials. However, upon analysis, it was discovered that aside from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which could restrain stealth ninjas, there were no other effective means to counter them. This realization left the various ninja villages feeling helpless and led to grievances against Kusa village for their lack of diligence in preventing the remnants of the Kusa clan from infiltrating Konoha. Meanwhile, Kusa village felt unjustly accused, as they were unaware of the existence of the convenient passage known as the Black Stone Monument that facilitated the clan's escape. In the Hidden Mist village, Ching, who has obtained the Byakugan, has garnered increased attention, as he is now the only individual capable of detecting stealthy ninjas. Amidst the woods, for figures are diligently setting traps. Through their sensory perception, Ryoyu and his companions are aware that a squad of hidden cloud ninjas is soon to pass through this area. Ryoyu, you have become the hero of the village, Asuma remarked, turning to Ryoyu with admiration while continuing to arrange traps. In the battle at Zawang Mountain, the most dazzling figure was not the frontline commander, Minato Namikaze, nor the leading attackers, Yamanaka Kenta and Shimizu Ken, but rather the 10-year-old Kaioshin Ryoyu. During this conflict, Ryoyu emerged as a well-known hero in Konohagakure, much to the chagrin of the passionate Asuma. Nonetheless, as a teammate, Asuma felt more pride than envy towards Ryoyu. Well, you should consider who I am, Ryoyu retorted, arranging his two short blades and deliberately adopting a smug expression to tease Asuma. Provoking Asuma and tempering his fervor was one of Ryoyu's favorite pastimes during moments of respite from battle. Witnessing Asuma's disgruntled demeanor always provided Ryoyu with an inexplicable thrill. Just wait, I will shine brightly in this war. When ninjas from other nations hear my name, they will tremble in fear and abandon their missions, Asuma said, unable to endure Ryoyu's boastful attitude. All right. Enough of the antics. The enemy is approaching. If you wish to bicker, do so elsewhere, Yamanaka Kenta interjected, exasperated by the antics of his two lively students. Meanwhile, Akane observed the scene with a subtle smile. Engaging in banter with Asuma was one of Ryoyu's preferred activities during downtime, while Akane found enjoyment in witnessing their exchanges. Heroes, are they? After concluding his daily repartee with Asuma, Ryoyu pondered silently. In times of war, there are inevitably a couple of heroes. Some achieve heroism through outstanding feats, while others become heroes through the village's propaganda. Some heroes reap substantial rewards post-conflict, like Minato Namikaze, who ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. Conversely, others merely become pawns in the hands of the higher-ups, such as the fiery ninja, Yukura, sent by Sunagakure to negotiate a ceasefire with the Hidden Mist. As for himself, this so-called hero, aside from having made significant contributions during the war, has gained prominence largely because Konohagakure is in dire need of heroes at this moment. The village is struggling against 4 ninja villages simultaneously and requires a figure to uplift the low morale. Additionally, the image of a youthful hero can inspire more children to graduate early and join the battlefield to defend Kanagakure. War has always been a political appendage, and the so-called war heroes are merely powerful pieces in the hands of the village's elite. However, this time becoming the hero of Konoha may earn the recognition of the villagers for the Yamanaka clan, facilitating their integration into the community, which is indeed a positive development. Suddenly, Yamaka Kahiai, who had been vigilant about the distant situation, quietly alerted the others. Upon hearing his warning, Asuma and Kurenai swiftly made their way to the designated ambush location. Meanwhile, Ryuya, jolted back to reality by Kahiai's reminder, shook his head and quickly concealed himself within the shadows of a nearby tree, patiently awaiting the arrival of their prey. Chapter 71. Summoning Mikazuki Munakika, the air was pierced by a faint sound of slicing, accompanied by the brilliance of sunlight illuminating the ground, where 4 dark shadows swiftly glided past. Upon closer inspection, they were revealed to be 4 cloud-hidden ninjas on the move. The first 3, mere youths in their teens, were led by a slightly older ninja, presumably the commanding jonin of the group. Suddenly, a peculiar glint caught the attention of the older ninja, prompting him to halt atop a tree and scrutinize the source of the strange reflection. In the sunlight, fine steel wires occasionally flashed with a hint of brilliance. What could it be? Before he could caution the others about a potential ambush, the lead cloud ninja inadvertently triggered a trap. A deafening explosion ensued, injuring him gravely. His body crumpled to the ground, and after a painful struggle, he coughed up blood and lay still, his fate sealed. Karu! A mournful cry erupted from the older ninja, plagued by regret for not having detected the threat sooner and failed to warn his comrades. In the aftermath of the explosion, a barrage of shurikens descended upon them. The clattering of metal rang out as the 2 remaining ninjas fought desperately to fend off the incoming projectiles. The older ninja, having recognized the danger earlier, remained outside the encirclement, diligently searching for the hidden assailants. Perhaps you should focus on your own survival. Ryuyu emerged from the tree where the older ninja stood, launching a kunai towards his heart from behind. Bang! As a cloud of smoke dispersed, Ryuyu was astonished to find that the ninja he had struck had transformed into a wooden dummy. What? A substitution technique. How swift, how did he evade my senses? With no time to ponder, Ryuyu swiftly repositioned himself away from his previous spot. Lightning release, thunderstorm. The ninja, who had just evaded Ryu's attack, darted forth from an unseen position, brandishing a glowing azure lightning in his hand, accompanied by a crackling sound. Boom. The tree that had stood where Ryuyu had just been was obliterated in an instant. Undeterred, the ninja pivoted, using his right foot to propel himself off another tree, lunging forward with a fist crackling with lightning aimed at Ryu. In a swift reaction, Ryu retreated while deftly maneuvering his fingers, activating the fine steel wires to summon 2 short blades that he had previously set in place, launching them toward his assailant from opposite directions. Despite his confusion over the lack of the expected sound of slicing air from the blade approaching from the left, the ninja managed to evade the incoming weapon just in time. However, the blade from the left was merely a diversion. The ninja ultimately fell victim to the second short blade that struck him from an unseen angle, piercing his back with deadly precision. As Ryu retreated to another tree, she barely had time to rejoice before the body of the Yun ninja she had just struck transformed into a burst of lightning and dissipated. Indeed, it was a lightning clone. Observing the scattering lightning, Ryu was not taken aback. Suddenly, a figure emerged from below, launching an attack towards her. Ryu, unfazed, clenched her right hand into a fist and struck in the direction of the incoming assault. What on earth is this? The Yun ninja below felt a surge of confusion. Upon seeing Ryu emerge from the tree, he had deduced that she was the elusive ninja rumored to possess the ability of stealth. He understood why his side had been ambushed and suspected that his lightning clone had likely been seen through by her. However, Ryu's current actions left him baffled. This young girl from Konoha was actually meeting his attack with a fist. Not only did it lack any visible jutsu enhancement, but it was also not a solid fist, but rather an empty one, with a hollow palm facing him. He could even see the leaves above through the void in her hand. This was no fist. It resembled more of a katana grasp. Wait, a katana? At that moment, the corners of the Yun ninja's mouth widened in astonishment, for before his eyes, a katana indeed materialized in Ryu's hand. The blade, approximately 80 centimeters in length, shimmered with numerous crescent-shaped patterns, revealing Ryu's trusted weapon, the Sanjisuk. The crescent patterns glistened brilliantly under the sunlight, the crystalline cold light reflecting in the eyes of the Yun ninja. How beautiful! he couldn't help but exclaim, despite the blade's shimmering cold light possibly heralding death. Yet, in the face of impending demise, he could not afford to be distracted. There was no time to ponder how the sword had appeared. In this critical moment, he hastily slowed his advance and sidestepped to evade the approaching long blade. Swoosh! Although the Yun ninja reacted swiftly to evade, Lu Yu was equally quick. Realizing his intention to dodge, the long sword in her hand altered its trajectory in pursuit. Ultimately, the Yun ninja was slashed from his right wrist to his right shoulder by Lu Yu's sanjsik, leaving a long gash. The injured Yun ninja quickly retreated, attempting to create distance from Lu Yu, who, upon noticing this, chose not to pursue. The adversary before her was a jonin, albeit not as formidable as the scar-faced jonin from the mist she had encountered previously, but still a jonin nonetheless. Although the examinations for jonin had become considerably simpler due to the ongoing war, much like Kakashi becoming a jonin at the age of 12, her opponent was still a genuine jonin, with ample combat adaptability. His response to her ambush had indicated his calmness under pressure, swiftly devising countermeasures, employing both the substitution technique and lightning clone in a short span. Had it not been for her stealth perception, she might have genuinely fallen victim to him. Now, having sustained serious injuries, he was unable to escape, and there was no need for her to provoke him further for a desperate struggle. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as Lu Yu wielded the crescent moon blade, Sanri Tsukikich, as she scrutinized the weapon in her grasp. A faint smile crept upon her lips. This marked her inaugural experience employing the Sanri Tsukikich in battle, and overall, the results were commendable. The ability to summon the elusive blade in tandem with her stealthy and invincible concealment techniques proved to be exceedingly cunning, yet, it was this very cunning that she relished. Hiss. After narrowly evading Lu Yu's strike, the Cloud Ninja clutched his injured right arm with his left hand, his visage contorted in pain as he softly groaned. With blood steadily dripping onto the ground, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead, yet he mustered the strength to remain vigilant. Eyeing Lu Yu with trepidation, the skirmish had transpired in mere seconds, yet this girl had managed to inflict grievous wounds upon him. Beyond her elusive nature, her acumen in combat was equally formidable. At that moment, Yamashita Kaichi, having dispatched the other two Cloud Ninjas, approached with Asuma and the others. As they surrounded the beleaguered Cloud Ninja, a glimmer of despair flickered across his countenance within the encircled space. Chapter 72. The name of the yellow flash sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting delicate rays upon the ground. There, a young man clad in the attire of the hidden Cloud Village knelt before Kamazuchi Haji, his eyes glazed over, while Haji, with his eyes closed, pressed his palm against the forehead of the Cloud Ninja. Ryoyu and his companions were unfazed, fully aware that their mentor Haji was extracting memories from the young ninja. Ryoyu, cradling the coveted sword, Tsurugi Munenori, leaned against a tree, quietly awaiting the conclusion of their mission. Meanwhile, Asuma gazed at the blade with starry eyes, envious of Ryoyu's possession of such a treasure. Yet again, why do all the precious items fall into the hands of others? He mused, his heart filled with longing. Sensing Asuma's envious gaze, Ryoyu, with a mischievous spirit, cast a provocative glance in Asuma's direction. The battle at Zawang Mountain had transpired over 2 months prior, with the Hidden Cloud Village dispatching a significant number of ninjas towards the Land of the Moon. The Cloud Ninjas on the front lines had commenced their operations once more. Their routine tasks over the past 2 months had involved ambushing enemy squads and extracting intelligence from captives. The continuous cycle of violence had even led Ryoyu to grow accustomed to it. With a soft hum, Haji withdrew his hand and gestured for his team to prepare for their return. The Cloud Ninja who had knelt fell lifeless to the ground, devoid of vitality. "Sensei Haji, have you made any discoveries?" Ryoyu inquired, tossing the Tsurugi Munenori to the eager Asuma, rising to his feet. Holding onto this sword felt burdensome. It was better for Asuma, the naive lad, to carry it. Asuma hastily caught the thrown blade, his attention shifting back to Haji, eager to learn what intelligence had been gleaned. The Hidden Cloud has mobilized numerous forces to assault the Leaf Village's encampment outside of the Godrock Valley, and we are but a small detachment among them. We should return to support the Godrock Valley, Haji stated with resolve. However, he bore little concern, as the Cloud Ninjas were preparing a full frontal assault, and the outer warning units would serve their purpose as a precaution. This intelligence, he deemed, was not of utmost importance. After the Leaf Village secured Zawang Mountain, its higher-ups glimpsed a new hope and redirected their focus towards the Hidden Cloud Village. In an effort to counteract the continuous reinforcements from the Cloud, the Leaf leadership Under pressure, redeployed forces from the northern grass country front to bolster the front lines in the land of the moon. Curiously, the rock village had refrained from launching a large-scale offensive during this advantageous opportunity. Ryoyu couldn't help but comment. It seems the third Hokage truly holds a soft spot for Namake's Minato. While Minato was stationed at the grass country front, the main forces of the Leaf were there. Now that he has arrived in the land of the moon, the higher-ups can withstand the pressure to allocate resources from other fronts to support this one. It can be said that wherever Minato is, that line receives preferential treatment. I wonder how Orochimaru, who has been locked in a relentless struggle with the hidden mist village, feels about this? Meanwhile, with reinforcements at hand, the Leaf Village stationed its forces at both Zawang Mountain and God Rock Valley. The two locations serve as mutual horns, capable of supporting one another, which has been the reason for Yunin's reluctance to launch a large-scale offensive until now. However, it appears that Yunin Village has resolved to cease prolonging the conflict and has opted to directly assault the Shinyangu Valley. The warm sunlight gently bathes the forest, while a soft breeze occasionally sweeps through, rustling a few withered leaves. The piercing sounds of swift movements resonate through the air as several shadowy figures dart through the trees. Suddenly, Liu comes to an abrupt halt, perching upon a tree, eyes closed in concentration, seemingly attuned to some unseen presence. The other three pause as well, understanding that Liu Yu has likely sensed something significant. Master Watergate is not far from us, and there are a few Yunrin nearby. Liu states gravely upon opening his eyes. Who could it be? In response to Liu Yu's serious demeanor, Yamazaki Hachi's expression turns somber. It is the AB duo from Yunin, Liu whispers. If all goes as expected, this should be the very battle for which Watergate is renowned throughout the ninja world. Indeed, it is these individuals. Launch a signal flare to inform Watergate to retreat. We must not engage in conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Yamazaki Hachi makes his decision. Watergate is currently the head of Konoha in the Zawang Mountain region and the overall leader of the Land of the Moon, while the Shinyangu Valley camp remains under the command of Shimizu Ken. Watergate likely remains unaware of Yunin's impending assault on the valley. Thus, it is imperative for Yamazaki Hachi to notify him. Engaging with the AB duo at this moment would contravene the current strategic situation. The priority must be to support Shinyangu Valley. Upon hearing Yamazaki Hachi's directive, Asuma retrieves a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch. He raises the flare above his head with his left hand and pulls the firing cord with his right. A sharp whistle pierces the air, echoing far and wide. Meanwhile, on the other side, Watergate. Someone approaches. A young Konoha ninja, marked by red tattoos on his face, warns gravely. He then pats the agitated brownish-yellow ninja dog beside him, revealing his lineage from the Inuzuka clan. Yes, I can sense it. Just as Watergate finishes speaking, three figures materialize before him, with two of them unmistakably being the formidable AB duo from Yunin. You must be AI, the son of the third Raikage of Yunin Village. I have heard tales of your remarkable speed, Watergate inquires, his tone seemingly questioning yet affirmatively directed at the robust, dark-skinned Yunrin before him. Simultaneously, Watergate remains vigilant, gripping his specially crafted kunai tightly, while the three Konoha ninjas behind him prepare for battle. Humph. With my brother and me here, victory is assured. Baka Yuru, Konoha Yuru. Killer Bee boasts, responding with his characteristic bravado and clumsy rap. Everyone, stay still. I shall handle this alone, Watergate declares firmly to his comrades. Night Moon AI. A swift and agile ninja is an opponent that ordinary ninjas cannot contend with. Only Watergate, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, stands a chance to counter him. As he spoke, Minato swiftly reached into the ninja tool pouch at his waist, retrieving a handful of specially crafted shurikens emblazoned with the Flying Thunder God symbol. With a vigorous throw, dozens of these unique shurikens were cast in various directions. Observing this, Yuyue AI activated his lightning release body protection, his entire form shimmering with a soft blue lightning aura, propelling himself towards Minato with the speed of a bolt. His left fist, charged with his full strength, aimed directly at Minato's face. How astonishingly fast! Minato marveled inwardly as Yuyue AI appeared before him in the blink of an eye. In response, he lightly tossed one of the special shurikens, and just as Yuyue AI's left fist was about to make contact, Minato instantaneously shifted to the location of another shuriken he had just thrown. He managed to evade my utmost speed. Yuyue AI felt a surge of shock at Minato's successful dodge. Yet the astonishment did not cease there. Minato reappeared beside the shuriken he had just cast, gripping it tightly with both hands, poised to strike Yuyue AI's back. In the brief span of a heartbeat, Yuyue AI found himself unable to react. merely watching as Minato moved with swiftness. Suddenly, a massive octopus tentacle surged forth from an unknown origin, propelling Yayue AI away and aiding him in evading this attack. Indeed, Minato thought to himself, observing the unexpected tentacle. His assault ultimately left only a minor wound on the tentacle, yet he had deftly inscribed his signature technique upon it. Apologies, B. Are you unharmed? Yayue AI hastily returned to B's side, concern etched across his face. Could it be? The Akimichi clan ninja behind Minato exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the emerging octopus tentacle from Killer Bee. Is he perhaps the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Voiced a ninja from the Inuzuka clan, articulating what was on his mind. However, Minato did not exhibit much surprise. He had anticipated that this generation's Bee could indeed be the host of the Eight Tails upon his arrival in the Land of Moon. Panting lightly, a partially tailed beast-formed bee stood to the side. Minato scrutinized the partially transformed Killer Bee. Even a single tail had rendered him in this state, indicating that he had yet to achieve the full mastery of a perfect Jinchuriki. At that moment, a sharp, piercing howl echoed through the air. The Inuzuka clan ninja's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Retreat, Minato. We should withdraw for now." He then vanished along with the other two ninjas. Acknowledging the signal, Minato relinquished his intention to continue the fight and prepared to depart. "You're gravely mistaken. I am the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, the one and only." Killer Bee began his awkward rap as he watched the retreating figures of the Konoha ninjas. Upon hearing Bee's clumsy performance, Minato paused, a thought dawning upon him. Turning back, he remarked, "Your bravery is commendable. You are not merely the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, but a true ninja. It appears you possess something truly remarkable." "Humph. This fellow's talent surpasses my own," Yayue AI declared proudly. "No, that is not what I meant." "Ah, you have a rare partner, and so do I." At this point, a vivid image of the red-haired woman who smiled at him surfaced in Minato's mind. "In any case, I believe that when we meet again, we shall engage in a contest under the guise of shadows. What is most important for your brother? If you fail to recognize it soon enough, he may cease to be a Jinchuriki and ultimately no longer be human." "Humph. Do not presume that a few meaningless words will grant you an escape." However, it is apparent that the brawny yet dim-witted Yagami AI did not comprehend the true essence of Minato's words. Yagami AI scrutinized the strategic placement of the special kunai that Minato had just thrown, committing them to memory, and swiftly devised a counter-strategy. In the next moment, Yagami AI activated lightning release, body flicker, enveloped in a soft blue glow, propelling himself at great speed towards Minato, unwilling to admit that their formidable duo from Kumobikure was outmatched. "For my sake, I too bear a great burden," Minato remarked lightly as he felt the gust of wind generated by Yagami AI's rapid advance. "Soar." Yagami AI reappeared before Minato, muttering under his breath, while his eyes remained vigilant, wary of where Minato might next manifest. Yet, Minato did not appear at any of the kunai he had anticipated, but rather behind Killer Bee. It was at that moment, seeing Minato suddenly emerge behind Killer Bee, Yagami AI, having missed his strike, quickly grasped the situation, his expression darkening considerably. "I cannot afford to fail," Minato declared gravely, his hands tightly gripping the kunai aimed at Killer Bee's nape. However, Killer Bee too held a short blade directed at Minato's abdomen, chanting, "In war, one must be resolute. Let us pierce each other swiftly. Though we are adversaries, I hold a certain admiration for you. Your movements are utterly that of a ninja slayer," Minato acknowledged, preferring not to be ensnared in a deadlock. P.S. In this battle, Minato truly appears exceptionally cool. It stands as one of my favorite moments in Naruto. While writing this chapter, I watched it several times for inspiration. I also revised this chapter multiple times. Initially, I intended for the protagonist to witness this scene, but upon reflection, I ultimately decided against it and rewrote it. Chapter 73. Return to the Village. The formidable AB combination from Yunin Village astonishingly failed to detain Namikaze Minato. Soon, news of the clash between Minato and the AB combination spread far and wide. This battle eclipsed even the subsequent siege of the Divine Rock Valley. In previous confrontations with Iwagakure, Minato had garnered considerable acclaim, single-handedly safeguarding numerous critical defenses on the brink of collapse. However, the mightiest always require another formidable adversary to truly shine. Reminiscent of the legendary Sannin and the demigod Hans of the Salamander. Throughout earlier skirmishes, Minato had lacked a worthy opponent, but this time, the powerful AB combination served as the perfect foil. This confrontation elevated the moniker of the Yellow Flash to resounding recognition across the nations. earning the respect of ninjas from various villages. Orders were soon issued across the ninja villages that encountering Namake's Minato would allow for mission abandonment without penalty for failure. Minato became the second individual to enjoy such an honor after the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. In July of the 46th year of Konoha, Yunin Village launched an offensive on the Divine Rock Valley. The timely support of Konoha ninjas in the Zaiwang Mountain area compelled Yunin to abandon their assault after incurring significant casualties, allowing Konoha to claim yet another victory. Upon hearing the news of triumph, the villagers erupted in jubilation. The world of shinobi reveres heroes. Only the strong are deemed worthy of allegiance. Following 2 consecutive great victories at the front in the Land of the Moon, the previously despondent villagers of Konoha began to regain their confidence, viewing Commander Namake's Minato as their beacon of hope for salvation. Under the guidance of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha swiftly elevated Minato as a paragon for all Konoha ninjas, with many ordinary villagers believing that only he could lead them out of their current plight. Minato's unwavering love for his village and his significant contributions certainly warranted such admiration. Consequently, calls for him to succeed as the 4th Hokage grew increasingly fervent, while Orochimaru, once a leading candidate for the position, faded into obscurity. This was precisely the outcome the 3rd Hokage had envisioned. Just as Konoha flourished in the Land of the Moon, shocking news arrived. Iwagakure, which had maintained a tense stalemate with Yunin, seized the opportunity while Yunin's focus shifted toward combat with Konoha in the Land of the Moon. Unbeknownst to anyone, Iwagakure had redirected their main forces to the battlefield against Yunin, launching a surprise attack on the border with thousands of Iwagakure ninjas. In an instant, Yunin village found itself in retreat, seemingly on the verge of being breached into the Land of Lightning. The situation escalated when news broke that the 3rd Raikage had been encircled by Iwagakure. In a valiant effort to allow his comrades to escape, the 3rd Raikage faced off against an overwhelming force of up to 10,000 ninjas from Iwagakure, fighting alone and drawing the enemy's attention. He valiantly fought for 3 days and nights before succumbing to exhaustion. At the front in the Land of the Moon, Yue was compelled to painfully assume the mantle of the 4th Raikage, subsequently leading the Yunin forces to repel the advancing Iwagakure assault. Upon hearing this news, Liu could not help but mutter, "Old fox." Previously, I pondered why Iwagakure did not seize the opportunity to launch an attack while Konoha was reallocating forces from the Land of Grass. It became apparent that Iwagakure had also withdrawn its main forces. Such is the nature of politics and warfare, rife with various transactions both overt and covert. She could not fathom how the transfer of military strength from the front line of the Land of Grass to the Land of Moon by Konoha, and Iwagakure's strategic maneuvering to ambush Kumogakure, were free from ulterior motives. Nevertheless, this series of events ultimately benefited Konoha, as the pressure on the front with the Land of Grass significantly diminished, and the situation in the Land of Moon could be deemed a resounding victory. Konoha has now begun to withdraw its troops, with no intention of further advancing into the homeland of Kumogakure alongside Iwagakure. On one hand, after years of conflict, a strong war weariness has taken root within Konoha. The villagers now yearn for peace. On the other hand, Iwagakure remains an adversary of Konoha, and it is in Konoha's best interest to allow Iwagakure and Kumogakure to weaken each other in their conflict. Lastly, with Kirigakure still entrenched on the land of the Fire Country, Konoha had no justification for launching external offensives while foreign threats lingered. Ultimately, under a tacit understanding between Konoha and Kumogakure, both sides began to withdraw their forces from the front line in the Land of Moon. Despite the absence of any formal peace accord, Kumogakure turned its focus towards Iwagakure, while Konoha set about neutralizing its remaining foes. In the end, both parties left a small contingent behind in the Land of Moon to maintain their standoff. Soon after, Minato, accompanied by Konoha's main forces including Ryua, began their return to the village. This time, the welcome ceremony prepared by the village was exceptionally grand, as this marked one of Konoha's rare victories in recent times. This triumph greatly diminished Kumogakure's morale and simultaneously restored Konoha's prestige. When Minato first entered the village, he was met with a thunderous ovation from the villagers, resonating throughout the entire settlement. At that moment, Minato was indisputably the center of attention. Following him were Shikamaru and Inoichi, whose ranks in the conflict at the Land of Moon were second only to Minato's, both having made significant contributions during the battle. Next in line was Ryua, who had also achieved remarkable feats during the battle at Mount Zao. To be frank, when Minato suggested she lead the procession, Ryua felt a twinge of anxiety. The order of entry into the village symbolized the contributions made during the war. The closer one was to the front, the greater their prospects for advancement within Konoha. As a recently joined clan, Ryua knew that the Chi clan had yet to earn the full recognition of the majority of the villagers. Minato's arrangement, aside from being merit-based, also aimed to facilitate the Chi clan's integration into Konoha, which is why Ryua did not decline his proposal. As the leader of the Chi clan, Ryua's decisions were primarily motivated by the desire for her clan's betterment. However, witnessing the villagers cheer for her, she could not help but feel a surge of pride. Observing the equally proud expressions on Asuma and Kurenai's faces, Ryua began to understand why they were willing to risk their lives to protect the village. Ryu shifted his gaze to the prominent figures of Konoha standing at the forefront of the welcoming party. Apart from the elusive root leader Shimura Danzo, who was conspicuously absent from the ceremony, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade and Midogate, were in attendance. Ryu occasionally scrutinized the expressions of the aging Hokage as he observed the crowd. As he watched the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, who was greeting the villagers with a warm smile at the front, the third Hokage could not help but smile contentedly. In his heart, he regarded Minato as the quintessential successor of the Will of Fire. Had it not been for Orochimaru's overwhelming ambition, the third Hokage might have favored passing on the title of Hokage to him. Upon seeing Yamashiro Aoi and Shimura-kan, a trace of satisfaction also appeared on the third Hokage's face. He then turned his gaze towards Ryu, accompanied by a gentle smile. Meeting the kind smile of the third Hokage, Ryu returned a subtle smile of his own. It seemed that his recent performance on the front lines of the Land of Waves had been satisfactory to the elderly Hokage. Chapter 70, Is Uncle Yao Surprisingly Handsome? The grand welcoming ceremony lasted throughout the morning, followed by the allocation of rewards, a matter solely for the influential figures, and of no concern to Ryu. The interests of the Kusa-chan clan were naturally to be advocated by the acting clan leader, Bo-Fong Mizuno, leaving Ryu unburdened. For now, Ryu merely needed to return and rest, awaiting the next task. Bo-Fong Mizuno and Yamashiro Aoi were to attend the forthcoming meeting, leaving Ryu and his companions free to explore. Following the customary conclusion of the welcoming ceremony, Asuma suggested they indulge in some barbecue. Strolling through the streets, one could distinctly sense the village's atmosphere had lightened considerably, bustling with life. The recent consecutive victories of the Moon Country had rekindled a sense of pride among the villagers, who once again embraced their identity as the foremost shinobi village. Though Konoha remained in a state of war with 4 other shinobi villages, the villagers held steadfast faith that under Bo-Fong Mizuno's leadership, ultimate victory would soon be theirs. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they discovered an exceptionally vibrant scene. Many returning Konoha ninjas had chosen to celebrate their triumphs together over grilled delicacies. Most tables were occupied by groups of 4, each representing a squad, while some smaller clusters of 2 or 3 seemed less spirited, evidently mourning lost comrades from the recent conflict. The overwhelming crowd left them with no choice but to seek another establishment. Ultimately, after much insistence from Ryu, they found themselves at Yao Ramen. Yao Ramen had become a pilgrimage site for fans of the Hokage. How could one visit the Hokage world and not savor a bowl of its famed ramen? Though Ryu had not been in Konoha for long, his time was mostly spent in the hospital or on various missions, leaving him no opportunity to experience the renowned dish. Now, he finally had the chance to taste the ramen favored by the protagonists. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Welcome, welcome. Upon lifting the curtain, a melodious welcome resonated, causing Ryu to look up in astonishment. Before him stood a tall and slender figure, the white chef's attire accentuating his strikingly handsome features. His chiseled face bore distinct, sculpted features, radiating an extraordinary beauty. His gently smiling, half-closed eyes possessed a captivating allure. Who is this stunning gentleman? Where did he emerge from? Is this truly Yao Ramen? A flurry of questions surged within Ryu. As he gazed at the undeniably attractive man before him, a twinge of envy stirred within Ryu. In his past life, he had considered himself quite handsome, yet now, standing before this man, he felt an unwelcome sense of inadequacy. How could such a dashing figure be found in a place like this? Doubtful, he pulled back the curtain once more, stepping outside to confirm the prominent Yao Ramen signage overhead, finally assuring himself that they had indeed arrived at the famed ramen shop. May I ask how I should address you? Once again returning to the shop, Ryu gazed curiously at the person before him. Although he could deduce from the sign of Ichiraka Ramen outside that this individual would eventually become the renowned Uncle Shouda, Liu still found it hard to reconcile the strikingly handsome man before him with the middle-aged figure depicted in the original narrative. "Just call me Uncle Shouta," the charming man said gently, addressing the three young ninjas in front of him. Wow, what a melodious voice, Liu thought, momentarily entranced by the rich timbre of his words. Had he not been a man in his previous life, he might have blushed like the girl beside him. However, he truly did not expect that this dashing man was destined to become Uncle Shouta. It seemed utterly incongruous. "Father, do we have guests?" A clear, ringing voice broke the moment, and a little girl of about 3 years in a white dress emerged slowly. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her fair skin was as smooth as mutton fat. Her dark eyes sparkled like stars, and beneath her delicate nose, her pink lips curved into a sweet smile as she looked at the three with delight. "This must be I am," Liu speculated, recognizing the adorable little girl. It seemed that the genetic prowess of their family was indeed remarkable. "A large bowl of miso chashu ramen, please." After a brief moment of astonishment, Liu regained his composure, reminded of the purpose of their visit. The three of them promptly took their seats to place their orders. "Wait a moment." The magnetic voice resonated once more as Uncle Shouta lifted little Iam, positioning her atop a tall stool to face the guests, before retreating to the kitchen to attend to his duties. Observing the perpetually sweet-smiling little girl before him, Liu finally understood why her smile was considered the finest seasoning for Ichiraku ramen. Her charming presence indeed whetted one's appetite significantly. "Let us begin." The three of them joined their hands in prayer before the steaming bowl of ramen. Liu gently blew on the hot noodles before indulging in his meal. "Delicious," was Liu's immediate impression after his first bite. The noodles were delightfully chewy, and the broth was rich and fragrant, infused with the aroma of the meat rolls. Liu was convinced of the exquisite taste of Ichiraku ramen, and began to comprehend why so many prominent figures from the Naruto world frequented this establishment. However, it appeared that business was rather slow at the moment. The front counter had only a few seats occupied, and on this festive day, there were hardly any patrons. While savoring his ramen, Liu often cast covert glances at Uncle Shouta's slightly squinted eyes. In the eyes of the well-informed in his previous life, Uncle Shouta was considered the most concealed final boss, known as Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Beneath his frequently narrowed gaze lay the immense power of the Rinnegan. There was even a saying that Naruto's robust physique was attributed to his frequent visits to Ichiraku ramen. Uncle Shouta, sensing Liu's scrutiny, paid it little mind, accustomed as he was to such attention, believing it to be the burden of being handsome. However, had Liu been privy to Uncle Shouta's true thoughts, he would have surely laughed uncontrollably. However, Uncle Ichiraku is truly an extraordinary individual. He, along with SHBU, is among the few in the village who, from the very beginning of the story, did not harbor any disdain for Naruto despite the presence of the Nine Tails within him. At times, he would even treat Naruto to ramen free of charge. It can be said that Naruto's avoidance of a darker path is largely attributable to the support of Uncle Ichiraku and SHBU. After finishing their meal, Ryu pinched the chubby little face of SHBU, the adorable girl, and cheerfully remarked, "We shall return another time," enduring Ryu's playful assault. SHBU could only puff up her cheeks in indignation, yet this only rendered her even cuter, culminating in Hong being unable to resist coming over to pinch SHBU's cheeks as well. "You are always welcome to return," echoed the magnetic voice of Uncle Ichiraku as he bid farewell to the departing group. Just as the trio stepped out of Ichiraku ramen, a voice filled with mild surprise rang out. "Oh, it's you all. What a coincidence." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Ryu turned towards the source, and to his astonishment, it was Kakashi along with his companions. However, judging by Kakashi's vacant stare, it was evident he had been coerced into coming by Obito and Rin. It was Obito who had greeted them first. Ryu curiously glanced back at Ichiraku ramen, noting that after the departure of the three, no other patrons had entered. Upon reflection, it seemed that aside from the main cast, very few others frequented Ichiraku ramen for a meal. Quite peculiar indeed. During this recent battle, Kakashi and his companions had similarly accompanied Minato to the front lines of the Land of the Moon. Due to the demanding nature of their mission, Minato, like Yamenka Ino, was not always present to lead them. In Minato's absence, Kakashi temporarily assumed the role of captain. However, lacking a sensory-type ninja like Ryu among the three, their achievements were not as commendable. "Are you here for ramen as well?" Asuma inquired. Judging by their demeanor, it appeared they too were drawn to Ichiraku ramen. "Yes. Would you care to join us?" Obito enthusiastically invited the trio. Upon hearing Obito's invitation, A bead of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the three. Didn't this guy notice that we just finished eating? Kakashi sighed, brushing his forehead in exasperation, adopting an expression that conveyed he did not recognize this fool. Obito. They just came out after finishing their meal. At that moment, Rin, standing behind Obito, gently tugged at his sleeve, offering a soft reminder. Obito, realizing his blunder, sheepishly scratched the back of his head to alleviate the awkwardness. One must admit, at that moment, Obito bore a striking resemblance to a comedic actor. Since that's the case, we shall not intrude any longer. We shall take our leave. Farewell. Farewell. After exchanging pleasantries, the two groups parted ways. Chapter 75. Youth with Kai. Beneath the setting sun in the third training ground of Konoha, Ryuyu reclined quietly on a patch of grass, resting his head upon his right hand, preparing to indulge in a rare afternoon nap. Previously, amidst the perils of battle, he had always remained on high alert, a state that was hardly conducive to relaxation. Now that he had returned, it was time to unwind properly. After parting ways with Kakashi and the others, Asuma had persistently gestured at Ryuyu along the way. Recognizing Asuma's repeated signals, Ryuyu discerned the man's intentions. Ultimately, he reclaimed the sword, Muramasa, from Asuma under the pretext of wanting to train, thus creating an opportunity for the two to be alone. Observing Asuma's expression of gratitude, Ryuyu felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. While on the journey back to Konoha, Ryu had found it cumbersome to carry Muramasa himself, so he had entrusted the blade to Asuma for safekeeping. If he wished to wield the sword, he could simply summon it at will. Furthermore, leaving it with Asuma allowed for an element of surprise upon summoning. When Asuma returned the sword, he wore a reluctant expression, clearly attached to the blade. As the sunlight became somewhat blinding, Ryu rose and performed a series of hand seals before slamming his right hand onto the ground. Instantly, dozens of broad, tender leaves sprouted from the earth, forming a barrier that shielded him from the harsh sunlight. The world of Hokage was peculiar. There seemed to be some extraordinary energy at play, as many things grew to remarkable sizes. In addition to the various colossal summoning beasts, numerous plants exhibited similar traits. The trees summoned by the first Hokage were particularly immense, and the bamboo and grass Ryuyu conjured could be manipulated in size at will. The giant dragon bamboo he had encountered in his previous life seemed utterly commonplace in this world. Satisfied, Ryuyu clapped his hands and reclined on the shaded side of the grass, ready to embark on his delightful slumber. 781, 782, 783, 881, 882, 883. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Ryu was roused by the incessant counting that echoed in his ears. Upon awakening, he beheld a boy with thick brows and large eyes, clad in a tight green outfit, performing handstand push-ups beside him. What a curious sight! Still groggy from sleep, Ryu struggled to identify the individual before him. Soon, however, he connected the figure with another, realizing that this boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Lee. Yet, given that Lee had not yet been born, the person before him was none other than Might Guy. Upon recognizing the identity of the individual, Ryu felt considerably more alert and began to scrutinize the man who would later be known as the one who nearly kicked the ending out of the story. Since his arrival in Konoha, aside from his interactions with Minato's team and Asuma, he had yet to become well acquainted with the elder ninjas of the village. At this moment, Mike K, engaged in his handstand push-ups, perceived the gaze of Liu upon him. He grinned, revealing his pearly whites, and flashed Liu his signature smile. However, in response to K's characteristic grin, Liu could not suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Shaking his numbed right arm in an attempt to restore sensation, he resolved never to sleep with his arm as a pillow again. While it was comfortable at the moment, awakening to a completely numb arm was far from pleasant. He pondered whether he should craft a grass pillow next time. 98, 99, 1000. At last, upon completing 1000 handstand push-ups, K relaxed his body and thudded heavily onto the ground. Oh, you must be the war hero, Grass-chan Liu, right? What do you say? Interested in a spirited contest of youth with me? Having barely rested, K promptly flipped over and called out to Liu, simultaneously giving him a thumbs up with his right hand. His voice brimmed with fervor. No, not interested, Liu replied without a moment's hesitation, firmly rejecting K's invitation. Observing K performing handstand push-ups beside him, Liu understood that this fellow was merely waiting for him to awaken, eager to engage in a so-called youthful competition. The individual before him was as persistent as chewing gum. Kakashi had barely engaged in a match with him before being drawn into an endless rivalry. Dubbed eternal opponents, Liu had no desire to become ensnared in such a predicament. In later years, Kakashi found himself so entangled that he even devised alternative methods like rock, paper, scissors to resolve their contests. How could one squander their youth? Let this sunset witness the moments of our vitality. Kay, undeterred, earnestly invited Liu once more. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was accustomed to rejection. The sunset. Liu realized he had been asleep for quite some time. Wait. No, who wishes to witness their youth with someone like you? Gazing at the setting sun, he belatedly acknowledged the duration of his slumber. However, he soon discerned that Kay's words bore an ambiguous implication. Though he understood Kay's intentions were not as they appeared, Liu was keen to avoid any misunderstandings. Despite his transformation into a soft and adorable girl in this life, his sexual orientation remained consistent with his previous existence. If anyone were to misconstrue his relationship with Kay, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, though this world had no Yellow River, I will await the day you change your mind. Then we shall together unleash the fervor of our youth. Observing Liyu's expression of reluctance to stir up trouble, Kay reluctantly decided to abandon his pursuit. Listening to Kay continue his ambiguous remarks, Liu felt an undeniable urge to deliver him a sound thrashing. Impulsiveness is a devil. Impulsiveness is a devil. Impulsiveness is a devil. Do not succumb to anger. Do not succumb to anger. Do not succumb to anger. Liu repeatedly admonished himself internally, pondering the trouble that would ensue if he allowed a momentary outburst to entangle him with this individual. Meanwhile, on the other side, Akai observed Liu, who was diligently suppressing his inner fury with a hint of perplexity. It seemed that this rather oblivious fellow had not grasped the underlying ambiguities contained within his own words. Prior to this, when he arrived at the third training ground intending to engage in youthful cultivation, he discovered a vast thicket had mysteriously emerged upon the grassy expanse. Upon approaching the area, he was astonished to find someone sleeping beneath it. A closer inspection revealed that the person dozing in the undergrowth was none other than the war hero, Chao Qian Liu. Instantly, Akai resolved to practice beside Liu, intending to challenge her to a spirited contest of youth upon her awakening. Such an encounter would ensure that he did not squander the vibrancy of youth beneath the setting sun. However, it was evident that the girl before him had no inclination to engage in such a youthful rivalry. Alas, why must there always be those who fail to appreciate the essence of their youth? Chapter 76, Spiral Sphere. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fading rays cast a golden veneer upon the grass. The gentle evening breeze wafted through the air, whisking away the weariness of the day. However, beneath the setting sun, a girl wore an expression of resignation as she observed Kai, who incessantly rambled on about youth. Liu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to him. She chose to disregard Kai's boisterous demeanor and turned instead to the large tree surrounding the training ground. Her purpose for being there was not merely to indulge in an afternoon nap. With her right hand, she curled her fingers into a claw-like shape, channeling chakra. In no time, multiple streams of chakra began to swirl chaotically in various directions. The velocity of the turbulent chakra intensified as Liu concentrated on compressing its density. The compressed chakra surged restlessly, yet Liu persisted in directing her chakra, allowing the newly formed currents to stabilize the tumultuous energy. At last, the chaotic chakra settled, revolving steadily in her palm, forming a high-density chakra sphere. A faint smile graced Liu's lips as she beheld the sphere in her hand. Success. During her idle moments on the front lines of the Land of the Moon, she had diligently practiced the final stage of the spiral sphere. And now she had achieved it. Unlike Naruto's earlier attempts, which were mere half-finished products requiring the assistance of shadow clones, her spiral sphere was fully realized. Extending her left hand in a similar claw formation, she emitted a steady stream of chakra, quickly conjuring another spiral sphere in her left hand. Satisfied, Liu gazed at the two spheres she held. As she quietly murmured the name of her technique, Liu unleashed the spiral spheres, sending them crashing into the trees on either side. Boom, boom. The powerful, high-density chakra spheres struck the trees with thunderous impact, severing them with a resounding crack. The upper halves of the trees plummeted to the ground, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Excellent. Liu clapped her hands in satisfaction as she surveyed the fallen trunks. The power of the spiral sphere was currently more than sufficient. Its ability to be executed without hand seals was a significant advantage. On the battlefield, it could yield an element of surprise. The advanced version of the spiral sphere was the Great Ball Spiral Sphere, which incorporated elemental changes into the spiral shuriken. The Great Ball Spiral Sphere, as an enhanced variant, required a substantial increase in chakra consumption, compressing it into a high-density form from a greater distance. Upon striking its target, all the stored power would be unleashed, resulting in astonishing destructive force. However, this power came at a considerable cost. Early on, Naruto had to rely on the chakra of the Nine Tails to perform it. Would her chakra reserves be sufficient for training the Great Ball Spiral Sphere? Perhaps she should utilize her memories from a past life to practice the wind-release Spiral Shuriken. Yet, the Spiral Shuriken could not be thrown. Should she seek a sacred place to hone her sage techniques? Lost in her musings, Liu failed to notice that. Moments after she had unleashed the two spiral spheres to fell the trees, an unforeseen event was unfolding. Akai, who had been closely observing her and yearned for a contest of youth, was even more exhilarated upon witnessing Liu perform the spiral sphere. Anyone who caught sight of Akai would discern the fierce flames igniting in his eyes, as he had already regarded Liu as his second rival after Kakashi. After concluding his practice of the spiral sphere, Liu departed from the third training ground, leaving behind Akai, who continued to strive fervently for his youth. As Liu walked home, he began to reflect on the recent events. When he had previously encountered Kakashi and his companions at Ichiraka Ramen, a flicker of unease had crossed his mind. Calculating the time, Kakashi should soon be promoted to Jonin. In the original narrative, after Kakashi ascended to Jonin, he ventured to the Land of Grass to engage in battle against the Rock Village, tasked with disrupting the supply route, the Kamina Bridge. It was during this conflict that Rin was abducted by the Rock Village, leading to the ensuing tragedy. Whether Obito's demise was an unfortunate accident or a deliberate scheme by Uchiha Madara remains uncertain. Had Kakashi awakened in time, or had Obito opened his eyes sooner, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Nevertheless, Obito's obsessive love, having succumbed to darkness, indeed made him the most suitable candidate for Madara's Moon Eye plan. Liu thought of Obito, who had so casually greeted him today and invited him for ramen, soon to be brainwashed by Madara and drawn into darkness, and he experienced a wave of headache. Due to the lack of detailed accounts regarding the earlier ninja world wars in the narrative of his previous life, Liu was unaware of the specific upheavals that characterized the Third Ninja World War. Thus, he could only rely on his existing memories to deduce the progression of the conflict. Initially, he had believed he would be perpetually engaged on the front lines battling against the Mist Village, unable to extend a helping hand to Kakashi's team. His original plan was to rescue Rin from the clutches of the Mist, preventing Obito from being emotionally triggered. However, to his surprise, the front line in the Land of Water, under the command of one of the legendary three, Orochimaru, collapsed rapidly under the fierce assault of the Mist Village. Later, aided by the recollections from his past life, Liu managed to piece together the circumstances. Subsequently, he found himself embroiled in conflict with the Cloud Village in the Land of Moon, where he achieved significant merit through his use of the hiding technique in the battle at Zawang Mountain. Liu had no clear memory of the battle at Zawang Mountain. He pondered whether his victory there might provoke a chain reaction. He questioned whether, as a mere butterfly, he could indeed stir a distant tempest. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that the demise of an ordinary Uchiha clan member would trigger a tragedy that reverberated throughout the ninja world. As time advanced, the original tragedy loomed ever closer, intensifying Liu's urgency to enhance his strength. He could only hope to be reassigned to the front lines in the Land of Grass to avert this calamity. In contemplating how to assist Obito, who had once participated in the rescue of the members of the Chia clan, Liu aimed to offer his support as much as possible. Yet, if he found himself powerless to thwart Madara's schemes, he would have no choice but to devise a means to eliminate Obito beforehand. Uchiha Madara. Liu whispered the name of this ultimate antagonist lurking in the shadows. In terms of power, Madara in the Sage of Six Paths mode stood as a pinnacle of existence in this world. Liu even felt that Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra who had never engaged with ninjutsu, and Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths, would not stand a chance against Uchiha Madara in his Six Paths form. To thwart the impending tragedy, one could say that Liu was directly opposing this shadowy antagonist, Uchiha Madara. Although Madara might not regard Liu as a rival, the Moon Eye plan inevitably positioned them as adversaries. Liu had no desire to be eternally ensnared in a world of illusion, ultimately becoming a mere white Zetsu. While in the original narrative, Team 7 successfully saved the world, Liu was unwilling to stake everything on the actions of others. No one could predict whether this small butterfly, as he considered himself, might trigger a chain reaction that could alter the course of the world. Chapter 77. The first encounter with Chidori at long last. The last rays of the setting sun faded away, and the streetlights flickered to life, casting a dim glow. Liu strolled alone beneath the somber illumination. Suddenly, as she approached the encampment of the Grass Thousand clan, a ball inexplicably rolled to her feet. She bent down and picked it up, offering it to a filthy little child who came rushing towards her. "Thank you, sister." The child expressed gratitude with remarkable politeness upon receiving the ball. "Not at all. Just be a bit more careful while playing," Liu replied with a smile. The child clutched the ball and dashed towards their parents, who were nearby. Liu observed the mother scolding the child for getting their clothes dirty, while the father laughed heartily, seemingly unbothered. A bittersweet smile crossed Liu's lips as she reflected on a time when someone had held her hand in a similar manner. Perhaps it was the weight of her thoughts today, but she found herself reminiscing about her father, Graschienyu, her uncle, Graschienye, and the various elders and cousins who had cared for her. How blissful it was for that family of three, yet here she was, mired in melancholy. With a hint of self-mockery, Liu discreetly wiped away a tear when no one was watching. At that moment, a warm embrace enveloped her. Initially, Liu's body tensed instinctively, but as she caught sight of the familiar red hair cascading before her and inhaled the comforting scent, she gradually relaxed. "You and Watergate are now my new family." The familiar, gentle words resonated in her ears, causing her heart to ache, almost bringing forth tears once more. "I will protect you all." The soothing voice behind her solidified her resolve. She vowed to herself to prevent any tragedy from occurring. The following morning, as dawn broke, Liu arrived at the third training ground, eager to practice. A sense of urgency surged within her. She needed to enhance her strength swiftly. Yet, here, she once again encountered the very person she wished to avoid, Mike Guy, and his eternal rival, Kakashi Hitaki. These two were indeed diligent. Kakashi appeared weary, while Guy was energetically performing push-ups. Upon seeing Liu, Guy sprang up in excitement. "Hey, Liu, you finally understand that youth must not be wasted. How about a youthful competition? Let us see who can finish 1,000 handstand push-ups first." His enthusiasm was infectious as he flashed a thumbs up and a signature grin, entirely disregarding Liu's expression as he proposed the contest. "No, I refuse," Liu replied firmly. Observing Kakashi's exasperated demeanor, she surmised he had recently been coerced into a match with this relentless individual. She could only hope her stern refusal would dissuade Guy from pursuing this idea any further. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of competition had left Kakashi looking so fatigued. "That's all right. I shall patiently await the day when you reconsider your stance. And then we shall engage in a spirited contest of youth once more." Akai, undeterred by Liu's rejection, refused to surrender easily. If he were to concede so readily, he would no longer be Mike Guy. "Do as you wish." Observing Akai's unwavering spirit, Liu could only roll his eyes in resignation. "Good morning." Fortunately, Kakashi remained relatively normal, simply greeting Liu. "Good morning," Liu replied in a subdued manner. And soon thereafter, the three dispersed to commence their individual training. Akai continued his push-ups, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, while Liu intended to practice the Rasengan before honing his bamboo release bloodline technique. Once more. Meanwhile, Kakashi, after a brief respite, rose and murmured to himself. He then extended his right hand, claw-like, while grasping his wrist with his left, beginning to gather chakra. "What is this?" Liu, who had been preparing to practice the Rasengan, paused at Kakashi's actions. Is he about to utilize Chidori? As the output of lightning chakra intensified, a radiant light began to coalesce above Kakashi's right palm. With continual compression of the chakra, the electric currents formed by the chakra pulsated violently, emitting sharp, avian cries. Whoosh! Kakashi surged forward, his right hand charged with high-voltage electricity, creating a gust of wind accompanied by the sound of chirping birds. Thud! A sturdy tree was effortlessly pierced by Kakashi's Chidori. "Impressive!" Liu exclaimed softly. Truly, he is one of the rare geniuses of Konoha, managing to independently develop an A-rank ninjutsu at the tender age of 12. The fatigue etched on his face must be a result of his earlier training with Chidori. However, at this moment, Chidori remained a work in progress. Since it required rapid advancement towards the opponent to be effective, its speed could hinder visibility, leaving the user vulnerable to counterattacks, a flaw that could only be mitigated with the Sharingan. Indeed, my eternal rival Kakashi. All right, I shall add an additional 1,000 push-ups to today's regimen. Observing the unfolding events, Akai's enthusiasm grew, prompting him to increase his training intensity. Huff huff. After piercing through the trees, Kakashi breathed heavily, indicating that Chidori still posed a significant challenge for him. A remarkable ninjutsu, but your technique. Liu approached Kakashi, expressing admiration. Chidori, Kakashi revealed the name he had chosen for this newly developed ninjutsu. Liu thought to himself, as expected, and then addressed Kakashi. Your Chidori is an excellent ninjutsu. gathering lightning chakra to form a high-intensity electric current, with your palm acting as a sharp blade, possessing formidable penetrating power. However, it does have a notable flaw. I would like to hear more, Kakashi replied, not at all irritated by Liu Yu's criticism, but rather sincerely curious. From your earlier demonstration, it seems this ninjutsu requires a rapid charge towards the opponent to be effective, does it not? As she spoke, Liu pointed to the traces left by Kakashi as he sped away. What if the swiftness of his movements rendered him unable to discern the enemy, leading to a counterattack? Drawing upon the memories of her past life, Liu preemptively identified the shortcomings in Kakashi's Chidori technique. This revelation left Kakashi momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that this girl, 2 years his junior, would so swiftly perceive the flaws in his newly developed jutsu. This technique was undoubtedly better suited for the Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, or the Hyuga clan, endowed with Byakugan, even members of the Kusa clan, possessing hidden sensory abilities, would be more adept at wielding this jutsu than he was. Liu Yu spoke the truth. Without the Sharingan, Chidori was ill-suited for Kakashi. It was undoubtedly disheartening to realize that a technique he had personally crafted was not tailored for his own use. Although he later rectified this flaw, Liu Yu believed that if given the choice, Kakashi would prefer to keep his Chidori imperfect forever. Grateful for the insight, Kakashi sincerely expressed his thanks after a moment's reflection. P.S. I am truly not adept at conveying emotional nuances. Chapter 78. The intent of Obito in the blink of an eye. 2 months have elapsed. Following the withdrawal of the main forces from the Hidden Cloud Village, the offensive of the Hidden Stone Village was reluctantly forced to slow its pace. During these 2 months, both Cloud and Stone engaged in several large-scale conflicts. Ultimately, the 2 villages reached a peace agreement. However, this was not favorable news for the Hidden Leaf Village. After the formal signing of the armistice between the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud villages, the higher-ups of the Leaf dispatched envoys to the Hidden Cloud Village, attempting to forge a peace treaty. Yet, for reasons unknown, the 4th Raikage of the Hidden Cloud, able to establish an accord with the Hidden Stone, whose village harbored a vendetta against him, remained obstinate in reconciling with the Hidden Leaf. Following the unsuccessful attempts to negotiate with the Hidden Cloud, the latter once again reinforced its front lines in the Land of the Moon with a contingent of ninjas. Though the number dispatched was not substantial, it compelled the Hidden Leaf to send Shimizu Ken once more to the Land of the Moon to act as a countermeasure. The higher-ups' intentions to concentrate their forces against the Hidden Stone Village were thwarted. Meanwhile, having concluded its skirmishes with the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Stone Village redirected its main forces toward the front lines in the Land of Grass, significantly intensifying the pressure on the northern front. The Hidden Leaf has already commenced sending its first batch of reinforcements to the Land of Grass. This heralded the imminent end of Ryu's respite, as a new conflict loomed on the horizon. On a serene morning, after concluding his early training, Ryu meandered through the streets alone. Having narrowly escaped a fit of rage from Gai's so-called youth contest at the 3rd training ground, he wandered past an array of shops, contemplating whether to purchase gifts for a few children in his clan. Ryu, a gentle call echoed from behind him. Turning towards the source of the voice, Ryo was pleasantly surprised to find Rin. Oh, it's you, Rin. What brings you here? He inquired with curiosity about her purpose. Well, I was wondering. Do you have some free time later? Rin softly asked. Not particularly. Do you need assistance with something? Ryu pondered for a moment, realizing he had no pressing matters at hand. If you're free, could you come to the cherry blossom tree in the park later? Rin inquired gently. Sure. Although I'm intrigued by your sudden invitation, I'll gladly accept. Wait a moment. What is that? As Ryo passed by the flower shop owned by the Yamashiro family, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Obito had just exited the flower shop, a bouquet of red roses in hand. His face bore a slight blush, perhaps due to some delightful encounter. What on earth was he doing with those roses? Could it be an expression of affection? Ryo couldn't help but speculate as he observed the roses in Obito's grasp. Wait. Roses, confession, cherry blossom tree. Ah, I understand now. Connecting the dots from his past memories alongside Rin's earlier invitation, Ryo realized the significance of the day, if all went according to plan. Today marked Kakashi's successful promotion to Jonin. Rin gathered Kakashi's contemporaries to discuss how to celebrate his promotion to Jonin. However, Obito, in his naivety, misinterpreted Rin's intentions and instead purchased roses to confess his feelings to her. Kakashi's elevation to Jonin signified that the battle at the Canopy Bridge was imminent. Although the involvement of the Grass Ninja Village might alter the original narrative, potentially preventing the battle's occurrence, Liu dared not take such a risk. Yet, should he inform Obito in advance that Rin had summoned others and that her purpose was to celebrate Kakashi's promotion? After some consideration, Liu resolved to give Obito a heads up. In the original storyline, Obito had made a significant blunder, unnoticed by others, but undoubtedly leaving him feeling quite disheartened. It was prudent to alert this fool beforehand to avert any ensuing awkwardness. Furthermore, it was rather amusing that Rin's invitation was the catalyst for Obito's determination to confess. Why could he not muster the courage to ask her out himself? Must he always rely on a girl to extend the invitation? Suddenly interrupted from his reverie, Obito exclaimed in a flustered manner, searching around in a panic. Observing his bumbling and confused demeanor, Liu could not help but question if this individual truly would become the instigator of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Or perhaps, this was merely the nature of a young man in love? Stop spinning around. I'm right behind you, Liu said, reluctantly cutting through Obito's aimless fidgeting. Oh, it's you, Liu. Upon recognizing Liu, relief washed over Obito, who instinctively concealed the roses behind his back. Do not hide it. I see you are holding roses. Are you preparing to confess to Rin? Liu directly exposed Obito's ruse. What? This? Obito's mind short-circuited upon being revealed, leaving him standing there. Flustered and speechless, his face flushed, stammering incoherently. How did you know? After a moment, Obito finally registered the situation and voiced his confusion. Did Rin ask you to meet under the cherry blossom tree in the park? Liu inquired further. Yes, that's right. Obito gradually began to sense something amiss. Rin had also summoned Liu, indicating that she had invited others besides them. It seemed she intended to discuss how to celebrate Kakashi's promotion. So that's it. Kakashi has actually been promoted to Jonin. Upon hearing Liu's explanation, Obito's expression shifted to one of despondency, the roses he held drooping in his hand. The realization that Rin had gathered everyone for Kakashi must have left him feeling quite uncomfortable. You fool. Witnessing Obito's sudden change in demeanor, Liu stepped forward and grasped his collar. Given Obito's slight height advantage, their posture appeared rather comical in that moment. If Lin had not called upon you this time, would you have refrained from confessing your feelings? Surely, you must exercise some intellect. How could one expect a girl to take the initiative in matters of confession? If you were a true man, you would choose another day to invite Lin out and express your sentiments. Grasping Obito's collar and bringing his head down to her level, Ryu declared fiercely. This scene appeared increasingly comical, as a girl, whose soul belonged to an adult male yet lacked any romantic experience, instructed a boy only slightly older than herself on the intricacies of love. After speaking, Ryu released Obito's collar and turned to leave. Suddenly freed, Obito lost his balance and fell to the ground. Watching Ryu retreat, he seemed to ponder deeply. If tragedy is destined to unfold, then the only thing I can do is ensure that you express the words you wish to convey to Lin, rather than leaving this world without ever revealing your true feelings. Ryu murmured to herself as she walked away. Yet, why does this sensation of imparting lessons feel so gratifying? Chapter 79, The Resurgence of War, perhaps due to Liu's timely reminder. This time Lin gathered everyone to discuss how to celebrate Kakashi's promotion to Jonin, and Obito did not create a significant blunder as in the original narrative, leading to a sense of despondency. However, it was evident that Obito's spirits were also not particularly high. At this moment, Kakashi had yet to fully emerge from the shadow of White Fang's death. In his heart, the mission still took precedence over camaraderie. The Kakashi of today was not the same person who once declared that companions are indispensable, which resulted in Obito's current inability to acknowledge him. Perhaps Obito was still contemplating diligently training to catch up with Kakashi, with the intent of teaching him a lesson and restoring him to his former self. Presently, Obito bore a striking resemblance to Naruto, who later sought to reclaim Sasuke. However, the outcomes of the two generations of Team 7 were vastly different. During this gathering, Liu also became acquainted with several contemporaries of Asuma, including the likes of Inuzuka Raiden, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi, who would later serve as the shadow guards for Minato and Namikaze, as well as the enigmatic teacher Ibis and the duo Jizu and Meizu, the gatekeepers. Finally, there was Mitarashi Anko. Liu could not help but scrutinize this disciple of Orochimaru, the first successful recipient of the Heaven's Curse Seal. The Curse Seal housed a fragment of Orochimaru's soul, making it a crucial element for his eventual resurrection. In a sense, it could even be regarded as a pivotal turning point in the Fourth Great Ninja War. As Orochimaru's first disciple, Anko held a uniquely significant emotional connection to him. Before Orochimaru's betrayal, he had asked Anko if she wished to leave with him, but she declined. Nevertheless, Orochimaru chose to erase a portion of Anko's memory with forbidden techniques rather than eliminating her. During the Ch-Nin exams and the mission in the Land of Water, Anko encountered Orochimaru twice in battle, yet he spared her life. Liu speculated that Orochimaru's decision to leave Anko alive stemmed not only from his desire for a means of resurrection after his demise but also from a lingering emotional attachment to his former disciple. The contemporaries of Asuma were equally curious about Liu, the new addition to Team 8, harboring numerous questions regarding this newcomer to Konoha, particularly after Liu's remarkable achievements in the previous battle at Mount Zawang. They were eager to become acquainted with this young war hero. Overall, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious, aside from Obito's evident gloom. Observing the girl he admired showing such concern for another boy must have stirred discomfort within him. In October of the 46th year of Konoha, Iwagakure, in alliance with Kusagakure, launched another offensive. Numerous strongholds fell under the overwhelming advantage of the Iwa Kusa coalition, leading to urgent conditions at the front lines. Amidst this crisis, Minato's team and Team 8 were swiftly dispatched to the front. In this conflict, Iwagakure benefited from Kusagakure's assistance, allowing them to secure some supplies in the Land of Grass. However, as a smaller nation, the Land of Grass could not adequately meet the needs of both allied forces. Iwagakure still requires supplies to be transported from the Land of Earth to the front lines, whether by mere coincidence or the inexorable march of history. The Kanabi Bridge has once again emerged on the supply route to Iwagakure, while Minato's team remains tasked with its destruction. In contrast, Team Haichi is assigned to the other side to support the battle at Otsutsuki City. When the mission details were disseminated, a sense of foreboding flashed through Ryu's mind. Was the apprehension he harbored finally about to materialize? If all goes according to plan, Minato would likely select Kakashi to lead the charge behind enemy lines, while he himself would bolster the front lines against the onslaught of Iwa shinobi. However, this strategy is fraught with peril. 3 individuals infiltrating enemy territory without a sensory ninja by their side would find it exceedingly difficult to escape upon detection. In the original narrative, it was only through Minato's timely intervention that Kakashi and Rin were rescued from the brink of death. Had Minato accompanied them, perhaps tragedy could have been averted. Yet, Minato's choices are dictated by circumstance. The Land of Fire, centrally located on the continent, possesses the most abundant resources. Consequently, since the onset of the Third Shinobi World War, Konohagakure has borne the brunt of conflict, which has persisted unabated. After enduring such protracted warfare, the village of Konoha has greatly diminished in strength, facing an unprecedented depletion of combatants, necessitating the early deployment of many students from the Ninja Academy to the battlefield. Currently, on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, the allied forces of Iwagakure and Kusagakure hold a decisive numerical advantage. For Konoha to achieve victory in this war, they must resort to unconventional tactics. Minato cannot disregard the Konoha ninjas valiantly fighting on the front lines simply for the sake of his students. In the original story, without Minato's timely assistance, the front lines might have long since fallen to Iwagakure. Moreover, Iwagakure is now receiving aid from Kusagakure ninjas, thereby intensifying the pressure on Konoha's front lines. This time, Ryu, leveraging his familiarity with the Land of Grass and the necessity for a sensory ninja in enemy territory, fervently requested to temporarily join Minato's squad. Although Haichi and Minato were initially taken aback and puzzled by Ryu's request, after some discussion, they recognized the merit in his reasoning. Executing a mission behind enemy lines with the support of a sensory ninja could indeed alleviate many potential complications. Furthermore, the situation in Otsutsuki City did not demand Ryu's stealth capabilities, leading to their eventual agreement to his request, allowing him to join Minato's team. Before the two squads parted ways, when it was announced that Ryu would be temporarily assigned to Minato's team, both Kurenai and Asuma displayed expressions of confusion. Asuma couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at Ryu. Meanwhile, Ryu, with a grave expression, fixated his gaze upon Kakashi, hoping that his sensory abilities would assist them in evading unnecessary encounters with Iwagakure ninjas, thereby preventing any ensuing tragedies. Observing Ryu's unwavering focus on Kakashi, Asuma pondered for a moment, ultimately revealing an expression of realization. Noticing Asuma's look of enlightenment, Ryu understood that his companion had misconstrued the situation. In the depths of his heart, he resolutely vowed that regardless of the outcome of the mission, he would return and deliver a sound thrashing to Asuma. Meanwhile, Obito and his companions gazed at Ryu with a hint of confusion, uncertain of his sudden request to join their team. Observing the puzzled expressions on Kakashi and the others, Ryu felt a profound sense of helplessness. He couldn't very well disclose that this time. Minato would be venturing alone to support the front lines, leaving the three of them to infiltrate enemy territory on their own, while he, concerned for their safety, sought to join them temporarily. Nevertheless, the addition of another ally would bolster their strength, and the trio did not press further. Soon, they set off for the front lines, Liu accompanying them as an auxiliary member. Chapter 80. The Objective. The Bridge of No Gods. A gentle breeze caressed the grasslands, sweeping over the figures of those present, evoking a sense of tranquility that momentarily dulled the anticipation of the impending battle. "I have nothing to offer you," remarked Obito, with a hint of dissatisfaction as he extended his hand toward Kakashi. Indeed, observing Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor directed at Obito, Liu mused silently. As in the original narrative, prior to the mission's commencement, Minato and Rin each bestowed their gifts upon Kakashi as tokens of their respect. Minato presented a specially crafted kunai inscribed with the techniques of his signature Flying Thunder God Jutsu, while Rin offered a personal medical kit. Liu had initially presumed that after giving Obito a heads-up, he would prepare a gift for Kakashi. However, to her surprise, Obito had not prepared anything at all. "Oh well, it matters not. It's hardly a significant gift, and useless items are merely a burden," Kakashi casually remarked to Obito. Yet, unable to contain his frustration, Obito pointed at Kakashi and exclaimed, "How on earth did someone like you become a Jonin? It's utterly astonishing. I refuse to be overshadowed by you. I am Uchiha Obito, and one day, I shall surpass you." Observing the escalating dispute between the two, Liu sighed in exasperation and shook her head. Perhaps due to their still developing camaraderie, Kakashi did not solicit a Jonin gift from Liu. However, Kakashi's lack of initiative did not imply that Liu had not prepared a present for him. She unsheathed the short blade from her back and approached Kakashi, interrupting their quarrel. "Kakashi, today I have also prepared a gift for you. I hope you will find it to your liking." Thank you, but I already possess a blade," Kakashi replied. His brow furrowed in mild confusion as he accepted the short sword Liu offered, securing it to his back. "Having another blade simply provides you with more options," Liu remarked with a gentle smile, though her thoughts lingered on the notion that she couldn't outright say, "That sword you carry will soon become unusable." The blade Liu gifted was one she had acquired during the conflict against the hidden cloud at the front lines of the Land of Waves. It was forged from a unique metal capable of channeling chakra. The original owner of this sword was a seasoned Jonin from the hidden cloud, who had once posed a formidable challenge to several opponents. Fortunately, with the aid of Teacher Hai's heart disruption technique, they ultimately triumphed after a grueling battle. Notably, Liu was not the sole admirer of the blade. Asuma had also shown considerable interest. Once the battle concluded, the two had instinctively raced toward the weapon. However, just as Asuma was about to seize the short sword, Liu's binding technique sent him sprawling into the dirt. As he lay there, Asuma watched Liu stride past him to retrieve the sword, grumbling, "Why is it that all the good items end up in your hands?" Liu harbored her own intentions regarding the short sword meant for Kakashi. Having already acquired the 3-day moon sword and 2 chakra short blades, "I find this particular dagger of little use to myself. It would be more prudent to bestow it upon Kakashi. The last time I contested with Asuma for this item was purely for amusement. However, I cannot help but ponder how Asuma would react upon seeing Kakashi wielding this blade. Given Asuma's current disposition, it is likely that rumors of my affection for Kakashi would swiftly circulate among our contemporaries. When the white fang shines, it becomes the incisive fang that obliterates darkness." This sentiment encapsulates the public's admiration for Tsukumo Hatake, whose renown is anchored in the iconic white fang dagger, his only legacy left for Kakashi. Yet, if all goes as anticipated, this blade will soon be rendered inoperative. Following that fateful confrontation, it appears Kakashi has not resorted to using weapons in battle again, relying instead on his Sharingan and Raikiri. In my previous life, many believe Kakashi was encumbered by the Sharingan. Without it, perhaps, bolstered by his father's swordsmanship, he could have grown even more formidable. In this life, aside from my intention to assist Obito in evading Madara's temptations, I am equally eager to witness the prowess of the White Fang's techniques. Thus, our current mission takes us to the Kanabi Bridge. Minato gestured toward the red-marked point on the map, addressing the 4 comrades gathered around him. In alignment with the original narrative, Minato appointed Kakashi as the team leader to infiltrate the enemy's rear and sabotage the Kanabi Bridge, a crucial supply route for Iwagakure, effectively severing the enemy's logistical capabilities before making a swift exit. Minato, on the other hand, opted to engage directly at the front lines, simultaneously serving as a diversion for the others, yet he would accompany them to the border before parting ways. Is this an inevitable course of history? As I contemplated Minato's detailed plan, I found myself immersed in thought. Although I was already privy to Minato's strategic outline, I held out hope that circumstances might deviate from the established trajectory. Yet, as events unfolded, they adhered to their original path. At the border, the air was filled with the occasional chirping of unfamiliar birds as we slowly advanced toward our destination. Are these truly mushrooms? Observing the surrounding colossal fungi, towering an average of 40 to 50 meters, I couldn't help but marvel. These gigantic mushroom trees were adorned with numerous smaller fungi, only 2 or 3 meters wide. The caps of these mushroom trees obscured all sunlight, casting an unusual gloom over this peculiar forest of fungi. Truly, the world of Naruto is a wondrous realm. Ultimately, I could only exclaim this in awe. Hey, didn't you claim to be familiar with this area, being from the land of grass? I heard Obito voice his bewilderment at my fascination with the surroundings. Witnessing Obito's puzzled expression, I found myself at a loss for an explanation. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been leading the group, halted and signaled us to be cautious. Well done, Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's vigilant stance, Minato and Ryuyu exchanged glances, each silently expressing admiration. Just moments ago, Ryuyu had discerned the hidden rock ninja had through his stealth techniques. Minato, drawing upon his extensive combat experience and the adversaries' revealed vulnerabilities, had likely anticipated the presence of the enemy as well. However, neither of them chose to alert the remaining 3. Minato appeared keen to ascertain whether Kakashi could indeed detect the foe, while Ryuyu, benefiting from the narrative's foresight, was confident that Kakashi would uncover the adversary. Meanwhile, on the other side, Obito regarded Ryuyu with increasing perplexity. Ryuyu had joined Minato's team under the pretext of his familiarity with the land of grass and his identity as a sensory ninja. Yet, this individual seemed to be endlessly curious upon arriving in the land of grass. And now it was Kakashi who had preemptively identified the enemy. Sensing Obito's deepening confusion, Ryuyu found himself at a loss for explanation and thus chose to brazenly turn away, ignoring Obito's inquisitive gaze. Chapter 81. The initial battle of Chidori. Ignoring the skeptical gaze of Obito, Ryuyu approached a massive mushroom tree, extending his right hand to touch it. After a moment of careful consideration, he spoke. There is only one opponent. Wait, now there are 20. It seems they have employed the shadow clone technique. Recognizing the shift in the enemy's numbers, Ryuyu promptly elaborated. Meanwhile, Minato, who initially wished to assess the situation himself, halted his perception upon hearing Ryuyu's insights. Noticing that Minato did not refute Ryuyu's observations, Obito's confusion began to dissipate. Perhaps there's some truth to it, sensei. I will charge in first. Please provide cover for me. With knowledge of the enemy's count, Kakashi appeared eager to engage. Don't rush, Kakashi. Indeed, it would be best for you to support us, Minato advised, doubting Kakashi's current capability. Sensei, today I am the captain. I wish to test my newly developed jutsu, Chu Shin. Ignoring Minato's counsel, Kakashi focused on forming hand seals, using his position as captain to counter Minato's reservations. Chidori. Kakashi extended his right hand, gripping his wrist with his left, and with a decisive shout, he began to gather chakra in his palm. Soon, a high-voltage current surged within his hand, accompanied by the sharp cries of birds. On the other side, Obito and Rin looked on in astonishment at the crackling arcs of electricity in Kakashi's grasp, marveling at the impressive chakra. What a fool! Unlike Obito and Rin's amazement, Ryuyu silently berated Kakashi for preparing to unleash Chidori, reminiscent of the original tale. Why won't he heed my warnings? I had previously cautioned Obito, yet he did not prepare any gifts for Kakashi. I have already informed Kakashi of Chidori's flaws, and now he wishes to use this incomplete technique. As Kakashi was about to charge forward, Minato reached out to intercept him. Having discerned the potential issues with Kakashi's new jutsu, even if the enemies are numerous, this technique can dispatch them in an instant, as you have often said, sensei. Furthermore, you acknowledge that I am the captain now. The team must listen to the captain. Is that not the rule, sensei? Kakashi once again invoked his principles regarding leadership. Minato, perhaps reluctant to dampen his disciples' enthusiasm or acquiescing to Kakashi's role as captain, eventually withdrew his hand from blocking Kakashi. He began to concentrate intently, likely preparing to intervene should Kakashi find himself in peril. What a stubborn individual, Ryuyu thought, silently chastising Kakashi for clinging to his rigid rules. In no time, Kakashi surged forward, wielding the lightning in his hand, and confirmed the enemy's location through the kunai and shuriken they hurled. Watching Kakashi advance, the others had no choice but to follow suit in their assault. Suddenly, a rock ninja clone emerged from the ground, thrusting a kunai directly at the unsuspecting Obito. Bang! As the smoke dispersed, the rock ninja's clone that had just attacked Obito vanished. It was Ryo who, ever vigilant against ambushes, had timely thrown his short blade to save Obito. Do not let your guard down, Ryo cautioned as he retracted the blade with fine wire, turning to remind Obito. Observing Obito's trembling legs and the glimmering tears behind his goggles, Ryo felt a mixture of exasperation and concern. Was this truly the extent of his strength? Thank you, Obito replied, his face flushed with embarrassment at Ryo's somewhat helpless expression. It must be quite uncomfortable for him to appear incompetent before someone even younger than himself. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder accompanied by bursts of smoke signified the demise of the rock ninja clones, one after another, at the hands of Kakashi. Soon, only the original enemy remained. To be able to summon 19 shadow clones, that rock ninja must possess a considerable amount of chakra. Knowing that Minato would soon rescue Kakashi, Ryu felt relatively at ease, even taking a moment to speculate on the enemy's chakra reserves. Do not get cocky, brat, the rock ninja shouted as Kakashi, enveloped in a brilliant flash of lightning, charged towards him. Having received information from the recently defeated clones, he had discerned the flaw in the young ninja's technique. Swinging his long blade in a horizontal arc, he aimed to strike Kakashi, who was caught off guard by the sudden change in trajectory. In that critical moment, Minato intervened. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared beside Kakashi, helping him evade the rock ninja's lethal blow while leaving a mark at the enemy's feet. However, despite Minato's assistance, Kakashi was still unfortunate enough to sustain a wound to his right side from the enemy's blade. Kakashi! Rin cried out in distress as she witnessed Minato bringing the injured Kakashi back. Yet, Ryu paid little attention to Kakashi's injury, instead fixating on Minato, whose adaptability on the battlefield was truly worthy of the title, the Yellow Flash. Meanwhile, the rock ninja, having wounded Kakashi, swiftly retreated and concealed himself behind a mushroom tree. Leaning against the tree, he panted heavily, cautiously observing the golden-haired ninja, seemingly confirming some grim realization. The seal is complete, Minato murmured to himself as he gently unfastened the backpack from his back, allowing it to drop to the ground. In an instant, the lurking rock ninja felt the chilling sensation of cold metal against his neck. Boom. At that moment, the backpack Minato had just released finally hit the ground. Could it be? You are the Yellow Flash of Konoha? My superiors warned us to flee upon sighting you. Now I understand the gravity of that advice. Beads of sweat trickled down, pattering softly against the kunai at his neck. The rock ninja seemed to regret not fleeing sooner, almost as if delivering a final confession. Without further words, he was met only by the swift arc of a kunai. Liu gazed into the distance at the flock of crows soaring skyward. Pondering to himself, is this the Yellow Flash? Following the resolution of the enemy, the customary banter between Kakashi and Obito ensued. However, Obito, whether still reeling from the recent peril or for some other reason, absurdly attributed his tears to having sand in his eyes during their exchange. Come on, brother. You are wearing goggles. Ultimately, it was Minato who, unable to bear the escalating argument, intervened. He first admonished Kakashi for his rigid adherence to rules, then advised Obito to refrain from vocalizing his self-control, urging him to cultivate inner strength instead. Minato then pointed out the flaws in Kakashi's recent use of Chidori, imploring him to refrain from employing this incomplete technique. Before parting ways, he reiterated the paramount importance of teamwork among ninjas. Finally, with a grave expression, Minato cast a concerned glance at the divided team, acknowledging that their discord troubled him. Notably, he also glanced at Liu. Rest assured, Sensei Minato. I will assist them diligently in this mission, Liu promptly assured, sensing Minato's gaze upon him. Observing Liu's maturity, Minato nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this child had perhaps matured far beyond Obito and Kakashi due to the upheavals within his family. Chapter 82. Where do you wish to flee? In the depths of the night, as nocturnal creatures began to stir, the occasional hoot of an owl echoed through the forest. Watergate sat silently upon a large stone, vigilantly guarding the night, his tightly shut eyelids betraying a hint of concern. At this moment, despite the need for rest, Obito climbed onto the stone, evidently yearning to inquire something from Watergate. What troubles you? I understand the significance of teamwork, yet Kakashi treats me like a fool with a sigh. Ryu curled deeper into his sleeping bag, opting not to eavesdrop on their conversation. He believed that after tonight, Obito would grasp Kakashi's current predicament, and their relationship would begin to mend. However, these matters were not his to fret over. His purpose here was to prevent tragedy from unfolding. As for resolving their inner conflicts, that was their own affair. Upon reaching the national border tomorrow, Watergate would part ways with the group. While Watergate remained, Liu Yu felt no cause for alarm. There was an unwavering reliability about Watergate, a sense that as long as he was present, everything would be manageable. The villagers of Konohagakure must have sensed this too, otherwise, they would not have placed their trust in him. To this day, Liu Yu remained uncertain whether Uchiha Madara's rescue of Obito was a mere coincidence or a premeditated scheme. Madara sought a member of the Uchiha clan to assist him in executing the Eye of the Moon plan, and he must have begun scouting for candidates long ago. Aware of the secrets behind the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, he undoubtedly recognized that with Obito's temperament, should he succumb to extremes, he would acquire formidable strength. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Madara had set his sights on Obito, with Madara's ability to manipulate numerous high-ranking members of the Mist Village. Controlling a few rock ninjas near the bases to unwittingly aid him in achieving his goals would be a trivial matter. This also elucidated why Obito's disappearance coincidentally occurred near Madara's weakened stronghold. If Liu Yu's deductions were indeed accurate, would his involvement in this affair inadvertently draw Madara's attention? The mere thought of Uchiha Madara rendered Liu Yu more cautious. He could only hope that he was overthinking the situation. From here on, we shall divide into two teams. Everyone must give their utmost. The following morning, amidst a grove of bamboo, Watergate officially announced that the group would be splitting up for the impending mission. Besides offering encouragement and reminders, he particularly emphasized the importance of teamwork. It's finally upon us, Liu Yu pondered gravely. In the forthcoming tasks, regardless of the challenges they encountered, reliance would solely rest upon the four of them. Watergate would not have the luxury of providing support until the enemies on the front lines were subdued. Thus they must exercise utmost caution. Let us proceed, Captain. At that moment, Obito spoke with a feigned nonchalance, his face betraying a stubborn determination. As soon as Obito uttered those words, the gazes of the four converged upon him. Kakashi and Rin appeared perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired with Obito, who had unexpectedly acknowledged Kakashi as the leader. Although Minato exhibited a hint of surprise, his predominant sentiment was one of relief. Only Liu Yu bore a knowing expression. Soon, the group dispersed towards the battlefield. Liu Yu and Kakashi, accompanied by two others, stealthily advanced towards the rear of the rock-hidden village, while Minato proceeded to the battlefield ahead. With each deliberate step, the surface of the water rippled in concentric circles. As Kakashi and his companions pressed forward, they remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings as if a predatory beast might emerge from the shadowy bamboo grove at any moment. Concealed behind a few rocks, two rock-hidden ninjas observed the trio wading through the water. Hey, what if that guy, Maijua, went out for reconnaissance and never returned? Could those brats have taken him down? Remarked the one with a wild hairstyle to his companion, his face betraying no concern, instead adorned with a faint smile. Then let us inquire, the other ninja responded with a grim chuckle, preparing to hand sign and perform a jutsu, displaying no trace of worry for the ninja named Maijua. Ninjutsu, camouflage? However, before he could utter the final word, an unexpected voice pierced the air. What do you intend to ask? The voice was crisp, reminiscent of a young girl's. Yet, at that moment, the two ninjas had no thought to spare for her appearance. Upon hearing the voice, they swiftly vacated their concealed position. Retreating, they scrutinized their surroundings, pondering the origin of the voice, hoping to discern the location of their unseen adversary. The audacity to approach them undetected and audibly alert them indicated that this was no ordinary opponent. Observing their skilled movements from within the cover of a towering bamboo, Liu Yu stifled a smile, deftly forming a hand sign for a swift counteraction. But could you truly escape? Ninjutsu, root binding. In an instant, several robust bamboo stalks erupted beneath the feet of the two rock ninjas, swiftly ensnaring them and binding them tightly to a nearby giant bamboo. Despite their preparations, the two ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden assault from the very stalks beneath them. In the face of this unforeseen restraint, they instinctively sought to break free. Yet, the more they struggled, the tighter the bamboo bindings became. Soon, expressions of terror marred their faces as they realized that the very bamboo constraining them was siphoning their chakra. As the bamboo absorbed their energy, it grew increasingly vigorous, tightening its grip. Before long, the two ninjas felt a sense of suffocation, their expressions contorting in horror. I cannot allow you to perish just yet. I still have questions regarding the intelligence. Observing the gradual transformation of the two individuals' faces from crimson to violet, Liu adjusted her stance. With a gentle release of pressure from the bamboo stalks around their necks, the two Awagakure ninjas began to inhale deeply, savoring the fresh air. At that moment, Kakashi and his companions, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly approached, their expressions tinged with surprise as they beheld the tightly bound ninjas. "Is this the enemy you just mentioned?" Kakashi inquired softly, eyeing the restrained figures. "How about that? Impressive, right?" Liu emerged from her concealment among the towering bamboo, playfully addressing the trio with a grin. The captives, however, regarded the petite girl with a grim countenance, utterly astonished that they had been subdued by someone so young. "Humph, with such weaklings. I could easily take on 3 at once," Obito retorted, instinctively dismissing Liu Yu's display of prowess. The contemptuous words from the girl they had underestimated only served to deepen the scowl on the faces of the two Iwagakure ninjas. After Liu Yu's proclamation, she chose not to engage further with Obito, instead focusing her attention on the two bound ninjas. In this bamboo grove, dealing with them proved to be remarkably effortless.